Chapter 256, PX Pacifist Plan. Claudius had an excellent relationship with the Marines, and his status was exceptionally high. The people gathered around Zephyr's ward were all Marine officers of considerable rank. Ordinary soldiers weren't allowed to visit. Those present were individuals who had a close rapport with Claudius. As soon as they heard Spandine's voice announcing Claudius's arrival, they instinctively stepped aside, clearing a path. Claudius strode in, his tall figure exuding urgency as he moved through the crowd toward Zephyr. The moment he saw the mechanical prosthetic arm attached to Zephyr, a hint of regret flashed across his face. Already that fast? Claudius asked in surprise. He hadn't expected that in the short time since Zephyr lost his arm, the replacement would already be in place. Zephyr was momentarily taken aback. What does he mean by fast? But when he saw the genuine concern in Claudius's expression, he felt warmed. Despite having stepped back from the front lines years ago and no longer being of much help to Claudius, it was clear that this young celestial dragon still held deep respect for him. Collecting his thoughts, Claudius asked with concern, "Teacher Zephyr, how do you feel? Is the injury healing well?" Zephyr flexed his new mechanical arm, then smiled and replied, "It's nothing serious. Thanks to Garp arriving in time to protect our Marine recruits, the damage was kept to a minimum. Losing an arm isn't much of a price to pay." Due to Garp's swift intervention and Zephyr's own efforts to buy time, Marines' recruits had suffered minimal losses. A few had died, but Zephyr, as a seasoned Marine veteran, understood the brutal reality of combat at sea. He wouldn't allow himself to drown in grief over casualties. Claudius could tell that Zephyr truly didn't care about losing his arm. His priority had always been his students. Seeing this, Claudius felt a deep sense of admiration. He really is a remarkable teacher. No wonder so many Marine officers respect him so much. Nearby, Garp chimed in with a few boastful remarks, but Claudius paid him no attention. Instead, he eyed the massive mechanical arm with curiosity and said, "It's pretty cool, Teacher Zephyr. Ha, I guess you could say I fulfilled my childhood dream. When I was a kid, I used to strap wooden stakes to my arms and pretend to be a cyborg. Never thought it'd actually happen," Zephyr said with a chuckle, his tone laced with nostalgia. Claudius laughed along before commenting, "I don't know if I should congratulate you or not, but isn't this arm a little too big? It looks impressive, but doesn't it get in the way? Don't they have a smaller version?" As he spoke, Claudius turned his gaze toward the scientist standing beside Zephyr. The man, clearly nervous to be addressed by such a high-ranking celestial dragon, stammered, "St. Claudius, I didn't design it, I only installed it." Claudius waved a hand reassuringly. "Relax, I'm not blaming you, I'm just curious." The scientist exhaled in relief before explaining, "Well, this mechanical arm wasn't originally designed for Zephyr." "Huh, what do you mean?" Claudius asked, intrigued. "It was actually meant for individuals over 6 meters tall," the scientist clarified. 6 meters? Claudius repeated, his gaze shifting to Zephyr. The former admiral stood at just over 3 meters, half the intended size. If the design was meant for someone that large, then... Bartholomew Kuma. Claudius quickly put the pieces together. So Marine Science Division has started working on the Pacifista project. It was becoming clear that the next stage of Marine development would involve mass-producing modified cyborg soldiers, powerful weapons of war. This mechanical arm was likely an offshoot of that research. Marines' funding must be substantial if they can afford to push the Pacifista project forward so aggressively. Claudius was certainly interested in the technology, but he had no intention of developing it himself. Why go through all that trouble when Marine was already doing it for him? Once he had Marine fully under his control, all their advancements would be his to command. After discussing the mechanical arm for a bit longer, Claudius's expression darkened slightly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "Zephyr, don't worry, I'll personally ensure that Edward Weevil pays for what he's done. CPX has already deployed a vast network to track him down. The moment we find him, I'll personally lead the charge to cut him to pieces." Zephyr was visibly moved by Claudius's determination, but he quickly shook his head and cautioned, "Your Highness, don't be too reckless. This isn't something that should be rushed. Before Cladius could respond, another voice spoke from the doorway. Zephyr is right, Your Highness. This isn't something we can handle impulsively. We need a long-term strategy, said Sengoku as he stepped into the room. Zephyr had been in the hospital for several days now, and Sengoku had visited multiple times. Upon hearing about the mechanical arm installation, he had finished his work early to come observe. Surveying the room, Sengoku saw that many high-ranking Marines had gathered. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. You've all seen what you came to see. Get back to work. Among the departing officers, Yamakaji muttered something about heading to the comm belt for another ore transport mission. He bid farewell to Zephyr before leaving. Soon, the room felt much emptier. At the moment, none of the three admirals were present, likely occupied with important assignments. Only Garp remained, seated comfortably with no intention of leaving. Spandine, ever the sycophant, took the hint and exited. Sengoku couldn't very well expect Cladius or Zephyr to pour tea, and Zephyr's new mechanical arm had likely ended his tea-serving days for good. As for Cladius, he was their guest now, and even Sengoku didn't have the nerve to make a celestial dragon serve tea. After glaring at Garp, who remained oblivious, Sengoku sighed and poured himself a cup of tea. Meanwhile, Garp walked up to Cladius and said, Cladius, since CPX has eyes everywhere, I need a favor. Ah, don't worry. I'll do my best to track down Edward Weevil, Cladius replied. Garp waved his hand. No, it's not about that. I want you to help me find red-haired Shanks. At that, Cladius blinked in surprise. What do you need him for? Do you two have bad blood? It's not just bad blood, it's a grudge as deep as the ocean. I can't wait to smash that despicable bastard into the ground. Listen to me, he's doing this on purpose. This is all revenge against me. Garp fumed before launching into a rant about how Shanks had ruined his life. When Cladius heard that Shanks still had both arms and had still managed to steer Luffy toward piracy, he nearly burst out laughing. But one glance at Garp's seething expression made him hold it in. Once Garp finished venting, Cladius, barely suppressing his amusement, patted the old Marine on the shoulder and said, all right, I'll see what I can do. Garp narrowed his eyes. Are you trying not to laugh? Cladius immediately adopted a serious expression and replied, how could I? Am I the type to kick someone while they're down? Chapter 257, Godson and Biological Son. Sitting beside Zephyr's hospital bed, Cladius held a cup of hot tea in his hands, his expression thoughtful. Is Edward Weevil really Newgate's son? Cladius asked while taking a sip of tea. Sengoku shook his head and replied, there are too many people on the sea claiming to be the children of famous pirates. Let me tell you, Your Highness, there are even people claiming to be Roger's son. For a brief moment, a flicker of embarrassment flashed across Cladius's face. Meanwhile, Garp, chewing on a senbei, pretended to know nothing. Sengoku, oblivious to the unspoken exchange, continued, Marine doesn't have any concrete information on Weevil's parentage either. You haven't investigated? Cladius asked. No progress, Sengoku admitted. Unless we capture him and conduct a blood test with Newgate, we can't say for sure. But Cladius knew that approach was practically useless. Even if Weevil turned out to be Whitebeard's biological son, what difference would it make? Regardless of his lineage, there's no doubt that he's extremely powerful, Sengoku said, his tone serious. Zephyr nodded in agreement. That's true. The reports I received say that he defeated you. Is that? Cladius trailed off, hesitating. He had almost blurted out, how strong can someone be if they manage to defeat you? But realized how tactless that would sound. Zephyr, however, didn't seem bothered. He waved a hand dismissively and said, looking back, maybe that was part of his strategy. Cladius raised an eyebrow. Everyone on the scene knew that Weevil was not a strategic thinker. And yet, he managed to land a decisive blow on Zephyr. It was his mother, or whatever she is to him, Zephyr said with a hint of frustration. That woman shouted for him to surrender, and Weevil actually stopped. When I let my guard down, she suddenly gave the order to attack again, and he followed without hesitation. I didn't even have time to react. It was understandable. Zephyr had never fought Weevil before and wasn't familiar with his erratic behavior. To be caught off guard like that was unfortunate, but not entirely surprising. Hearing Zephyr's explanation, Claudius understood the situation. Weevil's immense strength wasn't exaggerated, even if his intelligence was lacking. His raw power alone made him a dangerous foe. That guy, he might actually have the same level of strength Whitebeard had in his youth, Zephyr said, almost as if he didn't want to believe it. Garp, munching on another senbei, casually added, "He's tough as hell too. When he was carrying his mother and retreating, I landed at least 3 full-power punches on him," Garp said. "And yet, he didn't seem too badly hurt. At least, not on the surface. His body is something else. He might be another monster." From a purely physical standpoint, Weevil was an anomaly. The injuries he had sustained, ones that should have been fatal, seemed to barely slow him down. His body bore stitched-up wounds that would have killed an ordinary man 10 times over. "There's a chance it's an ability," Zephyr speculated, "but we don't know what it is." "Unlimited strength, insane durability, and the ability to release shockwaves," Garp listed off. "No signs of transformation, no elemental traits. That rules out Zoan and Logia abilities, unless he's got a mythical Zoan." Claudius wasn't particularly interested in breaking down Weevil's abilities. Instead, he said, "No matter how strong he is, that's not a reason to let him go unpunished." At those words, the room fell silent. Claudius sighed. "You're all worried about Whitebeard, aren't you?" Sengoku met Claudius's gaze, then nodded. "That's right. Your Highness, Marine has made great progress in the New World, but compared to the likes of Whitebeard, we still have a long way to go. If we take action against Weevil and Whitebeard intervenes, we could spark an all-out war. That's not in our best interest." Claudius murmured, "A head-on battle with Whitebeard in the New World would indeed be risky. So, are you saying you want to back down?" "Absolutely not," Sengoku said firmly. "From the beginning, I said we need to take a long-term approach, not that we should abandon retribution. If we don't take action, how would Marine retain its credibility after what happened to Zephyr?" Garp grinned. "It's not about avoiding revenge, it's about being smart about it. We can't let this slide, or Marine will lose face." Claudius had initially assumed that Marine wouldn't act on Zephyr's behalf. After all, in the original timeline, they had let the matter drop, even going so far as to make Weevil a warlord. That inaction had driven Zephyr to go rogue and become a radical threat to Marine itself. But looking at Sengoku and Garp now, Claudius realized that Marine wouldn't stay idle after all. Perhaps in this version of events, things would play out differently. "You've got a plan, don't you?" Claudius asked. "This could be an opportunity," Sengoku said, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Zephyr remained silent, lost in thought. Claudius furrowed his brows. "An opportunity? You're thinking of making a move on Whitebeard." "Why not?" Sengoku asked, raising an eyebrow. Claudius chuckled. "Oh, I'm not against it. Marine hunting pirates, that's completely reasonable." After a pause, he continued, "But weren't you just saying you wanted to avoid an all-out fight?" "That's for a disorderly battle," Sengoku explained. "But if we can arrange things on our terms, that changes everything." Claudius nodded in understanding. "So what's the plan?" Sengoku chuckled. "It's only been a few days. There's no plan yet, just an idea. Right now, we're just discussing intentions, so there's no need to worry." Claudius froze for a moment. This again. The last time Sengoku said something was merely an intention. It was the precursor to an elaborate scheme that took down Big Mom. And now, he was pulling the same stunt. Sengoku seemed to sense Claudius's skepticism and coughed awkwardly. "I mean it this time, there really isn't a detailed plan yet. Don't get the wrong idea." "Fine, I'll believe you this time," Claudius muttered. Sengoku continued. "The idea is to use Weevil as a focal point, to uncover his true relationship with Newgate, or better yet, to stir up conflict between Whitebeard's biological son and his adopted sons. If a fight breaks out among them, and a few get taken out in the process, well, let's see how Newgate reacts." Sengoku's tone was casual, but his intent was anything but. Claudius was momentarily stunned. "Damn, that's cold. Assuming Weevil really is Whitebeard's biological son, you're planning to have him kill off Whitebeard's adopted sons just to see how the old man reacts. That's ruthless, but honestly kind of genius. Of course, whether or not it would work was another matter. Pirates weren't exactly known for playing by logical rules. Zephyr finally spoke up, turning to Claudius. "Your Highness, what do you think?" Claudius smirked and said, "Well, since you're on board with it, I have no objections." Chapter 258, CPX's A Squad. In the city of Water 7, Lucci and his team had been working for some time, finally cleaning up the traces left by Tom. From now on, any information about the ancient weapon Pluton would be considered a top secret known only to select members of CPX. During their time investigating rumors about the ancient weapon, Bluno had opened a bar in Water 7 as a cover. Now, the team had gathered there for a well-deserved break. Originally, Lucci was the only one from CP9 who had been transferred into CPX alongside Spandine. However, over time, perhaps due to their shared history in the same training camp, Lucci gradually pulled in some of his old comrades, Califa, Jabra, Kaku, and Bluno. As for Kumidori and Fukiru, the two goofballs didn't seem to be part of Lucci's squad. They had likely never been close to Lucci in the first place, so they ended up staying behind. Still, without Lucci and his crew, CP9 would be missing its top talents. Maybe those two would rise to prominence over there instead. At this stage, only Lucci, Jabra, and Bluno had Devil Fruit abilities, the same as before. The team had 2 Zoan users and 1 Paramecia user. Meanwhile, Kaku and Califa remained ordinary humans without any Devil Fruit powers. At the moment, the group was drinking together, enjoying the rare downtime. Suddenly, Bluno pulled out 2 Devil Fruits from under the table, placed them down, and said, "These are the rewards for this mission, 2 Devil Fruits." He looked at Kaku and Califa before continuing. "Since you two are the only ones without abilities, these are for you." Before either of them could respond, Jabra immediately protested, "What about us? Are we not getting anything? That's not fair." Without missing a beat, Lucci tossed a small notebook onto the table and said, "This is written personally by His Highness Claudius. It contains detailed knowledge about Haki, something that might actually be useful to you." Haki. Normally, CPX agents wouldn't have access to such advanced combat techniques at their level, but Lucci had been trained in Haki since childhood. What he lacked now was Devil Fruit awakening, but that would take time. Of course, Jabra and the others also had basic Haki abilities, but their mastery was far from impressive. The materials in this notebook were essentially equivalent to what Marines elite officers learned. This method of distributing rewards was part of Spandine's strategy. Even though Claudius delegated a great deal of authority to his agents, it was Spandine who managed them on a day-to-day basis. And being an experienced schemer, Spandine knew better than to hand out everything at once. If he gave his subordinates too much too soon, what would be left to motivate them later? Thus, CPX had multiple ranking tiers. Top-tier talents, like Lucci, received the best training from the very beginning. Meanwhile, agents like Jabra and the others were a level below. None of them had even met Claudius in person yet. Jabra eagerly grabbed the notebook, flipping through its pages. Seeing the detailed explanations inside, his eyes lit up. It felt as if many of his previous doubts had been answered. "His Highness's personal notes," Jabra asked in awe. "That's right," Lucci replied matter-of-factly. Meanwhile, Califa picked up one of the Devil Fruits, inspecting it curiously. "What abilities do these have?" Bluno answered, "One is Paramecia, Bubble Fruit, and the other is Zoan, Giraffe Fruit. Take your pick." Califa immediately frowned. "I don't want to be a giraffe." Kaku, his long nose twitching, said calmly, "Then I'll take it." Jabra, still holding the notebook, suddenly asked excitedly, "Does this mean we've officially caught His Highness's attention? Are we CPX's new ace unit now?" Hearing this, Lucci rolled his eyes and scoffed. "You're thinking too much. CPX's ace unit? Even I don't have the qualifications to say something like that." Jabra blinked in surprise. "You don't, then who does?" Jabra wasn't weak. In fact, he had always been confident in his abilities. He often challenged Lucci, though he always lost. Luckily, thanks to his Zoan-type Devil Fruit, his recovery speed was quick enough that the defeats never slowed him down. While Jabra might not have been stronger than Lucci, he at least acknowledged Lucci's overwhelming power. In his eyes, Lucci was undoubtedly CPX's strongest agent. So if Lucci wasn't the ace of CPX, then who was? In truth, CPX's internal hierarchy was largely unknown to most of its agents. This was another one of Spandine's measures, keeping different squads compartmentalized to prevent leaks. However, Lucci knew more than most. He understood that many of the most powerful figures in the world were actually part of CPX. For example, Dressrosa's king, Donquixote da Flamingo, was not just Claudius's cousin. He was also a high-ranking member of CPX. Then there was Crocodile, one of the longest-serving warlords of the sea. Compared to these monsters, Lucci was still far behind. He knew he would need to awaken his devil fruit abilities before he could even consider himself a true ace of CPX. After a brief moment of reflection, Lucci shook his head and said, "You'll find out when the time is right. Just know that CPX is far more powerful than you realize. In terms of sheer numbers and strength, we're almost limitless." Seeing that Lucci didn't want to say more, Jabber didn't push the issue. As an agent, he understood the importance of confidentiality. Still, he smacked his lips in annoyance and muttered, "Fine, fine, just wait. Someday I'll be one of CPX's strongest agents too. Don't let me leave you in the dust, Lucci." Lucci sneered, "Talk to me after you manage to beat me." Califa, unfazed by their rivalry, casually bit into her bubble fruit. Since childhood, they had all been brainwashed, utterly devoted to Claudius. To them, serving him was an honor. With the mission in Water 7 complete, Califa asked, "So what now? Do we return to HQ or take some time off?" Though their team wasn't CPX's top squad, they were among its strongest field agents. Minor tasks were beneath them. And as Claudius had once told Lucci, their missions weren't meant to be grinding work. They were designed to hone their skills and make them stronger. That meant downtime between assignments. Sometimes, they'd go years without receiving a mission, during which they were free to train as they pleased. Of course, none of them wanted to fall behind, so they always used that time to grow stronger. As a result, their current abilities far surpassed what they had in the original timeline, especially with their improved haki control. Lucci responded, "No official assignments for now, but I have a small task to handle in Alabasta. There will be someone there to assist us. Consider it a covert vacation." Califa tilted her head. "Do we all need to go?" "No, you three get ready for Alabasta. I'll handle this alone." Finishing his drink, Lucci stood up. "Shut this place down. We won't be using this stronghold again for a while." With that, he walked out the door. Meanwhile, Califa and the others began making preparations for their next move. Chapter 259. You are under His Highness's protection. At the highest level of the city of Water 7, the City Hall served as the official residence of Tom. However, as a shipwright and engineer, Tom was more focused on his research. Administrative duties had long since been handed over to his apprentice, Iceberg, who had been trained for this role. Now acting as the de facto mayor, Iceberg handled all routine matters. Fortunately, the city's political system wasn't too complex, so he managed just fine. Since he no longer worked at City Hall, Tom spent most of his time in his personal research facility. With the substantial funding he received annually, his lab boasted state-of-the-art equipment and was among the most advanced in the world. Currently, he was working with scientists from Marine's Research Division, studying ways to incorporate seastone technology into sea trains. If successful, it would allow for the construction of a sea train in the Calm Belt. Though Tom had no idea why St. Claudius was so invested in the project, nor why Marine and CPX were collaborating on developing the Calm Belt, he didn't concern himself with such matters. He was a shipwright, a researcher, a builder, not a politician. It wasn't his place to pry. For Tom, the driving force behind this project was his own ideals. Just as he had originally designed the sea train to save Water 7, he now pursued this new project with a similar noble purpose: to open a passage through the Calm Belt. The Calm Belt was a natural barrier that separated the four seas from the Grand Line. Due to technological limitations, travel across the Calm Belt was nearly impossible. As a result, the Grand Line remained isolated, an uncharted mystery for most people of the world, an unreachable sea for all but the strongest sailors. But if a sea train could traverse the calm belt, opening a stable, accessible route between the four seas and the Grand Line, it would be nothing short of revolutionary. The potential impact. Beyond trade and logistics, even just a tourism industry could generate incredible wealth overnight. The economic and political implications were staggering. Thus, regardless of St. Claudius's true motives, Master Tom fully supported the project and was determined to see it succeed. Inside the research facility. "The best way is to use seastone to lay the tracks," Tom muttered as he stroked his chin. "That would minimize both the technical challenges and the risks involved." A marine scientist standing nearby immediately shook his head. "Impossible," he objected. "Do you have any idea how expensive seastone is? Not to mention how complicated its refinement process is. Using it to lay an entire railway? That's a fantasy." "In terms of cost, it's completely impractical," another marine scientist chimed in. "The only feasible use of seastone would be in the train itself. Our real challenge is integrating the train and tracks in a way that allows the train to follow the seastone path while keeping costs manageable." "That's certainly a major problem," a voice suddenly interrupted. The researchers, focused on their discussion, instinctively nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's incredibly difficult," one of them sighed. "If only we could get Dr. Vegapunk to assist us, we might make progress faster." "This is a joint project between Marine and CPX. Wouldn't it be possible to request his help?" another scientist suggested. "Not likely," the first scientist responded with a shake of his head. "The 5 elders personally assigned Dr. Vegapunk to another top priority project. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku doesn't have the authority to interfere." As soon as he finished speaking, the scientist suddenly froze. Something felt off. That voice from earlier, it wasn't one of theirs. Turning around, he saw a man in a black suit standing among them. He was young, serious, and exuded an aura of discipline. Everyone else in the room was wearing white lab coats, making this stranger stand out even more. "Who are you?" the scientist asked in alarm, reaching for the security alarm. Before he could press it, Tom intervened. "Lucci," Tom said in recognition. Then he turned to the others and reassured them, "Don't worry, everyone. This is Rob Lucci, His Highness's personal agent." The researchers exhaled in relief. A CPX agent? No wonder they hadn't noticed him enter. The guy was practically a ghost, his presence barely perceptible. Lucci gave Tom a respectful nod. "Mr. Tom, I need to speak with you privately. Do you have a moment?" As one of St. Claudius's most trusted operatives, Lucci's words carried significant weight. Tom immediately set aside his work and nodded. "Of course, follow me." He led Lucci into a separate reference room, filled with blueprints, ship models, and design sketches. Once inside, Lucci closed the door behind him. "Is this room secure?" Lucci asked. "Absolutely," Tom confirmed. "There's no surveillance equipment in here." Despite the reassurance, Lucci activated his observation haki, scanning the room for any hidden devices or potential eavesdroppers. Only after confirming that they were truly alone did he proceed. Tom, sensing the gravity of the situation, hesitated before speaking. "Did His Highness send you with new orders?" Lucci shook his head. "No, this isn't a direct order. Consider this my own initiative." Tom furrowed his brow. "Then, what do you need from me?" Instead of answering right away, Lucci studied the fishman shipwright carefully. After a long pause, Lucci finally said, "Mr. Tom, do you realize how close you've come to death?" Tom stiffened. "What do you mean?" "The world government ordered CP agents to investigate any leads regarding the ancient weapons," Lucci explained calmly. At the mention of ancient weapons, Master Tom's expression darkened. Still, he quickly forced himself to regain composure. "And what does that have to do with me?" he asked, feigning ignorance. Lucci's golden eyes narrowed. "There's no need to play dumb. CPX already uncovered the truth. You possess the blueprints for Pluton." Tom instinctively opened his mouth to deny it, but stopped himself when he saw Lucci's expression. There was no point in lying. They already knew everything. Relax, Lucci reassured him. His Highness already knows. Tom's eyes widened. St. Claudius has known for a long time, Lucci continued. But because of your contributions to CPX, because of your loyalty, he chose not to take the blueprints from you by force. You are under His Highness's protection. Tom fell silent, overwhelmed with emotion. For years, he had debated whether to entrust Claudius with the truth. Now, he realized, Claudius had known all along, and had protected him anyway. Seeing Tom's conflicted expression, Lucci smirked. Never forget His Highness's kindness, Mr. Tom. With that, Lucci turned and left the room. Chapter 260, Crocodile's Little Darlings. In Alabasta, Crocodile sat in the underground chamber of the Rain Dinners Casino, the grand establishment he had built in the city of Rain. The facility was lavishly constructed, featuring an enormous underground aquarium. However, instead of housing typical marine life, the tank contained a group of colossal banana gators. These creatures were vicious, massive, and extremely aggressive. While they weren't sea kings, they were even more ferocious than those deep-sea behemoths. In fact, banana gators were known to hunt sea kings in coordinated packs, making them apex predators in their own right. Crocodile had a particular fondness for these creatures. He had personally domesticated them in Rain, treating them as his little pets. Many of the pirates he captured ended up as snacks for these banana gators. Now, as he lounged in his chair, he watched with amusement as the massive creatures tore into a gigantic sea beast within the aquarium. The Baroque Works organization, which Crocodile had established in the first half of the Grand Line, wasn't particularly strong in terms of individual combat power. However, it was vast in numbers and comprised a considerable force of bounty hunters. After all, Alabasta could be considered a beginner's island for many pirates entering the first half of the Grand Line. Every year, countless rookies poured into these waters. Even though Crocodile was powerful enough to dominate the region, he had no interest in personally dealing with every upstart that showed up. Thus, he formed Baroque Works, gathering a large network of bounty hunters to serve under him. Their primary role was to cull the weaklings among the fresh pirates. Only those who survived this initial trial would be deemed worthy of facing his higher-ranking subordinates. And as for the few who managed to slip through all those cracks, that was when Crocodile himself would step in. By employing this method, he had significantly reduced his workload. Meanwhile, his reputation as the heroic protector of Alabasta only grew. But this was just the beginning. The grassroots bounty hunter network of Baroque Works was gradually being integrated into Alabasta itself. His agents had already begun stirring the pot, sowing discord between the common people and the nobility, undermining the authority of the Nefertari royal family, and carrying out all manner of covert operations. Sitting in front of the massive aquarium, Crocodile observed his little darlings squabbling over their meal when Mr. 3 entered the chamber, holding a stack of documents in his hands. Upon seeing Crocodile's broad back, a chill ran down Mr. 3's spine. He had always feared his boss. He knew all too well how powerful and how cruel Crocodile could be. Forcing himself to remain steady, Mr. 3 quickly reported, "Boss, our casino's revenue in Rain has dropped significantly this quarter." Crocodile remained in his chair, still facing the aquarium, his gaze never leaving his beloved pets. He didn't even turn his head as he asked casually, "What's the reason?" Mr. 3 quickly explained, "First, the domestic situation is deteriorating. Many influential families and major businessmen are transferring their assets and leaving Alabasta. Second, we have a powerful new competitor. I don't know if you've heard of Guild Tesoro." Though Crocodile didn't turn around, his brow arched slightly. "A gambler." "Yes," Mr. 3 confirmed. "A very big one. He owns a colossal gambling ship, the size of an entire island. They've been sailing around the first half of the Grand Line, drawing in hordes of high-stakes gamblers. Until now, Rain Dinners was the most renowned casino in these waters. But with Alabasta's unstable political climate, many wealthy foreign gamblers are choosing to avoid us. And unlike our fixed-location casino, Tesoro's roaming gambling ship has the advantage of mobility. According to our analysis, that's the primary reason for our decline in revenue." After delivering his report, Mr. 3 felt his heart tighten. He knew his boss wasn't a man of patience, and he had seen plenty of people thrown to the banana gators for much less. Regardless of how valid the reasoning was, Crocodile did not tolerate failure. However, to Mr. 3's surprise, Crocodile's response was indifferent. "Oh, that's hardly a concern," Crocodile said flatly. "Just focus on your own duties." Mr. 3 was momentarily stunned. He didn't understand the significance of Guild Tesoro. But Crocodile, as one of the key figures in Cladius' faction, was well aware of what Tesoro truly represented. After all, wasn't that floating casino Tesoro's creation? Soon enough, it would evolve into the financial hub of CPX Word, had it that even larger gambling ships were already in construction, vessels that would become the world's premier entertainment metropolis. Since this was internal business within his own camp, Crocodile saw no reason to concern himself with it. After all, he didn't rely on the casino for his wealth. Without Claudius' financial backing, how could he have built such a large operation in Alabasta? Every year, he received vast sums of funding, allowing him to develop his power while secretly tightening his grip on the kingdom. After a moment of thought, Crocodile asked, "What's the situation with the rest?" Although Mr. 3 didn't understand why his boss was so unconcerned about Rain Dinner's declining revenue, he was relieved. At the very least, it meant he wouldn't be turned into crocodile food today. Calming himself, he quickly reported, "The military factory is nearly complete, so there are no major issues on that front. However, within Alabasta, some local guerrilla factions have transformed into full-fledged rebels. It seems they're preparing for an uprising." Crocodile suddenly burst into laughter. "Ahhhhhhh, so it's finally beginning," he said, grinning. "The emergence of rebels means that the Nefertari family's reputation has hit rock bottom. As long as the rebel forces continue to grow, war will inevitably break out." "And war," Crocodile smirked, "war brings opportunity." After a brief pause, he continued, "Mr. 3, quietly organize our forces to support the rebels. Ensure they reach a certain scale. Use the press to control the narrative, make them seem like an army of the oppressed, bravely rising up against tyranny. Do you understand?" Mr. 3 nodded immediately. "Understood, boss." "This is our chance to plant our people within their ranks," Crocodile said. "Make sure our agents infiltrate their leadership. When the time comes, I want to be able to manipulate this rebel army however I see fit." "Yes, boss," Mr. 3 responded without hesitation. Having issued his orders, Crocodile lost interest in the conversation. Even though he hadn't once turned around during the entire exchange, Mr. 3's respect and fear for him only deepened. Without another word, he left to carry out his instructions. Once he was alone, Crocodile finally turned around in his chair, biting down on a cigar. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he murmured to himself, "When the rebels grow strong enough, I wonder, will Cobra finally beg the world government for help?" He pondered the thought for a moment before chuckling again. "Not that it matters. Even if they do, the world government won't lift a finger. This kind of problem, I'll let Claudius deal with the headache. As for me, I'll just focus on my own plans." What Crocodile didn't know was that CPX had already begun taking action, working behind the scenes to further destabilize Alabasta. If anything, the world government was more likely to make things worse than to offer aid. Snuffing out his cigar, Crocodile shifted his gaze to the map of Alabasta spread out on his desk. A cold grin curled his lips as he muttered, 5 years, at most 5 more years, and Alabasta will be mine. And once that happens, the final stage of the plan can begin. Let's see, Claudius, just what kind of storm are you planning to unleash upon this world? Chapter 261, The Golden Fruit is Here. In the New World, within the royal palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo lounged in the courtyard. Originally, Dressrosa's palace had been rather modest. The country itself had been impoverished, and while the Riku royal family had no great leadership skills, they had genuinely cared for their people. Naturally, this meant they hadn't spent resources on building extravagant palaces. But ever since Doflamingo seized power and declared himself king, Dressrosa's national strength had surged. For one, the country now had a formidable pirate force under Doflamingo's banner. With his status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea and his infamous reputation, no pirate dared to challenge his rule. With external threats under control, Dressrosa's internal development progressed rapidly. Doflamingo was an ambitious man, well-connected to both Cladius and the underworld, allowing him to expand his influence with confidence. Toy factories sprang up across the nation, capitalizing on sugar's devil fruit ability. Dressrosa became known as the Land of Toys, a country with a distinct and vibrant culture. He even constructed the Corrida Coliseum, preserving the kingdom's tradition of combat and boosting its tourism industry. But these were just the public-facing businesses. Behind the scenes, Dressrosa saw the rise of numerous factories and ports. Unlike in the past, Doflamingo no longer needed to operate in the shadows. Now, his dealings were out in the open. At the ports, all sorts of smuggled goods arrived from the underworld. Through his legitimate identity as Dressrosa's ruler, he laundered these goods and sold them openly, legitimizing what was once illicit trade. With growing industries and expanding trade, the demand for workers soared. These jobs provided stable incomes, enriching many ordinary citizens. The money flowing through Dressrosa didn't just stay within its industries. Pirates under Doflamingo's command spent lavishly, their wealth stimulating local businesses. Restaurants, shops, and entertainment venues flourished, benefiting from the steady economy and the influx of tourists. As a result, despite Doflamingo being a pirate, his approval rating in Dressrosa remained exceptionally high. Of course, dissenters had existed in the early days, but those who opposed him had been turned into toys, erased from history. Now, however, Doflamingo had eased his grip. A complete stranglehold on speech could backfire, and he understood the importance of maintaining the illusion of freedom. All things considered, while Doflamingo's rise had caused turmoil in the surrounding nations, Dressrosa itself had thrived under his rule. And as far as he was concerned, what happened to other countries was none of his concern. With wealth no longer an issue, Dressrosa's palace had been transformed into a lavish estate. A massive swimming pool had been built in the courtyard, and today, a party was in full swing. High-ranking officers of the Donquixote family mingled, drinking, gambling, and enjoying themselves. Scantily clad women in bikinis swam in the pool, laughter and music filling the air. An endless array of gourmet food and fine wine completed the scene. This was paradise. Doflamingo sat on a poolside sofa, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. His signature orange sunglasses concealed his eyes, and a smirk played at his lips. Beside him sat a thin, pale young boy with dark circles under his eyes. He wore a fluffy spotted hat, a serious expression on his face. Trafalgar Law. The boy was speaking to Doflamingo in a cold tone. The power of haki, shouldn't you be teaching me by now? Doflamingo chuckled, still swirling his wine. Phew phew foo foo, why the sudden interest in haki? Years ago, on Minion Island, Rocinante had entrusted Law to Doflamingo in a final, desperate act. Since Doflamingo had never undergone a full descent into darkness in this timeline, things had played out differently. Although he had ultimately killed Rocinante, Law did not harbor the same burning hatred for him as he once might have. He understood the circumstances behind what had happened. Now, what Law truly despised was not Doflamingo, but the world government, the behemoth that had destroyed his homeland, slaughtered his family, and driven Corazon to his death. Doflamingo himself had undergone subtle changes due to the Minion Island incident. For one, he no longer pursued the immortality offered by the Hope fruit with single-minded obsession. He suspected that his cousin, Cladius, had other means of achieving such a goal. Additionally, he had made a promise to Rocinante to give Law the time and freedom to see the world. Doflamingo had always liked the boy. Law reminded him of himself, a child shaped by hatred, scornful of the world, with his sights set on the world government as a common enemy. On some level, he had even come to see Law as a younger brother. Moreover, Rocinante's final act had left a lingering impact on him. Part of Doflamingo's care for Law now stemmed from a twisted sense of honoring his late brother's wishes. Law was 15 now, no longer a child. He had already consumed the Pope fruit and spent years studying medicine under Doflamingo's tutelage, serving as the crew's doctor. But recently, he had started taking an interest in his own combat ability. And now, here he was, asking about haki. "Medicine alone won't save me," Law muttered. "I need to get stronger." At that moment, Monet, the snow woman, chimed in with a teasing smile. "Young master, I saw Law get beaten up by baby 5 this morning." Law, who had been maintaining a cold, indifferent demeanor, suddenly looked a bit flustered. "I wasn't beaten," he insisted. "She's a girl, so I went easy on her." Doflamingo burst into laughter. "Phew phew foo foo, is that so?" So that was it. The boy had realized he couldn't even beat baby 5, and his pride couldn't take it. That's why he had suddenly become interested in training. Though amused, Doflamingo didn't refuse. He turned to Monet and said, "Have Diamante train him. Let him learn whatever he wants." "Yes, young master," Monet replied with a smile. At that moment, Cladius approached, his hair standing in its usual explosive spikes. "Young master," he said quietly, "we've made a big score." Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, turning toward his subordinate. "Oh, and what might that be?" "The hunter recommended by Lord Tesaro led us straight to the gold fruit," Cladius reported. Doflamingo sat up abruptly. Then, a wide grin spread across his face as he let out a low chuckle. "Phew phew phew foo foo. After all these years, we finally have it." "It's already being transported to Dressrosa in secret," Cladius confirmed. "How should we handle it?" "Contact Tesoro," Doflamingo ordered. "Tell him to come pick it up in person. No mistakes can be allowed with this. I want to watch him eat that fruit with my own eyes." "Yes, young master." Just then, a commotion erupted near the courtyard entrance. A young woman stormed in, a cigarette dangling from her lips and a musket in her hands. Her face was red with fury. As soon as she spotted Doflamingo, she screamed, "Doflamingo, you killed my boyfriend again. I'm gonna kill you." Still leaning against Doflamingo's shoulder, Monet chuckled. "She's at it again, young master." Doflamingo let out a weary sigh. "Oh," he murmured, utterly unfazed. It seemed baby's usual antics were starting up once more. Chapter 262, Bandits. In the New World, a rather unique sailing ship drifted through a particular stretch of sea, flying the flag of a pirate crew. What made this ship so unusual was that it wasn't sailing on the water, it was flying through the sky. However, this wasn't the work of Golden Lion Shiki. The flag on the ship bore no resemblance to the emblem of the flying pirates. Instead, it displayed a skull with lightning bolts flanking either side. Anyone familiar with the pirate world would immediately recognize this symbol. It belonged to none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Enel, the thunder god. Enel was a well-known figure in the New World, a high-profile and immensely powerful pirate. His reputation as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, combined with the overwhelming might of his Logia-type thunder fruit, made him a force to be reckoned with. Since arriving in the New World, he had never suffered a single defeat. Of course, he had never attempted to challenge Whitebeard or any of the other true monsters of the sea. He wasn't reckless enough to court disaster. Still, because of his youth, many of the older pirates in the New World had initially viewed him as an easy target. One by one, they had tried to challenge his title as a warlord. One by one, they had been obliterated by his overwhelming power. The thunder fruit was one of the most fearsome devil fruits in existence, and Enel was a natural-born combatant. His observation haki was exceptional. He had even begun to reach a level similar to Katakuri's, occasionally catching glimpses of the future. On top of that, his ability to read minds through his devil fruit granted him a terrifying advantage in battle. He could anticipate his opponent's thoughts in real time, allowing him to counter them effortlessly. While his armament haki wasn't particularly advanced, it didn't matter. His thunder fruit more than compensated for any gaps in his physical defenses, and once he had refined his combat techniques, he had essentially become unstoppable. With his raw power and the support of Cladius, CPX, Enel should have been well-positioned to establish a dominant pirate crew. Yet, things had turned out quite differently. After entering the New World, Enel had abandoned any ambitions of building a traditional pirate fleet. Despite his immense strength, he lacked the organizational and strategic skills of figures like Doflamingo or Crocodile. Though many pirates had sought to join him, Enel had shown little interest in commanding subordinates. His crew operated under an extremely loose, unstructured system, with little discipline or hierarchy. More than that, he barely acted like a pirate at all. Unlike others who raided and plundered, Enel rarely sought conflict. Instead, he spent most of his time treasure hunting and exploring. Ever since he had discovered the legendary city of gold on Skypia, he had become convinced that he had a natural talent for finding lost riches. So, after entering the New World, he had thrown himself into the role of a treasure hunter. He searched for legendary treasures like Captain John's lost fortune, hunting down myths and ancient relics. As a result, while his pirate crew was virtually non-existent, his personal wealth was astronomical. Enel was so self-sufficient that he didn't even need funding from Claudius. In fact, he paid tribute to Claudius every year, sending a share of his vast fortunes as a show of loyalty. At this moment, Enel's airborne ship hovered over a battered galleon floating on the sea below. The galleon bore no flags, its weathered hull giving it the look of a ship engaged in less-than-legal activities. It had just been attacked and raided by Enel's crew. Though Enel didn't engage in typical pirate activities, he wasn't above plundering ships with no affiliation. Ships that flew no flags were often involved in smuggling or secret operations, meaning they frequently carried valuable cargo. This was Enel's personal hunting method, a tactic he had refined over time. As Enel descended from his ship, the massive taiko drums embedded in his back pulsed with electricity. His elongated earlobes draped over his shoulders, and a white turban covered his head. He landed effortlessly, his golden staff floating in the air beside him, held aloft by his electromagnetic powers. Lord Enel, one of his subordinates, rushed up to him, carrying a small, ornate box. "Did we find anything interesting?" Enel asked, raising an eyebrow. "Look, we found a devil fruit," the pirate reported excitedly. He opened the box, revealing a golden-colored devil fruit that shimmered under the light. Though its specific abilities were unknown, its appearance exuded a sense of wealth and prestige. Enel's eyes lit up with amusement. He enjoyed collecting rare and unusual treasures, particularly when they impressed Claudius. Every time he presented Claudius with a new find, he received praise, and Enel lived for that validation. "Not bad," he mused. "Any idea what ability it grants?" "I'm not sure," the pirate admitted. "It might be in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, but we don't have a copy with us." Enel tapped his chin in thought. "Then let's ask someone who might know. That guy we captured earlier, he seemed important. Bring him out." A few moments later, his men dragged a scruffy, disheveled man onto the deck. His clothes were wet, his face pale. He had clearly just been doused with water to wake him up. Scorch marks covered parts of his body, remnants of the lightning bolts that had knocked him unconscious earlier. This man was mad, a treasure hunter who had been escorting the gold fruit back to Dressrosa as part of a deal with Doflamingo. Earlier, he had been celebrating his success, drinking, feasting, and dreaming of the wealth and status this job would bring him. Then, completely out of nowhere, Enel had appeared. Before he could react, lightning had rained down from the sky, and his entire crew had been overwhelmed instantly. Dammit had attempted to invoke Doflamingo's name to negotiate, but the moment he spoke, he was struck by another bolt of lightning and blacked out. Now drenched and barely conscious, he looked up at Enel with sheer panic. "Please don't kill me," he pleaded desperately. "I work for His Highness Doflamingo." Enel's eyes narrowed. "Doflamingo? Then why weren't you flying his flag?" "This was a secret transport mission. We didn't want to draw attention," Mad blurted out. Enel glanced at the golden devil fruit in his hands. "So, this is what you were transporting?" "Yes," Dammit confirmed hastily. Then, trying to regain some leverage, he added, "That fruit is extremely important. You'd best not interfere, or—" "What kind of fruit is this?" Enel interrupted, ignoring the man's attempt at intimidation. After hesitating for a moment, Dammit finally admitted, It's the gold fruit. Enel blinked in surprise. He had heard of this fruit before. He knew Guild Tesoro had been hunting for it obsessively. Maybe this really was Doflamingo's cargo. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, Doflamingo's expression had darkened considerably. As soon as Enel had attacked the transport ship, Doflamingo had received an alert. Now, he could no longer reach his men. He didn't need to guess what had happened. Someone had hijacked his cargo. But before he could take action, his den mushy suddenly rang. Doflamingo glanced at the caller ID, his brows furrowing. Enel, why the hell is he calling me? Chapter 263, Robin, I have a big secret. Actually, I'm a scholar. In the holy land of Mariewa, within Cladius' grand palace, the ruler himself sat in his study, leisurely reading a book. To his surprise, Robin was also there, browsing through his vast collection of books, seemingly indulging her curiosity. A den mushy rested nearby, and Cladius, still focused on his book, was engaged in a conversation through it, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Aren't you done yet? If you don't hurry back, I might have to find someone else to take your place in my bed, Cladius teased. From the other end of the line, Stussy chuckled. Oh, but isn't your dear butler, Nia, more than capable of taking care of you? What the hell are you talking about? I have an entirely innocent relationship with Nia, and you can't just make baseless accusations. Stussy laughed playfully. Oh, really? Do you not feel even the slightest twinge of guilt when saying that? I've seen you sneaking into Nia's room in the middle of the night plenty of times, Your Highness. Claudius stiffened. You knew about that. I thought I was being discreet. I'm a professional, Stussy replied with a sly tone. At that moment, Robin glanced up from her book and shot Claudius a look of sheer disdain. Her gaze seemed to say, I never expected you to be this kind of person, Claudius. For the first time in a long while, Claudius felt genuinely embarrassed. He quickly cleared his throat and changed the subject. So, how much longer will this mission take? Stussy, amused, answered, Your Highness, the task you assigned us is more complicated than expected. Tracking the connection between Edward Weevil and Whitebeard, there's nothing we can dig up from Happy Street alone. Honestly, Your Highness, you might as well go down to Impel Down yourself and ask Charlotte Linlin. She used to sail with Whitebeard back in the day, maybe she knows something. Claudius rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure, like that old hag would ever tell me anything useful, even if she did know. They continued chatting for a while before Stussy suddenly mentioned something else. Oh, by the way, Your Highness, have you heard about the gold fruit? Claudius raised an eyebrow. Of course, Tesoro ate it, right? That means it's finally off my list of concerns. Now he can move forward with his grand plans. I heard he's even setting up a bank. Stussy giggled. Oh, you don't know the full story, do you? What twists and turns could there possibly be? Claudius asked curiously. Ha 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 ha, Stussy cackled. I knew it. They were too embarrassed to tell you. Let me lift the veil of secrecy for you, Your Highness. She then proceeded to recount the ridiculous debacle involving the fruit. It turned out that Tesoro and Doflamingo had teamed up to track down the legendary fruit. After great effort, they finally located it and arranged for its secret transport back to Dressrosa. And then Enel happened. Completely unaware of whose cargo he was raiding, the self-proclaimed thunder god intercepted the transport and stole the golden fruit for himself. The situation was beyond humiliating. None of the three parties involved, Tesoro, Doflamingo, or Enel, had wanted to admit to Claudius that such an utterly ridiculous mishap had taken place. So they had all kept quiet, pretending it never happened. Unfortunately for them, word had somehow leaked, and Stussy had gotten wind of it. Claudius couldn't help but laugh and shake his head after hearing the story. So let me get this straight. Tesoro and Doflamingo spent all that time tracking down the fruit, only for Enel to swoop in and take it by accident. That's right, Stussy confirmed, still giggling. It turned out that Tesoro's crew had a woman named Baccarat, a beauty with an ability related to luck and fortune. She was in charge of making sure no one cheated at Tesoro's casino. She and Stussy had become close friends, and in a casual conversation, Baccarat had accidentally spilled the embarrassing secret. Now that secret had reached Claudius' ears. But in the end, it didn't really matter. The fruit had still ended up in Tesoro's hands, so the situation had ultimately resolved itself. After exchanging a few more words with Stussy, she mentioned that she was heading to Fishman Island next to expand Happy Street's network and gather more intelligence. Claudius commended her efforts, then ended the call. As he put down the receiver, his gaze landed on Robin, who was still engrossed in her book. Sensing his eyes on her, Robin looked up, her expression puzzled but silent. Claudius scratched his nose awkwardly. "Listen, about what you saw earlier, you misunderstood." Robin cut him off before he could finish. "Why are you explaining this to me? Your personal affairs don't concern me," she said nonchalantly. Claudius froze. Wait, why am I even trying to explain myself to Robin? For some reason, this situation felt like he had been caught cheating, except that made no sense whatsoever. Feeling inexplicably flustered, he cleared his throat and stood up. Well, whatever. You keep reading, I'm going out to get some fresh air. For some reason, sitting here felt awkward. As he was about to leave, Robin suddenly spoke up. "Wait, I have something to tell you." Claudius turned around, confused. "What is it? Don't tell me you blew another billion on books." Robin shot him a mild glare, rolling her eyes. "It's not that," she said. "I actually have a deep secret, something I've never told you all these years." Claudius, who had never viewed Robin with suspicion, raised an eyebrow. Robin herself knew that Claudius completely trusted her. After overhearing his scandalous midnight visits to the butler's room, she had finally decided that she couldn't keep her own secret from him any longer. It was only fair to share it now. Claudius noticed her serious expression and sat back down. "All right, let's hear it." Robin took a deep breath, gathering her courage. Then she finally revealed her great secret. "Actually, I'm a scholar." She said it with full conviction, expecting a reaction. But to her disappointment, Claudius remained completely unfazed. His expression didn't change in the slightest. Robin frowned. "You're not surprised?" Claudius blinked. "Why would I be? You read a ridiculous number of books and know more than most people. It's only natural to call yourself a scholar." Robin suddenly felt as if she had punched a pillow. Her dramatic reveal had landed with zero impact. Chapter 264. Robin, history repeats, but humanity cannot return to the past. Robin stared at Claudius after hearing his response, her expression darkening. "Did I say I just consider myself a scholar? Do you think I'm exaggerating? I passed O'Hara's professional certification exams, you know. I was officially recognized as a scholar at the age of 8, a top-tier talent." After mentally venting her frustration, Robin took a deep breath and spoke again. "That's not what I meant. What I'm trying to say is that I was already a scholar before I left O'Hara with you back then. I passed O'Hara's professional examination." Claudius, still unfazed, casually picked up the cold teacup from the table, took a sip, and responded in an unbothered tone. "Oh, really? That's pretty impressive, I guess." Robin almost lost her temper on the spot. "Do you have any idea how much courage it took for me to say this? Do you know how long I've kept this secret? Do you think I'm just playing games here?" She clenched her fists, frustrated beyond words. "Do you even understand the significance of this?" she asked, her tone slightly aggravated. Claudius finally set his teacup down and said in a calm, measured voice, "If I remember correctly, you were 8 years old in the year 1506, right?" Robin frowned slightly, puzzled by his sudden question. "Yeah, why? You trying to praise me or something?" Claudius leaned back slightly, his gaze turning contemplative. "8 years old," he murmured, his expression unreadable. Then, after a moment of silence, he smiled. "Other kids at that age barely know what they want to do in life. But you, at 8, you had already passed O'Hara's scholar certification exams. You became the youngest scholar in O'Hara's history, studying ancient texts, deciphering records, even working with poneglyphs." His voice was soft, yet there was a strange weight behind his words. Robin's eyes widened slightly. "You already knew?" she asked in shock. Claudius chuckled. "Of course I knew. Do you really think I wouldn't? You know how vast my intelligence network is, don't you?" Robin hesitated, recalling everything Claudius had orchestrated over the years. His planning, his influence, his power. Yes, it really would have been impossible for him not to know. "Then why did you save me back then?" she asked in a low voice. "Wasn't your mission to eradicate O'Hara's scholars completely?" "That wasn't my mission." Claudius' voice remained calm. "My task was to assist the Marines in capturing the rogue Vice Admiral Saul. And to satisfy my own interests, I wanted access to the Tree of Knowledge. If not for that, I wouldn't have even gone to O'Hara." Robin's mind spun as she processed his words. So he knew this whole time, she thought, and yet he never once brought it up. After a long pause, she finally spoke again. "You didn't save me for your own gain, did you?" Claudius tilted his head. "What would I gain from you?" Robin hesitated for a second before explaining. "You're not interested in ancient history, are you? But I can read the ancient texts. I can decipher the poneglyphs. Weren't you planning to use me to uncover those secrets?" Claudius tapped his fingers on the table thoughtfully. He remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. "You know, when I was a kid, I was actually really curious about the Void Century. I wanted to know about that great kingdom that existed 800 years ago. I wanted to learn the truth about the origins of the celestial dragons and the story of the 20 kings who formed the world government." Robin leaned forward slightly, waiting for his answer. "And," she pressed. Claudius smiled faintly. "And then I changed. I gradually lost interest in those things. I stopped wanting to know." Robin's brows furrowed in confusion. "Why?" she asked. "These are secrets no one else knows." Claudius let out a sigh, his voice tinged with something almost like regret. "What's the point in knowing? Look at O'Hara. They were obsessed with uncovering the past, so much so that they ignored reality, ignored the future. And in the end, what happened? They were wiped out." His voice wasn't cold, but it carried a weight of undeniable truth. Robin fell silent. He was right. O'Hara had been one of the greatest intellectual centers in the world, a beacon of knowledge and history. But in the end, what good had it done? It was gone. "Of course, that's just my perspective," Claudius continued. "My ambitions don't lie in uncovering the past. I want to shape the future. But for a scholar like you, understanding history is important. Necessary, even." Robin gazed at him with a complicated expression. Finally, she asked, "Then, back then, did you save me out of kindness?" Claudius touched his chin. Had he? Back then, he had considered using her knowledge, perhaps to locate the ancient weapons or unravel the mysteries of the past. But as his own plans evolved, those things had become increasingly irrelevant. The past couldn't change the present. Power was the only thing that mattered. As he pondered, he finally smiled and said, "You should already know the answer by now." Robin froze for a moment. Then she slowly nodded. Yes. After all these years, Claudius had never once tried to use her for anything. If anything, he had given her complete freedom, provided her with every resource, allowed her to pursue her studies without restrictions. She had worried for so long about what would happen if Claudius discovered her secret. And yet here he was, completely unbothered. Robin suddenly smiled. "Claudius, you're a good person." Claudius grimaced immediately. "We don't start handing out good person cards. I never said I was trying to chase you, okay?" Robin chuckled. "I used to think that if you found out about my secret, I'd be in danger. But over the years, I've learned so many of your secrets instead. So I finally decided, if I've been listening to all of yours, it's only fair that I share mine." Claudius' expression darkened slightly. "I told you that earlier thing was a misunderstanding," he protested. "I'm an honest and upright man, known for my integrity. How dare you accuse me of sneaking around at night?" Robin just gave him a knowing look. She made a mental note to upgrade the locks on her doors. After a brief pause, Claudius spoke again. "O'Hara may be gone, but its knowledge survives in you. One day, when my plans are complete, I'll help you rebuild it." Robin's expression shifted, and for a moment, something like hope flickered in her eyes. But then, she exhaled softly and shook her head. "No, you once said that history repeats itself, but humans cannot return to the past. O'Hara is gone, that's the truth. I will continue to study history, I will continue to be a scholar, but I won't live in the past. I'll look to the future. To see what kind of world you create. Claudius was momentarily surprised by her resolve. After a pause, he asked, "Really, you don't want it rebuilt?" Robin smiled. "No, but, if possible, I'd like to rename the Prometheus someday." Claudius blinked. "To what?" Robin's voice was soft, but firm. "O'Hara." Chapter 265, The Dark Fruit Surfaces, teaches ambition. By 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, the balance of power in the New World had begun to stabilize. With its ever-growing strength, the Marines had tightened their grip on the entry points to the New World, restricting the movement and influence of pirates. Meanwhile, Kaido had officially cemented himself as the second emperor of the sea, following Whitebeard. Last year, Shanks had clashed with Kaido in battle. Though no definitive victor emerged, the sheer scale of their fight had propelled Shanks into the ranks of the emperors, securing his position as the third great power of the New World. Thus, the three emperors were established, each commanding a massive territory and consolidating power over what remained of the pirate factions in the region. As a result, the once chaotic New World began to settle into a more structured and predictable era. With the three emperors, the Marines, and the 7 warlords of the sea, a delicate triangular balance had emerged, leaving the rest of the pirate world relegated to second-rate players. However, not everyone was pleased with this newfound stability. Claudius, for one, was unimpressed. A chaotic world was far more useful to him. After all, disorder created opportunity. But at present, no ideal chance had presented itself to disrupt the balance, so he continued to watch and wait from the shadows. Meanwhile, in the New World, aboard Enel's airborne ship, the self-proclaimed Thunder God listened to a report from one of his subordinates. "Lord Enel, the intel is solid. This information is confirmed," the pirate reported excitedly. Enel stroked his chin, scanning the document in his hands before a wicked grin spread across his face. "A Logia-type devil fruit," he mused, the corners of his lips curling upward. "Good, you've done well, go claim your reward." Despite being a warlord of the sea, Enel remained dissatisfied with his current status. His own Thunder fruit had granted him immense strength, but he had made little effort to develop an actual pirate fleet or organization. Ever since the gold fruit mishap from a few years ago, Enel had developed a particular interest in rare devil fruits. Not for himself, he had no intention of eating another fruit but rather, as offerings to Claudius. Enel admired and respected Claudius deeply, even to the point of idolization. Having noticed that Claudius enjoyed collecting unusual and powerful things, Enel had taken it upon himself to seek out rare devil fruits and gift them to his superior. As a result, his crew had expanded their intelligence network, gathering all sorts of information on devil fruit sightings. Over the past few years, Enel had personally gifted Claudius several interesting fruits, all of which had ultimately been handed over to CPX, serving as rewards for elite agents. Now another opportunity had arisen, the dark fruit. Flipping through the information in his hands, Enel studied the details of this new devil fruit. Its description was intriguing. While it was classified as a logia, its ability set differed significantly from typical elemental fruits. The most notable claim was that it could nullify other devil fruit abilities. Of course, Enel himself wielded one of the most powerful logia abilities in existence. His Thunder fruit was often referred to as invincible. So while the dark fruit seemed powerful, Enel wasn't particularly impressed. "A decent find, at least," he muttered. "Might as well grab it for Claudius." He glanced down at the next section of the report. Apparently, the dark fruit had fallen into the hands of a relatively unknown pirate, someone too weak to appreciate its true value. Rather than consuming it, this pirate had decided to sell it off, hoping to make a fortune and retire from piracy altogether. To that end, he had listed the fruit for sale in the underworld, though not through Doflamingo's network. Doflamingo's devil fruit business had taken a hit ever since the Mignon Island incident, where a 5 billion brie deal had collapsed spectacularly. Though Doflamingo himself didn't care, the incident had slightly tarnished his reputation as the go-to middleman for devil fruits. As a result, other brokers in the underworld had stepped in to fill the gap. The seller had priced the dark fruit at 1.2 billion berry, believing it to be just another high-value commodity. However, he had made a grave mistake. He had underestimated the significance of what he possessed, and more importantly, who might be after it. Elsewhere in the New World, aboard the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division ship, a certain Marshal D. Teach sat with the exact same report in his hands. His eyes gleamed with anticipation, and a sinister grin spread across his face. Zehehehehe, Teach laughed under his breath, gripping the paper tightly. The Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division was a unique one. It had no designated commander, with figures like Marco and Jaws stepping in as needed. Teach himself was one of the longest-serving members of the crew. He had been aboard Whitebeard's ship for nearly 2 decades, even before Gall D. Rogers' death. And in all that time, he had never once betrayed his crewmates. He was deeply trusted by Whitebeard's sons. Figures like Marco and Jaws didn't see him as just another crew member by all logic. Teach had the qualifications and experience to become the captain of the 2nd Division. Yet he had always refused the position. Because everything he did was a gamble. Ever since childhood, Teach had been obsessed with one thing, the dark fruit. Having studied the Devil Fruit encyclopedia at a young age, he had discovered its description and become utterly fixated on it. Because Teach had a secret. His body was different. Though he had never tested it, he believed there was a possibility that he could wield 2 devil fruit abilities at once. Of course, this was a gamble with his life. But Teach didn't care, because he had already bet everything on obtaining the dark fruit. That was the only reason he had joined Whitebeard's crew in the first place. If the world's strongest man couldn't obtain the dark fruit, then who could? Yet for decades, there had been no trace of it. He had almost given up, resigning himself to his comfortable life aboard Whitebeard's ship. He had even considered, finally, accepting the position of division commander. But then, fate had answered his call. The dark fruit had surfaced, and it had fallen into the hands of an absolute fool. Teach grinned. With the power of the Whitebeard Pirates behind him, securing the fruit would be child's play. And once he had it, his true ambitions would finally begin. Not far away, Marco noticed Teach's unusual excitement. "Teach, what's so funny?" Marco asked, raising an eyebrow. They were in the middle of a banquet, surrounded by crewmates. Teach quickly masked his expression, flashing a wide, innocent smile. "Marco, I think I just found my treasure," he declared. Marco laughed. "Oh yeah, what is it?" Teach's grin widened. He had no doubt the crew would help him get the fruit. And once he had it, Marshal D. Teach would cease to exist. In his place, Blackbeard would rise. Zehehehehe. Chapter 266. The Dark Tide Rises, the Battle for the Dark Fruit. The Whitebeard Pirates were undoubtedly the most powerful pirate crew in the world, their reputation unmatched. However, they were also notorious for spending money like water. Pirates had no interest in saving for the future. They lived in the moment, spending everything they earned. One day, they could loot 100 million berry, and by the next, it would be completely gone. After all, what was the point of saving? Were they planning to settle down, buy a house, and live a quiet life? The Whitebeard Pirates were no different. As free-spirited adventurers, they had no concept of financial restraint, especially since Whitebeard himself secretly donated much of their wealth to those in need. This presented a major problem for Marshal D. Teach. The 1.2 billion price tag on the dark fruit was laughably out of reach for him. After checking his own savings, he realized he had barely more than 20 million berries, not even enough to enter the devil fruit trade market, let alone bid for such a rare logia. But that was fine. After all, pirates didn't buy things. They stole them. Teach abandoned the idea of purchasing the fruit almost instantly. If he couldn't buy it, he'd just take it by force. That was the pirate way. Besides, he had the backing of the Whitebeard Pirates. After solidifying his plan, Teach approached Marco, attempting to convince him to help steal the dark fruit. For years, Teach had played the role of a simple, good-natured crewmate, harmless, unambitious, and loyal to the family. He had never shown any real ambition, refusing the position of 2nd Division commander multiple times despite being more than qualified. But now, for the first time, he was showing desire. Marco was intrigued. Teach had always been laid back. Why was he suddenly so excited? Still, they were all brothers, and if Teach wanted help, Marco was more than happy to oblige. A devil fruit was just a devil fruit. Marco himself already possessed a mythical zoan, meaning he couldn't eat another fruit anyway. So if helping Teach steal one would make him happy, why not? With no reason to refuse, Marco agreed, and the two set off. Their destination was Versailles, a small pirate haven in the New World. Places like this were common, temporary safe zones for pirates to spend their loot before setting sail again. Countless islands across the New World catered to pirates, offering booze, entertainment, and indulgence in exchange for their stolen riches. And where pirates gathered, chaos followed. And where chaos flourished, the underworld thrived. Versailles was also home to a branch of Happy Street, a renowned pleasure district controlled by Queen Stussy. Happy Street was far more than just a brothel. It was an elite entertainment venue that doubled as an intelligence hub. Pirates flocked to it, openly enjoying its many pleasures while unknowingly leaking valuable information in the process. For those without deep secrets, there was no reason not to enjoy Happy Street. After all, who wouldn't want to spend time with beautiful women and relax in luxury? However, Happy Street wasn't just about physical pleasure. It was a high-end establishment catering to all forms of entertainment. And tonight, within a private room on Happy Street, a crucial underworld deal was taking place. The dark fruit was currently in the hands of a middleman named Lensa, who was facilitating the sale. If successful, he stood to profit 200 million berries, a massive sum for someone of his standing. While 200 million meant nothing to titans like Cladius, for an ordinary underworld dealer, it was a life-changing fortune. That amount of money could buy a powerful warship or fund an entire crew for years. Lensa, like many small-time brokers, was not in the same league as Doflamingo. He didn't have a powerful backing, nor did he control a massive criminal empire. For him, this deal was a golden opportunity. And so, as he sat in his private box, he spoke to the man who currently possessed the dark fruit, Captain Daniel. "Captain Daniel, it's time to hand over the fruit," Lensa urged, eyeing the small box Daniel held. "Don't worry, the news is out and some big names are interested. This deal will go smoothly." Daniel hesitated, still clutching the box. "A big name who?" he asked curiously. Lensa grinned. "You're in luck, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Thor Enel." Daniel's eyes widened in shock. "Lord Enel." "That's right," Lensa confirmed. "Master Enel has always been fascinated by rare devil fruits. He doesn't care about money, he just enjoys collecting unique abilities. I've already made contact. He's on his way to Versailles." In truth, many people had expressed interest in the dark fruit. Some had even offered as much as 1.5 billion berries for it. After all, Logia-type fruits were highly sought after. Whether it was the Marines, the warlords, or the emperors, everyone valued a powerful Logia user. But in the end, Lensa chose to sell the fruit to Enel. Why? First, Enel was incredibly strong. Second, he had a solid reputation. He wasn't a deceitful pirate. He had done business in the underworld before and was known to honor deals. But most importantly, Lensa saw an opportunity. If he could establish a long-term relationship with Enel, he might be able to become an exclusive supplier of rare devil fruits. That could change his entire life. If I can earn Lord Enel's favor, I could join the Thunder Pirates as a member. The thought alone excited him. At the same time, Teach and Marco had arrived in Versailles. "The sale is happening here, but I don't know the exact location," Teach admitted. "No problem," he added, grinning. "Happy Street sells all sorts of information, we just have to pay." His plan was simple: buy the dark fruit's exact location, then storm in and take it. As for whoever else was involved in the deal, it didn't matter. If anyone had a problem, they could take it up with Whitebeard. After all, who would dare challenge the strongest pirate alive? Marco, however, raised an eyebrow. I don't have any money, Teach. Teach gritted his teeth. I still have 20 million berries. That should be enough to buy some intel. Marco chuckled. That's your entire savings, isn't it? You must really want this fruit. Teach smirked inwardly. If only you knew Marco. For this fruit, I'd risk everything. They entered Happy Street, and after some negotiation, purchased a single piece of intel, a portrait of Lensa, the middleman. But not his location. Teach frowned. What kind of crap is this? Versailles has thousands of people. How the hell are we supposed to find him? Marco, however, suddenly froze. I think I know why they didn't sell us his location. Teach blinked. Why? Marco pointed ahead. Teach followed his gaze, then looked down at the portrait in his hand. Then he grinned. Zehahaha, no wonder, that bastard is right here. Chapter 267, Chaos Unleashed, Red-Haired versus Teach. The Red Hair Pirates had been lying low for quite some time, but now they had flipped their fortunes around, rising straight to the rank of one of the 4 emperors in the New World. It was a significant milestone, fulfilling the small goal they had set for themselves when they first set sail from the East Blue. But even after reaching the top, Shanks and his crew returned to their usual laid-back ways, arguably even more relaxed than Whitebeard's crew. They had no interest in expanding their influence or ruling over territory. At this point, they might as well rebrand themselves as the Red-Haired Travel Group. They roamed freely across the New World, looting when they needed funds and drinking when they had enough. As luck would have it, they had just pulled off a big job recently, hijacking a treasure-laden ship and making a hefty profit. Now, they were celebrating with drinks in hand, fully indulging themselves. Their current revelry took place on Versailles' infamous Pleasure Street. Inside a private VIP lounge, far more lavish than the one Lensa had been in before, the Red Hair Pirates enjoyed a special show reserved for only the most distinguished guests. Even wealth alone wasn't enough to grant entry to this level of luxury. Have you guys heard? There's a Logia-type devil fruit on this island, Yasopp remarked, tossing a fruit in his hand. Shanks sat comfortably with 2 stunning women at his side, and most of the crew were similarly entertained, even lucky. Only Yasopp remained uninvolved with the women. His heart still belonged to his late wife, though the guilt of abandoning her for so many years weighed heavily on him. He hadn't even dared to visit her grave. Beckman took a sip from his glass and smirked. What, you interested? Thinking about becoming a devil fruit user? What would I do with one of these as a sniper? Besides, Shanks, you're not planning on going after it, are you? Yasopp scoffed. Shanks laughed heartily. Ha, not interested. Unless that devil fruit just drops out of the sky and lands in my hands for free, I'm not buying it. I'd rather use the money for another round of drinks. Captain, you must be dreaming. What are the odds of a devil fruit just falling from the sky and rolling into your lap? Lucky chuckled. The moment those words left his mouth, a loud crash echoed from below. The floor suddenly caved in, shattering into pieces as a bloodied man was sent flying upward, clutching a small box in his arms. The abrupt intrusion left Shanks and his crew stunned. What the hell? 1 minute they were drinking and singing, and the next, someone had crashed through the floor. Most people kicked down doors. This guy smashed his way in from below. The man who had burst into their room was none other than Lensa. Just moments ago, he had been preparing to leave Pleasure Street, eagerly waiting for Enel to arrive so he could hand over the dark fruit. But as soon as he stepped outside, he ran into trouble, 2 men blocking his path. One of them he recognized, Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. The other, however, was unfamiliar. In truth, Teach had spent years aboard Whitebeard's ship without ever drawing much attention to himself. He had no bounty, stayed in the background, and deliberately avoided the spotlight. This was precisely why he had never become the 2nd Division commander. Accepting that position would have placed him on the radar. As a result, most people didn't know who he was. Lensa hadn't intended to start a fight, but the unknown man had immediately demanded that he hand over the devil fruit. That pissed him off. This dark fruit was meant to deceive Enel. He had already arranged everything. If he lost the fruit now, Enel would kill him. Besides, they were standing in the middle of Happy Street. This place was under the control of one of the biggest names in the underworld, the infamous queen of the black market, Stussy. Even Whitebeard's crew wouldn't cause trouble here without thinking twice. So Lensa had refused Teach's demand, determined to hold his ground. "I'm not leaving. I'll wait here for Enel. If you have a problem, take it up with him. Let's see if you dare make a move here." But he had severely underestimated Teach's desperation for the dark fruit. Teach had been willing to kill his own crewmate, Thatch, for this fruit. He had been willing to betray Whitebeard himself. Did Lensa really think Teach would hesitate now? Teach didn't care where they were. He didn't care about the underworld's rules or Stussy's influence. If he had to fight, he would. Lensa had some skills, but he was nowhere near Teach's level. Within seconds, Teach had beaten him half to death and sent him flying through the floor, right into Shank's party. Lensa coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision blurred, and he lost all strength in his arms. The box he had been clutching slipped from his grasp as he passed out. The lid popped open. A strange-looking fruit rolled out onto the floor. The dark fruit. Shanks blinked in surprise, then slowly turned to Lucky. "Well, would you look at that? It really did come out of the ground." Lucky bent down and picked up the fruit, but before he could react, a shadow loomed over them. Teach had arrived, stepping out of the hole in the floor. "Zehahahaha, hand over that guy from before," Teach demanded. Then his laughter abruptly stopped. He froze. Shanks froze too. The others might not have recognized Teach, but Shanks did. He knew this man. And as soon as he saw him, the scar on the corner of his eye started to burn. Long before Shanks had risen to the rank of Emperor, he had fought Teach in battle. It was Teach who had left him with that scar. Their history ran deep. Back when Shanks and Buggy had been apprentices on Roger's ship, Teach had been a fresh recruit under Whitebeard. They had crossed paths and clashed many times over the years. They were old rivals. "Teach," Shanks murmured, his voice dark and heavy. Teach hesitated for a moment, but quickly composed himself, a smirk creeping onto his face. "What are you doing here?" Shanks asked coldly. "Don't get the wrong idea," Teach replied. "I'm not here to cause you trouble. After all, you're a big shot now, one of the 4 emperors. Zehahaha, that's pretty impressive. I'm just here as an old friend," he said, his eyes locking onto the dark fruit in Lackey Lou's hand. "So how about this? You hand over that devil fruit and I'll leave. No need for any unpleasantness." Under normal circumstances, name-dropping Whitebeard would be enough to deter most people. But Shanks wasn't just anyone. He was an emperor too. And more than that, he had a score to settle with Teach. "Ha, you've got guts, Teach, but this fruit is in our hands now, which means it belongs to the Red Hair Pirates. You want it. Do you really think I'd just give it to you?" Shanks laughed, his tone laced with defiance. Teach's smile faltered, his expression darkening. Marco hadn't made it upstairs yet. He had insisted on taking the stairs like a civilized man. If Marco arrived now, he would definitely try to prevent a fight between Teach and the Red Hair Pirates over a devil fruit. A direct confrontation between 2 Emperor-level crews could have catastrophic consequences. But Teach didn't care. He was willing to risk everything for the dark fruit. His expression shifted, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Zehahaha, Shanks, if that's how you want to play it." Before he could finish, he lunged. His massive frame moved with surprising speed, his arm coated in armament haki as he reached for the dark fruit. A gunshot rang out. Yassop fired a shot straight into Teach's chest. But Teach barely flinched. He had planned for this. Blood spattered from the wound, but he pushed forward, roaring. "That fruit belongs to Whitebeard's crew." Shanks was already moving, his blade flashing as he swung at Teach's outstretched arm. Teach had expected to take a bullet. But losing an arm, that was a different story. His expression twisted, and instead of grabbing the fruit, he lashed out with a powerful kick aimed straight at Shanks. Chapter 268, The Spark That Ignites a War Between Emperors. Marco had intended to take his time heading upstairs. After all, how much trouble could a single devil fruit possibly cause? The middleman from the underworld had mentioned that the fruit had already been reserved by one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Enel, who had even put down a deposit. That was slightly inconvenient since taking it would mean stealing something Enel had already claimed. But Marco wasn't particularly concerned. The warlords were strong, sure, but he had his own pride. We're the Whitebeard pirates. And what did that mean? They were the strongest, the largest, the most fearsome crew on the seas. Marco found it laughable to think that Enel, as one of the warlords, would actually dare to pick a fight with them over a single devil fruit. That would be ridiculous. If he wants an explanation, just give him some money, Marco thought casually. It had to be said, the Whitebeard pirates were arrogant, but they had the power to back it up. For decades, they had been the ones doing the bullying. Who had ever dared to bully them? Even the Navy had to give them some face. The truth was, Whitebeard had spoiled his sons too much, but nothing lasts forever. When he was gone, someone would teach them a hard lesson. As Marco pondered these things, a sudden surge of powerful energy erupted nearby. One presence was unmistakably Teach, but the other, Marco's expression darkened as realization hit him. Red-haired. Teach wasn't well known, but Marco knew full well how strong he was, strong enough that they had once considered making him the 2nd Division commander. But Shanks was a monster. He had gone toe-to-toe with their old man and held his own. Alarmed, Marco didn't hesitate any longer. Whatever the reason for the fight, Teach wasn't strong enough to handle Shanks alone. If he didn't step in, Teach might die. With a burst of phoenix flames, Marco shot forward at incredible speed, racing toward the battlefield. In pirate battles, there was no such thing as honor duels. No one cared about one-on-one fights. If you had numbers, you used them. No one was going to politely wait for their turn. And right now, Teach was getting mobbed by the red hair pirates. Teach was suffering. This wasn't what he had planned at all. I just wanted to get the dark fruit. He had thought it would be simple. Get the fruit, keep Marco as backup, and everything would be fine. Instead, he had run into the worst possible situation. Shanks and his crew had the fruit now. And there was no way they'd hand it over without a fight. Damn it, I should have brought backup, Teach cursed internally. The Whitebeard pirates were used to outnumbering their enemies. But now he was the one getting jumped, and it was a humiliating experience. To his credit, Teach was incredibly strong. Even without the dark fruit, he was only slightly weaker than Shanks. He could still hold his own, even as more and more injuries accumulated on his body. But Shanks had no intention of letting him go. This wasn't just about the devil fruit. The Whitebeard pirates had barged into his territory looking for trouble. That wasn't something Shanks could just ignore. And as for whether killing Teach would start a war, Shanks didn't care. He might not seek out conflict, but he wasn't afraid of it either. With both arms still intact, Shanks was stronger than ever. His blade shimmered with haki as he swung it at Teach, taking advantage of the moment when Teach was forced to defend against Beckman's assault. But just as the sword was about to land, the wall exploded. A streak of blue flames flashed across the room as Marco tanked the attack head-on. Shanks' blade struck Marco's chest. There was no blood. Marco had taken the hit, absorbing the impact with his body. Pain shot through him, but he barely reacted. He had long grown used to it. After all, as the Phoenix, unless someone killed him outright, injuries meant nothing. The wound on his chest ignited with blue flames, rapidly closing until there was no trace of damage left. Shanks and his crew halted their attack. "Phoenix Marco," Shanks muttered, frowning slightly. "Shanks, do you even realize what you're doing?" Marco asked coldly, his eyes flickering to the bloodied Teach. Shanks let out a boisterous laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, we were just drinking and having a good time. He's the one who crashed our party, and now you're blaming me." Teach, still catching his breath, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Hand over the devil fruit, and we'll pretend none of this ever happened." Shanks' expression darkened. "Are you threatening me? Are you trying to start a war between the 2 strongest pirate crews?" Marco shot back, unwilling to back down. He hadn't considered the possibility that Teach might be manipulating him into this fight. To him, it was simple. Teach had run into Shanks by accident, and the red hair pirates had stolen something that belonged to the Whitebeard crew. It was reasonable to demand it back. If Shanks handed it over, there would be no need for conflict. If not, Shanks sneered, "You're not worth my time. If Newgate wants to talk, then we can talk." Marco's expression darkened. It was clear that Shanks had no intention of handing over the fruit. And while he had mentioned Whitebeard's name, Marco knew the last thing he wanted was to drag their father into this mess. Fighting over a devil fruit. If the world found out they were going to war over that, they'd be a laughingstock. Teach, watching Marco's hesitation, grew increasingly irritated. Shanks exuded overwhelming confidence. Why can't Marco act like that? Teach didn't care about starting a war. His goal was the dark fruit, and he'd take it no matter what. He saw Marco wavering and immediately decided to escalate things. Without hesitation, Teach lunged. And Shanks countered instantly. The battle reignited, forcing Marco to get involved as well. He might not have made up his mind, but he couldn't just stand by while his ally got beaten down. The red hair pirates were strong, but Marco and Teach were no pushovers, especially Marco. Marco was annoyingly difficult to deal with. His ability wasn't about overwhelming offense, but sheer endurance. No matter how many times they knocked him down, he'd just get back up. It was the kind of frustrating, drawn-out fighting style that could wear even the strongest opponents down. The clash between two Emperor crews quickly spread across all of Pleasure Street. Fortunately, the local underworld authorities had immediately initiated an emergency evacuation plan, so civilian casualties were minimal. But the property damage, that was another story entirely. At the same time, on the port of Versailles, Enel had just disembarked from his ship. His observation haki was exceptional. Even before he stepped onto the island, he sensed the chaos unfolding on Pleasure Street. His brows furrowed. A high-level battle, what's going on? Then, as realization dawned, his expression twisted. They're stealing my devil fruit. His heart clenched for a moment. And then, before his other foot could even touch the ground, crack! Lightning flashed. Enel vanished. In an instant, he appeared above the battle, looking down. He saw Marco. He saw a man he didn't recognize, who was also incredibly strong fighting against the red hair pirates. And then he saw it. The dark fruit, clutched in the hands of a fat man. So they did steal from me. Enel didn't care who they were. Whitebeard's crew, red hair pirates. His backer was the celestial dragons. Did these so-called emperors think they could outrank the world government? Without hesitation, Enel unleashed a devastating lightning strike aimed directly at Lucky. Lucky hadn't expected anyone else to interfere. Caught off guard, he barely had time to react. Instinctively, he hardened his body with armament haki, managing to block Enel's lightning strike head-on. But in the next instant, the lightning transformed into Enel himself. "Thunderbird," Enel murmured. With a sudden burst of speed, he delivered a devastating kick to Lucky Rue's chest. The strike was infused with intense electrical energy, taking the shape of a screeching thunderbird as it made impact. Lucky coughed up blood as he was sent flying backward. The dark fruit, which had been firmly in his grasp, was knocked loose, spinning through the air. Teach had been watching the fruit closely the entire time. The moment he saw Enel arrive, he knew things had gotten even more complicated. But there was no time to hesitate. Without a word, Teach lunged forward, reaching out to seize the dark fruit. Chapter 269, Enel, Who Dares to Take What's Mine. Teach had been fixated on the dark fruit for a long time, but Enel was simply too fast. A bolt of lightning flashed, and in an instant, he appeared next to the falling fruit. Before it could even hit the ground, Enel snatched it. A second later, Teach lunged forward, his hand coated in armament haki, reaching for Enel. "You're dead," Enel's expression darkened, a flicker of rage flashing across his brow. Boom! A surge of electricity exploded from his body. The sheer force of the current blasted Teach backward, sending him flying through the air. The sudden burst of chaos brought the battle between Shanks' crew and Marco to an abrupt halt. Another warlord of the sea had entered the fray. Shanks and Marco instinctively ceased their attacks, momentarily assessing the new arrival. Reiki, you good. Yasopp was the first to speak. Don't call me Reiki, Lucky's voice came from the rubble in the distance. He staggered to his feet, brushing off the dust. The lightning strike had hit him hard, but his physical endurance was formidable. Enel was strong, but it would take a lot more than that to take him down. Seeing that Lucky was still standing, Yasopp and the others relaxed. Teach, meanwhile, had also recovered, though his eyes burned with frustration. He didn't charge in immediately, but he was clearly reevaluating his approach. Enel, Shanks said coldly, his gaze sharp. Are you trying to get involved in this too? Most people feared the warlords of the sea, but Shanks wasn't most people. He had faced off against Whitebeard himself. A fight with Enel didn't intimidate him in the slightest. Enel hovered in the air, electricity crackling around him as he held the dark fruit in one hand and his golden staff in the other. His tone was uncompromising. You're the ones interfering with me. His voice carried a dangerous edge. This dark fruit was legitimately priced at 1.2 billion berries, and I already put down a deposit. Now, you think you can just waltz in and steal it. Shanks frowned. He hadn't known that. He had assumed that the fruit had been Teach's purchase, and that the deal had simply gone sour. That kind of thing wasn't unusual. Pirates weren't exactly known for honoring transactions. But now, it seemed like Teach had stolen it from Enel, and in the ensuing chaos, the fruit had accidentally ended up in his crew's hands before Enel reclaimed it. The situation had just become a lot more complicated. None of the three sides were willing to back down, yet no one made a move either. The battlefield had reached a tense stalemate. Enel broke the silence. The dark fruit is mine, he declared. If any of you want to fight for it, I'll take you on any time. Electricity surged around him, his haki radiating power and confidence. Shanks, for his part, had never been particularly interested in the devil fruit. The only reason he had even gotten involved was because Teach had been after it. But now that the real owner had shown up, things were different. Sure, Lucky had taken a hit, but at the end of the day, they had technically been trying to steal Enel's property. If anyone was in the wrong here, it was them. And fighting a full-scale war with a warlord of the sea over a misunderstanding, that was more trouble than it was worth. After casting a glance at Teach, Shanks turned back to Enel and smirked. We're not interested in that devil fruit, he said, shrugging off the situation. Looks like this was all just a misunderstanding, but I'll remember this moment, Enel. Someday, I'll have to see for myself just how invincible the god of thunder really is. If the circumstances were different, Shanks might have fought Enel just to test his strength. But with Marco and Teach standing by, the risk of a full-blown three-way war was too high. And Teach clearly wasn't about to let this go. If a fight broke out between Enel and Shanks, he could swoop in and claim the dark fruit in the chaos. That was his best-case scenario. But Shanks had weighed the risks and decided it wasn't worth it. Enel, on the other hand, wasn't looking for unnecessary trouble. As long as Shanks wasn't going to fight for the fruit, there was no reason for conflict between them. Besides, he had actually profited from this situation. The dark fruit was now his, and since he had taken it back by force, there was no need to pay the remaining balance. And as for the deposit, keeping it was just common courtesy. Enel turned his gaze toward Marco and Teach, his eyes sharp and filled with warning. He wasn't going to tolerate anyone trying to take what was his. Marco sighed internally. If he had just taken the fruit before Enel arrived, there wouldn't have been a problem. But now there was no justifiable reason for the Whitebeard pirates to fight Enel over it. Starting a war over a single devil fruit wasn't worth it, especially not when Whitebeard was involved. Though he wanted the fruit, Marco ultimately had too many restrictions. Unlike Teach, he had Whitebeard's name to consider. So he looked at Teach, waiting to see what his next move would be. If Teach insisted on fighting, then Marco would support him. After all, a warlord wasn't someone he couldn't handle. Teach met Marco's gaze and understood. His mind raced. His greed for the dark fruit was undeniable, but he wasn't stupid. Even if he and Marco worked together, even if Shanks stayed out of it, there was no guarantee they could beat Enel. And if Enel couldn't be beat, he'd just run. On top of that, Shanks was unpredictable. There was no way to count on him staying neutral. Teach exhaled slowly. The situation was unfavorable. He had no choice but to let this go. For now. Besides, Enel was already a devil fruit user. He couldn't eat the dark fruit himself. And he wasn't known for having powerful subordinates. If he had spent years collecting devil fruits, yet none of his crew members had eaten them, it was possible that this fruit was just a trophy to him. Maybe there was another way. Instead of stealing the fruit, what if he could trade for it? Teach's expression shifted, and he suddenly laughed. "Zahahaha, looks like this fruit and I just weren't meant to be," he said smoothly. "If it ended up in your hands, Lord Enel, then that's just the way it is. A pirate takes what he can, that's how it works." Teach's words were carefree, but his eyes burned with calculation. This wasn't over. But instead of taking the dark fruit by force, he'd try another route. Marco, sensing Teach's decision, relaxed slightly. It seemed Teach wasn't about to do anything reckless. Nodding at Enel, Marco said, "Looks like we misunderstood the situation. No hard feelings." Enel smirked. "As long as the Whitebeard pirates don't cause me trouble, we won't have a problem." Shanks, seeing that nothing exciting was going to happen, stretched lazily and sighed. "Man, what a letdown," he muttered. "All right, let's head to another island. Maybe we'll find some actual fun there." And just like that, the battle for the dark fruit came to an anticlimactic end. The fruit was now firmly in Enel's possession. But as Teach left, he made sure to personally ask Enel for a way to contact him, making no effort to hide it from Marco. Marco didn't think much of it. He assumed Teach was simply trying to strike a deal for the fruit later. What he didn't know was that this single exchange had just planted the seed for an event that would change the entire world. Chapter 270. Jin, the Marines have plenty of money. New World Whitebeard's flagship, the Moby Dick. Marco and Teach had returned to the ship after their encounter with Shanks and Enel. When the crew heard about their fight with the Red Hair Pirates and how they almost ended up clashing with the warlord of the sea, Thunder God Enel, they weren't surprised in the slightest. Instead, they just laughed. They mocked Marco and Teach for picking a fight and failing to secure the dark fruit in the process. Even Whitebeard himself didn't seem to care much. The Whitebeard pirates were massive, with countless subordinates who got into fights every single day. There was no way Whitebeard could oversee every little skirmish. As long as things didn't escalate into an all-out war, he wasn't going to lose sleep over it. "Koolalala, Teach, if you really want a devil fruit, I've got a few good ones right here." Whitebeard laughed, glancing at Teach, who was still bandaged up from his injuries. Teach forced a grin, waving his hand dismissively. "Thanks, Pops, but no thanks. I've got my eyes only on the dark fruit. What am I supposed to do, eat one of those other fruits? Or should I just sell them off for charity?" Zahahaha. The atmosphere on the Moby Dick was relaxed. The Whitebeard pirates treated each other like family, with Whitebeard himself as their father figure. Teach's remark about charity was obviously meant as a joke, and Whitebeard didn't take offense. Instead, the old man grinned. "Koolalala, so you still haven't given up, huh, Teach?" Teach didn't even try to hide his ambition. "Of course not," he admitted openly. "Enel isn't going to eat the dark fruit himself. Over the years, he's collected plenty of devil fruits, but none of his subordinates have eaten them. It looks like he just enjoys hoarding them. So I'm going to pay him a visit in a few days, see if I can negotiate a deal for it." Teach wasn't trying to steal from his own crew. The dark fruit hadn't been something their crew had originally found, so there was no betrayal involved. And at this point, he wasn't planning to kill any of his crewmates or flee from the Whitebeard pirates. He figured he could still use their reputation to his advantage. So for now, he had no reason to expose his true ambitions. Whitebeard didn't overthink it. If Teach wanted to approach Enel peacefully, then fine. As long as there was no conflict, there was no real danger. Pirates were free to go where they pleased, and Whitebeard wasn't the kind of captain to restrain his crew. A few days later, after recovering from his injuries, Teach set off, leaving Whitebeard's territory without anyone stopping him. No one thought twice about it. No one had any suspicions. Meanwhile, at the G1 Marine base, Cladius had arrived as a guest. Recently, he had received a surprising update from Marine headquarters. Vice Admiral Mamosagi Jin, who had once been considered for the rank of admiral, had been transferred to command G1. This news caught him off guard. A Marine branch base was not the same as Marine headquarters. In terms of military ranking, branch officers were considered 2 ranks lower than those at HQ. For example, a vice admiral at a branch base would only be considered the equivalent of a commodore at headquarters. So even though Jin was technically in charge at G1, it felt more like a demotion than a promotion. Wanting to check on her, Cladius made a visit to see what was going on. Inside the vice admiral's office at G1, Cladius sat across from Jin, casually chatting with her. The two didn't see each other often, only occasionally meeting during holidays or vacations. Cladius absent-mindedly reached out to pluck a petal from one of the flowers in her office. Jin promptly kicked him. He didn't seem to mind. With an easy smile, he asked, "So what's the deal? You're supposed to be an admiral candidate, and yet you're stuck running the G1 branch. Did you piss off Sengoku or something?" He paused for a moment, then suddenly widened his eyes in mock shock. "Wait, don't tell me Tsuru broke his heart." Jin sighed heavily, rolling her eyes. "What are you talking about?" she scoffed. "And for the record, Tsuru and Sengoku are just comrades. Don't go spreading weird rumors." Claudius smirked, stroking his chin. "Really? But everyone says their relationship is unusual." Jin shot him a glare. "They're nothing more than war buddies. I would know." Claudius grinned playfully. "Oh, and what about us? Are we just war buddies too?" Jin folded her arms, her tone turning extra haughty. "You and me, we have a superior-subordinate relationship, nothing more." Claudius just laughed. All right, I'll stop teasing. But seriously, why are you really here?" Jin took a sip of tea before answering. "G1 is the most important Marine base in the New World. As part of our New World strategy, we needed a strong presence here." Claudius nodded. Yeah, but what's the real reason?" He wasn't buying the official explanation. There had to be something else going on behind the scenes. Jin hesitated for a moment, then decided not to hide it. Marine headquarters and Claudius had a strong relationship. There was no need to keep this from him. "The truth is, Marine's military budget has been very generous these past few years. Sengoku wants to adjust our strategy, but he doesn't want to be too obvious about it. So instead of making big, flashy moves, he's quietly fortifying key bases, strengthening them without drawing too much attention." Claudius nodded, processing the information. It made sense. If Marines suddenly escalated too aggressively, the world government would immediately take notice. Sengoku was playing it smart, slowly building up existing bases rather than making drastic new moves. And, Jin continued, within the next 5 years, Marine intends to shift its focus back to the New World. That's why they need a pioneer, someone to lead the effort, and that's where I come in. Claudius raised an eyebrow. "A pioneer for what exactly?" Jin set her cup down and met his gaze. "The Naval Headquarters relocation plan." Claudius' expression shifted slightly. Right now, Marineford, the current headquarters, was located in the first half of the Grand Line. But as Marine's power continued to grow, Sengoku had realized that having HQ in the first half of the Grand Line was strategically inconvenient. New World operations required constant back-and-forth travel, which was inefficient. So, he wanted to move Marine headquarters directly into the New World. This was a major decision. By relocating, Marine would cement its presence in the most dangerous region of the seas, taking the fight straight to the 4 emperors. In other words, Claudius mused, this G1 base is going to be the new center of Marine operations. "That's right," Jin confirmed. "My job is to fortify G1, to build it up to a level where it can serve as the new Marine headquarters before the relocation happens." There was unmistakable pride in her voice. Claudius smirked. Well, looks like the Marines are finally getting ambitious." Just then the office door opened, and Claudius' butler, Nia, stepped inside. "Your Highness," Nia said respectfully, "Enel has sent a gift." Chapter 271, Up for It. Claudius had no idea about the fight that had erupted between Enel, Shanks, Marco, and Teach on Versailles Island. After all, it wasn't that big of a deal. Other major factions on the seas hadn't even paid attention to it. Small-scale conflicts happened all the time. Kaido's men constantly clashed with Whitebeard's commanders, and those kinds of battles were just part of life in the New World. As long as a skirmish didn't escalate into a full-scale war, no one really cared. And the dark fruit. At the end of the day, it was just a Logia-type devil fruit. Sure, it was rare and valuable, but it wasn't world-changing on its own. So, to most people, the incident was a trivial matter, something not even worth reporting to Cladius. If every minor scuffle in the sea required his attention, he would have burned out long ago. That's why, when Cladius saw the dark fruit sitting before him, sent to him by Enel, he was completely stunned. Enel, did you actually just screw over Teach that badly? What's with the shocked face? Jin asked, watching Cladius blankly stare at the fruit in his hands. It's just a devil fruit, right? I heard Enel gives you these kinds of gifts all the time. Cladius ignored her, turning instead to Nia. How exactly did Enel get this fruit? Did he tell you anything? Nia nodded. Of course, Your Highness. There was actually quite a story behind it. It all started with a small-time pirate. She proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events, how the fruit had been stolen, how Teach had tried to claim it, and how Enel had stepped in and crushed any attempts to take it from him. As he listened, a flicker of intrigue passed through Cladius' eyes. When he heard Teach had been after the dark fruit, a thought formed in his mind, a very interesting and dangerous thought. Fascinating, he murmured to himself. The dark fruit was incredibly useful. If the rumors were true, it had the power to steal the abilities of other devil fruit users. That alone made it potentially one of the most dangerous fruits in existence. Cladius couldn't deny it, he wanted it. There were so many powerful criminals locked up in Impel Down. If he could use the dark fruit to strip their abilities, that would be a game changer. But there was one problem. Before Teach appeared, the dark fruit had already been documented in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. That meant someone else had eaten it in the past. And yet, no records existed of anyone using it to steal abilities before Teach. Which meant there was a chance that only Teach himself could unlock its true power. Without that ability, the dark fruit was still a strong Logia, but it wouldn't be game-breaking. And for Cladius, that made it far less important. Cladius already had a devil fruit of his own. He wasn't about to risk his life gambling on whether the dark fruit was worth switching to. For someone in his position, it was just an extra asset, useful but not necessary. However, what was important was the chaos this fruit could cause. Cladius wasn't just thinking about power. He was thinking about strategy. For the past few years, the power balance of the sea had remained stable. The four emperors had solidified their positions. No matter how many ambitious pirates fought for dominance, none of them had managed to disrupt the status quo. But Cladius knew stability was the enemy of opportunity. He needed chaos. Chaos would create openings. And in Marshal D. Teach, he saw the perfect agent of chaos. Jin noticed the subtle shift in his expression. She had spent enough time around Cladius to recognize that look. It was the look he always got when he was about to start trouble. This is good stuff, Cladius finally said, laughing. He turned back to Nia. Tell Enel that I love this gift. Nia tilted her head slightly. Do you truly like this fruit, Your Highness? Is it powerful? In the past, Enel had sent him devil fruits before, but Cladius had barely paid attention to them. He usually just handed them off to Spandine and thanked Enel out of politeness. But this time, something felt different. Oh, I love it, Cladius said with a smirk, not because of what it does, but because of what I can do with it. Nia didn't quite understand, but she didn't question it. Then Cladius gave a final order. Tell Enel to keep an eye on Teach. I have plans for him. Cladius knew exactly what kind of man Teach was. Once Teach had set his eyes on the dark fruit, there was no way he would give up. He would contact Enel. And the moment he did, Cladius would be ready. Teach was ruthless, ambitious, dangerous, and desperate. All the perfect ingredients for a useful pawn. As long as Teach made his move, Cladius could pull the strings, guiding him toward the perfect storm. Then he turned to Jin. "Contact Sengoku, tell him I want a meeting." Jin raised an eyebrow. "Why?" Cladius grinned. "Tell him I might have a way to deal with the Whitebeard pirates." Teach alone wasn't enough. To truly shake the power balance, Marine needed to be involved. A war between Whitebeard and Marine would change the entire world. And in that chaos, Cladius would seize his opportunity. Jin sighed, already sensing that whatever Cladius was planning, it was going to be big. "You really just can't stay out of trouble, can you?" Cladius just chuckled. "Just trust me, this is only the beginning." Teach had finally made his way to Enel's territory in the New World. Enel had already been warned by Cladius about Teach's arrival. He didn't know why Cladius was interested in Teach, but orders were orders. So when Teach walked in, Enel observed him carefully. "Will this guy end up being one of my new pawns?" Teach, on the other hand, was his usual self. "Zehahaha, Lord Enel, we meet again." Teach laughed as if nothing had happened between them before. Enel sat back on his sofa, nodding as he gestured for Teach to sit. "Marshal D. Teach, right?" "That's me. I see your reputation precedes you, Lord Enel." Teach grinned. Enel smirked. "You're strong, I respect strength." Not really, he thought. In truth, he was only humoring Teach because Cladius had told him to. Teach, of course, had no idea. Instead, he eagerly leaned forward. "I came here for one reason," Teach said, his eyes gleaming with greed. Enel already knew the answer. Dark fruit?" he asked. Teach grinned. "That's right," he said without hesitation. His eyes burned with ambition. Chapter 272, I'm So Poor. On a ship sailing through the New World, Teach sat inside his cabin, uncertain of his destination or whom he was about to meet. The only thing he knew was that the person he was about to see had to be someone truly formidable. After all, this person was the master of Enel, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I never expected Enel to have someone above him. What kind of man could make someone like Enel bow his head and call him master? Teach wondered as he took a bite from an apple. When he first approached Enel about acquiring the dark fruit, he had offered him anything in exchange. Whatever Enel wanted, Teach would try his best to provide. Surprisingly, Enel hadn't turned him down. However, just as Teach was about to celebrate, Enel told him that the dark fruit wasn't in his possession anymore. He had already given it away to someone else. Teach had felt a chill run down his spine at that moment. But fortunately, Enel had also told him that the dark fruit hadn't been consumed yet. If Teach still wanted it, he could arrange for him to meet this so-called big shot. As someone who had gambled his entire life on obtaining the dark fruit, Teach naturally couldn't just walk away. At the same time, he became deeply intrigued by the man who had earned Enel's loyalty. Without hesitation, he agreed. Enel had then arranged for a ship to take Teach to meet his master. That brought Teach to his current situation. It had been half a month since they had set sail, and he had yet to reach his destination. With each passing day, his suspicions grew stronger. It wasn't as if he hadn't considered the possibility of a trap. Teach was well aware that there might be some kind of conspiracy at play here, but he had no choice. If he wanted the dark fruit, he had to take the risk. Finishing his apple, Teach didn't even leave behind the core, he simply swallowed what was left in one bite. Just as he was about to take a drink, there was a knock at the cabin door. "Your Excellency, Teach, we're almost there," a voice called from outside. Teach's eyes lit up, and then he burst into laughter. "Zehahaha, finally, I'll be right there." After tidying himself up, he stepped out of the cabin and onto the deck. He scanned the surroundings, still nothing but open sea. There were no islands in sight. That surprised him, so they're not taking me to some kind of base. Then he turned his gaze toward the waters up ahead. A massive sailing warship loomed in the distance, large enough to rival a small island. Its enormous sail, which seemed to blot out the sun, bore the emblem of a celestial dragon's hoof. Teach's heart skipped a beat. The celestial dragons? As the initial shock wore off, his mind raced with speculation. He muttered to himself in astonishment, "This is the Prometheus, the ship of Cladius, the one they call Donquixote Cladius." So, Enel is actually working for him? Looks like I just stumbled upon a major secret. Enel, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is actually part of CPX. Teach's thoughts were in turmoil. Of course, he knew about CPX, the world government's most powerful and enigmatic organization. No one knew its full structure, and no one knew exactly who its core members were. But rumors had long suggested that some of the 7 warlords of the sea were involved. Donquixote Doflamingo is one of them, and now even Enel. Just what kind of organization is the 7 warlords of the sea? Could the others be part of CPX as well? If that's the case, their potential power might be on par with the old man. No, considering their secrecy, they could be even stronger. Teach muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with an unreadable light. As expected, his ship soon pulled up beside the Prometheus. A ladder was lowered, connecting the 2 decks. Teach had assumed that someone would come down to escort him, but to his surprise, the crew members on his ship shook their heads. "Your Excellency, Teach, we are not qualified to board the Prometheus. That lord has only granted permission for you to go up alone. There should be someone waiting for you there." Teach nodded, unfazed. He had come all this way, there was no turning back now. Besides, the Prometheus was legendary. People spoke of its grandeur, but no one had ever truly set foot on it. "Zehahaha, much appreciated," Teach chuckled before striding up the ship ladder. The moment he stepped onto the Prometheus, his eyes widened. This didn't feel like a ship. It was more like a palace, a floating city, even an island. If he hadn't just seen the exterior, he would have doubted it was a ship at all. The deck was massive, almost like a training ground. You could ride horses here, there was even a swimming pool. The cabins above deck were at least 4 stories tall, with the middle level constructed entirely of glass, an aquarium. From where he stood, Teach could see enormous sea beasts swimming inside. There weren't many people on board, at least not compared to the sheer size of the vessel. Atop the 4-story cabin hung a massive golden pendulum, ancient in design, exuding an air of history. At first glance, the ship didn't seem to radiate the excessive arrogance typical of the celestial dragons. In fact, it even seemed somewhat understated and refined. But that illusion quickly shattered. As a veteran of Whitebeard's crew, Teach had seen his fair share of wealth and power. At first, this ship seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, every detail exuded an unmistakable aura of nobility. The lawn was perfectly manicured, without a single blade of grass out of place. A faint, calming fragrance drifted through the air. Teach sniffed and realized the scent was coming from the wooden planks beneath his feet. Agarwood. Agarwood was a luxury, one of the rarest and most expensive materials in the world, often used by the most powerful elites to craft furniture or beds due to its calming properties. These bastards used this stuff to build an entire deck. Teach's gaze shifted to the ship's railing. He pressed against it, testing its sturdiness, but it didn't budge in the slightest. It was absurdly durable. This is treasure tree Adam. His mind reeled. He had encountered this wood before, back when he sailed with Whitebeard and clashed with Roger. It was one of the toughest materials in the world, used to build only the most legendary ships. Just as Teach was processing all this, a group of maids approached. Leading them was a strikingly beautiful woman. "Marshal D. Teach," the woman asked softly. Teach flashed his signature grin. "Zehahaha, that's me. My name is Nia. Please follow me. His Highness wishes to see you." His Highness? Teach raised an eyebrow. So it really is a celestial dragon. He didn't stop to dwell on it, instead following Nia toward the cabin. As they neared the entrance, Teach suddenly noticed that the deck beneath his feet was no longer smooth. Looking down, he saw a path paved with black stones. At first, he didn't think much of it, until he took a closer look. His breath caught in his throat. What the hell, these aren't stones, they're all black pearls. Each one was the size of an egg, uniform in shape and color. Who the hell uses black pearls to pave a walkway? The sheer extravagance. Meanwhile, inside a grand library, Cladius sat in an elegant posture, glasses resting on the bridge of his nose. A cup of warm tea sat on the table, incense filling the air with a calming aroma. Nico Robin was perched on a ladder, reading quietly, a book in one hand and a teacup in the other. Adjusting his glasses, Claudius smirked. "How's my image?" Robin didn't even look up. "You're just putting on an act." "You wouldn't understand. Kids don't have a sense of aesthetics," Claudius murmured. "I'm not a kid," Robin protested. At that moment, a knock came at the door. Claudius smiled. "Come in." Chapter 273, First. Standing outside the door, Teach was already overwhelmed by the sheer luxury of the corridor leading to the library. The entire space felt like a seamless masterpiece of opulence. This corridor had no windows, yet every 3 meters, a lampstand made of pure sterling silver was mounted on the walls. But instead of candles, each lamp held a night pearl the size of a clenched fist, illuminating the entire corridor with a soft, radiant glow. Even without additional lighting, the passage was bright as day. Beyond that, the walls on both sides were adorned with priceless paintings and inscriptions. Teach, being a pirate, couldn't recognize the artists or calligraphers behind them, but he knew one thing for certain: these were treasures beyond measure. Above the grand double doors leading into the library hung a large calligraphic inscription. Though Teach had no deep appreciation for art, he could tell that the writing carried a powerful and imposing presence. Even with his limited education, he could still read the words. "Books are the ladder of human progress." The signature at the bottom read, "Donquixote, Cladius." It seemed to be the personal handwriting of this so-called celestial dragon. Just as Teach was processing all these extravagant details, the maid named Nia knocked on the door. From within, a calm and gentle voice responded, inviting them inside. However, after opening the door, Nia did not step in. That left Teach no choice but to move forward on his own. The moment he stepped inside, he was met with the distinct scent of books, a faint, refreshing fragrance that immediately cleared his mind. There was also another subtle aroma in the air, something soothing that made him feel unusually comfortable. The room was vast, far more spacious than he had expected. It extended upward across 3 floors, each lined with towering bookshelves packed with an overwhelming number of books. But even that wasn't the most shocking thing to Teach. What truly left him astounded was the presence of several massive poneglyphs sitting on the ground floor of the library. One of them was even crimson red. Teach had spent years aboard Whitebeard's ship. He knew exactly what these were. He had heard stories about the poneglyphs, but more importantly, he understood what a crimson poneglyph represented. It was one of the 4 road poneglyphs that led to Laughtale. Countless pirates scoured the seas in search of these legendary stones, yet here he was, staring at one sitting right inside a celestial dragon's library. This is an opportunity, Teach thought, his heart pounding. The other poneglyphs didn't interest him much. He had no desire to learn about the past or decipher lost history, but a road poneglyph, that was a different story. Coming here was already worthwhile. Not only did he have a chance to obtain the dark fruit, but he had also discovered one of the keys to Laughtale. If I can somehow get my hands on this. Teach could barely contain his excitement. Beyond the books and poneglyphs, he noticed 2 figures inside the library. One was a woman sitting quietly on the steps of the 3rd floor, a book in her hands. Her curious gaze lingered on him. She looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. Even Teach had to admit she was a rare beauty. The intellectual aura she exuded, combined with her refined demeanor, made her practically flawless. The other figure was seated at a modest desk. This man hadn't even looked up since Teach entered, remaining absorbed in his book as if nothing else existed. Blonde hair, black-rimmed glasses, tall but not bulky. A pristine white suit with a black pen clipped to his chest. His handsome face carried an air of nobility, one that came naturally, not forced. Teach recognized him instantly, there was no doubt. This was Donquixote Cladius, the mysterious celestial dragon. Teach had already prepared himself mentally for this meeting. He had discarded all sense of pride the moment he decided to come here. Without hesitation, he hurried forward, dropped to his knees, and pressed his forehead to the floor. With the utmost respect, he declared, "Marshal D. Teach greets St. Claudius." This was standard etiquette. Teach knew the rules of the celestial dragons. When meeting them, you had to kneel and bow your head. That wasn't even up for debate. More importantly, he needed something from this man. For the sake of his ambition, Teach was willing to endure anything. Kowtowing, that was nothing. If he had to do it 10 times, he would. If he had to act subservient for years, he wouldn't hesitate. Right now, he'd bow his head first and think later. Besides, if playing humble could help him get the road poneglyph as well, then hell, he'd lick this guy's boots if necessary. Pressing his forehead firmly against the ground, Teach waited. But Cladius didn't respond right away. The only sound that reached Teach's ears was the soft rustling of pages turning. Teach knew how to play the game. He wasn't in a hurry. He understood his position. He was just a lowly pirate. Even as part of Whitebeard's crew, he was nowhere near the level of the man sitting before him. This was someone who had captured Roger, someone who had defeated Golden Lion Shiki. This was a man whose list of victories included names that even Whitebeard had to respect. Compared to that, Teach was nothing. Cladius had no reason to grant him an audience, yet here he was. That meant Enel must have spoken well of him. So Teach remained on his knees, patiently waiting for Cladius to finish reading. Finally, after flipping through a few more pages, Cladius lifted his gaze and looked at Teach. Seeing the pirate still kneeling in a perfect display of submission, Cladius felt an odd sense of amusement. This guy really is something else. He knows how to discard his pride when necessary. He'll do whatever it takes to reach his goal. Cladius didn't find Teach's behavior pathetic. If anything, he respected it. Many of history's greatest figures had endured humiliation for the sake of their ambitions. Teach was no different. He was the kind of man who could endure anything if it meant getting what he wanted. Still, Cladius saw no need to rush. He casually turned another page, took his time finishing the current section of his book, then slowly closed it and set it aside. Hearing the book shut, Teach tensed. He knew this was the moment. He immediately pressed his forehead even lower to the ground, ensuring his posture was as respectful as possible. Cladius picked up his cup of warm tea, took a slow sip, then finally spoke. "Rise. Thank you for your grace, your Highness Cladius." Teach responded instantly, bowing his head one last time before standing up. As he stood, he couldn't help but feel surprised. In his mind, Donquixote Cladius was supposed to be a ruthless warlord, a man with a terrifying presence, like a living storm. The photos he had seen from Whole Cake Island suggested a massive, muscular brute akin to Big Mom. Yet the man before him was nothing like that. Cladius carried himself with an air of refinement, exuding an elegant and composed temperament. This guy, he's nothing like what I imagined, so this is what a true celestial dragon is like. Teach didn't dare to stare directly at him. He knew better than to underestimate someone of this caliber. Cladius, still holding his teacup, glanced at him. "Teach," he murmured. Teach immediately straightened. "Yes, Your Highness. I hear from Enel that you were part of Newgate's crew. He spoke quite highly of you. But why is it that I've never heard of you before?" Teach quickly lowered his head. "A lowly figure like me wouldn't be worthy of Your Highness's attention." Cladius chuckled. "Is that so?" He set down his teacup and leaned back slightly. "A pirate from Newgate's ship, yet you've come to see me. Why?" Teach forced a humble smile. "I originally thought I was coming to meet some powerful pirate who knew I'd end up in front of a celestial dragon instead. But he didn't let any of that show. At this moment, he only had one objective: flatter praise. I have long admired Your Highness's greatness," Teach said with absolute sincerity. "I never thought I'd have the honor of meeting you in this lifetime. When I learned that Enel's master was none other than yourself, I was overjoyed." Cladius laughed. Then, after a pause, he took a slow breath. Just as Teach was trying to gauge his reaction, Cladius suddenly asked, "Tell me, Teach, can you guess what I smell right now?" Teach froze. "Smell?" Panic flickered in his mind. Did I forget to bathe? Keeping his composure, he responded respectfully. "How could I possibly guess Your Highness's thoughts?" Cladius smiled. "Hath ambition." His voice was light, but his words carried weight. "The son of ambition is thick on you, Teach." Chapter 274. Go kill Moria for me and prove your worth, Teach. Hearing Cladius's words, Teach felt a jolt of shock. Damn, Did he see through me that quickly? Did I expose my ambition so easily? But he didn't dare to say anything. If he denied it, it might come across as an attempt to deceive Claudius, and Teach wasn't sure about this man's temperament yet. If he miscalculated and offended him, wouldn't that be the end of the road? He might not even make it out of here alive. If he didn't deny it, but didn't know how to respond either, that would just leave him awkwardly stuck. As Teach struggled with how to react, Claudius spoke again. "You want the dark fruit?" Claudius asked casually. Teach exhaled in relief. This was a chance to shift the conversation. He nodded immediately and answered, "Yes, Your Highness. I want to obtain the dark fruit." "A good idea," Claudius replied in the same indifferent tone. Teach remained silent, standing respectfully. Claudius stroked his chin, then smiled and said, "But tell me, why should I give it to you?" Teach's heart tensed. Claudius paused briefly before continuing. "Or rather, what value do you bring to me?" Licking his lips, Teach quickly responded, "I am willing to serve Your Highness, to be your vanguard." Claudius suddenly laughed. Hiatus. Teach felt uneasy. "What's so funny?" "It seems my instincts were correct," Claudius said with amusement. "That strong stench of ambition is coming off you in waves, Teach." "Your Highness has sharp eyes like a torch illuminating the truth," Teach said, smoothly shifting into flattery. He wasn't about to argue. Claudius chuckled and continued, "You're from Newgate's ship, yet you say you want to pledge loyalty to me? Ha ha ha, that's amusing. A vanguard for me, huh? You do realize that there are countless people on this ocean who would love to work under me. What makes you think you deserve my favor?" "Because I have confidence," Teach said without hesitation. "I won't let you down." "Confidence is good," Claudius mused. He then leaned forward slightly and asked, "Even if I told you to go against Whitebeard?" Teach felt an immediate headache at those words. If I could take on Whitebeard right now, I wouldn't need the dark fruit in the first place. Teach hesitated, but then steeled himself and replied, "If Your Highness wishes to deal with him, I am willing to serve." The wording was carefully chosen. He wasn't saying he could take Whitebeard down. He was simply implying that he would be willing to assist in some way if Claudius needed him to. Claudius stared at Teach for a long moment. Just as Teach started feeling uneasy, Claudius suddenly said, "I appreciate ambitious people. Do you want to take Whitebeard's place?" Teach narrowed his eyes slightly. He then mustered some courage and asked in return, "Your Highness, wouldn't you prefer an obedient emperor of the sea?" Claudius smirked and nodded. "Very well, I like that answer." Teach's eyes lit up. "Then, the dark fruit." "It's in my possession," Claudius admitted casually. "And to be honest, it's useless to me." Teach was about to speak, but Claudius raised a hand to stop him. "But," Claudius continued, "words alone mean nothing. Before you prove your worth, it's far too soon for you to ask me for the dark fruit." There was no way Teach was getting the fruit so easily. Claudius never put stock in a man's words alone, especially not in Teach's so-called loyalty. He knew exactly what kind of person Teach was. What if he just took the fruit and ran? That's why Claudius had arranged for their meeting in the library, to dangle something even greater in front of him. It wasn't just the dark fruit at stake. The road poneglyph sitting in this room was another piece of bait, a way to make Teach understand that there were far bigger rewards in Claudius's possession. If he wanted them, he had to prove himself. Teach pondered for a moment before responding, "Your Highness, how can I prove my worth to you?" Claudius stroked his chin in thought, then said, "Enel spoke highly of your abilities. Are you as capable as he claims?" "I have confidence in my strength," Teach answered firmly. He knew that now was not the time to be humble. If he downplayed his worth, Claudius might decide he was useless. Claudius nodded, then turned to Robin and said, "Robin, hand me that file." Robin, who had been sitting quietly, stood up, retrieved a document from her books, and walked over to Claudius. Claudius took the file but didn't bother opening it. Instead, he tossed it straight to Teach. Teach's reflexes were sharp. He caught it midair and quickly flipped through it. His expression changed slightly. After a moment, he muttered, "Gecko Moria." Claudius picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said with a smile, "Yes, Gecko Moria. Go kill him. Prove your strength. Prove your worth." Teach swallowed, then he asked cautiously, "But, Isn't Moria one of the 7 warlords of the sea? The 7 warlords were, after all, under the jurisdiction of the world government. Wasn't Enel working for Cladius? How could he just order the death of one of his own subordinates? Yes, Moria is one of the 7 warlords, Cladius acknowledged, but he's useless now. Keeping him around serves no purpose. His tone was ice cold. Moria had originally been added to the warlords as part of a government initiative to counter Kaido. The 5 elders had been eager to challenge Big Mom's growing influence, so they had hastily filled the warlord positions and pushed for Moria, someone with a personal grudge against Kaido, to be one of them. But that plan had failed. Even after forming the 7 warlords, even after launching military operations against Kaido, the results had been lackluster. And Moria, he had done nothing of value. He barely left the Florian Triangle these days. His reputation was fading instead of growing. To Cladius, a useless asset was a liability. So why keep him? Better to eliminate him and replace him with someone better. Hearing the utter indifference in Claudius's voice, Teach was taken aback. Damn, this guy's ruthless. He really just disposes of people once they lose their value. But Teach liked that kind of thinking. Claudius's voice snapped him back to reality. Are you hesitating? Claudius asked, his tone now slightly impatient. Teach flinched. No hesitation at all, Your Highness. I'll get it done. Claudius nodded, then gave him a pointed look before smirking. If you kill Moria and prove your worth, Claudius said, his voice carrying a hint of amusement, then perhaps I might consider making you the new warlord in his place. Bait the horse with a carrot. It wasn't just about ordering Teach to kill Moria. It was about offering rewards worth chasing. Teach's heart stirred. A seat among the 7 warlords of the sea, that was no small thing. He hadn't thought about this before, but now, the warlord title could serve as a stepping stone, an opportunity for him to build his power, to move freely, to get closer to his real goals. Teach made up his mind instantly. With a deep bow, he said, I am honored by your generosity, Your Highness. Claudius waved a hand dismissively. Don't waste my time with empty words. Go, kill Moria, show me what you can do. Teach's grin widened. I won't disappoint you, Your Highness. Claudius simply waved him off. Good, I'll be waiting for the good news. Chapter 275, The Man Who Rewrites Eras, Claudius. Teach knew better than to overstay his welcome. The man in front of him was clearly a pragmatist, one who valued results over empty words. If Teach wanted benefits, he had to prove his worth first. Still, this trip hadn't been a loss. He had secured a connection with a celestial dragon. In his mind, Teach had already outlined 3 key benefits from this encounter. First, the dark fruit. This was the immediate prize he was after. Second, the road poneglyph housed in Claudius's library. If he could find a way to obtain that, he would be one step closer to Laugh-Tale. Third, and perhaps most importantly, an opportunity. Strength alone wouldn't make him the next emperor of the sea. Timing and positioning mattered just as much. And right now, Claudius seemed to be interested in Whitebeard's downfall. If Claudius truly intended to shake the foundations of the Whitebeard pirates, then the stability of the seas would be shattered. And for Teach, chaos meant opportunity. No matter the means, Whitebeard had to die. Only then would Teach have a chance to take his place. But could he do it alone? No, not yet. Even if he gathered some allies, taking on Whitebeard was still a near impossible task. As someone who had spent decades by Whitebeard's side, Teach understood that better than anyone. That meant he needed powerful allies. And Claudius, there was no doubt in Teach's mind, this was a man with the power to kill Whitebeard. Once I obtain the dark fruit, and when the time is right, I'll get my hands on the tremor fruit as well. Then, I'll be the strongest man in the world, and my true ambitions can finally begin. Teach was certain of one thing: Claudius wanted Whitebeard dead for the sake of the world government. That much was obvious. From his perspective, it was only natural to eliminate a pirate. But Teach's goals were different. He didn't care about the government's agenda. He wanted Whitebeard's power. And since their immediate interests aligned, it only made sense for him to work under Claudius. For now. Looks like I'll be serving this highness for a while, Teach mused. But that's fine. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. He wants to use me, but I also want to use him. Zahahaha. With those thoughts in mind, Teach left the library. Inside the library. After Teach departed, Claudius calmly picked up his book and resumed reading, as if nothing had happened. Robin, however, continued staring at him curiously. After a long pause, she could no longer hold back her thoughts. "Do you really trust that guy Teach?" she asked. Claudius blinked, then turned to her with a puzzled look. "Trust," he repeated, then he chuckled. "When did I ever say I trusted him?" Robin frowned. "Didn't you just send him to kill Moria? You believe he's capable of doing it, don't you? Isn't that trust?" Claudius laughed. "Ha ha ha, what is trust?" he said playfully. He leaned back slightly, then added, "Did I give him anything?" Robin hesitated, then said, "The dark fruit." Claudius shook his head. "He only gets it after he kills Moria." "Then what about the 7 warlords of the sea position?" she asked. "That too, he only gets if he completes the task." Robin pondered this for a moment, then nodded. "I see your point." Claudius smirked. "Exactly. I haven't given him anything yet. He has to kill Moria first, so where's the trust in that?" Robin narrowed her eyes slightly. "What if he fails?" "Then he fails," Claudius said casually. "That would just mean he wasn't worth my time, and in that case I wouldn't have lost anything, would I?" Robin remained silent for a moment before asking, "But what if this provokes Moria?" Claudius waved a hand dismissively. "And what's Moria going to do about it? If Teach fails, I'll just send someone else to kill him. It's that simple." He then smirked and added, "Besides, Teach isn't officially under me. He has no mark tying him to me, so even if he fails, no one can prove I had anything to do with it. Maybe Moria will think it was Whitebeard's doing, which could spark even more chaos. Either way, it has nothing to do with me." Robin lightly tapped her fingers against her book, then sighed. "You people are so calculating." Claudius smiled. "What's so sinister about this? It's just common sense." Robin was quiet for a moment, then asked, "But what if Teach actually kills Moria? Will you really give him the dark fruit? Will you trust him then?" Claudius grinned. "I, Claudius, always keep my word," he said. "If Teach really kills Moria and proves his worth, I'll give him the fruit." He then chuckled and added, "But trust, ha ha ha, you think I'd trust a pirate? Especially one who's willing to betray his own father." Robin thought about it and realized he was right. There was no way Claudius would be that naive. But then another thought crossed her mind. In that case, why even give him the dark fruit at all? Why not just kill him after he completes the job? If you don't say anything, no one will even know this deal existed. It wouldn't affect your reputation. Claudius looked at her in surprise. After a brief moment, he let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. You're just as ruthless as the rest of us," he teased. "You were calling me sinister earlier, and now look at you." Robin's face flushed slightly, and she glared at him. Claudius, still grinning, waved a hand dismissively. "There's no need for that," he said. "Once Teach proves his worth, I can simply give him more tasks." "Like what?" Robin asked, tilting her head. "Like killing Whitebeard." Robin sighed and rolled her eyes. "You really do have high expectations for this guy." Claudius smirked. "Ahahaha, of course, I'm not expecting him to do it alone, but he is Whitebeard's son. A knife to the back always cuts deeper." Robin wasn't entirely convinced, but for some reason, she felt like this plan could actually work. If Claudius really managed to orchestrate Whitebeard's downfall, the entire balance of power in the world would shift once again. And when she thought about it, in every major event that had reshaped the world over the past 2 decades, Claudius's influence had always been lurking in the background. When Golden Lion Shiki clashed with Roger at Edwar, Claudius had been the one to capture Shiki. That had been the first major upheaval of the era. When Roger was captured, it was Claudius's forces that had ensured his execution. That had been the second major shift, marking the beginning of the Great Pirate Era. When the 7 warlords of the sea system was introduced, it was Claudius who helped shape it, dividing the pirates into factions and fundamentally altering the era. When the 4 emperors system was beginning to take shape, Claudius had shattered Big Mom's forces, preventing her from consolidating power. And now he was targeting Whitebeard. If he succeeded, It would be another monumental shift. Realizing this, Robin found herself stunned. This guy, how many times has he rewritten history? For a brief moment, she wondered, could even Whitebeard fall at this man's hands? Meanwhile, Claudius glanced at his gold pocket watch, checked the time, and muttered, Sengoku should be arriving soon. At the same time, a marine warship was approaching Prometheus. Standing on its deck was Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Chapter 276, Sengoku, that sounds like a mess. Sengoku didn't need to meet at the library. Instead, Claudius was waiting for him at an Ocean View restaurant, prepared to have lunch together. The entire restaurant was surrounded by a massive aquarium, creating an elegant ambience. In fact, the aquarium itself served as the source of many of the restaurant's ingredients. Dining here felt like eating at the bottom of the ocean, a novel experience. Claudius was already seated, casually nibbling on some snacks. Before long, Nia entered with Sengoku. Unlike when she had greeted Teach, where she kept a cold and distant demeanor, things were different this time. Teach was a pirate, and Nia knew that no matter what, Claudius would never truly bring that man under his command. So, she had maintained a stern expression and an aloof attitude the entire time. Of course, Teach was shrewd enough to know his place. He could bend when necessary and endure when needed. Sengoku, however, was another matter entirely. Nia knew he was an old friend of His Highness, with an unusual relationship that went beyond rank and status. They were genuine acquaintances. Thus, her demeanor was far more welcoming now. She wore a pleasant smile and even engaged in small talk with Sengoku along the way. Sengoku, for his part, understood very well that Nia was someone deeply trusted by Claudius. She was privy to almost everything, and in all likelihood, she was something even more significant to him. His wife? That might be a stretch. Mistress? That didn't sound quite right either. Whatever the case, men understood these things. If Claudius had known what Sengoku was thinking, he probably would have snapped, "What the hell do you know? Go deal with Tsuru first before you talk to me." Regardless, Sengoku didn't underestimate Nia simply because she was a butler. On the contrary, he enjoyed the conversation, exchanging a few light-hearted jokes with her along the way. Upon reaching Claudius's table, Sengoku chuckled and said, "I'm not even here yet, and you've already started eating, Your Highness. I keep a strict schedule for my meals. Ever heard of obsessive-compulsive disorder?" Claudius replied with a grin, setting down the half-eaten pastry in his hand. "I don't buy that for a second," Sengoku muttered, shaking his head. With that, he pulled out a chair and sat across from Claudius. Nia, ever attentive, promptly refilled both their cups with hot tea. Sengoku didn't particularly mind that Claudius had already started eating. "Haha, I heard the Marines are planning to relocate their headquarters to G1, Claudius asked, smiling. Sengoku picked up a small pastry from the table, took a bite, and smacked his lips. "So, Jin really couldn't keep it to herself, huh? Leaking confidential information to you already? I suppose I should start reconsidering a few things." Claudius rolled his eyes. "I didn't even complain about you transferring her to a branch." "It's not a demotion. It's an important mission," Sengoku explained instinctively. But then he paused, realizing something, and chuckled. "Why am I even explaining myself to you? Looks like Jin really has found herself a backer." "Ha ha ha ha, what do you think?" Claudius laughed heartily. After exchanging a few more jokes, Sengoku got to the main topic. "Jin told me that Your Highness has come up with a plan to deal with Newgate." Claudius turned to Nia. "Bring out some hot dishes." Nia nodded and left to handle it. Claudius then turned back to Sengoku and smiled. "Let's eat while we talk." As their meal began, the two of them indulged in a lavish lunch. At a nearby table, Robin and the others were dining separately. Between bites, Claudius began outlining his thoughts and strategies to Sengoku. Sengoku took a piece of juicy sea beast meat, chewed twice, and then furrowed his brows. "From the inside?" he asked in surprise. "Exactly," Claudius said. "The biggest problem with the Whitebeard pirates is that they're too spread out. It's impossible to catch them all at once. If a direct fight turns unfavorable, Newgate can simply retreat. But if we attack from within, the situation changes." He took a sip of tea and continued with a smirk. "If we can secure the right hostages, we'll have all the leverage we need." Sengoku narrowed his eyes. And who exactly do you plan to take hostage, Your Highness? Only the most important ones. When we're ready to act, we'll seize Weibel first. Then we go after the Whitebeard pirates' key captains, Marco, Jazu, Thatch, Vista. Every single one of them, Claudius said casually, taking another sip of tea. He paused briefly before adding, with both his adopted and biological sons on the line, do you really think Newgate will just sit still? Sengoku exhaled sharply. Weibel isn't necessarily Newgate's son. He trailed off, then shook his head. Not that it matters. No one can prove it either way. If nothing else, we can frame it as retribution for Zephyr. He tapped his fingers on the table. But capturing Marco and the others won't be easy. You do realize they rarely leave Newgate's side. That's exactly what I wanted to discuss today. Claudius leaned forward slightly. I've already turned one of Newgate's sons against him. Sengoku, who had just raised his teacup, nearly spilled it in shock. You're serious? Why would I lie? Claudius nodded. The Whitebeard pirates were famous for their loyalty and camaraderie. The Marines had tried to sow discord among them before, but never succeeded. Yet now, Claudius was claiming to have flipped one of them. Who is it? Sengoku asked quickly. Teach, Marshal D. Teach, Claudius said in a low voice. Sengoku blinked, momentarily puzzled. Who? Then realization dawned on him, and he chuckled bitterly. An ordinary crew member. Sure, he calls Newgate father, but he's not just some random crew member, Claudius interjected. He's been with Newgate for decades. He's close to Marco and the others. Recently, there was that dark fruit incident at sea. You've heard about it, haven't you? Sengoku frowned in thought, then nodded. Right, that was Enel, wasn't it? I heard Marco and Shanks almost fought over it. We Marines intended to intervene, but by the time we got there, the situation had already settled. Enel's presence made things even messier, so we decided to back off. Claudius smirked. What you might not know is that the whole incident was triggered by Teach. He wanted the dark fruit, and that's what set everything in motion. That fruit is in my possession now, that's why I was able to turn him. Sengoku stroked his beard thoughtfully. And you trust him? When the time is right, I'll have Teach capture a Whitebeard captain and deliver them to us. We'll then stage a public execution, forcing Newgate into an all-out war, Claudius said firmly. Sengoku's eyes gleamed with interest. He tapped the table lightly before nodding. In other words, you want me to start making preparations now. With careful planning and an element of surprise, the Marines could amass their full strength and crush the Whitebeard pirates in one decisive battle. They would have to be patient, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And when that moment came, with both an internal defector and external pressure, victory would be within reach. Sengoku had to admit he was tempted. The Marines had already built up considerable power, and they were preparing to relocate their headquarters into the New World. If they could eliminate the Whitebeard pirates beforehand, wouldn't that be the perfect prelude? Marching into the New World with such momentum, who would dare challenge the Marines? Yes, Claudius said, but this plan requires careful coordination. We'll need to move step by step. I've already ordered Teach to prove his worth by taking out Moria first. Sengoku nodded. That makes sense. We can't entrust him with such a critical mission without seeing his capabilities first. As for Moria, neither Claudius nor Sengoku cared about him in the slightest. His fate was already sealed. Chapter 277, No One Knows the Way. In the East Blue, at Logtown, Rorinoa Zoro had already become a seasoned bounty hunter. He had left Shimitsuki village some time ago, venturing out on his own. Of course, he was still as hopelessly lost as ever. It seemed that no matter where he went, no one could give him proper directions. Not that it bothered him too much. As long as he didn't starve to death, he was fine. With his swordsmanship, which was more than enough to dominate the small-time fighters of the East Blue, Zoro had found a decent job as a bounty hunter. He had cut down quite a few pirates, exchanged their bounties with the world government, and made enough money to survive. More importantly, he was using this opportunity to search for someone. That's right, his reason for setting out to sea was simple. He wanted to find Kuina, who had been taken away by Claudius years ago. He had to challenge her to a duel and see who was stronger now. But since he was hopeless with directions, he had made no real progress. He didn't even know where Kuina was. Before he left, Master Kashiro had mentioned something about looking for CPX, but that hadn't helped at all. He was already lost. How was he supposed to find an organization like that? Recently, however, he had gained 2 travel companions. One was Johnny, a self-proclaimed sword master. The other was Yasaku. These 2 boasted about one day taking down Dracul Mihawk himself, yet here they were, tagging along with Zoro. Thanks to these 2 somewhat competent guides, Zoro had managed to reach Logtown. His reason for coming here was simple: this was the gateway to the Grand Line. He had realized that if he wanted to find Kuina, he had to head there next. "Boss, let's stock up on supplies here before we search for the entrance to Reverse Mountain and make our way into the Grand Line," Joseph suggested, noticing the 3 swords at Zoro's waist. "Yeah," Zoro nodded, "but first, I need to find a better sword." Kuina had been taken away by Cladius years ago, and later, she ended up at Marine headquarters alongside Mihawk for a time. After Mihawk had finished his business there, he had left, but Kuina had decided to stay, drawn to the Marines and their ideals. Seeing this, Cladius had made arrangements for her to train under Jin, a powerful swordswoman. Not only did this provide Kuina with a mentor, but it also ensured that someone with ties to Cladius was embedded within the Marines. Now, Kuina had grown into a formidable Marine officer, holding the rank of Commodore at Marine headquarters. She wielded a sword of the Wazamano grade, a well-crafted blade of notable quality. Zoro, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. His weapons were mediocre at best. Logtown, being the last major stop before the Grand Line, was teeming with pirates looking to resupply. However, because of the presence of a particularly formidable Marine captain stationed there, most of these pirates lingered around the outskirts, avoiding direct confrontation. Zoro needed more berries to afford both supplies and a decent blade. Of course, as a bounty hunter, finding a pirate to take down would be the best way to earn some quick cash. Unfortunately, he still had no knowledge of haki, and during a recent battle, one of his swords had been shattered. Naturally, now that he was on the island, his first priority was to acquire a quality replacement. "Boss, why don't you go buy your sword first? Leave the supply run to us," Yasaku offered with a grin. Johnny, however, quickly covered his mouth and whispered, "No, I should go with him. You handle the supplies, Yasaku." Yasaku raised an eyebrow. Why?" Before Yasaku could argue, Johnny leaned in and muttered, "If we let the boss go alone, we'll probably end up searching for him on the Grand Line." Yasaku froze. The thought of Zoro's legendary lack of direction sent a chill down his spine. He quickly nodded and said, "You know what? That's a good point. Johnny, you go with him." Zoro didn't seem to care either way. Under Johnny's guidance, they asked around and eventually found the location of a sword shop on the island. As they walked through the streets, Johnny suddenly spoke up. "Hey, boss, did you hear? The Krieg pirates left the East Blue 2 days ago. They're heading for the Grand Line to try and make a name for themselves. Pretty impressive, huh? With their strength, they might actually have a shot at becoming the Pirate King." Zoro scoffed. "Not a chance. I've never been to the Grand Line, but I can tell that it takes more than that to survive there. Krieg's nothing special." Johnny smirked. "Oh yeah, and what about you, boss? Are you stronger than him?" Rorinoa Zoro, the 3-sword-wielding bounty hunter. Aside from reclusive masters like Kashiro, he was easily one of the strongest swordsmen in the East Blue. But Zoro was self-aware. He had seen Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. He had even encountered Cladius, the leader of CPX. He had studied the battle scars they left behind, evidence of their sheer power. Judging by those marks alone, these people were monsters. At his current level, Zoro couldn't even dream of slicing through an entire valley with a single strike. "I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well," Zoro muttered. Johnny blinked in confusion. "Frog at the bottom of a well? What are you talking about, boss? You're already the strongest swordsman I know. If you make it to the Grand Line, you're bound to claim the title of the world's strongest soon enough." Zoro didn't answer. Instead, he glanced up at a shop nearby. "That's the sword shop, right?" Before Johnny could respond, Zoro pushed open the door and walked inside. Inside, A young woman with short orange hair was leaning on the counter, playfully bargaining with the shopkeeper. "Come on, mister, I'm a beautiful woman. Shouldn't you give me a discount just for that? If not, how about 2 fresh oranges from my hometown?" Zorro spared her a brief glance before ignoring her entirely. His mind was entirely focused on swords and swordsmanship. If there was any woman who could ever hold his interest, it was Kuina, no one else. The girl, of course, was none other than Nami. Claudius's intervention in the East Blue had drastically changed the region. The fishmen pirates, including Arlong, had been sent off to the Calm Belt. The Marines had also cracked down on crime, leading to a far more stable environment. As a result, Nami had never become a thief. Instead, she had simply chosen to go out to sea, driven by her dream to map the entire world with her own hands. She also wanted to find Claudius, thank him in person, and give him 2 of her favorite oranges as a token of appreciation. After sailing all the way to Logtown, she was now preparing to enter the Grand Line. But first, she wanted to buy a quality dagger for self-defense. The only problem? She was broke, so here she was, trying to charm the shopkeeper into giving her a discount. Zorro, meanwhile, walked straight to the counter and spoke. "I'm heading into the Grand Line. My current swords won't cut it. Got any good ones?" The shopkeeper, sensing a genuine customer, quickly turned his attention away from Nami. "Of course. All our blades are of fine quality, sorted by grade and price. What are you looking for?" But Zorro wasn't listening. His eyes had locked onto a pile of discarded swords in the corner. Something there had caught his attention. Taking a few steps forward, he reached in and pulled out a single blade. His brows furrowed slightly as he murmured, "Now this is a fine sword." "Ah, wait, I wouldn't recommend that one," the shopkeeper warned. "That's a cursed blade, the Sandaikaitsu. It's said to bring misfortune to its wielder." Zorro smirked. Before he could reply, the shop door swung open again. "Hey, shopkeeper, got anything new? I heard you got your hands on a Mado recently, right? Mind letting me take a look?" A young marine woman with glasses had entered, her voice crisp and energetic. "Tashigi," the shopkeeper greeted with a smile. Zorro's eyes widened in shock. "Kuina, so you were here all along, you never left the East Blue." "Kuina?" Tashigi looked at Zorro in confusion, not understanding what he was talking about. However, as soon as her eyes landed on the sword in Zorro's hand, her expression changed. The sword enthusiast in her instantly took over, and she exclaimed excitedly, "The Sandaikaitsu." Zorro, still convinced she was Kuina, tightened his grip on the sword and said in a deep voice, "Let's see how much stronger you've gotten over the years." With that, he drew the Sandaikaitsu. Tashigi was startled by his sudden aggression, but she reacted instinctively. Her own blade, Shigyur, was unsheathed in an instant, and she stepped into a defensive stance. "Who are you? How dare you attack a marine?" she demanded. But the moment Zorro clashed blades with her, he immediately sensed something was off. Why is she so weak? Before things could escalate further, the shopkeeper quickly intervened, shouting, "Wait, that's Marine Sergeant Tashigi, don't cause trouble." Zorro blinked in shock. "Tashigi, you're not Kuina." For a moment, his mind reeled. Could it be that his childhood rival had a long-lost twin sister? Master never mentioned that. Chapter 278, Zorro and Nami set off on their own. "So, you're telling me there's someone out there who looks exactly like me?" Tashigi asked in surprise. At this moment, Zorro, Tashigi, Nami, the shopkeeper, Johnny, and a few others were all gathered together. The earlier misunderstanding had been cleared up. Tashigi had never heard of anyone named Kuina. Meanwhile, Zorro had acquired the Sandaikaitsu through a test of fate, proving his courage in a gamble against its so-called curse. His fearless display won the admiration of the shopkeeper, who not only sold him the cursed blade, but also gifted him another sword, the treasured heirloom of the shop, Yubashiri. The shopkeeper firmly believed that once Zorro entered the Grand Line, he would undoubtedly become a great swordsman. And what better fate for a fine blade than to be wielded by a true warrior? However, since Zorro was about to set sail for the Grand Line, and Luffy had yet to even begin his journey, the two would not be crossing paths anytime soon. This meant that Yubashiri might not meet the same tragic fate it did in another timeline. Perhaps this time, it would have a chance to shine. Yeah, Zorro responded flatly. She looks exactly like you except she doesn't wear glasses, and trust me, she's much stronger than you. Tashigi bristled at the remark, but instead of arguing, she asked, "So you're heading to the Grand Line?" "Yeah, I need to find her and finally settle the score. She beat me 1,250 times. Not once did I ever win. There's no way I can just let that go," Zorro declared, his tone resolute. Tashigi glanced at Johnny before asking, "So, it's just the two of you going to the Grand Line?" "No, there's one more. Our other brother is out buying supplies," Johnny replied. "Three people," Tashigi murmured before shaking her head. "You guys seriously underestimate the Grand Line. Just the three of you? That's practically a death sentence. By the way, do any of you even know how to sail?" "Sail? What kind of question was that?" Zorro looked confused. As far as he was concerned, if you had a boat, you just rowed, right? Johnny, however, puffed out his chest confidently. "I know a little bit. I can read maps. Once we finish buying the sword, we'll go purchase a Grand Line chart." Tashiga's face twitched in disbelief. "You don't understand anything, and yet you're planning to head to the Grand Line? You do realize normal navigation methods don't work there, right?" "What do you mean, normal navigation methods don't work?" Johnny looked equally confused. "How do you sail without using a map?" At that moment, Nami chuckled and interjected. "It's not that you don't use maps at all, but the maps themselves aren't as important as this." As she spoke, Nami pulled out a log pose. Tashigi wasn't surprised after all, she was from the Grand Line. But Zorro and Johnny stared at it blankly, utterly clueless. "What the hell is that?" "This is a log pose," Nami explained, launching into an explanation about how the Grand Line's magnetic fields worked and why traditional maps were useless. It didn't take long for Zorro and Johnny to grasp the basics. The realization hit Johnny hard, so sailing in the Grand Line was that complicated. Now, for the first time, he hesitated. Boss, maybe we should wait a bit and find a proper navigator." Zorro frowned. He wanted to find Kuina as soon as possible. If they waited around just to find a navigator, who knew how long that would take? Sensing his hesitation, Nami smirked and said, "Well, what if I go with you? Not to brag, but when it comes to navigation, there's no one in the East Blue better than me." "You're heading to the Grand Line too?" Zorro asked, glancing at her. Before Nami could answer, Zorro nodded to himself. "Well, yeah, otherwise why would you even have a log pose?" "That's right, like you, I have someone I need to find. And I also want to chart the entire world," Nami declared confidently. "Who are you looking for?" Zorro asked. Nami grinned. "You'll never believe it, Donquixote Cladius. Ever heard of him? I'm looking for him." Zorro's eyes widened slightly. "What a coincidence. I'm looking for him too, since Kuina was with him back then." "Huh, seriously?" Nami blinked in surprise. Then, as if remembering something, she asked excitedly, "Wait, did she carry a white saber with a white hilt?" When Claudius had stayed in Kakasi village, Kuina had been with him. Even after all these years, Nami vaguely recalled a little girl who was always by Claudius's side. "That's right, her sword is Wada Ikamanji. You've seen her before?" Zorro asked, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. "Wada Ikamanji, one of the 21 Awazamano grade swords," Tashigi and the shopkeeper exclaimed in shock. But Nami paid them no mind. Instead, she nodded eagerly. "Yeah, she really was with Claudius back then. Looks like we've got the same destination. So, what do you say? Want to head to the Grand Line together?" Nami had originally run out of money because she spent most of it buying a log pose on the black market, wanting to be at least somewhat prepared before venturing into the Grand Line. At first, she had planned to hitch a ride with a merchant ship or something similar. But now, it seemed like she had found a much better option. Zorro, naturally, had never heard of Nami before. She wasn't exactly famous. But Nami, on the other hand, instantly recognized Zorro. After all, he was the strongest swordsman in the East Blue's bounty hunter circles, known for his unique three-sword style. Judging by his reputation, he wasn't the type to be involved in shady dealings. He was a bounty hunter, after all. And from their brief exchange, she could tell he wasn't a bad person. Their goals were also conveniently aligned. Both of them needed to enter the Grand Line, both were looking for someone, and both were chasing a lead that led straight to Cladius. Zoro had strength and weapons, along with a ship and supplies. Nami had navigation skills and a sharp mind. If they joined forces, wouldn't that make for a perfect partnership? Zoro thought the same thing. Since they had run into each other by chance, why not form a team and set sail together? Tashigi, however, had one last question. You do realize that Cladius is a celestial dragon, right? Finding him won't be easy. Well, it's better than doing nothing. Besides, he once told me that if I ever needed anything, I could come to him and join CPX, Zoro replied casually. And so, after this unexpected turn of events, Roronoa, Zoro, and Nami decided to set sail for the Grand Line together. Meanwhile, far away in the New World, Claudius had no idea that two fresh-faced rookies had just set out to find him. But even if he did, he would probably just laugh it off. If Zoro and Nami really did manage to track him down, well, he wouldn't mind taking them under his wing. After all, why not? If they were useful, they could help him make some money. As for what this meant for Luffy, that had nothing to do with him. If Luffy had a problem with it, he could go complain to his grandpa. Why not become a Marine? Who knows, maybe he could even make it to Admiral someday. At Marineford, Kuina had just stepped off a warship. Coincidentally, it was a dog-headed warship, which could only mean one thing: the commanding officer was Garp. Ahahaha, Kuina, I heard you're from the East Blue too. I might be heading there soon. Want to come along? Garp laughed heartily as he disembarked. Kuina hesitated for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. No, I'm transferring to G1. G1? Garp raised an eyebrow before grinning. Ah, following Injin's footsteps, huh? Yeah, she needs reinforcements, and I've heard New World offers a greater challenge. I want to test my strength there, Kuina replied with a smile. You've got ambition. Good, work hard. I wouldn't be surprised if you surpassed Evanjin someday, Garp said approvingly. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. If only that no-good grandson of mine had half your discipline. Damn you, Shanks. Chapter 279, Headwind, Moria vs. Teach. In the first half of the Grand Line, there exists a treacherous sea region known as the Florian's Triangle. Shrouded in dense mist all year round, this place is perpetually cast in shadow, with the sun never breaking through its eerie fog. Throughout maritime history, fog has always been a harbinger of danger. After all, one can never know what lurks within its depths. Mystery often breeds peril. The Grand Line is home to many strange fogs, each with its own legend. There's the ever-present mist of the Florian's Triangle, as well as the Rainbow Mist, which is rumored to allow passage through time itself. According to statistics, over 100 ships vanish without a trace in the Florian's Triangle each year. Most people sailing the Grand Line have no idea why this happens. Strangely enough, these mysterious disappearances only started occurring about 7 or 8 years ago. However, the world government knows exactly what's behind it. The Florian's Triangle was always a dangerous place due to its naturally misleading fog. Many ships found themselves circling endlessly, unable to escape. The magnetic field in the region is also highly unstable. Adding to the peril, enormous sea kings, which typically avoid sunlight, gather within this darkened expanse. These factors alone were enough to turn the Florian's Triangle into a place of myth and fear. Yet, in the past, some lucky sailors still managed to escape. That was until 7 or 8 years ago, when Gecko Moria took refuge there. After suffering a crushing defeat at the hands of Kaido in the New World, Moria abandoned the fight for supremacy among pirates. He retreated to the first half of the Grand Line, recruiting subordinates before disappearing into the Florian's Triangle. From then on, his ship, the Thriller Bark, the world's largest sailing vessel, became the stuff of nightmares. Any ship that entered the mist never came back. Moria turned every survivor into an undead minion, enslaving them as zombies. And because these creatures had no shadows, even if they managed to escape the triangle, they would disintegrate upon exposure to sunlight. Thus, the Florian's Triangle became a true graveyard, one with no survivors. Originally, Claudius had expected Teach to handle Moria with ease. After all, Teach was exceptionally strong even without a devil fruit. He could fight Shanks to a standstill in a chaotic melee. And now, after obtaining the dark fruit, his strength had likely surpassed Shank's, if only by a fraction. Moria, on the other hand, was a different story. In his younger years, he had been highly ambitious and truly formidable. His shadow fruit is among the most powerful paramecia-type abilities. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it exceptionally broken in the right hands. One of its core abilities allows the user to create a shadow clone that possesses the same combat strength as the original. If that doesn't sound terrifying, imagine this. If someone like Garp had this power, he could spawn a shadow Garp and fight as if there were two of him. Not only that, but Moria can instantly swap places with his shadow at will. Against an experienced fighter, this would be a nightmare to deal with. And that's not even considering the other bizarre and overpowered abilities the fruit grants. Yet, despite wielding such an incredible power, Moria squandered its potential. After his humiliating defeat by Kaido, Moria's once fierce ambition crumbled. He became lazy, relying entirely on his subordinates to do the fighting for him. His once imposing physique grew bloated, and his combat ability deteriorated drastically. In contrast, Teach was ruthlessly ambitious and continuously grew stronger. If you put the two side by side, the outcome seemed obvious: Moria was destined to lose. Or so Cladius had thought. Because the situation was playing out very differently than expected. At this moment, aboard the thriller bark, a vicious battle had just concluded. Moria stood, covered in blood, his massive, swollen body marred by deep wounds. His chest heaved with exertion, he looked utterly spent, on the verge of collapse. Yet compared to him, Teach looked far worse. Despite being relatively unscathed, with only minor injuries, his spirit had been utterly broken. The once ambitious Marshal D. Teach, who had dreamed of seizing ultimate power, was now kneeling at Moria's feet like a defeated dog. His face was devoid of hope, and his posture slouched in abject despair. "In my next life, I want to be a shit fruit user," Teach muttered, his forehead pressed against the floor. "Yeah, a fruit that turns me into literal shit. That way, no one would ever dare to step on me again." From a distance, a petite figure in a gothic dress floated toward them. Perona. The mischievous ghost princess had arrived. Just moments ago, Teach had nearly killed Moria. He had completely overpowered the former warlord. But then, Perona had struck from afar, launching a single negative hollow that had passed straight through Teach's body. And in an instant, Teach had given up on life itself. It had to be said, Perona's hollow fruit was an extremely overpowered support ability. Used correctly, it could single-handedly turn the tide of any battle. "Grhh, snot dripping, whiny mess, what a disgrace," Perona giggled as she floated closer. Moria, still gasping for breath, turned to her and said, "You really saved my ass, Perona. I owe you one." Perona nodded smugly. Meanwhile, Teach continued his pitiful muttering about wanting to become literal excrement. Moria, regaining some composure, scowled. "Where the hell did this guy even come from? Never seen him before. But damn, he's strong. Nearly had me there." "Why would someone like him attack you, Lord Moria?" Perona asked curiously. "I have no idea," Moria admitted, his expression darkening. "But he claimed he was sent by the world government." Perona's eyes widened. "The world government? But aren't you one of the 7 warlords of the sea?" A grim look crossed Moria's face. After a long pause, he muttered, "Looks like we've been hiding in the Devil's Triangle for too long. The world government must be getting impatient. Maybe they want to replace me with a new warlord." He then turned his attention back to Teach. Stepping on the defeated man's back, he sneered, "Tell me, who sent you? A guy as powerful as you? What did they promise you? Were you supposed to take my place?" Teach remained unresponsive at first. He was still drowning in negative energy, his mind lost in self-pity. But then, Moria's words echoed in his mind, "What did they promise you?" And in that instant, an image flashed in Teach's thoughts, the dark fruit. That single thought shattered Perona's ability. Teach's obsession with the dark fruit was so strong that it became the anchor he needed to snap himself out of his depression. His eyes flickered with sinister light. Yet, despite regaining control, Teach did not react immediately. Instead, he chose to play along, muttering even more nonsense. "I want to be the stinkiest pile of shit. The stinkiest shit there ever was." Moria, growing frustrated, raised his foot to deliver a final kick to Teach's spine. But the moment his foot lifted, Teach struck. With zero hesitation, he lunged upward, delivering a brutal, hacky-infused punch directly to Moria's most vulnerable spot. The sound of something bursting echoed through the room. A blood-curdling scream tore through Thriller bark. "Zhhhhhh," Teach cackled maniacally, flipping the battle in an instant. "You're too careless, Moria." As soon as his laughter faded, Teach stomped his foot, and his figure vanished from sight. A second later, a negative ghost passed through the empty space where he had just been, missing him completely. Teach reappeared behind Perona, mimicking the same arrogant stance Moria had used earlier. With a wide grin, he stepped on the man's back and laughed mockingly. "That trick only works on me once. Hey girl, why don't you join me? Zhahahaha." Chapter 280, Times Have Changed. In the Sabyati archipelago, inside Shaki's ripoff bar, Silver's Rayleigh was sprawled lazily on a sofa, looking every bit like a retired old pirate. He held a half-empty jug of liquor in one hand and a newspaper in the other. "Oh, now this is interesting," Rayleigh mused, his eyes scanning the headlines. "7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria has been stripped of his title and is now a former warlord." Behind the bar, Shaki was polishing a glass. She chuckled softly and remarked, "If I remember correctly, this is the first time a warlord has ever been officially removed, isn't it? The world government claims that he went missing in the Florian's Triangle. But something about this feels off," Rayleigh muttered, taking a sip from his jug. Indeed, the world government had not released any details regarding Moria's actual fate. The official statement was vague, simply stating that Gecko Moria had been lost at sea within the Florian's Triangle for over 3 years. With no way to contact him, they had declared him missing and revoked his status. This story, naturally, played on the fears of the common folk. After all, if even a powerful pirate like Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had been swallowed by the Florian's Triangle, what chance did ordinary adventurers have? Many reckless explorers were now thinking twice before setting sail for that infamous region. "The government still needs the warlords to maintain order on the seas," Shaki mused. "They'll be filling that vacancy soon enough. Who do you think they'll pick?" Hearing this, a knowing smile crept onto Rayleigh's face. His gaze drifted to a bounty poster hanging on the nearby wall. It displayed a 150 million berry bounty, not the highest out there, but still impressive considering the person had only recently set out to sea. A new term had been making waves lately in the pirate world: supernova. Among the rookies of the Grand Line, those with bounties exceeding 100 million berries had begun to be called supernovas. If this young man made it to Sabyati Archipelago, he would fully earn that title. Rayleigh had one reason for keeping that bounty poster displayed. It belonged to the son of his former captain, Gall D. Roger. Of course, that fact remained a secret, only Rayleigh himself knew the truth. Fire Fist Portgas D. Ace, a Logia user with the Flame Fruit, Rayleigh mused aloud. Could it be him? Shaki tapped her chin thoughtfully. "Ace, huh? Well, considering he's tied to CPX and Cladius is his godfather, I wouldn't be surprised if he was given a seat among the warlords." Neither Rayleigh nor Shaki knew the full extent of what was happening behind the scenes, but if there was some sort of conspiracy at play, they suspected Cladius was involved, perhaps negotiating for Ace's benefit. After all, Cladius seemed to treat Ace like his own son. He had even gifted him one of the most powerful Logia fruits, the Flame Fruit. If Ace truly wished to become a pirate, Cladius might be paving the way for him, supporting his rise to power as a warlord. Meanwhile, on Kuregana Island, Dracul Mihawk sat alone inside the castle, a newspaper in his hand. His sharp eyes scanned the headlines about Moria's removal from the warlords. His brow furrowed slightly. Under normal circumstances, even if someone disappeared for 3 years, they wouldn't lose their title over it, Mihawk muttered. After all, the world government only cared about the power of the warlords. As long as they served their purpose, it didn't really matter if they actively participated in government affairs. So why now? For the government to suddenly strip a warlord of their status like this, something felt off. Perhaps they're making preparations for something big, Mihawk murmured. And for some reason, even though Claudius was not mentioned anywhere in the newspaper, Mihawk's thoughts instinctively drifted to him. The world government removing a warlord meant they were planning to replace them. From that perspective, it looked like they were adjusting their strategic forces. And if they were restructuring their forces, that meant something major was on the horizon. It reminded Mihawk of the times when the government orchestrated operations against Big Mom and Kaido each time. The warlords had been mobilized as a key part of the plan. Maybe I'm just imagining things, Mihawk mused, shaking his head. After all, he had no concrete evidence, only vague suspicions. Perhaps the world government really did believe that Moria had disappeared and was simply replacing him with someone more useful. Regardless, Mihawk didn't particularly care. As the world's strongest swordsman, he was confident in his own strength. Whatever was coming, he welcomed the opportunity to test his blade against the strongest warriors the sea had to offer. Unlike the lone wolf Mihawk, another warlord was receiving direct intelligence from Claudius himself. In Alabasta, inside the Rain Dinner's casino, Crocodile sat at his usual seat, cigar in mouth. His den mushy was connected to Claudius. "How's the situation in Alabasta?" Claudius asked casually. Crocodile exhaled a plume of smoke. "Everything is proceeding smoothly. The rebels are locked in a stalemate with the royal army. This war is draining Alabasta's coffers by the day, or, more specifically, the Nefertari family's wealth." He smirked. "When the time is right, I'll intervene, wipe out both sides in one fell swoop." "Good, do as you see fit," Claudius replied. Then, with a chuckle, he asked, "By the way, Crocodile, did you read today's news?" Crocodile glanced at the newspaper on his desk. Moria's face stared back at him. A wicked grin spread across his face. "Of course, there's some deeper scheme behind this, isn't there?" "Ahahaha, sharp as ever," Claudius laughed. "You'd better be ready. We might need to mobilize the warlords soon." Crocodile's eyes gleamed. "So the warlords are being fully assembled. You're planning something big, aren't you?" "The plan is to target the Whitebeard pirates," Claudius admitted. "The timing is still being decided, and Marine headquarters needs time to prepare. But I need all of you ready at a moment's notice." Crocodile took a slow drag of his cigar. "You're moving against the strongest man in the world already. Will the Marines take point?" In past operations against Big Mom and Kaido, the Marines had always led the charge after all. Dealing with pirates was their job. But this time, Claudius smirked and said, "No, this operation will be led by CPX." Crocodile raised an eyebrow, then, after a moment, he let out a quiet chuckle. "I see, so you've finally set the stage." He exhaled another cloud of smoke and muttered, "The times are changing." Claudius's voice came through the den mushy, carrying an amused tone. "The times are always changing, Crocodile. They never stop." Chapter 281, Blackbeard is Knocking Also Addictive. The Holy Land, Mariewa. The sun shone brightly over the pristine city, casting its golden glow upon the sacred grounds. Everything seemed as tranquil and routine as ever. However, deep within one of the grand palaces, the figure of Marshal D. Teach stood outside a lavish courtyard. He appeared somewhat anxious, shifting uneasily as if nervous, but anyone who truly knew him would recognize that this was all an act. Unfortunately, no one here could see through his performance. Back when he was aboard the Prometheus, Teach had thought he had witnessed true luxury. But stepping into Claudius' palace made him realize he had been a frog at the bottom of a well. This was opulence beyond his wildest imagination. On the way here, he had seen enough to understand the sheer magnitude of Claudius' power, and what shocked him even more was the manner of his escort. The one sent to pick him up at the port wasn't a knight or a noble retainer, just a maid. But this maid walked through Mariewa as if she owned the place. They had encountered two different groups of celestial dragons on the way. Teach had seen them from afar and, out of instinct, had already prepared to abandon his dignity and grovel before them. Yet, much to his surprise, the maid leading him didn't even slow down. The scene that unfolded was completely beyond Teach's expectations. He had assumed that even as a servant of Claudius, the maid would still show deference to the celestial dragons. But no, the woman, named Nia, walked forward arrogantly, not even bothering to acknowledge their presence. Teach had braced himself for a confrontation. After all, a mere maid ignoring the celestial dragons, that was a death sentence. And yet, to his utter shock, the two celestial dragons reacted as if they had just seen a ghost. Instead of expressing outrage, they stepped aside, avoiding her gaze entirely, as if she were the true aristocrat and they were the untouchables. At that moment, Teach became even more convinced he had truly latched onto an untouchable golden thigh, one thicker than he could have ever dreamed of. A vague memory from years ago surfaced in his mind. Wait a minute, Mariewa Demon King. Teach's eyes gleamed as he finally pieced it together. So, His Highness Claudius is really a force to be reckoned with in Mariewa, he muttered under his breath. And it was true. As Claudius' influence grew, even the 5 elders had begun to rely on him more and more. His power had reached such heights that most of the celestial dragons no longer dared to provoke him, many even carried a deep-seated fear of him. There had been those who tried, of course. Some celestial dragons thought that while they couldn't touch Claudius directly, they could at least bully his subordinates. One particular fool had tested this theory when Claudius was away from Mariewa. The target, none other than his head maid, Nia. The result, Nia suffered some humiliation, taking a few slaps to the face. But when Claudius returned and heard about it, he stormed into that celestial dragon's estate and without hesitation beat the entire family, men, women, children, elderly, into hospital beds for over 4 months. The 5 elders, they merely fined him a few 100 million berries and called it a day. From that moment on, no one in Mariewa dared to challenge Claudius again. Even his servants, including Nia, were now untouchable. Of course, to the outside world, these incidents were hushed up, considered internal scandals among the celestial dragons. Teach had no way of knowing the full story. All he could tell was that Claudius stood in an entirely different league from the rest of the celestial dragons. Those so-called gods seemed to treat him as something far more terrifying, almost as if they had encountered a demon. Just as Teach was processing all of this, a small maid approached him. Her posture was haughty, her tone indifferent. "Teach right, His Highness Claudius has summoned you. You may enter." Despite her arrogance, Teach didn't take offense. Instead, he smiled, bowing slightly as he spoke in a flattering tone. "Thank you, my beautiful lady. Would you kindly lead the way?" The maid seemed pleased with his attitude. Her air of superiority softened slightly as she nodded with a small smile. "You're quite polite. Follow me." Teach followed her into the courtyard, where he spotted Claudius in the distance. The man was sitting leisurely by the edge of a pristine pool, a fishing rod in hand, seemingly lost in the simple pleasure of fishing. But Teach's attention wasn't on Claudius, it was on Nia. More specifically, on the small box she held in her hands. His breath hitched slightly. "That box, it has to be the reward for my mission, right?" Teach had done what Claudius asked. He had taken care of the problem. Now, was this the moment? Was his prize inside that box? His heart pounded. The dark fruit. Suppressing his excitement, he swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm and composed. The maid led Teach to Claudius and spoke softly. "Your Highness, Teach has arrived." Claudius didn't even glance back. He simply nodded absently, his focus still on his fishing rod. "Emma." The maid, sensing she was no longer needed, bowed and quickly retreated. Teach took a deep breath before stepping forward. Then, without hesitation, he dropped to his knees and bowed deeply, pressing his forehead to the ground. The sound of his forehead, knocking against the floor, echoed through the courtyard. Though Claudius still didn't turn around, he heard the knock and smirked inwardly. This guy really knows how to play the game. "Rise," Claudius said casually. Teach obeyed, but as he got up, he couldn't help but notice something different this time. The last time he had prostrated himself before Claudius, the man had barely acknowledged his existence, too absorbed in his book to even glance at him. This time, though Claudius was fishing, he at least responded. "Does this mean he's starting to value me more?" Teach felt a strange sense of excitement at the thought. Then he froze. Wait, am I getting addicted to knocking my head on the ground? What the hell is wrong with me? Claudius, of course, had no idea what was running through Teach's mind. Nor did he know that Teach had nearly died at the hands of Moria during his mission. Your Highness, Teach said, keeping his voice steady, thank you for your generosity. Claudius still didn't reply. He simply reeled in his fishing rod, pulling a flailing fish out of the water. Teach's eyes gleamed. Your Highness' impressive technique, he praised shamelessly. Feeling that wasn't enough, he quickly stepped forward, plucked the fish off the hook, and held it up respectfully as if presenting some rare treasure. Claudius chuckled. You're quite something, Teach. Here, the fish is yours. Teach acted as if he had just received the greatest gift in the world. Thank you, Your Highness. I swear, I'll savor every bite without leaving a single bone behind. Claudius laughed, shaking his head. Setting his fishing rod aside, he took a sip of tea before finally speaking. You did well this time, he said. Moria has been locked away in Impel Down. No one will hear from him again. From now on, he'll simply be considered another casualty of the Devil's Triangle. Teach bowed his head. Yes, Your Highness, I will follow your will. You've proven your worth, Claudius smiled faintly, and I appreciate valuable people. At his signal, Nia stepped forward and opened the small box. Teach's eyes burned with greed. Inside, the dark fruit gleamed. Chapter 282. One day, I'll make you kneel at my feet. Teach desperately wanted to grab the dark fruit and devour it on the spot, but he knew that this was precisely the moment when he needed to remain calm. Losing control now would be the worst mistake he could make. Suppressing the greed burning inside him, he forced himself to look away. Claudius observed the scene with amusement, his evaluation of Teach rising yet again. I never hold back when it comes to rewards, Claudius said with a smirk. You've proven your worth through strength, and in my eyes, you're someone worth cultivating. So, do you want the dark fruit? Teach didn't hesitate for a second. I want it. Then it's yours. A wicked grin curled on Claudius' lips as he signaled to Nia with his eyes. Nia nodded and stepped forward, handing the small box to Teach. Teach's heart pounded with excitement. He wanted to toss the fish in his hands away and snatch the box immediately. But even now, he didn't forget to flatter Claudius. Instead of discarding the fish, he shoved it into his mouth and devoured it whole bones, scales, and all, swallowing it raw in just a few bites. Nia blinked in disbelief. What the hell? This guy's sucking up so hard, even Spandine's kid might lose to him. That's right, Spandam, son of Spandine, had been sent to serve under Claudius as a bootlicker. However, Claudius rarely let the idiot show himself, knowing full well that Spandam was nowhere near as competent as his father. If left unchecked, the fool might cause trouble or spill classified information. For Spandine's sake, Claudius wouldn't dispose of Spandam outright, but he certainly wouldn't trust him with anything important. The only times he let the brat appear were on trivial, non-essential occasions. Watching Teach swallow a live fish without hesitation, even Claudius was briefly stunned. Damn, this guy really is willing to do anything to curry favor with me. Holding the small box close to his chest, Teach didn't say a word. Instead, he dropped to his knees again and knocked his head against the ground 3 times in gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. Teach will never forget this kindness. Finally, Teach screamed internally. The dark fruit I've been dreaming of for decades is finally mine. I've spent over 20 years groveling, playing the fool, hiding in the shadows. I even swallowed a damn fish whole. But now all the suffering has paid off. With this power, combined with my own unique abilities, I'll become the strongest in the world. Everything will bow beneath my feet. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Teach's gaze briefly flickered to Claudius' polished shoes. A vicious determination burned in his heart. One day, I'll make you kneel before me, just as I am now. I'll have you licking my boots, Claudius. Of course, Claudius had no way of knowing Teach's inner ambitions, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. To him, Teach was nothing more than a useful pawn, one he intended to unleash upon the new world. A tool to disrupt the balance, to bring down the Whitebeard pirates, to serve as a stepping stone in his larger plans. If necessary, he could even help Teach become an emperor of the sea. Of course, that was only if Teach remained under his control. And could Claudius control him? Absolutely. Even if Teach somehow obtained the tremor fruit later and became a dual devil fruit user, what could he possibly do? By that time, Claudius would be far beyond anything Teach could reach. He might even be going toe-to-toe with the world government itself. And if, by some impossible chance, Claudius fell, well, the entire marine force would still be around to clean up whatever mess was left behind. Teach. If he behaved, he could continue licking boots. If not, killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. And if all else failed, well, worst-case scenario, Claudius could always consider moving to the moon. You don't need to thank me, Claudius said lazily. This is just a business deal. The transaction is complete. Now that you've proven your worth, I won't force anything upon you. You have a choice. Do you want to return to the Whitebeard pirates, or would you rather continue serving me? Teach knew better than to believe a single word of that so-called choice. If he so much as uttered the words, return to the Whitebeard pirates, he doubted he'd even make it out of Mariewa alive. He might see himself as the one using Claudius, but that didn't mean he underestimated him. This was a man who had killed Roger and Golden Lion, figures who once stood at the pinnacle of the pirate world. Only an absolute fool would take him lightly. Besides, Teach had no real loyalty to Whitebeard. His ultimate goal was to obtain the tremor fruit, but if he tried to take it by force now, he'd get crushed in an instant. With the dark fruit finally in his hands, he couldn't afford to be reckless. No, his best option was to keep playing the game. Claudius had already hinted at his intentions toward the Whitebeard pirates. That meant chaos was coming. And where there was chaos, there was opportunity. Teach had always believed in one thing: never set sail without a storm to ride. And if Claudius was about to stir up a hurricane, then Teach was more than happy to ride its waves. So the choice was obvious. Before Claudius even finished speaking, Teach had already responded. I have already sworn my loyalty to your highness, he declared. Even though I have received the dark fruit, I humbly request to remain at your side to serve you with unwavering devotion. Claudius raised an eyebrow. Huh, aren't you just a crude, uneducated pirate? Where'd you learn how to be this eloquent all of a sudden? What Claudius didn't know was that Teach had been preparing for this moment for a long time. Knowing he'd have to navigate the world of the celestial dragons, Teach had spent his free time reading every book he could find on manipulation and servitude. Among them was a particular title, The Ultimate Guide to Bootlicking. The author, Spanding. Of course, Teach hadn't expected that name to pop up, but he had to admit the book contained some valuable techniques. And so, watching Teach's ever-improving sycophantic skills, Claudius couldn't help but chuckle in satisfaction. Very well, Claudius said, nodding approvingly. I didn't misjudge you. Get up, Teach. Teach stood swiftly, his face full of what appeared to be unwavering loyalty. Claudius leaned back slightly, observing him with interest. I mentioned before that I intend to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, he said. Perhaps you could be of some help in this matter. Teach bowed his head immediately. I would be honored to serve, Your Highness. Please give your command. Claudius tapped a finger on the table thoughtfully. Then, after a pause, he asked, I have my own plans, but as someone who has been on Whitebeard's crew for years, perhaps you have some ideas of your own. Let's hear them. Teach was cunning just like Claudius, just like Sengoku. He understood that the best way to win favor wasn't just to follow orders, but to contribute valuable strategies. And so, instead of waiting to be instructed, he took the initiative. If we can capture one of Whitebeard's division commanders, Teach suggested, his eyes flashing darkly, then we'll have plenty of opportunities to shake things up. A grin spread across Claudius' lips. Interesting, he mused. Tell me more. Chapter 283, Pirates Can Never Be Killed Right. Teach spoke in a hushed tone, outlining his plan in great detail. His voice carried a hint of excitement as he laid everything out. Once we have a hostage in our hands, we gain the upper hand. With the old man's personality, he won't abandon his crew. Even if he knows it's a trap, he'll still charge and head first, as long as we set things up properly. The Whitebeard pirates will be finished. Teach's excitement was evident as he shared his thoughts. Claudius, sipping his tea, nodded occasionally, giving the impression that he agreed with Teach's plan. Standing nearby, Nia, the head maid, couldn't help but feel confused. Why is His Highness even asking this? Isn't this exactly what he and Fleet Admiral Sengoku discussed before? Claudius noticed Nia's puzzled expression, but didn't bother explaining. Participation, it was all about making Teach feel like he was an important part of the plan. Claudius knew exactly what kind of person Teach was, an ungrateful, backstabbing wolf. There was no way Teach would genuinely work for someone else without thinking he was using them in return. So, the best way to handle him, let him believe he was the one in control. Claudius had already predicted that Teach would propose a plan like this, which was why he allowed Teach to speak freely. If there were any differences, Claudius could subtly suggest some adjustments to steer things in the right direction. When the time came and everything unfolded as planned, Teach would look at the situation and think, "Damn, Claudius really trusts me. Everything is going exactly as I planned." That sense of self-importance would make Teach feel more secure and more reckless. Teach was cunning, adaptable, and good at judging situations, but he had a fatal flaw: arrogance. When the operation began and he saw things playing out just as he envisioned, he would inevitably grow overconfident. And that, in itself, was another layer of control. If Claudius ever decided Teach was no longer useful, his arrogance would make him easy to deal with. But if Teach still had value, allowing him to become complacent would only make him more reliant on Claudius. A pawn was most useful when it believed it could reach the other side of the board. After all, a piece that thought it was winning would struggle harder to stay in the game. Teach continued presenting his plan, his words filled with confidence. Claudius nodded, pretending to be deep in thought. After a while, he finally spoke. "What you're saying makes sense. The plan is solid and the strategy is feasible, but Teach, Whitebeard's division commanders aren't easy targets. The world government has attempted similar operations before. The Marines have put considerable effort into this kind of plan, yet nothing has ever come of it." Hearing Claudius acknowledge his strategy, Teach couldn't help but puff up with pride. "Zihahaha, Your Highness, that's only because I wasn't there." Claudius laughed. "I see, so you're willing to take on this mission." Teach suddenly realized he might have gotten too carried away. Quickly adjusting his demeanor, he adopted a more humble tone. "Of course, Your Highness, I am more than willing to serve you. Not only does my identity make me the perfect fit for this plan, but I can also coordinate with you from the inside, setting up the perfect opportunity to eliminate one of Whitebeard's division commanders." Claudius tapped his fingers against the table, as if considering Teach's words. Then he smiled and said, "You're bold, Teach. I admire people like you. Very well, let's go with your plan." Teach was thrilled, but before he could speak, Claudius added, "But don't be too hasty." Teach immediately calmed down. "If we're going up against Newgate, we can't afford to be reckless. The world government will need to make proper preparations on its end. You, on the other hand, should return and lay low for now. Wait for the right moment. Once everything is in place, I'll contact you." As soon as Claudius finished speaking, Nia produced a den mushy from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Teach. "Take this, His Highness will contact you when the time comes." Of course, Claudius wasn't about to give Teach his personal den mushy signal, who knew what kind of trouble this guy might cause. Instead, he provided him with a VIP line, ensuring controlled communication. Teach understood the reasoning. The key to this plan was catching Whitebeard off guard. If everything was set up properly, they could strike before he had any time to react. He had waited decades for his moment. What was another year or two? Teach nodded without hesitation. "Yes, Your Highness, I will follow your instructions and remain undercover within the Whitebeard pirates." Claudius acted as if he valued Teach immensely, nodding in satisfaction. "Good, I won't forget your contributions to this plan. And once things are in motion, I will arrange for you to become a warlord of the sea." Teach had already suspected that killing Moria would earn him a warlord title, just as Claudius had hinted before. With that in mind, he had been scheming on the journey back and forth. Teach had no intention of serving under Claudius forever. This was merely a temporary alliance, a way to seize more power before eventually going his own way. But before that, he needed to extract every possible benefit from this arrangement. A warlord title would be useful, a perfect cover to protect himself while gathering strength. So the moment Claudius made the offer, Teach eagerly responded, "Thank you, Your Highness." Claudius remained calm. "You've been away from the New World for a while now. If you don't return soon, Newgate might grow suspicious. Now that you have the dark fruit, go back and resume your role. Wait for my signal." Teach understood this was his cue to leave. He bowed deeply and said, "Yes, Your Highness." Turning to leave, he suddenly paused as if remembering something. Then, with a hesitant expression, he glanced back at Claudius. Claudius smirked. "Ha, you're really selling this act, aren't you? No wonder you played dumb under Whitebeard for so long." Feigning mild confusion, Claudius raised an eyebrow. "Something wrong?" Teach coughed awkwardly. "Ahem, pardon my boldness, but does Your Highness possess one of the road poneglyphs?" A wicked smile played on Claudius' lips. He gave Teach a meaningful look before replying. "Quite knowledgeable, aren't you? Most people don't even know those exist." "Yes, I do. I took one from Whole Cake Island back in the day." Of course, it was actually Dragon who had acquired it, but there was no way Claudius would tell Teach that. Hearing this confirmation, Teach's heart burned with greed. "Your Highness, what do you plan to do with it?" Claudius chuckled. "You certainly have ambition, Teach. Enel, Doflamingo, many pirates serve under me. If a pirate king must rise, it's far better for him to be secretly controlled by the world government than to allow the seas to descend into endless chaos. In this world, pirates can never be completely eradicated. I understand that much. But if you prove yourself, who knows, you might just get a chance." Teach was stunned. Damn, this guy really thinks big. It wasn't enough for Claudius to control the warlords. Now, he wanted to create a world government-approved pirate king. At that point, Marines would be under government control, and pirates would be, too. Wouldn't that make the entire world his? Teach inwardly marveled at the sheer audacity of the idea. But outwardly, he smiled and said, "I will do my best to prove my worth to Your Highness." Claudius waved a hand dismissively. "Good, now go." Chapter 284, I Always Win Without Defeat. With Teach in place, the key piece of the plan had been arranged perfectly, significantly increasing its feasibility. Now that the blueprint for the operation had taken shape, the next step was to report it to the 5 elders. At the same time, Claudius was already preparing to dig a trap for them. A few days later, after refining his plans into official documents and submitting them, the 5 elders spent 3 days deliberating. Ultimately, they agreed the strategy was viable and proceeded to convene the higher-ups of the world government. Officials from Marine headquarters, the CP agencies, and even certain underworld factions were summoned to Mariewa for a strategy conference aimed at finalizing the plan. Once everything was set in motion, it would only be a matter of execution. Claudius sat leisurely in the courtyard, a newspaper in hand. There was nothing particularly important in it, just gossip and rumors. One article claimed that red-haired Shanks had stirred up trouble in the New World and then abandoned the mess to Whitebeard. Another absurd claim suggested that the stingy old man was still spending time with women, refusing to pay up. Claudius chuckled at the ridiculousness of it. Shanks ditching responsibilities, that sounds plausible. But Whitebeard, that old man needs an IV just to stay alive, and they expect me to believe he's out womanizing. Clearly, these rumors were nothing but nonsense. As he continued reading, his den mushy suddenly rang. Claudius glanced at it before answering with a smirk. Well, if it isn't our dear young master, what's the occasion?" Furu, tilde come on, cousin, drop the act. Do you have to call me that?" Doflamingo's voice came through the line, his tone amused. Ha, Claudius chuckled. The two continued exchanging small talk for a while before Claudius finally asked, "So, King of Dressrosa, what brings you to me today?" "Well, funny you should mention Dressrosa," Doflamingo said. "Next year, the Reverie is happening. As Dressrosa's king, I'll be heading to Mariewa for the summit. And cousin, from what I hear, You're planning something big for that conference. Isn't that right? The year was 1517 of the sea calendar. The reverie, held once every 4 years, was set to take place in 1518. Dressrosa was on the list of participating nations, and as its official, world government-recognized king, Doflamingo would be attending. Hearing his words, Claudius' expression became contemplative. After a brief pause, he muttered softly, "Yes, the reverie, that's where I'll change the entire world government." On the other end of the line, Doflamingo's breath hitched slightly, his excitement growing. Like Claudius, he despised the celestial dragons of Mariewa, all of them, except for his cousin. He knew Claudius' ultimate goal, to completely reshape the celestial dragon hierarchy. For centuries, the descendants of the 20 kings had ruled, but Claudius intended to change that. In the future, there would only be one king. And that king would belong to the Donquixote family. Doflamingo knew he would never sit on that throne himself, but he didn't care. He was more than happy to see his cousin ascend to the highest seat in the world, so long as it meant watching those damned celestial dragons suffer. So, with a sinister grin, Doflamingo spoke. "Then, cousin, when the time comes, can I have those bastards for myself?" Claudius laughed. "Wouldn't that be a bit boring?" he mused. For 800 years, the people of the world have been forced to endure the oppression of the celestial dragons. When the time comes, we need to give them a way to vent all that resentment, don't you think? Doflamingo took a deep breath, intrigued. "What are you planning, cousin?" Claudius' smirk widened. "Those arrogant bastards love flaunting their nobility before the world, don't they? Fine. Let's make sure the whole world gets a good, long look at them." Doflamingo's eyes lit up. Oh, he's planning a public display. As Claudius said, the people's hatred had been building for centuries. If he wanted his new government to be seen as a true force of change, he needed to give them a symbolic victory, one that would make them feel the shift firsthand. Imagine it. The once untouchable celestial dragons, dragged out in chains. The so-called gods of the world, paraded through the streets before the people they had tormented. The same people who had once been forced to kneel before them, now standing tall as their former oppressors cowered in disgrace. Doflamingo grinned. "Cousin, leave that task to me." "Ehehaha, I was counting on it," Claudius laughed heartily. After their laughter died down, Doflamingo grew quiet, his tone more serious. This was no small matter. They weren't just rebelling against the world government, they were waging war against 8 centuries of absolute power. Even after everything he had seen, the sheer scale of Claudius' ambition was overwhelming. And for the first time in a while, he felt uneasy. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Cousin, are you sure about this?" Claudius didn't answer right away. Instead, he gazed at the lake before him. The surface was calm, reflecting the sky above. Then suddenly, a tiny insect landed on the water, creating ripples that spread outward. In an instant, several large fish surged to the surface, snapping at the disturbance. A small, seemingly insignificant ripple had thrown the entire lake into chaos. Smiling, Claudius finally responded. "Dover, in this world, there is no such thing as certainty. All I can do is give it my all, and leave the rest to fate." He paused for a moment before adding, "But that's enough. 800 years ago, our ancestors, the Donquixote family, rose from Dressrosa and reshaped the world. Now, 8 centuries later, I will lead us to the top once again." "The king of the world, huh?" Doflamingo chuckled. "Yes," Claudius declared confidently, "the king of the world." "Furo, furo, furo, cousin, you never change." "Ah, but we are family. I'll bet my life on you." Claudius smirked. "It's not just you. Nia Stussy, crocodile enel tesoro. Thousands of people have placed their fate in my hands. With so much at stake, do you really think I'd let them lose?" Doflamingo didn't press any further. He didn't need to. After exchanging a few final words, the 2 brothers ended their call. Claudius turned back toward the lake. A single bug had fallen onto the water's surface. And just like before, it sent ripples through the lake, drawing in the predators lurking beneath. "Your Highness," Nia's voice came from behind, Sengoku has arrived. The meeting with the 5 elders is about to begin. It's time to go. Cladius rose to his feet. Nia stepped forward, draping a dark brown coat over his shoulders. Cladius adjusted it slightly before smiling. It begins now, he murmured. Let's lead them onto the stage. Nia smiled, wishing you victory, Your Highness. Cladius chuckled. Victory. I never lose. Chapter 285, Tension. At the entrance of the world government's headquarters in Mariewa, Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood with his arms crossed, maintaining a relaxed posture as if waiting for someone. As for the marine officials he had brought with him, figures like Sakazuki, Garp, and others, they had already followed Kong into the building. By now, they were likely seated in the conference room. Sengoku, however, remained outside, clearly waiting for a specific individual. Before long, a familiar figure approached, the noble silhouette of Saint Cladius, walking at a leisurely pace. Following close behind him was Queen Stussy. Sengoku smiled, stepping forward to greet him. Cladius also grinned, quickening his stride. When they met, Sengoku was the first to speak. Your Highness, it's only been a few days, yet you seem to be in even better spirits. Cladius chuckled. Good news tends to have that effect on people. With the way things are progressing, I'm about to change the entire landscape of the new world. Of course, that makes me happy. Hey ha ha ha, a grand ambition but a tough battle lies ahead, Sengoku replied with a laugh. Cladius patted him on the shoulder and smiled. With thousands of marine elites at your command, why should I fear a few pirates? Besides, I have you, don't I? You have my word, we won't let you down, Sengoku assured him. After exchanging greetings with Stussy, Sengoku walked alongside Cladius, and the 3 of them entered the headquarters building. Inside, security was as strict as ever, and the halls were filled with high-ranking officials and nobility. Seeing the Fleet Admiral and Saint Cladius walking together, many of those present instinctively felt that something significant was about to unfold. Speculation ran through their minds. Perhaps it was related to the upcoming reverie. But guessing was pointless. They had no choice but to continue their own business while waiting for news. Sengoku led Cladius to the conference room. The door was open, indicating the meeting had yet to start. The 5 elders had not yet arrived. However, even before stepping inside, they could feel the tension in the air. Inside, the CP agency representatives were in a heated dispute with Marine headquarters. Commander Kong, you're biased toward the Marines just because they're your people. 3 times now, we've requested Marine reinforcements. If they had arrived on time, the damn Revolutionary Army wouldn't have escaped. A masked CP official slammed his hand on the table in frustration, glaring at Garp, Sakazuki, and Tsuru on the other side. Garp, however, was completely unfazed. He casually sipped his tea and munched on his senbei, paying no attention to the outburst. His thick-skinned attitude made it clear he couldn't care less. Tsuru also remained indifferent, her expression calm as she sipped her tea. If you want to complain, go ahead. I won't waste my breath arguing with you. It wasn't that Marine headquarters feared the CP agencies, far from it. They simply didn't see the need to engage in pointless arguments. Besides, the current Marines had a sense of superiority. At present, the Marines had everything: funding, manpower, resources, and overwhelming military strength. Their forces exceeded 1 million soldiers. In contrast, these CP agents were nothing but bureaucratic loudmouths. Why bother taking them seriously? Tsuru was patient, Garp was indifferent. Sakazuki, however, had no such restraint. The moment the CP agent finished speaking, Sakazuki scoffed coldly. Watch your tone before you speak. Marine headquarters is not your subordinate organization, don't forget that. The Revolutionary Army is your responsibility. You failed, don't try to dump your mess onto us. Requesting reinforcements is just that, a request. If Marine has available forces, we help. If not, we don't. There's no rule that says we have to clean up after you. Sakazuki's words were sharp and unforgiving. His belief in absolute justice made him intolerant of incompetence, and he had never been one to hold back his opinions. The CP agent was momentarily stunned, unable to argue back. After all, Sakazuki was right. Their request for marine assistance was just that, a request. There was no obligation for Marine headquarters to comply. And at this moment, Marine's full focus was on the Whitebeard pirates. They had no time to concern themselves with CP's failures. Kong chuckled, knocking on the table to get everyone's attention. "This meeting isn't for useless bickering," he said. "Right now, we need to cooperate. The three great powers must work together on this operation. Set aside your petty grievances for now. And be warned, if anyone causes unnecessary problems, they'll answer to me. Marine headquarters has nothing to lose here. If this operation falls apart, it won't be our reputation on the line." The CP agents fumed silently. They had already failed multiple missions against the Revolutionary Army, leading to growing frustration. Now, they were expected to work with the very Marines who barely tolerated them. And to make matters worse, Kong was clearly favoring Marine headquarters over them. But they had no choice but to hold back their resentment. Just as another CP official was about to argue, the sound of approaching footsteps silenced the room. Claudius stepped inside with a broad grin. "Ha ha 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 ha, I could hear you all from outside, sounds lively in here." The moment Claudius entered, the masked CP agent known as Guise immediately straightened up. The other CP agents followed suit, standing at attention with visible respect. Not just them, Garp-tsuru, even Sakazuki stood up as well. Sakazuki, who once had strong opinions about Claudius and the warlord of the sea system, no longer held any resentment. Because now, this celestial dragon was Marine headquarters' greatest financial backer. Billions of berries flowed into Marine funding every year, thanks to Claudius. Under his influence, Marine forces had expanded, strengthened, and prepared for greater battles. With each passing year, Sakazuki saw a Marine force more capable of executing absolute justice. To him, this was what a celestial dragon should be. If all celestial dragons were like Claudius, the world would already be at peace. Kong greeted him warmly. "Saint Claudius, welcome." Claudius chuckled. "No need for formalities, everyone. Sit down and relax." With that, he and Sengoku made their way to their seats. As always, Claudius took the position directly opposite the five elders, with Stussy to his left and Sengoku to his right. Once seated, Claudius turned to Guise. "Guise, today's meeting is CPX's responsibility. Whatever tensions exist between you and Marine, settle them later. This operation is too important for anyone to screw up. If anyone causes problems, don't expect me to be merciful." Guise's heart tightened. It was clear Claudius was warning them. The CP agencies might serve the world government, but Claudius and Marine headquarters were working as one. If they made trouble here, they wouldn't just be angering Marine, they'd be crossing him. Though unsettled, Guise quickly responded with deep respect. "Understood, Your Highness. We will prioritize the greater good." Claudius smirked. "Good." Leaning back, he pulled out a cigar, lit it, and took a slow drag. The five elders had yet to arrive, but there was no rush. For now, Claudius was content to chat with the assembled powerhouses, easing the tension in the room. With him present, the hostility between Marine and CP agencies gradually faded. Chapter 286. So, Whitebeard and I are about even, right? Claudius hadn't seen Sakazuki in quite some time. When he finally did, he couldn't help but feel amused. The last time they had worked together was back on Whole Cake Island. Back then, Sakazuki had charged in like a raging beast, directly facing off against Big Mom, a true display of unrelenting aggression. Though he had suffered severe injuries in the end, there was no denying that Sakazuki had played the role of a frontline tank perfectly. He was fearless, unyielding, and never backed down. Of course, Claudius liked people like that. Why? Because now they were about to go up against Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, an even greater threat than Charlotte Linlin. In terms of sheer durability, Charlotte Linlin was likely superior to Whitebeard. But when it came to raw offensive power, there was no comparison. Whitebeard was on an entirely different level. Now, as they prepared to engage this high-damage boss, what was Marine missing? A tank, of course. And who better for the role than Sakazuki? Claudius took a sip of tea, then smiled as he addressed him. Sakazuki, it's been a while. How have you been? We're about to go to war with Whitebeard and the entire Whitebeard pirates. You're one of the Marine admirals. You'll be a key player in this battle. Make sure you're in peak condition. If you need to delegate more tasks to your subordinates, do it. You need to be at your absolute best. There was no way for Sakazuki to know just how manipulative Cladius was being. He was too straightforward, too direct. So to him, this simply sounded like genuine concern from an old comrade. The usually grim-faced admiral even attempted a stiff smile, though it looked more like he was in pain than anything else. With a nod, he responded, I appreciate your concern, Your Highness. Rest assured, I'm in top condition. I'm ready to head to the battlefield at any time. That's the spirit, Claudius laughed. This is what I expect from a Marine admiral, fierce, determined, never compromising, always striking evil down with full force. Sakazuki nodded solemnly, his sense of duty unwavering. A soldier's duty is to protect the seas and eradicate evil. That is my lifelong mission. Claudius smirked, I like that attitude. Sengoku is getting older. In a few years, he'll probably retire. When the time comes, I think you have the best chance of succeeding him. So keep working hard, make sure you prove yourself. Sakazuki's expression became serious. He didn't bother hiding his ambition. Across the room, Sengoku let out a long sigh. Seriously, Your Highness, Kong hasn't even retired yet, and you're already calling me old. Since taking on the role of Fleet Admiral, Sengoku had worked closely with Claudius, and Marine headquarters had grown stronger than ever. His leadership, combined with the overwhelming support Claudius provided, had increased his prestige significantly. He had personally led the takedown of Charlotte Linlin, further solidifying his reputation. Within this timeline, Marine headquarters had undergone drastic changes. In the past, due to the chaotic state of the seas and the lack of major victories, Marine influence had remained relatively weak. This had resulted in deep internal divisions, factions constantly at odds, each pushing their own vision of justice. Sakazuki and Kyuzen had been the most divided, with their ideologies clashing openly. But now, things were different. With a clear leadership structure and a rapidly expanding force, there was no time for infighting. Though Sakazuki and Kyuzen still held different views, they were no longer bitter rivals. The once divisive struggles for control had settled, and the unity within Marine headquarters had solidified under Sengoku's command. Because of this, when Claudius made his playful remark about Sakazuki's future promotion, Sengoku didn't feel offended. He simply saw it as friendly teasing. Kong chuckled, well, looks like my wings have gotten old, huh? Tell you what, if you actually manage to take down Whitebeard this time, I will retire and hand you my position as Supreme Commander. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. No thanks, I'm not that ambitious. Meanwhile, a different figure sat silently in the room, Gies. The masked CP official remained quiet, but under his mask, his expression was shifting rapidly. Commander-in-Chief of the entire military, that's the position I want. But seeing how Marine headquarters was dominating the discussion, he realized just how much influence Claudius had given them. The odds of him securing that position were shrinking. Claudius shifted the conversation. All right, enough about that. Let's talk about Newgate. They call him the strongest man in the world. His strength must be something else, huh? I've never fought him myself, but Marine headquarters must have experience with him. After a brief pause, Claudius turned to Sakazuki with a grin. Marine admirals represent the highest combat power of the world government. Sakazuki, what's your assessment of Whitebeard? Think you can take him? Sakazuki furrowed his brows slightly. As an admiral, he had absolute confidence in his strength. But he wasn't arrogant enough to claim he was the strongest in the world. So, after a moment of thought, he replied, I'd say we're about even. Claudius blinked. Something about that answer felt oddly familiar. Is he seriously pulling a we go 50-50 line right now? He almost expected Sakazuki to follow up with, but he's often single-killed by me. Feigning relief, Claudius nodded. Ah, so you can handle him. That puts my mind at ease. I'll leave the main assault to you then. We'll back you up, let's take him down in one go. Sakazuki's blood boiled at the thought. He didn't care if there was some hidden catch in Claudius' words. Even if Claudius hadn't assigned him the role, he would have thrown himself into the front lines anyway. There was no way he could stand by and do nothing, while Whitebeard stood before him. So, the moment Claudius finished speaking, Sakazuki straightened his back and declared, "Your Highness, you have my word, I will bring you Whitebeard's head." Claudius burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, that's the kind of talk I like to hear." Across the table, Sengoku shook his head helplessly. Sakazuki is still too young, and Claudius, he's completely shameless. Was he seriously just baiting Sakazuki into rushing headfirst into battle? It was a classic case of manipulation, encouraging the hot-headed admiral to volunteer for the most dangerous role. But then again, Sengoku couldn't say anything. After all, Sakazuki would charge in regardless. And if he wanted to be at the front lines, well, why stop him? As they continued chatting, Stussy quietly checked her pocket watch. Then, leaning close to Claudius, she whispered, "Your Highness, it's almost time." Claudius raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, he soon heard footsteps approaching from the hallway. Moments later, the doors swung open. The 5 elders had arrived. As silence filled the room, even Garp put away his senbei, his usual carefree attitude replaced with formality. Nesjiro entered alone. Upon seeing Claudius, he smiled. "It's been a while, what have you been up to?" Claudius smirked. "Naturally, I've been busy working toward world peace." Nesjiro chuckled. "You always have a way with words." Then, taking his seat, he knocked on the table and said, "All right, everyone's here, let's skip the nonsense. The meeting on the Whitebeard Pirates' crusade plan begins now." Chapter 287, Ending Whitebeard's Era. As the meeting commenced, Claudius began outlining the details of the operation, including the plan to collaborate with Marshal D. Teach in capturing one of Whitebeard's division commanders. At the same time, Claudius made it crystal clear that he had no true alliance with Teach. "Let me emphasize this once again, Marshal D. Teach is not my subordinate. I am merely using him. At the same time, I strongly advise caution when dealing with him. This man is an ambitious schemer. He will never submit to our authority. We can make use of him, but we must never let ourselves be used by him." He rapped his knuckles against the table for emphasis. Despite Claudius' serious tone, Sengoku quickly noticed that neither Nesjiro nor Giz seemed to care all that much. After all, at the end of the day, Teach was just a small-time figure. Did the world government really need to concern itself with someone like him? Throughout history, every pirate who had risen to prominence had done so only after decades of struggle. The so-called worst generation didn't even exist yet. As far as Nesjiro and the others were concerned, even if Teach did become a threat, it wouldn't be for another 10 or 20 years. But Claudius knew better. If Teach played his cards right, he could rise to power overnight. Still, he had done his part, he had warned them. If they ignored his words and regretted it later, that was their problem. Kong leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. "The preliminary preparations seem sound. But if we want to guarantee success, this won't be easy. We're not the only ones watching the pirate world. Those pirates and the criminal underworld are also watching us. If we concentrate too much of our forces, our enemies will take notice. And once they do, they'll become wary of our movements." The others nodded in agreement. The 7 warlords of the sea were one thing. After all, they were just a collection of pirates, so their mobilization wouldn't attract much attention. But Marine headquarters. The Marines were the undisputed rulers of the sea. Every single one of their actions was monitored by the world. If the Marines suddenly began massing their elite forces, people would take notice. Even those uninvolved would grow suspicious and begin preparing defenses, something they wanted to avoid. Kong's concerns were valid, but the question remained, how could they disguise Marine mobilization? After a brief silence, Nesjiro turned to Giz. "Giz, can your CP agencies assist in covering our movements?" Giz's expression darkened slightly. Is he joking? The CP agencies were powerful, but they weren't that powerful. covering up the movements of a few hundred Marines, possible. But tens of thousands, possibly 100,000. That was insane. How was he supposed to hide that? At best, we can minimize the exposure, Guise finally said, choosing his words carefully. Nosjuro nodded slightly. He understood the limitations. The room fell into silence as everyone pondered the issue. Then Claudius cleared his throat. The moment he did, Nosjuro's eyes brightened, and the others turned their attention toward him. "You have an idea?" Nosjuro asked. Claudius smiled. "Perhaps. It's not a perfect solution, but I think it's worth considering." "Let's hear it," Nosjuro said. Claudius took a slow sip of tea before speaking. "Next year we're hosting the Reverie, the World Summit. Every time the Reverie is held, the Marines make major deployments. Their presence is required for security, escorting the various royal families and maintaining order." The moment Claudius mentioned the Reverie, Nosjuro's eyes flashed with understanding. Across the table, Sengoku and Kong also began to smile slightly. Claudius continued. "That alone serves as an excellent cover. During the Reverie, it's normal for Marine forces to mobilize. If we slightly exaggerate that mobilization, no one will bat an eye." Sengoku stroked his beard. "You're suggesting we mask our true movements under the pretense of escort duty?" Claudius nodded. "Exactly. At the very least, it'll make things far more convenient for us." Kong considered the idea for a moment before nodding. "The strategy is solid, but it still might not be enough." Claudius grinned. "Then why not expand the Reverie?" Silence filled the room. Unlike before, this wasn't something Marine headquarters or CP could decide. Only the 5 elders had the authority to make such a decision. And now, all eyes were on Nosjuro. Nosjuro, for his part, remained deep in thought. Expanding the Reverie would serve as an excellent cover. With so many royal families gathered, the world's attention would be focused entirely on Mariewa. The world government could secretly deploy troops under the guise of ensuring global security. But at the same time, expanding the Reverie was no simple matter. The more kings and queens gathered, the greater the risk of revolutionary army infiltration. Even so, the idea was tempting. And Claudius wasn't done yet. "If we expand the Reverie, then Marine mobilization can begin immediately. We'll have at least 6 months to prepare. And before the Reverie even begins, we'll have already wiped out the Whitebeard pirates in one swift strike. Then, at the Reverie itself, we can announce our victory before the entire world." Nosjuro's gaze flickered. The past several Reveries had been boring. There were no major developments, just the same old debates about the Revolutionary Army. And even that was frustrating. Despite the CP agency's efforts, the Revolutionary Army had only grown stronger. If they could eliminate the Whitebeard pirates before the Reverie, it would be the perfect political move. For years, the world had believed that this era belonged to Whitebeard. If they killed Whitebeard, then in a symbolic sense, the Great Pirate Era itself could be declared over. Even if piracy wasn't completely eradicated, the message would be clear. The world government has tamed the strongest beast of the sea. The alliance nations would finally see results. They would see that the world government wasn't just sitting idly by, it was actively shaping the future. Claudius leaned back, his smirk widening. "Whitebeard is the turning point of this era. If we eliminate him, we end the golden age of piracy itself." Silence filled the room. Then slowly, Nosjuro's lips curled into a smile. The others had already made up their minds. It was decided. They would crush Whitebeard's legacy before the Reverie began. And by the time the world gathered in Mariewa, the world government would stand before them, triumphant. Chapter 288, Battlefield Marineford. Ever since Roger ignited the Great Pirate Era, nations across the world had suffered under its influence. There was no denying that Roger was an extraordinary man, full of ideals. His goal had been to sacrifice himself to usher in a new era, one that would ultimately change the world. He had gambled everything on the hope that someone capable of bringing true change would emerge. Claudius was one of the contenders in that game. Because while it was the pirates who had started this era, No one ever said that pirates had to be the ones to finish it. However, no matter how noble Roger's intentions may have been, his actions had undeniably caused immense suffering. Piracy had spiraled out of control, and countless innocent lives had been lost. The sheer collateral damage caused by his era was immeasurable. In the eyes of history, Roger was a legendary figure. But in the eyes of ordinary people, he was a curse. After all, in the original timeline, Ace had struggled with the weight of his father's legacy, so much so that it tormented him psychologically. The entire world loathed the great pirate era and everything it had brought upon them. That was why the idea of ending Whitebeard's era was so tempting to the world government. It was an opportunity to declare the end of piracy's golden age, to prove that the age of reckless freedom was over. However, while the plan to expand the reverie as a smokescreen was appealing, Nusjuro wasn't in a position to approve it alone. Even the 5 elders, as a whole, couldn't make such a decision lightly. So, after some thought, Nusjuro rapped his knuckles against the table and said, "We'll put this proposal on hold for now. I need to deliberate further before making a final decision. That said, it's a very tempting strategy. For now, proceed as if we're implementing it." His wording was careful. Essentially, he was saying, "I can't officially approve this yet, but go ahead and move forward. There's a good chance it'll be greenlit." Cladius smiled. He was fairly confident that the plan would pass. Expanding the reverie wasn't just about Whitebeard, it was about his own ambitions. After all, he planned to make his move against the world government at the reverie itself. The more countries present, the greater the impact of his revolution. If he could get 100 nations to witness his reforms firsthand, then pushing forward with his plans afterward would be far easier. Of course, there was always the chance of failure. But even if things did fall apart, at the very least, he would make sure that his downfall was one to be remembered. With that topic set aside, Kong shifted the discussion forward. If we're dealing with Newgate, then we also need to be wary of Kaido, Shanks, and the others. Taking on the Whitebeard pirates alone was already a monumental task. If any of the other major powers interfered, the situation could spiral out of control. They couldn't afford to fight an unprepared war. "We'll need to divide our forces," Sengoku agreed. It wasn't possible to conjure extra manpower out of nowhere. If they wanted to account for potential outside threats, they would need to split Marine Headquarters forces accordingly. At that moment, Claudius suddenly realized something. Back in the original timeline, during the Battle of Marineford, it had seemed as though the Marines had gone all out. But had they really? Now that he thought about it, several key figures had been absent. Jin and Takakake hadn't participated. Virgo and others had been missing as well. Even among the active participants, only Akinu had fought with his full strength. Kizaru had barely done anything. Aokiji had fought, but his actions seemed off, almost as if he were holding back. Tsuru had been present, yet she hadn't taken any direct action. Despite the grand scale of the war, the Marines had only deployed about 70% of their true strength. And now, listening to Sengoku and Kong discuss strategy, Claudius finally understood why. Although it was never shown in the original story, it was highly likely that a significant portion of Marine forces had been stationed elsewhere to guard against Kaido and Shanks. And the reason why figures like Garp, Kizaru, and Tsuru hadn't fought as aggressively as they could have was because they needed to conserve their strength in case those other forces did intervene. In the end, Shanks had arrived, but it was unclear how he had managed to enter Marineford so suddenly. Had he fought his way through? Or had he exploited a gap in Marines' defenses? Regardless, the Marines had definitely divided their forces to account for external threats. And now, in this altered timeline, they were doing the exact same thing. Most of the discussions from this point forward revolved around tactical adjustments. As expected, Jin, Takakake, and others were kept off the main battlefield. Instead, they were designated as reserve forces, deployed to counteract any moves from Shanks or Kaido. "If we're choosing the battlefield," Sengoku said after some thought, "I suggest we hold the fight at Marine Headquarters, Marineford." Kong nodded. I agree, it's the best location. Mobilizing so many Marine forces would be conspicuous anywhere else. But at Marineford, large-scale military movements were expected. Compared to anywhere else, it was the least suspicious location for a major marine operation. I have no objections, Claudius added. At that moment, Guise sneered slightly. And what if Newgate sinks Marineford? He mocked. Sengoku didn't even bother responding to him. He had long since stopped entertaining Guise's provocations. But he did take the question seriously. Yes, we do need to account for Newgate's abilities, he admitted. That's why our scientific division recently developed a new type of earthquake-resistant alloy. It should be able to mitigate the effects of his powers to some extent. Claudius immediately recognized what he was referring to. The encircling wall, In the original timeline, the Marines had used that exact mechanism to trap Whitebeard's forces. And it had worked. Newgate had been caught off guard and suffered heavily because of it. That should work, Tsuru said with a smile. When we start construction, we can just tell the lower ranks that we're upgrading the base defenses. It'll be tight on time, Sengoku admitted, but we should be able to finish before the battle begins. Then let's finalize the fortifications as well, Kong added. After all, they weren't just installing a wall, they needed to reinforce the entire base. More cannons. Stronger defensive structures. They had to turn Marineford into a true war fortress. Sengoku let out a small sigh. It's a shame our secret weapon isn't ready yet. It would have been a great trump card. Claudius raised an eyebrow. Secret weapon? Sengoku chuckled. It's an advanced combat weapon, a mechanized war machine. We call it the Pacifista Project, PX units. Claudius' eyes gleamed. So, they have been developing the pacifistas. Although they wouldn't be ready in time for this battle, he knew that eventually they would be complete. And once they were, if he could mass-produce them, the entire New World would be forced into submission. A future where the Great Pirate Era was crushed beneath an army of PX units was one step closer to becoming reality. Chapter 289, Sengoku, I didn't plan to rebel, I was tricked. A meeting of this scale, one that would determine the course of global warfare, wasn't something that could be wrapped up in a single day. In fact, it stretched across several consecutive sessions. On the third day, Nusjuro officially confirmed at the meeting that the world government would expand the scale of the upcoming reverie, inviting 100 nations to participate. This decision would serve as a cover for the impending War on the Top. That's right, the official codename for the operation had been decided. The War on the Top, a battle among the strongest forces in the world. Though, personally, Claudius found the name to be a bit pretentious. At the end of the day, they were just dealing with pirates. Was it really worthy of being called a world-shaking war? Regardless, he still took the operation extremely seriously. To him, this war was the prelude to a new era. Now, back in his palace at Mariewa, the strategic meetings had finally concluded. Everything that needed to be discussed had been covered, multiple contingency plans had been formulated, and now, all that was left was to execute. No battle ever unfolds exactly as planned, but with the level of preparation the world government had put into this, they were ready to handle almost any scenario. The rest would depend on performance in the field. Most of the high-ranking Marines had already left to begin preparations. However, Sengoku had remained behind, seemingly in no hurry to leave. Instead, he had opted to sit down for afternoon tea with Claudius. Sipping from his teacup, the fleet admiral let out a sigh. 50 billion berries in funding should be enough to fortify Marineford properly, he mused. For a battle of this scale, there was no way the Marines would be expected to fund everything themselves. Thus, the world government had allocated an additional 50 billion berries on top of the standard annual military budget. This money was specifically earmarked for war preparations, including the large-scale reconstruction of Marineford. And depending on how things developed, more funding could still be allocated in the future. In the past, Sengoku would have celebrated such a sum. But now, after working so closely with Claudius, he barely found it impressive. Over the past few years, Com Belt development had surged forward. With the cooperation of the Marine Science Division and the Water 7 engineers, the first-ever sea train line through the Com Belt had been completed. This development had massively improved marine logistics, reducing their reliance on warships for transport. Although the current rail line only connected Amazon Lily and 3 key resource islands, the benefits were already immeasurable. At present, a total of 7 islands in the South Com Belt had been successfully developed. 2 were iron-rich islands. 1 was a copper mine. 3 were used for large-scale agriculture, serving as food supply bases for the Navy. The final island was the most valuable of them all, a gold mine. Although gold extraction was still in its early stages, even the small amount of production so far had been hugely profitable. With just 4 mining islands, the Marine forces had already established a massive secondary income source. Compared to that, 50 billion berries. Sengoku barely even considered it a large sum anymore. Hehehehe, Claudius laughed at his reaction. What's this? Now even 50 billion is too little for you. Marine headquarters really is thriving, huh? Sengoku chuckled. With our current revenues, 50 billion is just about 2 months' worth of earnings from the Com Belt project. Honestly, it doesn't even feel like that much anymore. Then, with a sigh, he added, if only we could develop the Com Belt without restrictions. Our progress is still painfully slow. The truth was, they had barely scratched the surface. The Com Belt was massive, spanning hundreds, possibly even thousands of undeveloped islands. Even if they only counted resource-rich islands, there were at least 500 major targets for future development. And that was just in the South Com Belt. If properly utilized, the total annual income from full-scale development could reach into the trillions. Claudius smiled. He was well aware of the potential here. But he wasn't about to hand all of it over to the Navy. If Claudius ever fully seized power over the world government, one of his first priorities would be reducing the heavenly tribute tax system. It wasn't about eliminating it entirely after all. The Donquixote lineage still needed a legitimate reason to collect wealth. However, milking the allied nations dry wasn't sustainable. Instead, he planned to legitimize a new financial system, one that would keep most of the wealth circulating within the world government's economy. He knew that gaining support from more nations required more than just military power. Economic incentives were just as important. And the Com Belt was his financial trump card. If he could fully develop it, the world government could become economically self-sufficient, no longer dependent on forced taxation. Of course, that was all in the future. For now, he needed to keep using the Com Belt's wealth as a means to bind the Navy to him, ensuring their loyalty in the coming years. Hearing Sengoku's complaints, Claudius smirked and casually remarked, well, maybe in the future we'll get that chance. Sengoku's eyes flickered slightly at those words. Sengoku wasn't a fool. He knew that Claudius had been investing heavily in the Navy. And he also knew that Claudius wasn't doing it for nothing. For a long time, he had tried to figure out what Claudius' true goal was. At first, he had assumed that Claudius was simply trying to strengthen the world government's grip on power, securing his own political standing. But over time, he began to suspect that Claudius had grander ambitions. Sengoku had no doubt that Claudius was destined to make history. At times, he even wondered, is he planning a coup? But whenever he truly thought about it, the idea seemed ridiculous. Why would a celestial dragon want to overthrow the world government? It made no sense. At the same time, if he wasn't planning rebellion, then what was he building all this power for? In the end, Sengoku settled on the most logical explanation. Claudius wasn't trying to destroy the world government. He was trying to take over 5 elders' authority. Of course, Sengoku still wasn't aware of Imu's existence. If he had been, his entire perception of the power structure would have been different. Right now, all he knew was that Claudius was gathering strength, and that, somehow, Marine headquarters had been pulled onto his side without even realizing it. And at this point, it was too late to back out. The Navy was already tied to Claudius. They had taken his funding. They had joined in his Calm Belt project. Even if Sengoku tried to separate himself now, 5 elders would never trust him again. If Claudius lost, the entire marine leadership would be purged. So now, Sengoku had only one choice: stay the course, no matter what Claudius was planning. He had no choice but to see it through to the end. Chapter 290. I had a choice before, but now I don't. Fortunately, Sengoku wasn't alone in this predicament. He knew that most of the marine higher-ups, like himself, were siding with Claudius. While they didn't think too deeply about it, at least he wasn't a commander without support. When it came to conspiracies, Sengoku truly believed that if this situation played out seriously, Claudius actually had a strong chance of winning, perhaps even a very high one. Just as Sengoku was lost in these thoughts, Claudius took a sip of tea and casually said, "By the way, Sengoku, do you know what the 5 elders told me after the meeting?" Sengoku raised an eyebrow at that, then chuckled and shook his head. "How would I know?" Claudius smiled faintly and spoke softly. "They said that after dealing with Newgate, they would introduce me to a very important figure." "Ahahaha, a big shot. Is there anyone more important than the 5 elders, or bigger than you?" Sengoku laughed. But as he laughed, his expression gradually stiffened, because he realized Claudius wasn't joking. After a brief silence, Sengoku's face darkened slightly. He took a deep breath and said, "Your Highness, this." "Oh, you've heard of the legend of the empty throne, right?" Claudius suddenly sighed and asked. Sengoku's expression changed slightly. Something flashed in his mind, and his face twitched before he replied in a deep voice, "Of course I have. 800 years ago, 20 kings came together to establish the world government. They raised the throne high above the void, proclaiming it a symbol of equality. No one was allowed to sit on the empty throne. It represented a principle the world government had upheld for 8 centuries. Claudius nodded. "Yes, I used to believe that too, until I discovered a certain secret." "What secret?" Sengoku asked, his gaze sharpening. "There is, in fact, someone sitting on the empty throne," Claudius said with a calm smile. As soon as he said this, Sengoku's expression became complicated. He hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile and said, "Your Highness, please don't joke about something like that." "I'd like to think of it as a joke too," Claudius replied, reaching out to pat Sengoku on the shoulder. The Marines had always upheld the banner of justice. Although people often mocked them as nothing more than the world government's enforcers, attack dogs used to maintain their rule, Sengoku had always believed in his heart that they stood for justice. Even if they were maintaining the world government's rule, it was for the sake of global stability, for the protection of nations. But now, Claudius was telling him that someone actually sat on the empty throne. Did that mean the Marines were nothing more than tools used to maintain a dictatorship? Undoubtedly, this left an uncomfortable feeling in Sengoku's heart. "Ahahaha, though I don't think I'm joking, I don't have any concrete evidence in my hands," Claudius suddenly laughed. "It's just speculation based on various clues, but after hearing what the 5 elders told me, I made some deductions." He looked at Sengoku and continued, "Think of it as just a story I'm telling you, Sengoku. No need to take it so seriously." Sengoku's mind was racing, but in the end, he forced a smile and said, "Your Highness, you can't go around making baseless claims without proof." Yes, I understand," Claudius nodded. This kind of thing was enough to bring up, but Claudius knew it wouldn't be enough to completely turn the tide. There was no way Marine would immediately jump to his side just because of this revelation. That would be ridiculous. To put it bluntly, this was just a way to plant the idea, an excuse, a reason. A grand banner needed to be raised. Interests alone weren't enough. There had to be a lofty ideal behind it. This was just an excuse for Sengoku to convince himself, "I am not fighting for personal gain, I am fighting for justice, for the truth of the world." And when framed that way, it certainly seemed to elevate the cause beyond mere self-interest. "Well, let's not talk about such rumors anymore," Claudius suddenly changed the topic with a smile. "Tomorrow, the World Economy News will publish the announcement about the expansion of the Reverie. That means the Marines can start taking action." Sengoku, who didn't want to dwell on the previous discussion, nodded and said, "Understood." If the summit is doubling in scale, we Marines will begin preparations in advance. It makes sense for us to carry out the so-called security mission." He smirked slightly and continued. "Even though the CP agencies don't get along with us, in situations like this, they wouldn't dare interfere too much. They'll do their best to cover our actions." After saying this, Sengoku paused for a moment before asking with a smile, "Your Highness, when do you plan on summoning the 7 warlords of the sea?" "Ha ha ha, no rush. We'll wait until you Marines are ready," Claudius laughed. "Can you really take down Newgate?" Sengoku asked with an expectant smile. "Don't worry, we won't lose," Claudius said confidently. "And this is only the beginning. The real work still lies ahead." Sengoku lowered his gaze slightly and murmured, "Yes, this is just the beginning. Your Highness, with you leading the way, we will bring an end to this great pirate era, won't we?" Claudius smiled and looked at Sengoku. "Of course, I promise you, Marine will be the one to bring this era of piracy to an end." "Then, Your Highness, I'll be counting on you," Sengoku said with a smile. Although neither of them explicitly stated it, both men were intelligent enough to understand what the other meant. It was clear now, Sengoku had no choice but to stand with Claudius. And Claudius had provided enough incentives to solidify that alliance. The promise he had made was simple: support me, and I will ensure Marine has the power to end the great pirate era. It sounded straightforward, but in practice, it was a major commitment. After all, wasn't this essentially a blank check, one that guaranteed more resources, influence, and authority for the Marines? This was exactly what Marine headquarters wanted. As long as Claudius could deliver on this promise, it would be enough. With that, Sengoku didn't linger much longer. He had only come to get a feel for the situation, and now that the Marines were about to go up against the Whitebeard pirates, he had plenty of work to do. After obtaining the direction he was looking for, Sengoku took his leave. Claudius personally saw him out of the palace. As Sengoku disappeared from view, Stussy, who had been standing beside Claudius, asked softly, "Your Highness, do you think Sengoku will truly stand with us?" Claudius smiled knowingly and said, "The Marines might still have options, but Sengoku doesn't. He's already been marked as part of my faction. If we fail, do you think he'll have a good ending? He has no choice but to stand with us." The Marines had a safety net. Even if Claudius failed, the world government would never completely dismantle Marine headquarters. At most, there would be a purge or restructuring. But Sengoku, he had no such guarantee. Luckily, as Fleet Admiral, he still held full control over Marine headquarters. At least for now, before any fallout occurred, he had the ability to steer the Marines' direction. This was precisely why Claudius had invested so much effort in winning him over back when he was still just an admiral. "Looks like Sengoku was tricked by Your Highness," Stussy chuckled playfully. "Ha ha ha ha, what trick? It's mutually beneficial. He can't expect to take my resources for free, can he?" Claudius laughed. Chapter 291. Dragon, could it be that something happened to me? The world outside was in turmoil. The Marines were making big moves, and the world government was preparing for an unprecedented world summit. Meanwhile, Claudius, having played his part, was leisurely enjoying his time. Despite having nothing urgent to attend to, Claudius chose not to leave Mariewa during this period, as unexpected events could arise at any moment. Fortunately, his palace was large enough that it didn't feel too boring. At this moment, in the courtyard lawn, Claudius was playing badminton with Stussy. Both of them were highly skilled, sending the shuttlecock flying at incredible speeds. The game was so intense that the birdies were breaking one after another in rapid succession. As Stussy got into the game, her figure moved gracefully, creating a dazzling spectacle that nearly made Claudius miss the shuttlecock several times. Then again, who knew what ball he was really trying to catch? At the same time, Spandine had returned to Mariewa and was now standing at the edge of the court, clapping enthusiastically from time to time, like the ultimate sycophant. "Spandine, make sure to coordinate with CP and have our people assist the Marines in covering things up." "Understood," Claudius said while swinging his racket without even turning his head. Spandine immediately responded, "Understood, Your Highness. I've already arranged everything." "Heh, that's what I like about you. You're quick-witted and save me a lot of trouble, Claudius replied with a smile. We'll also be spreading some misleading information through Happy Street, Stussy added as she caught the shuttlecock and grinned. Because Stussy's movements were too eye-catching, Claudius found himself distracted by certain aspects of the game and ended up losing. Casually tossing his racket aside, Claudius took the towel draped over his shoulders, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled. Anything interesting happening on the seas lately? Interesting? Spandine touched his chin, then shook his head. Not really, but now that you mention it, there is a group of bounty hunters who aren't capturing pirates but are instead gathering intel about your highness. Claudius raised an eyebrow in surprise. He rarely dealt with bounty hunters, as their overall quality was unimpressive. Though their numbers were vast, high-caliber bounty hunters were few and far between. They weren't exactly villains, but they weren't exactly honorable either. A mixed bunch. So it was odd that bounty hunters were specifically seeking him out. Bounty hunters, looking for me? Why? Did someone put a bounty on my head? Claudius asked curiously. Spandine had initially suspected that some fool in the underworld had placed a bounty on Claudius. However, after thoroughly investigating the black market, he found no such thing. Of course not. Who would have the guts to put a bounty on your highness? Spandine scoffed. But I was curious too, so I dug deeper. Turns out it's not about money, they seem to be looking for you for a different reason, almost as if they know you. Spandine smirked as he spoke. Oh, is that so? Claudius rubbed his chin. Unable to think of any obvious connections, he asked, what are their names? The group is small. Their leader is a swordsman named Rorinoa Zaro, and another is a navigator named Nami. The rest are just some small fry, Spandine recalled. Claudius was momentarily stunned. He had expected his actions in East Blue years ago to have long-term consequences, but he never imagined that by 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, Rorinoa Zaro and Nami would already be traveling together. They've already set sail. Judging from Spandine's report, it sounded like both of them had already entered the Grand Line. Interesting, Claudius murmured to himself. Zaro was one thing, but Nami. Wasn't she supposed to be Luffy's first real crewmate? If she had already left, could Garp's grandson even make it to the Grand Line? Would he still end up crossing the ocean in a barrel of all things? At this rate, the kid might just get himself killed before I even step in, Claudius thought to himself. He didn't need to look into it further. Chances were, the so-called Straw Hat Pirates had already failed before they could even form. Even if Luffy had managed to set sail, his crew lineup would be nowhere near as strong as in the original timeline. Maybe, at some random point, the Marines had already taken him out. Your Highness, do you actually know those people? Spandine asked when he noticed Claudius' slight reaction to the names. Claudius snapped out of his thoughts and smiled. I do, they're promising talents. He then added, keep an eye on them but don't interfere. Just observe them from the shadows. If the opportunity arises, see if they're willing to join CPX as external operatives. If not, then just let them roam free. Understood, Your Highness. Spandine nodded with a smile, accepting the task. At that moment, Nia approached with a den mushy in her hands. The device was still ringing. Your Highness, it's Dragon, Nia said softly. Claudius nodded, handed his towel to Stussy, then picked up the den mushy and walked toward the tea table. Dragon, what, did you screw something up again and need me to clean up your mess? Claudius answered with a playful grin. On the other end, upon hearing Claudius' voice, Dragon rolled his eyes. What do you mean again? That's never happened, okay. Ha 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 ha, Claudius laughed before asking, so what is it? Calling me out of the blue. Can I just check in? Aren't we good friends? Dragon replied with a chuckle. Claudius sat down in his chair, took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, and then said, I won't deny that we're good friends. But every time you call, you always have something going on. So let's cut the act, shall we? You're as cold as ever, Dragon muttered helplessly. But soon, his expression reflected in the den mushy turned serious. His voice took on a grave tone. Your Highness, I need to ask you something. Oh, what is it? Claudius asked with amusement. Why has the world government suddenly decided to expand next year's reverie to include 100 participating nations? Is something happening? Or is there a major plan in motion? Dragon asked in a deep voice. Pirates wouldn't care about how many nations attended the World Summit. Even if all 170 member states joined, it wouldn't change much. It wasn't like they were meeting just to discuss pirate suppression. But Dragon was different. He closely monitored international affairs, especially the World Summit, since it was an event the Revolutionary Army always sought to exploit. Now, with 100 countries gathering at once, how could he not be concerned? Could the world government be planning something big, perhaps even a decisive move against the Revolutionary Army? He had spent the last 2 days investigating and analyzing the situation, but found no clear answers. Reading the headlines in the world economy news only made him more uneasy. At first, he didn't want to lower himself to ask Cladius for insight. But the feeling that something massive was brewing wouldn't go away, and for the sake of the Revolutionary Army's future, he finally swallowed his pride and reached out. Ahahaha, what did that scare you? Come on, it's just a meeting with 100 countries. Just think of it as 2 conferences happening at the same time, Cladius laughed. You say that like it's nothing, Dragon muttered helplessly. Chapter 292, Cladius, I won't pretend anymore, time for a showdown. Ignoring Cladius' jokes, Dragon pressed on and asked, Is there some kind of conspiracy? Cladius chuckled and said, I wouldn't call it a conspiracy, but yes, there's a major move happening. However, it has nothing to do with your Revolutionary Army. Don't worry. Hearing this, Dragon was skeptical. He responded with clear distrust. The World Summit has always been connected to our Revolutionary Army. Now, all of a sudden, 100 nations are gathering for a meeting, and you're telling me it has nothing to do with us. That seems unlikely. What, don't you trust me? Cladius smiled. Dragon laughed awkwardly and said, Ha 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 ha, what are you talking about? Aren't we close friends? Of course I trust you. You sound guilty just saying that, Cladius replied helplessly. It's just that what you're saying is hard to believe, Dragon admitted. How can the world government gather 100 nations and have it not involve the Revolutionary Army? Are they planning something against the pirates instead? Cladius froze for a moment before laughing. Impressive, Dragon, you actually guessed it. That's right, this time our target is the pirates. Stop messing with me, Cladius. What are you really after? Just tell me straight, Dragon said, not believing him at all. Ha, do I look like someone who needs to covet your scraps? Cladius replied casually. Oh, really? Dragon pondered for a moment before saying, All right then, return the road poneglyph to me. Let's stick to discussing the World Summit, Cladius coughed and quickly changed the subject. As a high-ranking celestial dragon, could you at least pretend to have some integrity? Dragon said in exasperation. Cladius just chuckled and said, All right, enough nonsense. I won't lie to you. Yes, we're planning a major operation, and I won't deny it. Before the World Summit begins, we're going to make a move against the Whitebeard pirates. That's what all these preparations are for. It really has nothing to do with your Revolutionary Army. You're overthinking it. We are making a move against the Whitebeard pirates before the World Summit begins, so everything happening now is just the preparatory phase. Dragon was momentarily stunned. Damn, so it's really a major event. He had originally thought the sudden expansion of the World Summit was targeted at the Revolutionary Army, but now he was hearing that the world government was actually going after Whitebeard. You're really getting bold. You dare to challenge Newgate? Dragon muttered. The bolder the dream, the greater the achievement, Cladius teased. Besides, without dreams, aren't we just lying around like dead fish? Need my help? Dragon suddenly asked, as if he were eager to join in on the action. Cladius rolled his eyes. The last time you stirred up trouble on Whole Cake Island, how many benefits did you secretly snatch up? Hearing this, Dragon chuckled. That was years ago. Do you think I keep track of every little thing I do? There weren't any real benefits, right? Aside from the road poneglyph, but that's yours now anyway. Yeah, right, Cladius scoffed. He didn't believe a word of Dragon's nonsense. This guy was cunning as hell. There was no way he didn't make huge gains from the Whole Cake Island operation. Otherwise, why would he be so eager to help again now? Did he really expect Cladius to believe he was some benevolent Revolutionary Army leader, a selfless man of justice? It wasn't that Claudius was unwilling to give Dragon a slice of the pie. There just wasn't a slice for him this time. Just knowing ahead of time that we're making a move on Whitebeard is already a huge advantage for you, Claudius said. As for the battle itself, stay out of it. This will be a direct head-on war, and I doubt you'd want to get caught in the crossfire. Hearing that, Dragon reconsidered and rubbed his chin. Then maybe I should start making some preparations too. Now that he had confirmed the information, the ever-opportunistic Dragon felt that he was the one getting an advantage. With that thought in mind, he smirked and said, "All right then, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up." Claudius rolled his eyes. "You're so damn straightforward. If I weren't realistic, how do you think I manage an organization as massive as the Revolutionary Army?" Dragon responded, completely shameless. "Hold on, don't hang up yet," Claudius said. "You called me first, but I was actually planning to reach out to you." "Huh, then why didn't you just say so earlier?" Dragon asked, caught off guard. "I didn't want to look desperate," Claudius replied with a grin. "It's better if you come to me first, it makes me look more important." "You were counting on me to contact you about the World Summit, weren't you?" Dragon said, exasperated. "And didn't I give you the information?" Claudius responded smoothly. "We're even." Dragon sighed, deciding not to argue over such trivial matters. Instead, he asked, "So, what did you want to talk to me about? Are you planning something big?" Claudius was silent for a moment. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a quiet, serious tone. "I'm the one who orchestrated the changes in the upcoming World Summit." Upon hearing this, Dragon immediately fell silent, deep in thought. "If I remember correctly, you didn't even attend the last 2 World Summits," Dragon eventually said. "That's true," Claudius confirmed. "So why are you suddenly stepping in this time?" Dragon asked quietly. Then, before Claudius could respond, Dragon lowered his voice further and asked, "Have you already made your move?" Claudius simply laughed in response. "That's the difference between taking the top-down approach versus my bottom-up struggle," Dragon muttered bitterly. "You have the resources to make things happen easily, while I'm still grinding my way through. That's why I keep telling you, you should stop comparing yourself to me in these matters," Claudius teased. "Why don't you just change your banner and join me?" "And how would I explain that to my people?" Dragon countered. Before Claudius could come up with some absurd remark, Dragon continued in a serious tone. "So, you're planning to disrupt this World Summit, aren't you? This is your big move." Claudius fell silent for a moment before replying in a low voice, "Yes, the time has come." "Couldn't you wait just a little longer?" Dragon sighed. "I was waiting for you," Claudius replied calmly. Dragon went silent at that. Neither of them spoke for a long while. After an extended pause, just as the atmosphere grew heavy, Dragon finally broke the silence. "Claudius, what exactly do you plan to do?" "There's not much I can reveal to you at this stage," Claudius admitted. "But I will say this, I intend to dismantle the current celestial dragon system." "You're a celestial dragon yourself. What happens to you?" Dragon asked in a deep voice. "Have you ever seen someone willingly give up their own power?" Claudius responded, without pretense or deception. Dragon chuckled. "Well, at least you're honest about it, not that I expected anything different." "I told you long ago," Claudius continued, "stop indulging in idealistic theories. Look at the world as it really is. The way your revolutionary army has developed, I'm sure you've matured beyond those naive ideas, haven't you?" Dragon was silent for a moment. Then he admitted, "You're right, I'm not that naive anymore." Chapter 293. None of us are soft-hearted. Back in the early days, when Dragon first established the Revolutionary Army, they were indeed idealistic, perhaps even naive. They dreamed of evenly distributing power and wealth, believing that true equality could be achieved. The results, however, were disastrous. Although their revolution succeeded multiple times, corruption quickly took hold of the new ruling class. Attempts to evenly distribute power and wealth only led to greater instability, fracturing once unified nations into chaos. This caused Dragon to reflect deeply. Over time, he gradually shifted his perspective, coming to understand that social classes were, in some ways, a necessary structure. As a result, the Revolutionary Army refined its approach. Through trial and error, they developed new policies rather than simply overthrowing regimes and installing complete equality. They now sought to find suitable rulers, support their rise to power, eliminate oppressive governance, and regulate authority. Gone were the days of dreaming about a utopian world free of class divisions, because it simply wasn't realistic. "I told you a long time ago," Claudius said with a chuckle, "until human productivity reaches the point where it can meet everyone's needs, class conflict will never disappear. Now you believe me. For true equality to exist, humanity would likely have to advance into an interstellar era. Only when there were abundant resources, enough to fulfill every person's needs, would class distinctions start to fade. With machines and artificial intelligence replacing human labor, perhaps then a society without hierarchy could exist. But for now." Claudius didn't believe for a second that intelligent creatures could overcome their own nature. Where there are people, there will be conflict. Where there is conflict, there will be struggle, winners and losers. And when there are winners and losers, naturally, there will be hierarchy. And hierarchy at its core represents class. "You're right," Dragon murmured, not arguing the point. "Maybe our ideal society will emerge one day," Claudius continued. "But not now, not in this chaotic era. Right now, the world needs a government, a strong, unified force to maintain order." Dragon was silent for a moment before finally asking, "So, is that what you want to become? The king of the world?" "That's right," Claudius admitted without hesitation. A strange light flickered in Dragon's eyes. After a brief pause, he asked, "And then what? Is that all you wanted to tell me?" "A powerful voice doesn't have to mean oppression," Claudius said with a sigh. "I need enough authority to reshape the system, to change the world. You already know what I intend to do." "You once told me," Dragon said, his voice carrying a hint of emotion, "that the people are water and a ruler is a boat. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. Because of that, the people must always come first, the nation second, and the ruler last. Do you still remember those words?" "Of course I do," Claudius nodded. Before Dragon could say more, Claudius continued, "That's why I need to consolidate all power, to establish a new ruling class, one that governs according to our original ideals. I want to eradicate corrupt leadership, ensure people's livelihoods, and advance society." "And then," Dragon pressed, "how can you guarantee that your version of the world government won't become just as corrupt as the current one?" Claudius paused for a moment before laughing. "Dragon, aren't you being a little too nosy?" Dragon was taken aback by the remark. He frowned and asked, "What the hell do you mean by that?" "I can only guarantee one thing," Claudius said, "that during my rule, things will remain as I envision them. But beyond that, 100, 200 years from now, when we're nothing but dust, do you really think we'll still have control? History is shaped by trial and error. Humanity must make mistakes before it can find the right path. So go ahead, you keep trying your way and I'll keep trying mine. In the end, we do what we can in our time. That's all there is to it." Dragon fell silent. After a long pause, he finally asked, "Is this what you meant by constitutional monarchy?" "Something like that," Claudius admitted, "but at the start, I won't be giving up power. First, I need to reshape the world the way I envision it. Then, I'll begin decentralizing authority. At that stage, I'll establish a framework of laws to curb the excesses of the ruling class, gradually opening pathways for the general populace to rise in status. That's how we'll transition to a constitutional monarchy. Of course, on the surface, this might make it seem like the Donquixote family would only be nominally ruling over the world, relinquishing most of their authority. But Claudius wasn't about to tell Dragon the real plan, how he would consolidate power through a shadow network of economic and political influence. In the end, whether it was wealth, power, or class itself, the world would still be controlled by those who own the resources. "I'll need time to think about it," Dragon finally said. "I think the Revolutionary Army could play a vital role in all of this," Claudius continued smoothly. "You could serve as an oversight force, ensuring that the legal system adapts to different regions. Doesn't that sound like a good platform for your ideals?" Dragon let out a chuckle. "Are you actually offering me a position?" "How about Minister of Civil Affairs in the New World Government?" Cladius joked. Dragon smirked. You make it sound tempting. Honestly, I am intrigued. But this is too sudden, I need time to consider it. No problem, Cladius replied. At the very least, I hope you can give me an answer before the World Summit begins. I'll do my best, Dragon sighed. But in the meantime, send me an official document outlining your proposal. You just threw a lot of ideas at me, and I need time to process it all. No problem, Claudia said, satisfied. The conversation grew quiet for a moment, until Dragon suddenly spoke in a serious tone. Claudius, what happens if we don't reach an agreement? Claudius' voice turned cold. Dragon, you know I'm not a soft-hearted person, right? Dragon's tone matched his, and you know I'm not either. So then, we'd become enemies, Claudius said solemnly. He continued, his voice carrying an unmistakable edge. If that time comes, don't expect me to show mercy just because of our past friendship. I will do everything in my power to crush your revolutionary army. If I'm feeling generous, maybe I'll just throw you all into Impel Down for a peaceful retirement instead. You arrogant bastard, you really think I'd just let you walk all over me? Dragon scoffed. Ehehehe, who knows? Claudius laughed. Dragon exhaled sharply. Fine, I'll take everything you said seriously and give you an answer when the time comes. I truly hope we can change the world together, Claudius said, his voice sincere for the first time. I need you, and I think you know you need me too. Minister of Civil Affairs isn't enough, Dragon joked. How about Prime Minister instead? You sure have a big appetite, Claudius replied with a grin. The two men exchanged a knowing laugh before finally hanging up. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat in his chair, holding a newspaper with a curious expression. What the hell is the world government up to now? A summit with 100 participating nations, Newgate muttered, surprised. Still, while he found it unusual, he didn't take it too seriously. Whether it was 100 or 1,000 nations, none of that mattered much to him. Marco grinned and said, maybe we can snatch something good from it. Could be a big move. The Revolutionary Army, maybe? Jazu speculated, rubbing his chin. Every world summit ends up talking about them. Maybe they've finally come up with a real plan to get rid of them. Just like Dragon assumed the world government was targeting him, other major forces were also wary. Newgate, however, wasn't one to overthink such things. On the other hand, Teach's eyes darted around. He wasn't exactly sure why, but his instincts told him that whatever was happening, it had something to do with them. Are they trying to make an example out of us? Teach wondered. Newgate didn't dwell on it. Tossing the newspaper aside, he turned toward Teach and asked with a grin, "Q-ha-ha-ha? Teach, how's that dark fruit treating you?" Whitebeard didn't ask how Teach had obtained the fruit from Enel, nor did he care about the details. His sons were grown men. He wasn't about to micromanage their choices. Before Teach could answer, Marco smirked and commented, "Honestly, Pops, I don't think it's that great. It's a Logia, but it can't even turn the user into an element. Sounds like a downgrade to me." "Zhahahaha, maybe, but it does have some crazy abilities. It lets me absorb a ton of damage, right?" Teach said with a wide grin. "Yeah, but you also feel twice the pain," Jazu pointed out. "Not exactly a great trade-off." Whitebeard chuckled and asked, "The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia says that it can nullify other Devil Fruit abilities. That true?" He had the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, but he had never paid much attention to the dark fruit. The book had only vague details about it. Teach nodded. "Of course it's true, Pops. That's why I wanted this ability in the first place. But you have to make physical contact with your opponent, right? If you can't touch them, it's useless," Marco analyzed. "For non-Devil Fruit users, it doesn't mean much either. Still, for someone like you, Teach, it's a pretty solid ability." Of course, Teach wasn't about to reveal everything. His fruit could actually absorb abilities at range, but he chose not to display that yet. As far as Marco and the others knew, his nullification only worked in close combat. This way, they wouldn't see the full potential of his power. On the surface, it seemed strong but not overpowered. Whitebeard nodded. "In the end, it's not about the fruit itself, it's about how you use it." "Exactly, it's not like nobody else ever had the tremor fruit before you, Pops," Teach said, laughing. but only you became the strongest man in the world. Maybe it was his habit of sucking up to Cladius, but Teach was getting really good at flattery. Whitebeard, amused, let out a hearty laugh. Qhahaha, well said, Teach. The power of a devil fruit depends on its user. The crew continued chatting, and after a while, Marco suddenly patted Teach on the shoulder. Teach, now that you have the power you wanted, why don't you take up the position of 2nd Division Commander? Marco suggested. Newgate turned toward Teach and smiled. What do you think? Interested. Teach had been part of the 2nd Division for years. Since the position of commander had remained vacant for so long, there was no reason not to promote him. To Whitebeard, it seemed like the natural choice. Teach hadn't originally planned to take the position, but now that he thought about it, wouldn't being a commander make his plans easier? For example, if Marco or Thatch went out for a drink, he could follow them without raising suspicion. And if he needed to disappear later, being a commander might grant him more freedom. With that thought in mind, Teach grinned and said, Zhahahaha, Pops, I refused before because I didn't think I was strong enough. But now that I've got the dark fruit, I feel invincible. I'll take the position. His arrogant words made the others chuckle. No one took them seriously. They just assumed he was in high spirits. Whitebeard nodded. All right, from today forward, you are the 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Teach. Zhahahaha, thanks, Pops, Teach said, putting on an exaggerated show of excitement. Marco clapped his hands. Well then, since Teach finally got his devil fruit and we filled the 2nd Division spot, how about we celebrate with a banquet? Yeah, the pirates cheered. Whitebeard laughed. Qhahaha, young ones, break out the sake, let's drink. In high spirits, he threw a punch into the air. The sky split apart, the sea churned violently. The Whitebeard pirates erupted in cheers. The energy was electric. But Teach stood there, watching the distant tsunami waves. There was greed in his eyes, a hunger that burned deep inside him. The dark fruit was already his. Now, the next step was the tremor fruit. Of course, when he was buttering up Whitebeard earlier, he had said, the tremor fruit is only the strongest because it's in your hands, Pops. But deep down, Teach knew. The tremor fruit was the most powerful paramecia ability. And he had spent decades watching Whitebeard wield its terrifying power. He had no doubts, if he could seize that fruit, he wouldn't even need to master it. With just a little time to combine its power with the dark fruit, he would become unstoppable. No one in the world could rival him. Teach had spent years analyzing Whitebeard, his strengths, his weaknesses. There was no question, Whitebeard's greatest strength was his devastating attack power. When he went all out with the tremor fruit, it felt like he could shatter the world itself. But his weakness, Newgate's physical endurance, wasn't on the same level as the other top monsters of the sea. Kaido had his immortal body. Big Mom had her iron-like defense. But Whitebeard, his raw durability was not his strongest trait. And that was the flaw Teach planned to exploit. His plan was simple. Use the dark fruit for defense, absorbing and negating damage. Use the tremor fruit for offense, unleashing destructive force. Together, they would make him invincible. Just thinking about it made his heart race. His blood boiled. His ambition burned. He wanted to strike now, but Marco suddenly handed him a sake cup. Come on, Teach, let's toast, today's a good day, Marco grinned. Teach snapped out of his thoughts, suppressing his emotions. A sinister grin spread across his face. Zhahahaha, you're right, Marco, today is a good day. Chapter 294, Restlessness in Impel Down. Beneath the deep sea, Prometheus rode the ocean currents, heading toward Fishman Island. At the railing, Nia and Robin leaned forward, admiring the deep-sea scenery together. While Nia was simply enjoying the view, Robin was carefully observing the bizarre deep-sea fish. From time to time, she would exclaim in surprise, then sigh and murmur things like "Cowie Tilda," leaving Nia occasionally glancing at her with a puzzled expression. Not far from them, Claudius lounged in a sun chair, a newspaper in hand, scanning its contents with interest. The 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, a position that has remained vacant for many years, has now been assumed by the previously unknown Marshal D. Teach. According to the World Economy newspaper, Teach has been a veteran member of the Whitebeard Pirates, having joined Edward Newgate over 20, nearly 30 years ago, earning the trust of the legendary pirate himself. Teach, also known as Blackbeard, previously had no bounty. However, as soon as he assumed the role of 2nd Division captain, Marine headquarters promptly issued a bounty of 200 million berries on him. In terms of bounty growth rate, Teach has skyrocketed from 0 to 200 million in an instant. Yet, considering his years at sea, it has taken him nearly 3 decades to reach this point. Currently, the extent of Marshal D. Teach's true strength remains unknown. However, based on our investigations, this once low-profile man possesses formidable power. The scar over the left eye of red-haired Shanks was left by Teach himself. Not long ago, Teach clashed with Shanks once again on the island of Versailles. The battle also saw the involvement of thunder god Enel, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The final outcome of the battle remains unclear. However, given that Teach has successfully claimed the position of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division captain, one conclusion can be drawn: he is a man who can retreat safely even after facing both red-haired Shanks and thunder god Enel. It is rumored that Marshal D. Teach possesses a Logia Devil Fruit, the dark fruit. While its full capabilities remain a mystery, Logia fruits are known for their immense power. Perhaps we can look forward to Teach's potential in this regard. With Teach filling the long vacant role of division captain, Whitebeard's forces are now more unified and stronger than ever, reinforcing the belief that this is the era of Whitebeard. We eagerly anticipate Teach's future exploits. Perhaps he will one day become a legend in his own right. The rest of the article contained follow-up speculations, various deductions, and even some trivial gossip about Teach, such as rumors of him paying for information. It was clear that the World Economy newspaper held Teach in very high regard. "That damn Birdman Morgans, he always loves to stir up chaos," Cladius smirked. That guy had a habit of hyping up people without hesitation. First he hyped Teach. Then, in the future, he'd hype up another so-called 5th Emperor, Luffy. That nonsense made Kaido bash Luffy's head in. "So, Teach became the 2nd Division captain, huh?" Claudius muttered to himself, feeling a bit emotional. He hadn't expected this turn of events. The position had remained empty for so many years, and in the original timeline, it was supposed to be filled by Ace. However, in this timeline, Claudius had taken Ace in as his own younger brother. Naturally, that meant Ace wouldn't become Whitebeard's son, nor would he seek out the Whitebeard pirates upon entering the New World. Now, Ace had grown into a powerful pirate in his own right. The Spade pirates were well known throughout the New World, and with his Logia flame fruit, Ace was young, strong, and full of potential. Many people believed that given a few more years, he could rise to become one of the great pirates of this era. Despite his initial surprise at Teach assuming the role, Claudius wasn't particularly concerned. After all, he knew exactly what kind of person Teach was: an ambitious wolf, always waiting for the right moment to strike. There was no doubt in Claudius's mind Teach would betray the Whitebeard pirates. Not because of any external influence, but purely because of his own ambitions. Teach would be the blade that ultimately stabbed Whitebeard in the back. "Your Highness, we're almost at Coral Hill," Nia called out from the railing. Hearing this, Claudius folded the newspaper, having lost interest in the rest of its contents. He turned to Nia with a smile. Sure enough, just ahead, he could already see figures of fishmen and merfolk swimming through the deep sea. In the distance, the vibrant Coral Hill waved them a silent welcome. Claudius took a sip of tea, then stood up and walked over to Nia. Meanwhile, in the great prison of Impel Down, one of the 3 great strongholds of justice. Inside the chief warden's office, Shuryu of the Rain sat back in his chair, looking as fierce as ever. A cigar dangled from his lips as he leaned back, legs propped up on the desk. At his waist hung a sword, a blade exuding an ominous aura, its scabbard resting against the chair while the hilt swayed slightly with his movements. This was Thunderstorm, Ryu, one of the most infamous demon swords in the world. Rumors said that once drawn, Thunderstorm absorbed moisture from the air, causing water droplets to form along its blade. After drawing blood, the water would wash away the stains on its own. Every swordsman who had wielded Thunderstorm in the past had, without exception, succumbed to its influence, gradually becoming more bloodthirsty, eventually descending into madness and slaughter. This was why the blade was feared as a cursed sword. Impel Down followed a dual leadership system, governed by both the Chief Warden and the Vice Warden. The Chief Warden, of course, was Magellan. The Vice Warden, Shiryu. Together, they formed the infamous twin walls of Impel Down, ensuring the prison's absolute security. However, while they worked together, their relationship was far from good. Magellan was a strict, upright man, while Shiryu was cruel and merciless. The two despised each other. Magellan believed Shiryu's methods were too excessive. Shiryu believed prisoners had no rights, killing a few now and then would simply reduce the prison's food costs. Though technically second in command, Shiryu still ranked below Magellan. Only if something happened to Magellan would Shiryu gain full control over Impel Down. Otherwise, he was merely an assistant. And in terms of strength, Magellan was undeniably stronger. Shiryu's swordsmanship was powerful, but Magellan's venom fruit abilities were overwhelming. The few times they had clashed, Shiryu had always been the one to lose. Lately, Shiryu could feel Magellan's patience wearing thin. If things continued like this, sooner or later, Magellan would lock him up as a prisoner. Shiryu tried to suppress his bloodthirsty urges, but for how long? Gazing at the oppressive darkness of Impel Down, Shiryu felt a growing restlessness. Even though he held a high position, wasn't this prison just another kind of cage? My sword is already hungry and thirsty. Shiryu exhaled a plume of smoke, whispering to himself. His eyes then drifted toward a fresh newspaper on the desk. With little entertainment in Impel Down, reading the news was one of his few pastimes. Casually flipping it open, his gaze sharpened. Blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach. Chapter 295. Shiryu, oops, is this the feeling of a heartbeat? After reading the newspaper, Shiryu became intrigued by the man who called himself Blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach. There was no particular reason, just pure instinct. A man who had remained unknown for nearly 30 years had suddenly acquired a devil fruit, and in the blink of an eye, became the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. There seemed to be no flaws in his rise, yet Shiryu could keenly sense a scent, one called ambition. An interesting guy, Shiryu muttered softly. Of course, just reading about Teach in the newspaper wasn't enough to make Shiryu immediately admire him or recognize him as a worthy leader. At this stage, Teach had merely piqued his interest. It meant that Teach had entered his line of sight. For some reason, Shiryu had a nagging feeling that his future might be tied to this man. I'll keep watching you, Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach. He closed the newspaper, a wicked grin tugging at the corner of his lips as he murmured to himself. Though Teach had caught his attention, there wasn't much else to observe for now. Shiryu decided he would continue monitoring this man, waiting to see if he would do something truly interesting. And if he did, perhaps Shiryu would take action alongside him. Once again, he glanced around his dark office. Impel Down was never meant to see the light. The sea is vast, so why the hell am I still stuck here? Shiryu muttered to himself, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice. His gaze dropped back to the newspaper. Teach's face, grinning wide with several missing teeth, was plastered across the page, a smile so carefree and arrogant that Shiryu felt something stir inside him. A twinge of longing. Maybe even envy. Damn, is this what they call a heartbeat? For the first time in a long while, Shiryu felt something shift within him. As he looked up from the newspaper and cast his eyes toward the iron cages of Impel Down, something seemed different. He couldn't quite place what had changed. But it had changed. The Dragon Palace of Fishman Island. At this moment, Cladius was visiting the Dragon Palace as a guest. Over the years, Fishman Island had undergone tremendous changes. First, the chaos brought about by the Great Pirate Era had been effectively controlled. With Marine headquarters establishing a base and CPX setting up a branch on the island, security had drastically improved. Internally, many of the conflicts that once plagued Fishman Island had been resolved. For years, tension had simmered between the royal faction and Fishman Street, a lawless zone that had become a haven for criminals and pirates. However, things finally changed when Fisher Tiger ventured beyond the island, experiencing the outside world firsthand. Under Claudius's guidance, Fisher Tiger eventually became a contractor rather than a pirate. And with that, the chaos of Fishman Street finally began to settle. After all, most of the people who gathered there weren't criminals by choice. It was a matter of survival. Fishman Street was home to hundreds of thousands of orphans, children abandoned by the world, raised without education, without opportunities, and without a future. What else could they do? They had no skills, no jobs, no way to make an honest living. Strength was the only thing they had. But how many jobs on Fishman Island actually needed brute force? With no upward mobility, no escape from their circumstances, their only option was to turn to crime. But now, everything had changed. Fisher Tiger led over 100,000 people from Fishman Island to the Calm Belt and opened mines. Now, instead of aimless chaos, these former street dwellers had stable jobs with fixed monthly salaries. They even got 2 weekends off every week. The once violent and restless energy of Fishman Street had been turned into wealth. With stable incomes and opportunities to change their lives, who would choose to go back to being criminals? Who would willingly choose to be a nobody? Of course, not everyone was happy with the change. But Fisher Tiger was the undisputed leader of Fishman Street, and influential figures like Arlong deeply admired him. As for those who still refused to cooperate, they were nothing more than rotten leftovers, troublemakers with no value. And the Dragon Palace wasn't about to let such nuisances disrupt progress. Once the majority of Fishman Street's conflicts were settled, the stubborn few who refused to adapt were swiftly removed. Now, these fishmen had the ability to earn legal income. They were among the highest-paid workers on Fishman Island. And though they themselves might never receive a formal education, the wealth they accumulated could be passed down to their children. They had never been to school. But now, they could afford to send their kids. This was the start of a cycle of upward mobility, a direct path toward a brighter future. And once a man had such a future, he would fight to protect it. Nobody needed to tell them that. It was obvious. Now, if anyone dared to suggest shutting down the mines, the very workers themselves would be the first to riot. With Fishman Street cleaned up, the land, once the most chaotic and worthless part of the island, had been transformed into a thriving economic hub. Tesoro had invested heavily, constructing various processing plants to refine and polish deep-sea treasures like pearls, corals, and gems. With the delicate craftsmanship of mermaids, these raw materials were turned into exquisite jewelry. And where were these high-end accessories sent? Straight to the Grand Tesoro, the world's largest entertainment district. The Grand Tesoro attracted the richest people in the world, including a large number of celestial dragons. Underwater, these deep-sea treasures were barely worth anything. But in the Grand Tesoro, they were among the most coveted luxury goods. Ever seen a crown made entirely of black pearls the size of a fist? No. Then head to the Grand Tesoro to buy one. Otherwise, what kind of king are you? If you don't own one, the other kings might just cut off diplomatic ties with you out of sheer embarrassment. The factories on Fishman Street had created new sources of wealth, new jobs, and a booming economy. Fishman Island was thriving. Over the years, Sabyati Archipelago had become an important connection point for Fishman Island and the surface world. With efforts from all sides, the cultural gap between fishmen and humans had begun to close. And ridiculous superstitions about fishmen eating humans, they were dying out. If someone still believed such nonsense, people would just laugh at them. No one wanted to be the idiot who still clung to outdated myths. Through exposure and interaction, the two societies had begun to merge. Princess Ottoheim had always dreamed of this outcome. She wanted the people of Fishman Island to live freely under the sun, instead of being trapped in the deep sea for hundreds of years. Now, Cladius was here to continue pushing that dream forward, and to further strengthen his ties with Fishman Island. CPX had established a branch on the island, and two mermaids, Miro and Lenny, had become devoted admirers of Claudius, constantly singing his praises. His efforts had truly changed Fishman Island. At this point, his reputation here was practically godlike. He could eat at any roadside stall for free, just flash his face, and the owner would happily throw in extra meat. Holding a glass of wine, Claudius glanced toward the adorably round blue figure standing guard at the palace entrance. He nearly laughed out loud. Thanks to Fisher Tiger never becoming a pirate, Jinbei had never resigned as captain of the royal guard. He never became a warlord of the sea. Hell, he didn't even go by first son of the sea. Had Claudius scammed him out of that fate? But looking at Jinbei's warm, simple smile, Claudius thought maybe. This life suited him just fine. Your Highness. Hearing Ottoheim's soft voice, Claudius snapped out of his thoughts and smiled apologetically. Ah, sorry, Princess Ottoheim, I got a little distracted. Chapter 296. How about moving Fishman Island to the calm belt? Princess Ottoheim smiled, unfazed by Claudius's brief distraction, and continued, Thanks to your Highness, Fishman Island has become what it is today. Both Neptune and I are deeply grateful. As soon as she finished speaking, Neptune nodded in agreement. Yes, I never imagined things would go so smoothly. Of course, if someone other than Claudius had attempted these changes, it would have been far more difficult after all. They wouldn't have had the necessary resources at their disposal. Hearing their words, Claudius smiled and said, No need to be so polite. Our relationship with Fishman Island is mutually beneficial. I've gained a great deal from Fishman Island as well, benefits I wouldn't have even dared to imagine before. After a brief pause, Claudius continued, King Neptune, Princess Ottoheim, you may have already received the news. Next year's revelry will be attended by 100 participating nations. And among them is Fishman Island. Neptune nodded, his expression filled with curiosity and confusion as he asked, Yes, we've received the notice from the world government, but this is the first time such a situation has occurred. Why has the revelry's scale suddenly doubled? Claudius's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he replied softly, There's a very important reason for it. We value this revelry immensely. Personally, I believe this could be a meeting that will reshape the entire world, one that will rewrite this era. That's why I hope both Princess Ottoheim and King Neptune will attend. Reshape the world, rewrite the era. Neptune and Ottoheim were visibly surprised. Although they had speculated that this would be a major event, they hadn't expected even someone of Claudius's stature to regard the Lively with such importance. Perhaps something truly monumental was about to happen. After a moment of contemplation, Princess Ottoheim asked, Your Highness, could you tell us more about this? Claudius smiled, an enigmatic glint in his eyes, but instead of answering directly, he changed the subject. Princess Ottoheim, do you still intend for Fishman Island to move to the surface? Although she wasn't sure why Claudius had suddenly shifted the conversation, Ottoheim immediately responded with conviction. Of course. The 800-year-old wish of Fishman Island has always been to live under the sun. Claudius nodded knowingly. He understood all too well this was part of Joy Boy's legacy. After a moment of thought, he asked again, Then, Princess Ottoheim, how do you plan to accomplish this? Are you thinking of relocating the entire population of Fishman Island to the surface, abandoning this deep-sea home? Or? Before Ottoheim could answer, Neptune quickly waved his hands. Your Highness, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. While we do wish to live on the surface, Fishman Island is our homeland, our roots. Abandoning it is out of the question. In truth, not everyone on the island even wants to go to the surface. There are two main schools of thought here. One group, like us, longs for the sea above. But the other believes that fishmen and merfolk should remain in their natural habitat, deep underwater. Princess Ottoheim nodded and added, Yes, Your Highness. But these two perspectives aren't in conflict because we never intended to force anyone to go to the surface. It may seem a bit greedy, but in reality. At this point, she hesitated slightly, looking somewhat embarrassed. Claudius wasn't surprised at all. Even if he put himself in their shoes, he found it puzzling why so many of them wanted to leave the ocean. If he were a fishman or a mermaid, he'd never have such an idea. Living underwater was objectively more advantageous and natural for them, wasn't it? After a brief awkward silence, Ottoheim continued, "What we want is to establish a stronghold on the surface. Those who wish to live there can do so, while those who prefer to stay can remain on Fishman Island. The two communities will stay connected, that's the plan." Claudius nodded in understanding, then said, "That seems reasonable. But you must also be careful, it could lead to a new form of separatism." He didn't elaborate further. This was Fishman Island's internal matter, and he had no interest in interfering. It was true, though while maintaining two settlements might seem fine in the short term, over time, they might evolve into two entirely separate societies. Neptune nodded solemnly. "We're aware of this risk and will take necessary measures to prevent such divisions." Seeing that, Claudius didn't press the issue further. Instead, he smiled and said, "In that case, perhaps I can help with this endeavor." As soon as he spoke, both Ottoheim and Neptune seemed visibly excited. Princess Ottoheim quickly asked, "Your Highness, do you have a proposal in mind?" Claudius smiled and said, "You're both aware of the development in the Calm Belt, aren't you?" Princess Ottoheim nodded. "Of course. Many of our people return to Fishman Island for extended vacations every month. The Calm Belt Development Project operated in shifts. Claudius couldn't really treat the fishmen workers like slaves. Their rights had to be protected. The system worked as follows. Workers had weekly 2-day rotations and were divided into 12 shifts per year. Every month, a different batch would take a 1-month-long break and return home. While back on Fishman Island, they could spend their savings and maybe even find themselves a wife. Because of this system, the island naturally received plenty of first-hand reports about the developments in the Calm Belt. Both Neptune and Ottoheim were well aware of the situation. "The Calm Belt isn't far from Fishman Island," Claudius continued. "With your island's capabilities, the round trip would take only 3 to 5 days. This would significantly reduce the issues caused by distance, and the Calm Belt itself is a vast, empty area, untouched by external forces. The only existing power there is Amazon Lily. And in terms of alliances, it's safe to say that the Kuja tribe has one of the most harmonious relationships with Fishman Island. Perhaps, rather than starting with the surface, the best first step for Fishman Island is to establish itself in the Calm Belt." Claudius's tone was casual, but his words carried weight. Princess Ottoheim's eyebrows raised, surprise flashing in her eyes. "Your Highness, are you saying you're willing to support Fishman Island's development in the Calm Belt?" Claudius nodded. "That's right." Neptune hesitated before speaking. "Your Highness, our goal in reaching the surface is to integrate into the world. But isn't the Calm Belt even more isolated than Fishman Island? If you simply move us there, isn't it still just another kind of isolation?" Princess Ottoheim shot Neptune a glare. "Neptune, what do you understand? Do you think the Calm Belt is the same as it used to be?" His Highness sees the bigger picture. In this regard, Ottoheim had far greater foresight than Neptune. The Calm Belt wasn't fully developed yet, but its potential was enormous. Claudius wouldn't waste such a valuable region. Sooner or later, it would become a major center of activity. Hadn't sea trains already started running there? In the future, even ordinary ships might be able to navigate it freely. If Fishman Island moved into the Calm Belt now, they'd gain a first-mover advantage. Claudius chuckled. "Yes, the Calm Belt is a top priority for the world government's future plans. I won't let such a valuable area go to waste. Significant investments will be made to develop it further. And once that happens, it will not remain the Calm Belt as we know it today." Neptune's expression shifted slightly. A top priority of the world government. Hadn't the development of the Calm Belt been a secret from the world government? So why was Claudius saying this now? Meanwhile, Princess Ottoheim's eyes gleamed with realization. If Claudius's own influence grew further, wouldn't Fishman Island, his solid ally, reap even greater benefits? And in her heart she knew. She absolutely supported that. Chapter 297, Marine's Canine Culture. Still speaking, Claudius moved away from the topic of the Calm Belt and returned to discussing the upcoming reverie. But it may be too early to say this. I can't promise anything on behalf of the world government for the time being, but there may be some changes in this reverie, Cladius chuckled. Hearing this, Ottoheim and Neptune were momentarily stunned. A grand conference that would change the world and shape the future era. Recalling the deeper implications behind Claudius' earlier words, it wasn't difficult to imagine perhaps this highness truly intended to go further. With that thought, Neptune asked cautiously, "Saint Claudius, do you have certain aspirations for this reverie?" "Your highness seeks greater authority," Ottoheim also inquired softly. Claudius did not deny it. Instead, he smiled and nodded. "Everyone has their own ambitions, don't they? As the saying goes, people seek higher places just as water flows downward. Naturally, I am no different. Your highness, you are already a high-ranking celestial dragon. If you take one step further—" Neptune hesitated, his gaze flickering. "Oh, I'm getting old," Claudius said with a smile. Whether he was referring to his approaching 40s in 1506 or lamenting the advanced age of the five elders, it was unclear. However, to Ottoheim and Neptune, it was apparent Claudius sought to challenge the authority of the five elders. This was a monumental event. Could they, mere figures from Fishman Island, truly afford to get involved? Yet, upon further reflection, if Claudius succeeded in rising to power, the benefits for Fishman Island would be tremendous. After all, were the five elders truly immutable? At this moment, Neptune and Ottoheim understood Claudius. Implication: Fishman Island had his full support in their quest to reach the surface, but in return, they would need to back him when the time came. For Fishman Island, for greater benefits, Neptune and Ottoheim exchanged a look. This might be the greatest opportunity in centuries. If they missed it now, who knew how long they'd have to wait for another? And Claudius was their only bridge to the world government. Not supporting him would be foolish. "I wonder what your highness would have Fishman Island do?" Neptune finally asked, his voice deep and steady. "Your highness has shown great kindness to Fishman Island. If we can repay that kindness, we would be more than happy to assist you," Princess Ottoheim added softly. Claudius smiled at their response. "You're overthinking it. I merely need your public support when the time comes. There's no need for Fishman Island to pay any major price." Claudius' ambition was clear. He sought to change the hierarchy of the world government. However, in practical terms, Fishman Island could offer little in direct assistance unless Neptune was willing to offer up his daughter, Princess Shirahoshi, the ancient weapon, Poseidon. But that was obviously impossible. And Claudius would never make such an indecent demand. Turning allies into enemies was the last thing he wanted. Perhaps, if he fully secured Fishman Island's future in the Calm Belt, Neptune might consider such a thing in the long run. But Claudius prided himself on having a certain moral code. Even if Princess Shirahoshi was Poseidon, using a gentle, innocent young girl as a tool was simply repulsive. For a long time, Claudius had maintained minimal contact with the royal families of the world. In terms of true allies, he only had two. First, his cousin, Donquixote Doflamingo, the ruler of Dressrosa. There was no question about Doflamingo's loyalty. The second was Fishman Island, where he held great influence. And in terms of long-term interests, Fishman Island was even more valuable. Thus, Claudius needed them to take a stand. There was no one else he could count on. If Fishman Island publicly supported him first, it would set an important precedent. At the same time, it would solidify their direct alliance, giving Claudius the perfect justification to protect and empower them in the future. After a moment of silence, Ottoheim and Neptune exchanged a firm look before both spoke resolutely. "Rest assured, Your Highness, Fishman Island will always stand by you." Claudius' lips curled into a smile. "That's truly wonderful. I also look forward to a deeper level of cooperation with Fishman Island." Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Ever since the last World Government Conference at Mariewa, the Marines had entered a subtle state of mobilization. Many Marine vice admirals, who had been dispatched on various missions across the world, had begun returning to Marineford. At this moment, in the naval port, Vice Admiral Onigumo stepped off a warship, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his expression dark as always. It wasn't that he was particularly troubled or angry. His face simply always carried that "you owe me money" expression. As a staunch supporter of Sakazuki, Onizumo was one of the marine hawks and was deeply trusted by Sakazuki. Their relationship was close, and both men were known for their ruthless, iron-blooded approach to justice. If Sakazuki could justify sinking Ohara's refugee ship, then Onizumo was just as cold-blooded when carrying out missions. He would even eliminate his own men if they failed to uphold justice. As Onizumo stepped onto the dock, two other vice admirals also disembarked. One was Vice Admiral Doberman, known for his fierce demeanor. The other was Vice Admiral Dalmatian, a Zoan-type devil fruit user with the "you know me" model. Dalmatian, making him one of the Marine's most skilled Zoan users. Interestingly enough, it seemed that dogs held a special status within the Marines. Many officers had dog-related names or emblems. Take Monkey D. Garp, for example. His nickname was Hero of the Marines, but he also embraced the name Doghead Vice Admiral, even modeling his personal ship after a dog biting a bone. Similarly, Sakazuki was known as Akinu, the Red Dog. Even though pirates often mocked the name, he took pride in it. Then there was Dalmatian, who, as his name implied, had a canine-themed devil fruit. And of course Doberman, his name spoke for itself. Among Marines, Doberman was often called Mad Dog behind his back. He had an unfiltered mouth, a reckless attitude, and would bite into a fight without hesitation, whether or not he could win. Even in the face of Whitebeard, he wouldn't back down. As they met on the dock, Doberman glanced at Onizumo and greeted him. "Onizumo, you're back." Onizumo nodded, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Admiral Sakazuki ordered me back immediately. Same for you." Dalmatian lit his own cigar, biting it between his teeth as he chuckled. "Yeah, not just us. I saw Vice Admiral Mamanga heading in first." Hearing this, Doberman smacked his lips. Something serious must be happening. "Who knows? The reverie suddenly doubled in size. Maybe it's connected," Dalmatian mused. "Enough speculation," Onizumo said, striding forward. "Let's go see Admiral Sakazuki. He'll tell us everything." Without further discussion, the three vice admirals made their way into Marineford. Chapter 298. Sakazuki, you may not believe it, but I have a very good relationship with the Celestial Dragons. The benefits of Marine headquarters are quite generous, especially for high-ranking officers. After all, admirals and vice admirals are the backbone of the Marines, constantly on the front lines facing the monsters of the sea. Even Zephyr, despite retiring, still lost an arm due to the dangers of battle. This alone demonstrates the high risks they bear. Take Sakazuki. For example, he fought fiercely on Whole Cake Island, and while others might cough up blood from the ordeal, he only spat out seawater instead. Though top-ranking Marines rarely die in battle due to their immense strength, their chances of suffering serious injuries are extremely high. Given that these men risk their lives upholding justice, it's only reasonable for Marine headquarters to provide them with excellent treatment. After all, with their strength, they could easily leave the Marines and carve out a life of wealth and prosperity elsewhere on the seas. As one of Marine's highest combat forces and a sitting admiral, Sakazuki naturally enjoys significant privileges. His personal estate in Marineford is quite large. Although Sakazuki is known for his cold and iron-blooded demeanor, his courtyard has a refreshingly vibrant feel to it. Lush greenery flourishes, with neatly pruned trees and carefully cultivated plants filling the space. Perhaps due to his rigid personality, every tree in his yard is meticulously trimmed, not a single stray branch sticks out, all of them towering straight toward the sky. Maybe this reflects his unyielding mindset as well. At nearly 50 years old, Sakazuki remains unmarried and childless, still a lone wolf. Perhaps his Akinu moniker has something to do with it. He might be destined to bear the title of a lone dog for life. At this moment, he was shirtless, sitting before a bonsai tree, holding a large pair of shears in his hands. He carefully snipped away excess branches, leaving only the main trunk, standing tall and rigid. A cherry blossom tattoo stretched across his left chest, partially obscured by the numerous battle scars covering his torso. His shaved head and solid muscles made his imposing presence all the more clear and commanding. The severed branches burned to ash in his hand, the residual magma-like heat reducing them instantly. A gentle breeze carried the ashes away, letting them fall as fertilizer onto the grass below. As Sakazuki meticulously pruned his bonsai, 3 vice admirals approached: Onagumo, Doberman, and Dalmatian. I knew the admiral would be tending to his plants, Doberman chuckled. Dalmatian grinned as well. It's his hobby after all. Onagumo, however, said nothing. Instead, he skillfully walked into the inner hall, retrieved a teapot and several cups, and set them down on a nearby table. After pouring the tea, he finally broke the silence. Meanwhile, Sakazuki remained indifferent, continuing to carefully prune his bonsai. Only after removing the last unsatisfactory branch did he put away his shears and turn to his 3 subordinates. That tea you're drinking is made from the tea leaves that St. Cladius gifted me. Make sure you don't waste it, Sakazuki said calmly. Though his face remained stoic, his voice carried a rare trace of warmth. It seemed that even someone as harsh as him could relax around like-minded comrades. Doberman took another sip, then smirked. Your Highness even sends gifts to the Admiral. Sakazuki adjusted the placement of his bonsai and replied without turning back. You may not believe it, but I actually have a very good relationship with Cladius. The camaraderie from fighting together on Whole Cake Island, Dalmatian asked, grinning. After a moment of thought, Sakazuki shook his head. That was just my duty. I believe it's because that Highness sees potential in me. At this, Onagumo twitched his lips slightly and said, I don't know what gave you that illusion, Admiral. If I recall correctly, St. Cladius has always had a close relationship with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Isn't he more inclined toward the moderate faction? Sakazuki shot Onagumo a glance before responding. Onagumo, do you know why I became Admiral while you didn't? After thinking for a moment, Onagumo replied seriously, because you're stronger than me. Sakazuki shook his head. No, because I understand people better than you. What do you mean? Onagumo frowned, confused. The world is changing. In the past, St. Cladius aligned himself with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the moderates because that was what he needed at the time. But soon, the world will undergo drastic changes, and when that happens, the people he relies on will change as well. And at that time, he'll need someone like me. Sakazuki's gaze drifted back to his bonsai tree. A drastic change, someone like you, Doberman muttered, still not fully understanding. However, Dalmatian caught on. Admiral, are you saying St. Cladius will shift his stance? He's already gathered enough power. I don't know exactly what he intends to do, but I'm certain that he'll be shaking things up and these changes will benefit us. That's all that matters, Sakazuki replied evenly. Though many saw Sakazuki as nothing more than a battle-hardened brute, underestimating his intellect would be a grave mistake. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the rank of admiral. Sakazuki was sharp. He had sensed the shifting tides within the world government and realized that Cladius' focus was changing. Previously, while consolidating power, Cladius needed the stability provided by the moderates. But soon, when he made his move, he would require the strength and decisiveness of the hawks, those who dared to fight and conquer. This was why Sakazuki was convinced that Cladius would turn to him next. So, what are you implying? Doberman asked, still piecing things together. Sakazuki no longer kept them in suspense. I believe that St. Cladius intends to nominate me as the next fleet admiral, and I believe my chances are very high. At those words, Doberman, Onagumo, and Dalmatian were stunned. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was still in power and widely respected. Even Sakazuki admired him. So why bring up the next fleet admiral so suddenly? Was Fleet Admiral Sengoku planning to step down? That made no sense. He was still doing an excellent job. Before the 3 of them could voice their confusion, Sakazuki continued. The selection of a new fleet admiral isn't a sudden event. It takes years for the signs to emerge. After all, the marine system is massive and requires stability. While it won't happen immediately, I've noticed the early signs. That's why I need to be prepared. If the fleet admiral's position does open up, I intend to take it. Sakazuki knew that Fleet Admiral Sengoku wouldn't be stepping down anytime soon. But the signs of change were there. And to strengthen his claim, he needed the backing of someone influential, someone like Saint Cladius. Yes, Sakazuki had already made up his mind. He would secure Cladius' support just as Sengoku had once done. But this time, unlike back then, Cladius had options. And Sakazuki intended to make sure he was the only choice. Chapter 299, Only Where the Enemy Is. Hearing Sakazuki's words, Anagumo remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. If a Hawk faction Marine becomes Fleet Admiral, it will naturally be a great thing. We will fully support you, Admiral. The Marines were divided into 3 major factions. First, the neutral faction, led by Borsellino, consisting mainly of Takakake, some laid-back vice admirals, and those who preferred to go with the flow. Second, the Dove faction, led by Kyuzin. In truth, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had also belonged to the Dove faction. However, an unspoken rule existed within the Marines: whoever assumed the position of Fleet Admiral had to maintain absolute balance. Thus, after becoming Fleet Admiral, Sengoku had been forced to downplay his Dove faction ties. To keep things fair, he had entrusted control of the Marine Science Division to the neutral faction, strongly supported Sakazuki's promotion to Admiral, and refrained from suppressing the Hawks. At the same time, he still took care of the Doves, including Kyuzin, ensuring a degree of harmony within Marine ranks. More importantly, Sengoku had worked tirelessly to reduce factional conflicts within the Marines. Thanks to his prestige and the tremendous benefits he had secured for the organization, internal power struggles had remained manageable. For the most part, the factions had achieved genuine cooperation, with the only notable exception being the ongoing rivalry between Sakazuki and Kyuzin. At the very least, it wasn't as severe as it could have been. Currently, the Dove faction still held significant influence. Vice Admiral Mamanga, for instance, was one of its strongest members, and as the highest-ranking Vice Admiral, he commanded a great deal of authority. Meanwhile, Sakazuki was the undisputed leader of the Hawk faction. Historically, the Doves had produced multiple Fleet Admirals. Even Kong, the former Fleet Admiral, had been part of the Dove faction. Although this long-standing power dynamic had never led to open hostility, if given the choice, the Hawks would naturally prefer one of their own to take command. And now, Sakazuki was the most promising Hawk Marine to ever stand on the verge of claiming the Fleet Admiral position. At a time like this, the Hawk faction had no reason to hesitate. They would throw their full support behind him. After all, the Fleet Admiral influenced the entire Marine hierarchy. If the leader was iron-fisted, then the Marines as a whole would adopt a harsher, more decisive approach. And in turn, this tougher ideology would shape new Marine recruits, subtly swaying them toward the Hawk mentality, thereby strengthening the faction's influence over time. Hearing Ghost Spider's words, Sakazuki nodded. Very good, we must remain united. Now, let's discuss something important. Do you know why Marine headquarters summoned you this time? Isn't it because of the reverie? Dalmatian responded instinctively. I don't know why, but its scale has suddenly doubled, so naturally more personnel are needed. Doberman nodded in agreement, but Anagumo frowned slightly. Admiral, is there another reason? Sakazuki remained silent for a moment before replying. The expansion of the reverie you would never have guessed is actually a cover operation to coordinate with our Marine mobilization. As soon as Sakazuki said this, Anagumo, Doberman, and Dalmatian were all shocked. Wait, since when did the Marines have this much authority? The reverie itself is just a smokescreen for our movements. That's insane. What the hell is going on? Is something big about to happen? Doberman asked, clearly startled. After all, for the world government to orchestrate such a massive distraction, something monumental had to be in the works. Both Anagumo and Dalmatian looked at Sakazuki in astonishment, their eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. Sakazuki wasted no time. Under the command of Saint Cladius, CPX will be spearheading a joint operation between Marine headquarters and the SUPERPOWERS agencies. Our staging ground will be Marineford. Our main combat forces will be Marine headquarters and the 7 warlords of the sea. And before the reverie even begins. We will launch a calculated, premeditated frontal assault against the Whitebeard pirates. The goal of this war is to completely annihilate the active forces of the Whitebeard pirates, led by Edward Newgate himself. The moment Sakazuki finished speaking, the three vice admirals were completely stunned. Wait, what? Marine headquarters is declaring war on Whitebeard. Dalmatian blinked a few times, as if trying to process what he had just heard. My life just went through a roller coaster of emotions. Admiral, can you say that again? We're going to war with the Whitebeard pirates. Yes, Sakazuki's voice was calm, yet resolute. The strategic purpose of this war is to shatter the current era. Onigumo narrowed his eyes. Shatter the era. You mean, the era of the Great Pirate Age? Doberman asked, excitement creeping into his voice. Exactly, Sakazuki's tone hardened. We will end the age of pirates. We will erase the shadow of Roger. And we will erase the shadow of Whitebeard. Dalmatian murmured, still slightly unsure. This is really happening, huh? Then, as realization struck him, his expression shifted. A battle-hungry grin spread across his face. This is exhilarating. I'm literally trembling with excitement. Ha 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 ha. So this is the change you spoke of, Admiral? Onigumo asked. St. Cladius is leading CPX, and this initiative originates from him. Sakazuki nodded. Yes, since CPX is leading this operation, I believe this marks St. Cladius' shift in strategy. This type of initiative has never happened before. Whether it was Roger or Shiki, past wars were always initiated by the world government or marine headquarters. But this time, the driving force behind the war is St. Cladius himself. I see this as a sign, the beginning of a new era. Sakazuki was absolutely correct in his assessment. Until now, Cladius had been consolidating power, steadily building his influence. But now, he was taking the offensive not just against the world government, but also against the pirates of the New World. In a steady build-up phase, a Dove faction marine like Sengoku was essential. But to lead an aggressive charge, only a Hawk Marine could be trusted. That was why Cladius was now considering supporting Sakazuki as the next fleet admiral. And Sakazuki understood this perfectly. This war was a test, a battlefield examination to see who was fit to lead the Marines in the new age. So when Doberman asked, Admiral, what's your plan? Sakazuki answered in a booming voice. This war is codenamed Marineford War, the Battle of the Best. This is St. Cladius' grand opening move. We, the Hawk Marines, never ask who the enemy is. We only ask where the enemy is. Chapter 300, Sengoku being a fleet admiral is so boring. In the Fleet Admiral's office at Marine Headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had just finished his work for the day. For several days in a row, he had been working overtime under intense pressure. But today, he finally had a brief moment of respite. Setting down the last of the paperwork, he happily picked up his teacup, took a sip of the hot tea, and felt his entire body relax. Turning his gaze outside the window, he saw seagulls, the symbol of peace, flying in flocks against the backdrop of a clear blue sky. White clouds drifted lazily, and the warm sunlight bathed everything in a comfortable glow. It's been a long time since I had such a leisurely moment, huh? Maybe His Highness was right that day. I'm getting old, what am I still fighting for? Why don't I just retire after the war is over? Sengoku muttered to himself as he sipped his tea. Thinking about it, he was around the same age as Zephyr. And yet, while Zephyr's hair was still jet black, Sengoku had already begun dyeing his own hair to maintain his authoritative presence. That's right. Sengoku's hair had long since turned completely white, but to uphold the dignity of his position and maintain a strong image, he constantly dyed it black, giving him the appearance of a man in his 50s rather than someone older. On the other hand, Zephyr, despite losing an arm and suffering from asthma, seemed to be growing younger in spirit. What caused such a stark difference between them? Was it strength? No, that wasn't the issue. It was lifestyle and stress. Zephyr became an instructor because he wanted to, not because he had to. Teaching wasn't just a job for him, it was something he enjoyed. But Sengoku, as Fleet Admiral, he bore the burden of overseeing the entire Marine force. He commanded over 1,000,000 soldiers, but that authority came with immense responsibility. For a moment, he recalled Claudius's previous joke about retirement. This time, Sengoku seriously considered it. If given the opportunity, should he really just step down? He didn't have to leave the Marines entirely. He could follow Zephyr's example and take a position in the background. Speaking of which, there is a position for Chief Inspector, isn't there? Sengoku mused aloud. The role of Marine Chief Inspector was essentially a retirement position, similar to being the head of the Marine training camp. It was an honorary title, reserved for high-ranking veterans who had made significant contributions. A perfect post for fishing if he wanted to. After pondering for a moment, Sengoku chuckled to himself. I'll keep that in mind. When I step down as Fleet Admiral, I'll take up the Chief Inspector position, ha 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 ha. With that settled, his thoughts naturally turned to a crucial question. Who should become the next Fleet Admiral? In the past, Sengoku had strongly favored Kyuzen for the position. Kyuzen had always seemed like the ideal candidate for Marine leadership. But now, Sengoku wasn't so sure. Just as Sakazuki had realized that times were changing, Sengoku could feel the shift as well. He had already placed his bets on Claudius. Deep down, he could sense that Claudius was planning something major. If that was the case, he had to consider the best-case scenario, because if Claudius failed, then Sengoku's opinions on Marine leadership wouldn't matter. At that point, he'd be thrown into Impel Down as a prisoner, and whoever became Fleet Admiral wouldn't concern him anymore. So, assuming Claudius succeeded. With everything Sengoku knew about Saint Claudius, if Claudius took control of the world government, there was no way he would let such an advantageous situation go to waste. Claudius would definitely launch a powerful campaign into the New World. Now that he thought about it, perhaps the 7 warlords of the sea system had been created as a stepping stone for this very purpose. Once a stable foundation was built, and the warlords started cooperating closely with the Marines, the structure would be in place. And from there, Claudius would need major victories to solidify his new government. What better way to achieve that than by waging war on the pirate era itself? To accomplish both of those goals, the Marines would have to become an aggressive, war-ready force. And the only candidate suited for leading such a Marine force was Sakazuki. No wonder His Highness said he was very optimistic about him that day. Had he already foreseen this outcome, his ambitions are truly vast. While we're still thinking about war, His Highness is already thinking about the future. Is it confidence or something more? Sengoku found himself chuckling at the thought. If Claudius came into power, and if Sakazuki showed even the slightest inclination for the role, Claudius would undoubtedly appoint him as the next Fleet Admiral. At that moment, Claudius would be in a position where no one could challenge his decisions. He would be focused on establishing his absolute authority. So even Sengoku would be wise not to interfere. Otherwise, he would likely meet an unfortunate fate. In that case, I guess the decision of the next Fleet Admiral isn't really up to me, is it? Sengoku mused. Kyuzen, what will happen to you then? That was the next dilemma. Kyuzen and Sakazuki despised each other. If Kyuzen became Fleet Admiral, Sakazuki would be furious, but he would probably stay as an admiral. But if Sakazuki became Fleet Admiral, there was no way Kyuzen would accept working under him. That was precisely why Claudius had predicted this conflict. After all, Kyuzen had previously spared Nico Robin and even let the Straw Hat Pirates go. Sakazuki, on the other hand, he never showed mercy. To him, absolute justice meant eliminating all threats. Kyuzen's relationship with His Highness Claudius is still good. Maybe Claudius has other plans for him? Sengoku pondered aloud, rubbing his chin. Years ago, Kyuzen had saved Claudius's life on that island alongside Zephyr. Since then, Kyuzen and Claudius had maintained a distant but amicable friendship. And knowing Claudius's personality, Sengoku believed he wouldn't let someone like Kyuzen go to waste. Perhaps Claudius already has a position in mind for him. But that was something Sengoku couldn't predict, nor was it his concern. Forget it, I should focus on the upcoming war. Have I overlooked anything? Sighing, Sengoku reached for another document on his desk. Then he chuckled bitterly. I really am a workaholic, aren't I? Can't even enjoy a break properly. Just as he was about to start reviewing the paperwork for the following day, the door to his office suddenly swung open. With a loud, boisterous laugh, Garp strolled in, holding a bag of rice crackers in one hand. Ahahaha, Sengoku, let's go out for a drink. Sengoku glanced up at his longtime friend and let out a helpless sigh. Lifting the document in his hand, he said, Can't you see I'm busy? Why don't you do something serious for once? Garp pouted in mock indignation. Oi, what do you mean I don't do anything serious? I'm inviting you out for a drink, even Suru is coming. Hearing that, Sengoku hesitated for a moment. Then Garp smirked, Oh, and I'll pay. The moment those words left his mouth, Sengoku immediately tossed the document onto his desk, stood up and said, Let's go, let's go. It's not every day a cheapskate like you offers to pay, this is a historic event. I have to be there. Chapter 301, Mamausagi, No Fear in Being Favored. At the Marine G1 branch in the New World, Jin sat at her desk, flipping through the documents in her hand. She had just received the battle plan for the upcoming operation at Marine headquarters. What frustrated her was that she wasn't listed as a first priority combatant. Instead, she had been placed in the third sequence, which meant she was likely to see no action at all. Her role was to remain in the New World and handle any disturbances caused by Kaido and Shanks. Of course, she wasn't the only one assigned to this post. Takecake, Zephyr, and a few others would be stationed alongside her for the mission. In short, the frontline battlefield at Marineford had nothing to do with her. The document in her hands contained intelligence on the Beast Pirates, recently provided by CP agents. As for the Red Hair Pirates, well, there was nothing. No information, no confirmed whereabouts. It was as if they had vanished. Currently, there were 3 Emperors of the Sea, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Shanks. Among them, Whitebeard and Kaido operated within well-established territories, making them relatively easier to track. Even Kaido, despite Wano country's strict isolationist policies, had some of his movements leaked to the world government through CP channels. But Shanks, that man was a phantom. 1 month he might be in the New World, the next, he could have crossed the comm belt and appeared in the North Blue. Trying to track the Red Hair Pirates. That was wishful thinking. Unless by sheer luck, finding Shanks was nearly impossible. Factories in Wano suspected of producing weapons. What the hell am I supposed to do with that information? What I need is Kaido's location. Jin frowned and tossed the intelligence report onto the table with frustration. Reaching for a pack of ladies' cigarettes, she pulled one out and placed it between her lips. Just as she was about to strike a match, a sudden knock came at the door. Come in, she said casually. The door swung open, and in walked a tall, lanky figure with a slightly slouched posture. His curly hair looked perpetually unkempt, and a green, netted sleep mask rested on his forehead. He wore a blue button-down shirt beneath his standard-issue marine vest. His entire demeanor radiated laziness. There was no mistaking him. This was Kyuzin, one of Marine Headquarters' 3 admirals. Ah rah rah, did I just walk in on your little secret? You've started smoking? That's not good. Cladius might not like that, Kyuzin teased, grinning as he saw Jin holding a lit match in one hand and a cigarette in the other. Jin took a slow drag, flicked the match out, and exhaled a small puff of smoke. Then, with a raised eyebrow, she glanced at Kyuzin. I'm not his servant, we're not even married yet. He has no say in what I do, and besides, this isn't some big secret. Leaning back in her chair, she added, But enough about me, what brings you here? Were you also pulled from the front line and sent to fish with me? Kyuzin ignored the question and instead smirked. Oh, so you two are already discussing marriage. Ah rah rah. I have to hand it to Cladius, he even managed to win over our Marine's flower. Jin's cheeks flushed slightly at the remark, and she shot back, Are you just bitter because you're a lifelong bachelor? Kyuzin chuckled as he made his way to the office sofa, slumping onto it with his usual lazy posture. Nah, I'm just feeling a little nostalgic. Time sure flies, doesn't it? Jin rolled her eyes and took another drag of her cigarette. After a brief silence, Kyuzin spoke softly. I'm still in the first battle sequence. As an admiral, I'll be fighting at Marineford. Jin flicked her cigarette ash into an ashtray and nodded. I figured as much. It would be disgraceful if one of the highest combat forces didn't show up for such a battle. Kyuzin simply shrugged in response. Jin leaned forward slightly, eyes narrowing. So, what's the real reason you're here? Shouldn't you be on standby at headquarters? Waiting for someone, Kyuzin answered vaguely. After a short pause, he added, and I needed to clear my head. Got a bit bored. Jin smirked, tapping her chin. It must be serious if you of all people are feeling restless. Let me guess. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she smirked. You're not scared, are you? After all, Whitebeard is the world's strongest man. It's normal to be afraid anyone could die in this war. Kyuzin shot her an annoyed look. You know that's not what's bothering me. Don't say dumb things like that. Jin laughed heartily at his reaction, but her tone turned serious as she spoke again. You're thinking about Sakazuki, aren't you? At her words, Kyuzin visibly tensed for a brief moment. Reaching up, he pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Yeah, that's part of it. Jin exhaled a puff of smoke, watching Kyuzin carefully. I have a feeling I know what you're worried about, but I'll ask anyway, what exactly is on your mind? Kyuzin let out a deep breath and muttered, You already know, Jin. After this war, everything is going to change not just for the world, but for the Marines as well. He stopped there, unwilling to say more. Jin seemed to understand what he meant. Taking another drag from her cigarette, she exhaled slowly and said, Maybe you're overthinking it. There could still be a way out of this. Kyuzin gave a wry smile. A way out, huh? If only things were that simple. Jin decided not to push the topic further. Instead, she changed the subject. By the way, who are you waiting for? Did you get a new assignment? Nothing to do with you, Kyuzin said, smirking. Just stopping by to clear my head. G1 is a good place for that. Oh, so now you're keeping secrets from me? Jin huffed playfully. I'm a vice admiral, you know, don't underestimate me. Kyuzin chuckled at her reaction. Relax, it's nothing major. I'm just waiting for Borsellino and Cladius to arrive. Cladius is coming. Jin's eyes lit up with excitement, but then her expression shifted. Suddenly remembering the cigarette in her hand, she quickly snuffed it out in the ashtray. Then, sniffing the air, she frowned slightly. There was still a lingering scent of smoke. Without hesitation, she strode over to the window and flung it open, letting the fresh air in. Kyuzin gave her a knowing look and smirked. Weren't you just saying he can't control you? Jin shot him a glare. Next time, tell me sooner if he's coming, instead of making me listen to your brooding nonsense first. You're so annoying, do you know that? Feigning injury, Kyuzin clutched his chest. Wow, so heartless. Is this what I get for stopping by? Then, with a chuckle, he shook his head. They won't be here for another 2 days. I just arrived ahead of them. Jin double-checked her uniform, making sure she didn't smell of smoke. Oh, and what's the mission? Kyuzin smiled faintly. At this point, what else? It's about Edward Weevil, the one who injured Zephyr. Jin's eyes flashed coldly. A shame I can't personally avenge Zephyr-sensei. Then, stretching her arms, she sighed. I have a feeling my assignment here at G1 will be completely uneventful. What a waste. Kyuzin sighed as well. No one expected things to escalate this quickly. Chapter 302, Borsellino, what am I working for? Not just the perks. The island of Punk Hazard, once devastated by Caesar Clown's experiments, was not in great shape. The toxic gas leak had covered the entire island, contaminating a large portion of the research equipment and materials. At the time, the gas was so deadly that evacuation had been the only option, prioritizing lives over assets. As a result, Dr. Vegapunk had ultimately pinned the blame on Caesar Clown, leading to the scientist's imprisonment in Impel Down. Of course, Caesar wasn't actually rotting in prison right now. He had been temporarily loaned by Crocodile from Doflamingo to work on military projects in Alabasta. Now, however, Punk Hazard had begun to recover. The once lethal gas had mostly dissipated, though the air still carried traces of toxicity. On the island, a large number of Marine soldiers, clad in protective suits, were conducting searches. They were pulling out scientific research materials from the abandoned facility, salvaging equipment contaminated by the gas, and assessing whether any of it could be cleaned and reused. After all, this was cutting-edge scientific gear, expensive stuff. Some of the precision instruments, barely the size of a palm, were worth more than an entire warship. It would have been painful to just abandon them. Meanwhile, just off the coast, several marine warships remained anchored in the waters near Punk Hazard. Because the toxic concentration had decreased, the crews on these warships didn't need to wear protective gear like those on the island. This fleet belonged to Marine's Scientific Division, and the commander in charge was none other than one of Marine Headquarters' highest combat forces, Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. In Claudius's mind, Borsellino was the strongest admiral. Not just one of the 3 top Marine officers, the strongest in actual combat ability. Though Sakazuki and Kyuzen were technically on the same level as Borsellino, Claudius couldn't help but feel that both of them were still just a bit behind him. Among the Marines, the only person who could truly surpass Borsellino was Garp, but Garp was an anomaly, so Claudius never even counted him as human. And today, Borsellino was just as laid back as ever. He wore his signature yellow-striped suit, along with the Marine Justice cape draped over his shoulders. His orange sunglasses sat comfortably on his nose, adding to his signature look. By all appearances, he should have looked dashing, but his usual sluggish, sleazy demeanor ruined the effect. With a small pipe resting between his lips, he took slow, deliberate breaths through his nose. For a moment, it was unclear whether he had a cold, or if he was just being lazy as usual. Bizizete, bizizete, bizizete. The sound of a den mushy buzzing snapped Borsellino from his daze. He lazily patted himself down, searching for the transponder snail. Finally locating it, he answered in an unbothered tone. Moshi moshi tilde. Oh Sentomaru, what's the situation on the island? Boss, no signs of life. We've moved everything worth salvaging to the shore. You can send the warships to retrieve the cargo, came the immediate response from Sentomaru. Oh, is that so, Tilda? Borsellino drawled. Then, anything that needs to be destroyed, be sure to handle it properly. No worries, I've already rigged everything with explosives. After a few more casual words, the call ended. With that, Borsellino retrieved a gas mask, strapped it over his face, and ordered the warships to begin transporting the recovered materials. As a Logia-type glint fruit user, Borsellino wasn't worried about the toxins. As long as he didn't breathe them in, he'd be fine. So while his subordinates were clad in full protective suits, he was just wearing a face mask. After a long day of work, the Marines had finally cleaned up the mess left behind from the Punk Hazard incident. As their warships began departing from the island, Sentomaru pulled out a remote detonator. With a simple press of a button, massive explosions engulfed the island. The old research facility, once a proud Marine installation, was now reduced to rubble. Borsellino, however, didn't even glance at the destruction. Casually pulling off his gas mask, he tossed it aside, checked his wristwatch, and muttered, Sentomaru, once you leave this sea area, take the fleet back to Marineford. Sentomaru blinked. Boss, are you heading to G1? Borsellino took another puff from his pipe before replying, that's right. Kyuzen said this morning that he's already arrived. As for His Highness Claudius, he's probably still on Fishman Island. But the Prometheus is fast. If I take my time, I'll be the last one to show up. Wouldn't that be terrible? Yeah, it'd look like you think you're more important than a celestial dragon, Sentomaru teased. Borsellino smirked. After a brief pause, Sentomaru checked his surroundings to make sure no one else was listening. Then, lowering his voice, he said, Boss, I already know about the war at the summit. Borsellino raised an eyebrow. Oh, and who told you that? I got a special assignment, so I found out. Don't worry, I've got the tightest lips in the world. No one will know I know, Sentomaru declared, patting his chest. Borsellino sighed. Well, now I know you know. Honestly, Sentomaru wasn't the most discreet person. Still, Borsellino didn't doubt his loyalty. With a more serious tone, he warned, Sentomaru, this is serious. Don't slip up, even a minor leak could get you court-martialed. Relax, boss. My mission is just to construct the Seastonale defensive wall at headquarters. I'm not leaving Marineford, so there's no chance of leaks. Hearing that, Borsellino relaxed a little. Sentimaru was his protege. He had always taken good care of the kid. In the future, he planned to let Sentimaru gradually take control of Marine's scientific division. By the way, boss, Sentimaru said, rubbing his chin, no matter how this war ends, it'll change the Marines, right? Borsellino took a long drag from his pipe, exhaled a plume of smoke, and replied, "Oh, definitely, I know what you're asking. But don't get involved. Just do your job. Don't meddle in these political games." "Boss, you really don't have any ambition?" Sentimaru asked. "None," Borsellino answered immediately. Frankly, he had zero interest in anything beyond Marine Admiral. It was already exhausting enough. The only reason he hadn't retired was because of the 5 insurances: housing fund, high-level commercial insurance, pension benefits, and retirement subsidies. Becoming Fleet Admiral? No way. He refused. Being an admiral was already tiring. Why give up the simple joys of life? Fishing, kicking back, and collecting a paycheck. Now that was the dream. Sentimaru wasn't surprised by the answer. He had expected it. Still, his curiosity wasn't satisfied. "Okay then, between Kyuzin and Sakazuki, who do you think will win?" Borsellino adjusted his sunglasses and gazed at the sea. Then, in an uncharacteristically serious tone, he said, "Sakazuki, it has to be Sakazuki." "What do you mean?" Sentimaru frowned. Borsellino exhaled slowly and said, "I believe in Sakazuki, and I know that he's the only one who will succeed. Simple as that." Sentimaru wanted to ask why, but Borsellino just waved him off. "Go, if you don't hurry, you'll miss the return fleet to Marineford." Seeing that his boss clearly wasn't in the mood to elaborate, Sentimaru gave up. "All right then, boss, take care, I'm heading back." As Sentimaru left, Borsellino's warship set sail, heading straight for the G1 Marine branch. Chapter 303, Kyuna Zaro's Just a Weakling. Kyuzin had a good relationship with Borsellino. Then again, Borsellino was a smooth operator. He got along with just about everyone. Now that the two had reunited at the G1 Marine branch, they were chatting and joking like old friends. In Jin's office, Borsellino, Kyuzin, and Jin were casually discussing various matters. If Kyuzin could win the support of an admiral, it would be a major advantage in the upcoming Fleet Admiral selection. However, Kyuzin didn't bring up the topic. He knew exactly what kind of person Borsellino was. He never took sides, remained strictly neutral, and never got involved in politics, expecting Borsellino to back him. That was pointless. And to be honest, Kyuzin himself wasn't even sure if he wanted to be Fleet Admiral. If it weren't for his rivalry with Sakazuki, he probably wouldn't have fought for the position at all. "Need my help?" Jin asked, slightly unwilling to stay out of it. Kyuzin smiled. "Help with what? I'll be fighting alongside Borsellino, and Cladius will be there too. You really think we'll lose?" Borsellino chuckled and added, "You'd be better off focusing on your job here, Jin. Once this place becomes the new Marine headquarters, you're going to have a lot on your plate." Jin gave them both an annoyed look. "You two have zero loyalty. We were admiral candidates together. Shouldn't you take care of me, the one who got kicked out to a branch office?" Borsellino simply waved his hand. "You chose not to become an admiral. If you really wanted it, you wouldn't have lost to me, Tilda." That was technically true. Borsellino had never actively fought for the admiral position. He was far too lazy for that. If Jin, Takacake, and the others hadn't turned down their promotions, Borsellino never would have been pushed into the role. "How could I compete with you?" Jin scoffed. In terms of seniority, Borsellino was the oldest among them. He had even joined the Marines before Sakazuki. And in terms of strength, it wasn't just Cladius who thought Borsellino was the strongest. Even Kyuzin and Sakazuki had their doubts about whether they could truly surpass him. Jin was confident in herself, but even she had to admit that she was still a long way from Borsellino's level. "Tusk." Borsellino simply waved it off. "Anyway, just focus on your job, Vice Admiral Jintilda." Jin frowned slightly, resting her hand on Kanpira, the sword at her waist. "You saying my sword isn't good enough?" Kyuzin chuckled. For some reason, the conversation had lightened his mood. Meanwhile, off the coast of the G1 Marine branch, the warship Prometheus, carrying Claudius, slowly approached the island. They had traveled directly from Fishman Island, making good time. On the ship's fourth-floor deck, Robin stood with a spyglass in hand, observing the marine base in the distance. G1, wasn't this base built years ago? Why does it still look like a construction site? She asked curiously. She had a point. The G1 Marine branch had been established long ago, back when the Marines first attempted to expand into the New World. Yet even now, it looked like a never-ending project. Large construction vessels carrying materials were constantly moving in and out of the base. The scale of this place seems huge, far beyond a standard Marine branch, Nia, the butler, noted. At that moment, Claudius stepped onto the deck, dressed in a crisp white suit with a brown-black coat draped over his shoulders. A cigar rested between his fingers. He looked sharp, exuding an air of authority and a bit of that classic underworld charm. Hearing Robin and Nia's questions, he smiled. "Oh, I haven't told you yet, have I? The G1 branch is crucial to the Marines' future plans. Once construction is complete, Marine headquarters will be relocated from Marineford to this base. This is going to be the new Marine HQ." The new headquarters? Robin looked surprised. "So that's why Jin was transferred here," Nia nodded, finally understanding the importance of her role. Claudius walked to the railing, gazing at the Marine base ahead. "Jin needs to speed up construction, or she won't make it in time." "Make it in time for what?" Nia asked curiously. "The upcoming war. We're going to fight Newgate at Marineford." Claudius took a slow drag from his cigar before continuing. "I've never personally seen him fight, but Sengoku and Garp both speak highly of him. Sengoku says Whitebeard has the power to destroy the world. Garp, on the other hand, said that if Whitebeard really fights at full power, Marineford might not survive the battle." A slight grin played at the corner of Claudius's lips. "So after this war, Marineford is going to be in ruins. It might even break apart into a chain of small islands. And when that happens, the Marines will need to move into the New World." Robin looked toward the G1 Marine base again. "But will this project be finished in time?" she asked, doubtful. Claudius exhaled a puff of smoke. "That depends on Jin. If she pushes hard enough, she might make it." At the G1 Marine port, as Prometheus docked, a female Marine stood at the harbor, waiting expectantly. She was dressed in uniform, a katana secured at her waist. Her posture was upright, exuding both confidence and discipline. As soon as the gangplank was lowered, she spotted Claudius stepping onto the dock. Her face lit up, and she enthusiastically waved her arm. "Claudius tilde tilde tilde." Hearing the familiar voice, Claudius looked over and smiled. "Oh, Kuina, long time no see. You've grown into quite the beauty." Kuina had a bold personality, almost boyish in her mannerisms. As Claudius approached, she reached out to pat him on the shoulder, only to realize she couldn't reach. Undeterred, she settled for giving his waist a firm slap instead. "Borsellino and Cusin are already here. They're in Jin's office waiting for you. If you don't hurry, you'll miss them." "Ahahaha, is that so?" Claudius chuckled. He reached out and ruffled Kuina's hair. Noticing her slender waist, he casually remarked, "By the way, just a random thought." "Huh, what is it?" Kuina asked. "Since you've been in the New World, maybe you don't know, but your little brother has already set sail. He's made it to the Grand Line." Kuina blinked in confusion. "Little brother? Wait, you mean Zaro?" Her eyes widened in surprise. "Did he come looking for me?" "Well, you haven't gone home in over 10 years. Of course he came looking for you, Tilda." Claudia smirked. Kuina folded her arms. "I made a promise when I left. I won't go home until I've made a name for myself as a swordsman. I have to prove that a woman can stand at the top of the sword world." Before Claudius could respond, she excitedly asked, "So, how's Zorro doing? He's strong, right?" Claudius burst into laughter. "Ha, nah, he's just a weakling." Kuina's face twitched, and she let out a long sigh. "She figures, that's exactly what I expected." Chapter 304. Kuina, after this battle, should I go home and get married? Kuina held on to Nia, while Robin remained on the ship, choosing to continue her peaceful life as a recluse. Meanwhile, Claudius walked beside them, chatting and laughing as they strolled. At least he doesn't have to worry about food and shelter. Even if he's a rookie, he can still get by in the first half of the Grand Line. Being a bounty hunter isn't bad. It's basically the same job as you, just targeting pirates, Claudius said with a smirk. Kiuna crossed her arms. It might sound arrogant, but leaving the East Blue is like finally stepping out of a small pond. But if he just messes around in the first half of the Grand Line, it's meaningless. They call it paradise for a reason. I just hope he doesn't get blinded by his own strength there. She spoke like an old veteran, judging Roranoa Zaro's journey from a distance. After a short pause, her brows furrowed. And another thing, Claudius, don't compare me to him. I'm a Marine, an upright, righteous, lawful protector of peace and justice. I love this sea, and I protect it. That's completely different from bounty hunters who only chase profit. Claudius chuckled at her conviction. I figured this out a long time ago, he teased. Figured what out? Kiuna asked, tilting her head. That you're a little too serious sometimes, Claudius laughed. Kiuna's face twitched, and she pouted. You're one to talk. Ehehehe, Claudius laughed, then paused, raised an eyebrow and smirked. So what now? What now? Kiuna frowned slightly, unable to understand his meaning. Wow, women really are ruthless, Claudius teased, then continued. Your childhood rival has spent over a decade training relentlessly just to catch up to you. He left everything behind, threw himself into the Grand Line without hesitation, following your trail. All just to stand before you once more, proudly and on equal footing. Nia couldn't help but laugh at Claudius' dramatic storytelling. What are you laughing at? Claudius shot her a look of dissatisfaction. I'm laughing because, Your Highness, your storytelling is getting more and more ridiculous. You took a simple rivalry and turned it into some kind of love story, Nia said teasingly. Kiuna's face turned red. She had always viewed Zaro's journey as the pursuit of a rival, nothing more. She had never stopped to think about it from another angle. But now, hearing Claudius frame it like this, it made her feel a little embarrassed. Could that idiot really think that way? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, her face flushed even more. What do you mean, this is love, all right? You're still too young, Nia, Claudius said, patting her shoulder earnestly. Nia chuckled softly. Your Highness, I'm 7 years older than you. Cough, cough, Claudius cleared his throat awkwardly. Then, as if nothing had happened, he raised his head and said, Oh, is that so? Our dear Nia is so beautiful, I thought she was barely in her teens. Did I get that wrong? Hearing Claudius' words, a smug smile appeared on Nia's face. She playfully responded, Oh my, how could you ever be wrong, Your Highness? Hehehehe, Claudius laughed heartily. Off to the side, Kiuna shuddered in disgust. You two are absolutely nauseating, she muttered. Claudius ruffled her hair playfully and confidently declared, What do kids know? Before Kiuna could protest, he pressed on. So, Roranoa Zaro's love story, crossing thousands of miles to find you doesn't move you even a little. Maybe, but it's unnecessary, Kiuna said, tilting her chin up in a tsundere manner. Then I really feel bad for Zoro, Claudius sighed. Before Kiuna could retort, he suddenly smirked as if remembering something amusing. But maybe I misunderstood. After all, he didn't come alone. I heard from Spandine that he brought a little beauty along with him. It seems like they have a pretty close relationship. He turned to Nia. By the way, what was her name again? Nia quickly answered, Your Highness, it's Nami. Ah, yes, look at my memory. Nami, a ship sailing the seas, carrying a handsome man and a beautiful woman together, huh? Claudius muttered in an exaggeratedly dramatic tone. Of course, he knew full well that Zaro was the type of guy who only had eyes for swords and booze. The idea of him having any romantic feelings for Nami was ridiculous. Kiuna knew that too. But somehow, hearing Claudius put it that way, it annoyed her. It felt as if something that belonged to her was being taken away. HMPH, Kiuna snorted coldly. Claudius smirked at her reaction. Raising an eyebrow, he asked again. So what? So what? Kiuna hesitated. Zaro has already taken 9,999 steps. If I were you, why not take just one step and see what happens? Claudius said in a coaxing voice. Kiuna's expression became conflicted. Her fingers brushed against the hilt of Wado Ikamanji at her waist. She wanted to say something, but the words caught in her throat. What if I'm wrong? What if Zoro never had those kinds of feelings for me? Kiuna, Nia suddenly spoke, her voice gentle. Kiuna looked up. Nia smiled and said softly, at times like this, you can be a little selfish. It's not about what he thinks, it's about what you want. Claudius nodded in agreement, watching Kiuna with a knowing smile. Kiuna lowered her head, deep in thought. Then, a moment later, she lifted her gaze and declared, fine, I'll take a step and see. Ha 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 ha, Claudius burst out laughing. At the same time, he thought to himself, Zoro, bro, this is the best I can do for you. Kiuna and Zoro were a perfect match. Claudius had always thought it was a shame how things had played out before. But now, seeing this moment, he felt genuinely happy. When this battle is over, I'll go back, Kiuna said firmly. Claudius' face changed instantly. He clamped a hand over her mouth and said, keep that kind of thought to yourself. Saying it out loud is a death flag. People who say, I'll go back after the battle, usually don't make it back. Kiuna rolled her eyes at him. After chatting a bit longer, Claudius glanced around to make sure no one else was nearby. Lowering his voice, he asked, by the way, Kiuna, is everything all right at G1? No one's been giving her trouble, right? Kiuna smirked. Don't worry, do you think Sister Jin is as careless as you? Honestly, I feel bad for her and Nia. How did they end up stuck with a scoundrel like you? Hey, I'm a celestial dragon, can you show some respect? Claudius protested. Maybe other people fear you, but I don't, and you know why. Because you were the one who dragged me out of the East Blue. Then, her tone shifted to something more serious. But Claudius... what is it? He asked. For all these years, I never properly said it. So, thank you. Thank you for taking me seriously. Thank you for bringing me into this different world. Before Claudius could respond, Kiuna gave him a hearty slap on the back. Now hurry up, don't keep Jin waiting. That's not very gentlemanly. Ha, don't worry, I'm a true gentleman, Claudius chuckled. Chapter 305, Kyuzin, All Men Understand. As soon as he pushed open the door to Jin's office at the Marine base, Claudius saw three familiar figures, Kyuzin, Borsellino, and Jin. Ha 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 ha, it's been a long time, Jin. Claudius laughed as he stepped inside. When he spoke, he completely ignored Kyuzin and Borsellino. Jin's expression showed a hint of excitement, but she quickly suppressed it, adjusting her posture to sit properly. Your Highness, Kyuzin and Borsellino both stood up, greeting Claudius with smiles. Claudius waved a hand and said, when it's just us, no need for formalities, just make yourselves comfortable. After having them sit back down, Claudius suddenly sniffed the air and asked with some confusion, what's that smell? Smoke. Hearing this, Jin's expression shifted slightly, and she immediately turned to look at Borsellino. Borsellino, surprised by her sudden glance, was just about to ask why she was looking at him when Jin spoke up. Borsellino, how many times have I told you not to smoke in here? You never listen. Now look what you've done. Jin scolded him in irritation. Borsellino looked aggrieved. When did I ever smoke? Sure, he was a bit lazy, but he still had standards. He would never just light up in front of a lady. In fact, when he first walked in, he had been wondering the same thing. Why does this room smell like smoke? Was it Kyuzin? Did Kyuzin smoke in here? Before Borsellino could defend himself, Kyuzin chuckled and said, yeah, Borsellino, smoking so much isn't good for your health, Tilda. Hearing this, Jin gave Kyuzin a subtle but knowing glance. He understands me. Meanwhile, Borsellino, feeling wronged, could only sigh and nod. Claudius, on the other hand, shot a playful glare at Jin, making her feel a little embarrassed. But since he didn't say anything more, she let it slide. Claudius casually walked over to the sofa, sat down, picked up the cup of tea that had been poured for him, took a sip, and let out a satisfied sigh. This is nice. A little nap before the battle, Kyuzin asked with a smirk. More like a warm-up, Claudius replied, smiling. Then he continued. This mission is pretty straightforward, 3 of us teaming up to bully an idiot. Your Highness, Weevil is very strong. Nia, standing behind Claudius, whispered. Yeah, but he's still an idiot, Claudius replied casually. Although it's not exactly polite to mock someone's intelligence, Your Highness is right. It really is just bullying a fool, Cusin agreed with a nod. Ordinarily, they wouldn't speak so crudely about someone, but Edward Weevil was a full-fledged pirate and worse, he had severed Zephyr's arm. Among those present, aside from Nia, everyone had been mentored or deeply influenced by Zephyr. Even Borsellino, despite his obsession with devil fruits and occasional disagreements with Zephyr, still respected him. Since Zephyr had remained in the Marines, Borsellino maintained a decent relationship with him. As a result, no one here had any sympathy for Weevil. Their words reflected that. At some point, Borsellino pulled out a nail clipper and leisurely began trimming his nails as he asked lazily, Since Your Highness is in charge of this mission, what's the latest intelligence on Weevil? Claudius wasn't bothered by Borsellino's laid-back attitude, he was used to it. Having worked with the Marines many times, he knew that as long as their relationships were solid, there was no need to nitpick over small things. Seeing Claudius extend a hand, Nia promptly placed a den mushy in his palm. Claudius casually dialed a number. Before long, the call connected. From the other end, Spandine's irritating voice came through. Your Highness, St. Claudius, I trust you're doing well, Spandine greeted with a fawning tone. Claudius chuckled. I'm doing fine, Spandine. How's that task I assigned you? Rest assured, Your Highness. When have we ever let you down? We've got eyes on him at all times, and Lucci's team is tailing him as we speak, Spandine quickly reported. Good, so where's that bastard now? Claudius' tone grew serious. Polani Island, Your Highness. We've already drawn up a plan for you. If I'm not mistaken, you're currently at the G1 Marine base, correct? Spandine inquired. Claudius nodded. Yeah, Cusin, Borsellino, and I are all here. In that case, a warship or Prometheus would be too conspicuous. Weevil's old hag of a mother is a cunning and cautious woman. I recommend that Your Highness and the admirals first head to Pori Island. From there, you can take the sea train directly to Polani Island. The travel time is quite short. If you leave today, you'll arrive by nightfall at the latest, Spandine suggested respectfully, checking the notes he had written. Ha, you're getting more meticulous these days. Not bad, I'm impressed, Claudius praised. Spandine's old face lit up with joy, and he replied eagerly, It's an honor to be of service to Your Highness. After asking for additional details, Claudius ended the call. I have to admit, while Spandine has his quirks, his ability to get things done is impressive, Cusin remarked thoughtfully. No wonder His Highness trusts him with important tasks, Borsellino agreed. Spandine wasn't particularly well-liked within CP organizations, as he often caused trouble there. However, in Marine circles, he had a strong reputation. He had assisted the Marines in completing several difficult missions. Even Cusin and Borsellino had worked with him on occasion, and they found his efficiency reliable. Claudius grinned and said, The guy is quite capable. As for his minor personality flaws, well, nobody's perfect. As long as he gets results, that's all that matters. After a brief pause, Claudius asked, So, you two professional pirate hunters, got any ideas? Cusin and Borsellino exchanged a glance and both chuckled. After a moment, Borsellino said, Your Highness, your record in catching pirates isn't any worse than ours. Cusin and I have never caught a pirate emperor, after all. Ha, fair enough. I think Spandine's suggestion is solid. Let's go with that, Claudius said with a grin. Agreed, Cusin and Borsellino nodded. At that moment, Jen spoke up in frustration, Can I come too? Claudius rolled his eyes. Come on, aren't you busy enough already? Before Marineford gets wrecked, I hope you can at least finish your work. Otherwise, Sengoku might go bald from stress. Jen knew her work was important, but she still pouted slightly in dissatisfaction. Claudius winked at her, and Jen blushed. Let's rest for the night and leave tomorrow, Claudius decided after a moment of thought. After all, he had just arrived and was already leaving again. It was a bit exhausting. A night's rest wouldn't hurt. However, Cusin and Borsellino seemed to misunderstand something. They exchanged knowing looks before Cusin suddenly stood up and said, Borsellino, feel like getting a drink. Of course, Borsellino replied, just as quick-witted. Claudius, unaware of their train of thought, said, I'll come too. No, no, please rest well, your highness. Cusin quickly waved him off, giving him a look that all men understand. Claudius was left speechless. Chapter 306, Borsellino, what? Am I not worthy of being fleet admiral? For a moment, Claudius didn't understand what Cusin meant, so he instinctively replied, I just have something to talk to you about. This actually works out. As soon as Claudius finished speaking, Jin snorted heavily, clearly displeased. Nia smiled, and Cuina, standing near the doorway, shook her head at Claudius in exasperation. This left Claudius confused, but it didn't take him long to realize what was happening. After all, he wasn't an idiot. He glanced at Jin, feeling a little awkward. But since he had already said it, taking it back now would only make things more embarrassing. So he had no choice but to push forward. He looked at Cusin and said, You know the G1 branch well, you lead the way. Cusin gave Claudius a look full of disappointment, as if scolding him for wasting an opportunity. I'm not familiar with it, Cusin replied. No, you are, Claudius insisted. I'm really not, Cusin sighed. He used to be familiar with it, but after the major renovations, he hadn't been back. All right, I'll lead the way, Borsellino cut in, not wanting to watch them bicker any longer. Claudius shot Cusin a glare. Cusin rolled his eyes in response, thinking, how is this my fault? I gave you a chance and you wasted it. In the end, Claudius followed Borsellino out, looking somewhat defeated, while Nia and Cuina stayed behind, smiling knowingly. Jin, meanwhile, turned her attention to Nia. It's been a while, Jin. You've become even more beautiful, Nia said with a warm smile. Jin had a good impression of Nia, even though she was well aware that someone as stunning as Nia likely had a not-so-innocent relationship with Claudius. Jin smiled and said, Nia, you have to share Stussie's secret skincare formula with me this time. I want in on this too. I've always heard that Stussie has eternal youth. People say she found the fountain of youth as a child, true or false. Cuina chimed in with curiosity. With that, the group split up. Meanwhile, Claudius quickly realized that Borsellino had no idea where to find a decent bar in the G1 Marine base. He had just been pretending to act knowledgeable. In the end, Claudius had no choice but to sigh and lead the two admirals back to Prometheus. If the G1 base doesn't have what we need, my ship certainly does. Unlike most celestial dragons, Claudius wasn't overly extravagant. He could blend in with both high society and more casual settings without any issues. So the three of them, all old men in their 40s or older, settled down for drinks. No fancy setups, just a simple, comfortable atmosphere. They sat in the ship's ocean restaurant as the sky darkened. The warm glow of the lights set a pleasant mood, making the place feel rather elegant. It was a shame they didn't indulge in anything gourmet. Instead, they simply had the chef grill some skewers and grabbed a few bottles of the most common beer. With that, they drank happily. After clinking glasses, Claudius sighed. We've known each other for so many years, yet this is the first time we've had a drink together like this, isn't it? Borsellino chuckled softly. It does seem that way. Cusin stroked his chin and mused. Well, everyone's always been busy. Claudius gave Borsellino a long look, making the latter feel awkward. Borsellino frowned. What's with that look, your highness? I am busy, you know. You're not looking down on a marine admiral, are you? Ha 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 ha, busy. Yeah, sure, you're really busy, Claudius laughed. After a few drinks, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Cusin finally asked, So, I went out of my way to create such a good opportunity for you, yet you insisted on coming with us for drinks. What was it you wanted to talk about? By this point, Cusin had dropped the formalities. No more your highness or Saint Claudius. Claudius didn't mind. He took a bite of grilled meat, washed it down with beer, and let out a satisfied sigh before finally saying, I've been feeling a little bored lately. Cusin paused, instantly realizing that Claudius was leading into something serious. Taking a sip of his drink, Cusin sighed and admitted, Yeah, me too. You and Sakazuki really can't get along, Claudius asked. Cusin went silent for a moment before giving Claudius a complicated look. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You chose him. Why do you look like I'm breaking up with you? Claudius muttered helplessly. Well, I was the first one to meet you on that island, wasn't I? Cusin grumbled. Claudius cringed at his tone and said, I haven't even had that much to drink yet, and you're already making me nauseous. Cut it out. Ha 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 ha, Cusin laughed, dropping the act. But honestly, Sakazuki might be more suited for the position than I am. What made you think I picked him? Claudius asked curiously. If you had chosen me, you wouldn't be bringing this up, Cusin replied matter-of-factly. He knew that if he became Fleet Admiral, Claudius wouldn't even need to consult Sakazuki. Sakazuki would have no choice but to accept it and keep doing his job, even if it meant swallowing his pride. But for Cusin, it was different. It wasn't about pride. If he stayed in the Marines under Sakazuki's leadership, it wouldn't just be difficult, it would create problems. That was the real reason Cusin was considering leaving. It wasn't that he was petty or unwilling to lose. It was that his ideology simply clashed with Sakazuki's. At that moment, Borsellino, who had been sipping his drink quietly, suddenly spoke up. You guys never considered me. Both Claudius and Cusin froze. Claudius especially looked genuinely surprised. Wait, Borsellino, you wanted to be Fleet Admiral. Borsellino's expression darkened. I wasn't planning to fight for it, but the fact that you both completely ignored me kinda stings, you know. Cusin hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly muttered, sorry. You picking a fight with me, old man? Borsellino's face twitched. But the tension quickly dissolved into laughter. Claudius took another sip of his drink and smiled. You know, upholding justice and maintaining peace aren't things that can only be done in the Marines. Sometimes, a change of scenery, a fresh perspective can be a good thing. You might even find new opportunities, Cusin. Cusin smirked. Why do I feel like you're trying to push me into retirement? He clicked his tongue, shaking his head with a wry smile. Chapter 307, Fudging Cusin into Joining CPX. Claudius listened to Cusin's words, looking at him in mild surprise, but saying nothing. Cusin was the first to smile, but gradually, his expression turned dull, and his eyes filled with disbelief. Hey, do you two seriously want to kick me out? At least have some ethics. Even if you're thinking that, couldn't you wait until after the mission to bring it up? Aren't you afraid I'll just give up halfway? Cusin grumbled in dissatisfaction. Claudius laughed, clapped Cusin on the shoulder and said, Ahahaha, look at you acting all scared. Do I really seem that heartless? Cusin glanced at the oily handprint now imprinted on his clean white vest, then nodded with a look of pure disgust. Without a doubt, yes. Borsellino, sipping his drink, chuckled happily. As a leading figure of the Marine neutral faction, he rarely participated in drinking sessions like this. Tonight was an exception. And in the midst of it, he found his perception of Saint Claudius shifting yet again. In the past, even though Claudius was easygoing, he still carried the air of a celestial dragon, reserved, untouchable. That feeling had been unmistakable. But this time, Borsellino didn't sense it at all. It truly felt like a group of friends sitting together, eating and drinking. Has he let go of something? Borsellino mused. He wasn't sure what had changed, but it seemed like St. Claudius had broken free from some kind of invisible shackle yet again. I think your highness makes a good point, Borsellino said with a smile. Cusin fell silent. Though he hadn't made any concrete decisions yet, he wasn't ruling out the idea of leaving the Marines. In fact, the more he thought about it, the more it seemed like the only way forward. Claudius smiled at Cusin and said, Relax, no need to overthink this. I'm the one at risk of being unemployed, not you, Cusin muttered helplessly. Claudius seemed to relate to those words. He murmured softly, Unemployment wouldn't be too bad for you, but if I end up unemployed, I might have to immigrate to the moon. Because if his plans failed, there wouldn't be a place for him in this world. Turn to piracy, the world government would hunt him down relentlessly, and the major pirate crews wouldn't let him off either. Maybe his only option would be to take Enel and a few others, find a way to the moon, and see if he could somehow make a comeback from there. Thinking about it, Claudius did feel some pressure. How could he not? Cusin and Borsellino both caught on to the weight behind Claudius' words and fell silent. As Marine admirals, they were highly attuned to these kinds of shifts in power. Even if the world government hadn't realized it yet, they had. But this was the kind of thing that, Unless Claudius spoke about it himself, the Marines couldn't bring up first. If they were wrong, it'd be embarrassing for everyone involved. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Claudius took another sip of his drink, suppressing his thoughts. With a smile, he said, "Let's talk about you instead. If you're seriously considering changing platforms, I actually have a plan prepared for you. Of course, it's just an option. If you're not interested, I won't force it." After a brief pause, Claudius added, "We may have our differences when it comes to ideals and goals, but outside of that, we're still friends, aren't we?" Cusin nodded. "Of course, that much is obvious. We each have our own beliefs and aspirations, that's not strange at all." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Borsellino. Borsellino, still chewing on a skewer, hummed a little tune. But when he noticed Cusin looking at him, he immediately scowled. "Oi, do you have to pick a fight with me to feel good?" Borsellino asked, clearly annoyed. Cough cough, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Cusin awkwardly cleared his throat and continued, "Having different pursuits means opposition is inevitable. But like you said, public matters are public, and private matters are private. I am not some petty man who can't move past things." Claudius nodded. He believed that. Otherwise, Cusin wouldn't still be sitting here drinking with him. If he truly couldn't accept it, he would have walked away the moment he realized Claudius had chosen to support Sakazuki. After finishing another drink, Cusin finally asked, "So, what exactly is your plan?" Claudius smirked and said, "How about joining CPX?" Cusin was momentarily stunned, then let out a small chuckle. "Figures, it's pretty much what I expected." "Ha ha 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 ha, I knew you'd already thought about this. But hey, at least I was the one to bring it up first. Doesn't that show I respect you?" Claudius laughed. Cusin smiled and nodded. "It's a solid plan. I'll seriously consider it." "I think you should just accept it," Borsellino suddenly chimed in. The normally indifferent admiral rarely voiced his opinions so openly, so Cusin became intrigued. "Oh, and why's that?" he asked. Borsellino grinned. "Think about it. CPX is equivalent to Marine headquarters, right? But everyone assumes CPX holds higher authority than us. Doesn't that mean you'd technically be getting a promotion? In a way, wouldn't that make you Sakazuki's equal?" Cusin froze. At their level, ideals, beliefs, and personal philosophies were the driving forces behind their decisions. But now, that argument actually made a weird kind of sense. After his initial surprise, Cusin couldn't help but think, damn, that's actually a solid point. Claudius laughed, thoroughly amused by Borsellino's unique perspective. "Man, Borsellino, I gotta hand it to you. You really do have the most unique way of looking at things." Grinning, Claudius suddenly asked, "Hey, why don't you just switch over to CPX too? We've got great benefits, full coverage, paid vacations, the works." Borsellino chuckled, then said meaningfully, "Maybe I won't even need to switch jobs. I could still follow your highness just fine, couldn't I?" Claudius had to admit, this guy was a slippery one. He hadn't made any real commitments. He hadn't taken any risks. He just implied his loyalty in a way that made it sound like a done deal. But in the end, it was still a form of allegiance. Among the top figures in the Marines, aside from the veterans like Garp, Zephyr, and Tsuru, Sengoku had no choice but to remain neutral. Sakazuki didn't need much convincing. His ambitions and beliefs aligned with what Claudius could offer. That left only Cusin and Borsellino. For Cusin, Claudius truly planned to bring him into CPX if Cusin agreed. He'd naturally become an ally. As for Borsellino, Claudius had never bothered trying to recruit him. He always seemed too lazy, too disinterested. But now, with just a few words, Borsellino had subtly declared his stance. And that put Claudius at ease. Claudius reached out to pat Cusin on the shoulder, only for Cusin to dodge effortlessly. Pointing at the napkins on the table, Cusin said, "Hey, there's paper right there. Use that to wipe your hands." Claudius looked embarrassed. Then he said, "Fine, fine. I doubt you'll decide so quickly anyway. Take your time." Cusin nodded. "Yeah, either way, thanks. I'll think it over and give you an answer." Chapter 308, Edward Weevil's Ability. The plan to establish a global sea train network had been proposed by Claudius during the last reverie, which was also the only reverie he had ever attended. Many years had passed since then. Sea trains had indeed brought significant benefits to various countries. They had even helped curb the arrogance of certain revolutionary factions while boosting economic development. With the success of the initial batch of sea trains, demand skyrocketed, and orders had been backlogged for years. Even though sea trains had already been deployed in multiple locations, they still covered only a fraction of the vast ocean. This was an epic project, one that could take decades, centuries, or even longer to fully integrate into the world. Fortunately, Palani Island, where Claudius and the others were heading, was one of the places where sea trains had already been established. Palani was a well-known tourist island, attracting countless visitors each year. It had a unique cultural charm, complete with hot springs, amusement parks, and other attractions. "Shall we hit the hot springs together?" Claudius suddenly suggested with a grin. At that moment, Claudius, Cusin, and Borsellino were all riding the sea train. For Cusin and Borsellino, this was a rare experience. As marine admirals, they usually traveled by warship. Now the two of them looked like curious children, staring out the window, watching the sea rush past. Occasionally, they caught glimpses of fish leaping from the water or distant ships sailing along their routes. The three of them were seated in one of the private first-class compartments at the front of the train. Not because they insisted on extravagance, but because it was actually the low-key choice. Yes, low-key. The regular train cars were packed with ordinary passengers, and marine admirals had a high public profile. Cusin and Sakazuki were both well-known figures. Claudius wasn't far behind. If all three of them were seen traveling together, it was guaranteed to be headline news the next day. The private compartments were designed for figures like them, keeping them separate from the general public and avoiding unnecessary trouble. Hearing Claudius' suggestion, Borsellino turned his head slowly, smiled, and said, "I'm fine with it, but if Iceman goes to the hot springs, won't he melt? I swear I read about that somewhere." Cusin scoffed, turned his head, and replied, "Don't be ridiculous. I won't melt. In fact, I love hot springs. No one knows hot springs better than me. That was fake news. Next question." Claudius paused for a moment. Why did that phrasing sound so familiar? Borsellino didn't continue the joke. Instead, he picked up his teacup, took a sip, smacked his lips, and said, "I used to think sea trains were nothing special. Just another mode of transport, not much different from warships. But now you think it'd be great if we set up exclusive marine routes between major islands." Cusin finished the thought. "Exactly. It would massively improve troop movement and coordination." Borsellino nodded. Claudius chuckled. "You mean like the calm belt routes we've already established for the Marines?" At the mention of the calm belt, Cusin and Borsellino both smiled. Those routes were golden for the Marines, providing untold strategic advantages. "You know that's not what I meant," Cusin smirked. "Relax, Sengoku is already on it," Claudius said. "The plan is to connect G1 base in the New World with G2 base and Mariewa. The groundwork has been set. Water 7 will be sending a team to begin construction soon." The sea train moved swiftly, and before long, they arrived at an intermediate stop. Passengers boarded and disembarked. The train would remain stationed for about 15 minutes before continuing to Palani Island. As Claudius sat in the compartment, watching people move about the platform, he felt a strange sense of nostalgia, almost as if he had returned to another world. That was until he saw a few Longarm tribe passengers disembarking. He chuckled. Right, this is a whole different world. As Claudius was lost in thought, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Come in," Claudius responded. The door opened, and in stepped Spandine, clad in a black suit, his face beaming with excitement. Spandine greeted with enthusiasm, practically groveling. Claudius chuckled. "It's been a while, Spandine. I'm doing just fine." "Heh," Spandine laughed, then greeted Cusin and Borsellino as well. In CPX, Spandine held considerable power, ranking as high as a Marine Admiral. Cusin and Borsellino had no reason to put on airs, especially since they both knew that Claudius was quite fond of Spandine. So the three of them exchanged polite greetings before getting down to business. Spandine quickly reported, "Your Highness, Lucci's team is currently monitoring the target on Palani Island. We just received some updated intel as well. As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of documents from his briefcase and placed them on the table. Take a look at this, Spandine pointed at a particular photograph. Is this his ability? Cladius picked up the photo. It showed Edward Weevil slaughtering a group of pirates on the island. His massive machete, resembling the legendary 12 Supreme Grade blade, had several ring-shaped shockwaves forming at its edge. Yes, this is Weevil's Devil Fruit ability, Spandine confirmed. Our observations indicate that he can generate powerful shockwaves. We're unsure of its upper limit, but based on our analysis, it's neither Logia nor Zoan. Instead, it appears to be a paramecia ability. That said, this particular power isn't recorded in the Devil Fruit encyclopedia. So we can't determine just how strong it truly is, Spandine explained. No doubt it's very strong, Borsellino said, his expression serious. Cusin nodded in agreement, and so did Claudius. Unlike Spandine, who wasn't a frontline fighter, Claudius, Cusin, and Borsellino were among the world's strongest combatants. Their understanding of power far surpassed that of ordinary people. A shockwave-based paramecia might seem simple, but simplicity often meant devastating potential. Some of the most feared devil fruits were deceptively straightforward. Take the tremor fruit, or the buff fruit. All of them exemplified the principle that the simplest abilities often held the greatest raw power. And if Weevil's ability was as straightforward as shockwaves, who knew how destructive it could be? Garp mentioned that Weevil is unnaturally durable. Could his ability also absorb some of the impact? Cusin speculated. Claudius thought for a moment. It's possible. If he can convert impact into strength, paired with his natural physique, that would make him exceptionally dangerous. Shockwave-based abilities are all about high explosiveness, raw offense, and incredible endurance. He's definitely a tough opponent, Borsellino mused. But then Spandine suddenly grinned and said, "There are 3 of you here. No matter how difficult he is, does it really matter?" At that, Claudius, Cusin, and Borsellino all laughed. Weevil's ability might be tricky, but in the face of 3 of the world's strongest, it simply wasn't a real problem. Chapter 309, Lucci. Sorry, I'm about to get promoted. On Palani Island, Edward Weevil, a man with the mind of a child, was currently enjoying a vacation with his mother, Miss Buchan. Buchan was indeed once part of the same crew as Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. This fact had always fueled the rumors about Weevil's supposed parentage. Was he truly Whitebeard's son? No one could say for sure. Newgate himself had never publicly denied the claim. Was it arrogance, or was there some hidden truth to it? Regardless, Buchan had long claimed to be Whitebeard's favorite woman. In reality, she was nothing more than a greedy, manipulative woman who shamelessly exploited Weevil's low intelligence for her own gain. Weevil was incredibly strong. Just recently, he had attacked a pirate crew and stolen a fortune. And Buchan, being the greedy pirate she was, had already begun spending the loot. She didn't believe in saving money. Like a true pirate, she preferred to enjoy her wealth while it lasted. So here they were, shopping on the island. Weevil happily gnawed on a massive skewer of grilled meat, while Buchan strutted ahead, occasionally stopping to inspect mink fur coats and other luxury goods. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Rob Lucci stood with his signature black suit and top hat. A white pigeon perched on his shoulder as he peered through a monocular, observing Buchan and Weevil. Beside him stood Jabra, picking his nose with complete nonchalance. "From what I've seen, that guy's strong," Jabra said, "but his IQ is a total disaster. I don't think it'd be that hard to deal with him if we use some tricks." Lucci lowered the monocular and replied calmly, "Even without any tricks, I could take him down in a one-on-one fight. But this time, His Highness Claudius will personally handle it to avenge Admiral Zephyr." Jabra clicked his tongue, annoyed by Lucci's confident tone. "You're really proud of your awakened Zoan powers, huh? Acting all high and mighty." "Awakening a Zoan Devil Fruit is a big deal, and as far as I know, you haven't awakened yours yet," Lucci said without emotion. Jabra slammed a fist against his chest. "I'm close." "Oh, then prove it," Lucci replied indifferently. Jabra was about to retort when Lucci spoke again. After this mission, I'm leaving the team, Lucci said softly. Jabra froze for a moment, then grinned. Ha, finally realized that I'm the better man, huh? You finally see that I'm the best fit to lead the team? Don't worry, Captain Jabra will take good care of you. Lucci stared at Jabra like he was an idiot. Then, after a moment, he said, I'm being promoted. My strength has reached the threshold to join CPX's elite combat division. Jabra's smile faltered. What? Spandine recommended me to become Saint Cladius' personal guard. His Highness has already approved it, Lucci explained, his voice calm but his eyes filled with anticipation. Personal guard, Jabra was stunned. So you're leaving, just like that. But I'll be back, Lucci said. Next time you see me, I might be sitting where Spandine is now, running CPX, so try not to embarrass me, Jabra. You arrogant bastard, I hate that smug tone of yours, Jabra snapped. Before he could complain further, the den mushy in Lucci's pocket started ringing. Lucci ignored Jabra and answered the call. Lucci here. The sea train carrying St. Claudius has arrived at the port. According to the plan, we should begin evacuating the island, came Califa's smooth, sultry voice. Lucci's eyes lit up at the mention of St. Claudius. Understood, begin the operation. Create some chaos, he ordered. Minutes after Lucci hung up, sirens blared across the island. The loudspeakers crackled to life. Attention, a pirate attack is imminent. All residents must immediately board the sea train and evacuate. Panic spread quickly. People poured into the streets, rushing toward the train station in droves. Weevil and Buckin were among the crowd, visibly confused. What the hell's going on? Buckin muttered. She didn't know, and honestly, she didn't care. If everyone else was evacuating, she figured she might as well do the same. Lucci, still perched on the rooftop, adjusted his monocular. When he saw Buckin turning to leave with the crowd, he whispered, "Move, Jabra." The next second, Jabra vanished from his spot. He reappeared moments later in the chaotic streets, holding a small box filled with gold bars. Feigning panic, he accidentally bumped into Buckin. The box of gold fell to the ground, spilling its contents across the cobblestones. Buckin froze. Her eyes widened. Then she burst into laughter. Ahahaha, we're pirates, aren't we? If everyone's running away, then all the treasure here is ours, and we've got the perfect scapegoat. Without hesitation, she abandoned her plan to evacuate. Instead, she rushed toward the mink fur store she had earlier deemed too expensive. Lucci watched the entire scene through his monocular. When Buckin and Weevil smashed through the store's locked door, his lips curled into a cold smile. Greed, he muttered, the root of all sin. As the evacuation progressed, the island's once bustling streets grew eerily empty. The sirens wailed. The trains departed one by one. Within an hour, the lively tourist hub had turned into a ghost town. Meanwhile, Buckin waddled down the street wearing 3 mink coats at once, sweating profusely but grinning like a lunatic. Behind her, Weevil pushed a cart overloaded with luxury goods and stolen gold. Buckin clutched a map in her hand, squinting at the landmarks. All right, turn left at the next intersection, she instructed. The jewelry store should be right there. But before she could give Weevil the order to move, his expression suddenly changed. The slow-witted look vanished from his face. His instincts screamed at him. "Mom!" Weevil shouted as he lunged forward, tackling her into a nearby fruit stall. Buckin hadn't even processed what was happening when a golden beam of light shot down from the sky. It struck the cart of stolen goods with pinpoint precision. A moment later, boom! A deafening explosion rocked the street. The shockwave blasted through the area, splintering wood, cracking walls, and hurling debris in every direction. The sheer force of the blast made Buckin's skin sting. If Weevil hadn't reacted so quickly, she'd already be dead. Back on the rooftop, Lucci lowered his monocular and whistled softly. He just dodged an admiral's attack. On instinct alone, Lucci muttered. Weevil's intellect might have been childlike, but his combat instincts were honed through countless near-death experiences. The scars on his body were proof of that. Chapter 310, Borsellino vs. Whitebeard Jr. Buckin watched as all her wealth was reduced to ashes. Her face twisted with madness as she scrambled up from the wreckage of the fruit stand, screaming hysterically. Who dares attack us? Weevil had already taken the massive Naginata from his back and gripped it tightly, standing protectively by her side. Suddenly, a figure appeared nearby, wearing a yellow-striped suit, a Marine Admiral's Justice coat draped over his shoulders, and a pair of orange-tinted sunglasses. His posture was casual, and his expression had a certain sleazy indifference. "Oh, you managed to dodge it. I was pretty confident about that last move," Borsellino said lazily in his signature drawl. When Buchan saw who it was, she froze in disbelief. What the hell? The highest power of Marine headquarters, Admiral Kizaru. Didn't that old man say pirates were coming? Why is an admiral here instead? A chill of suspicion crept over her. Something about this situation smelled like a setup. Before she could react further, Borsellino raised his index finger, pointing it toward the fruit stand where Buchan and Weevil stood. The fingertip began to glow with an intense golden light. In the next instant, a laser beam shot out toward the pair. Weevil, though simple-minded and arrogant, didn't care about titles like Admiral. He didn't recognize Kizaru, and even if he did, he wouldn't understand what that meant. With a surge of power, his thick legs propelled his massive frame forward. The Naginata in his hands came crashing down with incredible force, colliding with the laser beam. A violent shockwave erupted from the point of impact, scattering debris everywhere and dispersing the laser mid-flight. Weevil barreled through the resulting explosion and leapt toward Borsellino, swinging his weapon down with terrifying power. The attack cleaved through the Borsellino's body, slicing him cleanly in two and smashing the building behind him into rubble. But the moment Weevil landed, a familiar voice echoed from a short distance away. Yer, that was close, that was close. So you're the self-proclaimed son of Whitebeard? You certainly have the strength for it." Weevil's eyes widened as he turned toward the voice. Borsellino was standing on a nearby rooftop, unharmed. The spot where he'd been cut was nothing more than shattered light particles reforming into his solid form. Even with his limited intelligence, Weevil recognized the nature of this power. His brow furrowed in anger. "Logia," he muttered. With a frustrated growl, he clenched his weapon tighter, coating the blade with a thick layer of black haki. "Don't you bully my mama," Weevil roared. Without warning, he swung the Naginata in a wide arc. A shockwave, crackling with haki, surged forward like a wild beast on a rampage. The earth beneath it splintered, stone tiles ripping free and soaring into the air as the wave advanced toward Borsellino. "Light refraction prism." Borsellino calmly crossed his arms over his chest and spoke softly. The next moment, a brilliant beam of light shot from his palms to meet the incoming shockwave. The two forces collided midair, erupting in a deafening explosion that carved a massive crater into the ground. As the smoke and debris clouded the area, Weevil charged straight through it. His Naginata, still coated in haki, sliced toward Borsellino with reckless ferocity. Borsellino uncrossed his arms and conjured a golden sword of light. Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, Heavenly Cloud Sword. The glowing blade met Weevil's attack head-on. Sparks flew with each clash, shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. Within moments, they exchanged multiple blows, their strikes creating powerful gusts that toppled nearby structures. As the fight wore on, Weevil grew more agitated. His attacks became wilder. With a roar, he abruptly shifted his stance and slammed his Naginata downward with all his might. Borsellino's eyes narrowed. "Oh no, that's bad," he muttered. The Naginata struck the ground with devastating force. A shockwave exploded outward, tearing through the street and engulfing the Admiral. The impact obliterated everything in its path, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Weevil's expression lit up with excitement. "Mama, I did it," he cheered. But his joy was short-lived. Without warning, a wave of frost surged from an alleyway nearby, racing across the ground and encasing him in ice. Within seconds, Weevil was trapped in a massive, glistening block of ice. A tall figure stepped out from the shadows. His breath misted in the cold air, and ice crackled beneath his boots with each step. "Did you die, Borsellino?" asked Cusin, his voice calm but carrying a hint of concern. On a nearby rooftop, Borsellino reappeared, completely unscathed, with his hands casually resting in his pockets. That was close. He's pretty strong, huh? I might not be able to handle him alone, Borsellino said with mock seriousness. Yeah, sure, Cusin snorted. Like hell you can't. Even if Weevil was a monster with raw power, no pirate could casually overpower an admiral. Borsellino was obviously just fishing for an excuse to slack off. His ability definitely counters yours, though, Borsellino added. Cusin frowned, his gaze shifting to the frozen figure. Ice already showed signs of cracking along the surface. You're right, Cusin muttered. With a deafening crack, the ice shattered into countless shards. Weevil emerged, shaking the frost from his hair. His breath steamed in the air. Cold, Mama, it's so cold, he whined. Buchan's confidence wavered. She recognized Cusin instantly, Admiral Aokiji. 2 admirals? Her heart sank. This was a nightmare. Not even Newgate could win against 2 admirals at once. There was no way out. Unless she could escape and find help. Buchan's eyes darted around as she quickly formulated a plan. Weevil will hold them off, and I'll run. My life's more important than his. Weevil, keep those 2 busy. Mama's going to find some help for you, she shrieked. Without waiting for a response, she turned and sprinted away. Weevil, ever obedient, beamed with childlike trust. Okay, Mama, hurry back. Cusin and Borsellino exchanged unimpressed glances. That's just sad, Cusin muttered. Yeah, poor fool, Borsellino sighed. Buchan had only managed a few steps when she suddenly felt a sharp, burning pain in her chest. Her eyes flicked downward. Blood seeped through her clothes. A cold, dispassionate voice sounded from behind her. Shoot to kill Shinsa. Chapter 311, Easily Defeating Weevil. Abandoning your dear son and trying to escape. That's not very motherly of you, Miss Buchan, Cladius said softly, his figure appearing at the end of the street. The moment his voice fell, Buchan, who had been frantically running, stumbled and collapsed to the ground. The sharp pain in her chest flared into agony as blood continued to pour from the wound. She clutched her chest and wailed in distress. Ag. She lifted her head toward the voice, and when she saw who it was, her eyes widened in terror. As a scheming opportunist, Buchan made a habit of recognizing powerful figures she should avoid. After a closer look, her face paled with fear. Donquixote Cladius, impossible, why would someone like you be here? She stammered. This was the man who brought down Charlotte Linlin, a terrifying force in the pirate world. How could someone like her end up on the radar of such a monstrous figure? 2 admirals and now a celestial dragon? What the hell was going on? Claudius slowly approached, a faint smile on his lips. Zephyr, the former Marine admiral, was my teacher, he said softly. Did you really think you could get away with what you did to him? Zephyr, Buchan froze, the name hitting her like a thunderbolt. What the hell is this? She'd never heard of any connection between Zephyr and Claudius. In fact, almost no one outside the upper echelons of the Marines knew about that relationship. But if it were true, she'd messed with the wrong person. Claudius's smile darkened. Of course, it's not just that. We've let you run around this long for a reason. Soon, we'll need your head for something. His voice turned icy. After all, aren't you Whitebeard's favorite woman? And isn't Weevil supposed to be his biological son? His words made Buchan's heart drop into her stomach. Claudius stepped closer, and with no regard for her age or condition, raised his foot and stomped down on her back. She gasped as the pressure crushed her into the pavement. Time to pay for your sins, Claudius said coldly. No, don't kill me, I was lying. I have nothing to do with Whitebeard. I've never even met him. Weevil isn't his son, it's all fake. Buchan pleaded desperately, panic contorting her face. Claudius didn't respond. Marco had already confirmed Buchan's past involvement with Newgate. She could spew all the lies she wanted, it wouldn't save her now. Shut up, Claudius said. Don't worry, you won't die here, like I said. We still need your head. He pressed down harder with his foot. Buchan coughed up a mouthful of blood and passed out. Across the battlefield, Weevil, still locked in combat with Cusin, noticed what was happening. His eyes immediately fixated on his mother's prone form, her back pinned beneath Claudius's boot. Mama, he whispered. Then his expression twisted into pure rage. Ignoring Cusin entirely, Weevil charged toward Claudius, roaring, "Get your foot off my mama." Cusin reacted quickly, delivering a powerful kick to Weevil's back. The blow connected solidly, but to his surprise, Weevil barely flinched. It was as if the man's body could absorb a portion of the impact. Weevil didn't even glance back. His only focus was on Claudius. As the enraged pirate bore down on him, Claudius casually kicked Buchan's unconscious body aside and rested his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Demon blade, Shinda. Weevil swung his massive naginata downward with all his might. Claudius drew his sword in a single, fluid motion, meeting the attack head-on. The moment their weapons clashed, an explosive shockwave burst from the impact. Borsellino had been right, Weevil's raw strength was monstrous. Claudius's arm tensed, muscles bulging as he resisted the force pressing down on him. He shifted his wrist slightly, neutralizing the initial strike, but Weevil roared again, unleashing a secondary shockwave through his weapon. This time, Claudius didn't back away. He tightened his grip on Shinda, and his arm flexed as he pushed forward. The compressed energy shattered, and the sword's edge bit into Weevil's weapon. With a powerful heave, Claudius sent Weevil flying backward. The hulking figure slammed into the ruins of a building with a resounding crash. Claudius exhaled, giving his wrist a small shake. "Phew, that was a bit of a workout," he muttered. Cusin chuckled. "Yeah, sure. You look real worn out over there," he said sarcastically. On a nearby rooftop, Borsellino tapped his chin. Looks like there's nothing for me to do here. Mind if I go to the bathroom?" Before anyone could respond, the house beneath Borsellino exploded. Weevil burst from the debris and swung his naginata upward. "Die, you bastard," he roared. The shockwave tore through the air, creating visible ripples as it shot toward Borsellino. The Admiral's eyes widened slightly. "Why me again?" he muttered before raising his hand. "Yada no Kagami, mirror of eightfold light." A beam of light shot from his palm and refracted off a nearby surface. In an instant, his body transformed into photons and zipped away, dodging the attack. Cusin raised an eyebrow. "So, what'll it be, big, medium, or small?" Weevil landed, disoriented after missing his target. Cusin took the opportunity to freeze his feet to the ground with a blast of ice. Claudius appeared beside him in a blur. "Let's see how well you handle this," he said. With that, Claudius drove his fist into Weevil's chest with brutal force. The man's flabby torso absorbed some of the impact, but not nearly enough. Weevil screamed as the blow lifted him off the ground, shattering the ice around his feet and sending him hurtling into the ruins. "Small," Cusin said nonchalantly, answering his own question. Borsellino materialized beside him, hands still in his pockets. "Small? Oh yeah, definitely small," he agreed with a lazy nod. Claudius, still catching his breath, frowned. "What the hell are you two talking about?" Cusin scratched his head. "Wet farts." Claudius's face twisted in disgust. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Borsellino casually shifted a few steps away from Cusin. Meanwhile, Weevil staggered to his feet once more. Borsellino, apparently done with his light-hearted banter, raised a finger and fired a precise laser toward the pirate. The explosion engulfed Weevil in flames. At the same moment, Claudius stepped forward and swung his sword. Single sword style, mountain-splitting slash. The slash sliced cleanly through the blaze, striking Weevil directly. Blood sprayed into the air as Weevil howled in pain. Mama, it hurts," he wailed. "Ice time capsule." Cusin placed his palm on the ground. A frigid wave surged outward, freezing everything in its path. The flames died instantly, replaced by glittering frost. Weevil's body froze solid, encased in thick ice. His screams were cut off mid-sentence. The battlefield fell silent. Cusin stood, cracking his neck. "Well, that was easy," he said. Claudius sighed. "Seriously, you're gross. You and Magellan from Impel Down would get along great." Chapter 312, Lucci's Terrifying Talent and Power. Cusin straightened up and rubbed his chin when he heard Claudius's comment. "What? You thinking about recommending me to work at Impel Down?" "It'd be a good fit. Your abilities would come in handy there," Claudius said with a grin. "Are we really chatting right now? The fight's not over yet," Borsellino muttered softly. Claudius shrugged. Honestly, I was more worked up before I got here. Now, not so much. He's just a pitiful brute, tons of strength, no brains, and completely manipulated by that so-called mother of his. It's disappointing. As if on cue, the ice encasing Weevil shattered with a sharp crack. His frostbitten skin was tinged blue and purple, but the injuries barely seemed to register. Cusin sighed. So, do we let him go? Are you crazy? Claudius rolled his eyes. Yeah, he's the one who cut off Zephyr-sensei's arm, Borsellino added. Huh, didn't know you had such a close bond with Zephyr-sensei, Cusin said with a teasing tone. Why don't you handle this then? Weevil shifted his weight and cracked his neck. The gash on his chest still bled freely, but he ignored it. His eyes burned with rage as he locked onto the trio ahead of him. With a guttural roar, he stomped the ground and charged. Claudius's expression didn't change. He simply murmured, Lucci. The moment the name left his lips, a figure appeared in front of Weevil. So fast it was as if he materialized from thin air. Rob Lucci. His form shifted instantly into his hybrid leopard man state. Yes, Your Highness, Lucci responded crisply. Weevil's naginata came crashing down toward him. Lucci raised his leg and intercepted the blade with his shin. The impact was immense. His grounded foot sank several inches into the pavement from the force, but the attack stopped cold. Claudius gave a satisfied nod. Spanding recommended you as my bodyguard. Show me if you live up to the hype. Lucci smiled faintly. I won't disappoint you, Your Highness. Without missing a beat, Lucci lashed out with his free hand, driving a punch toward Weevil's chest. Weevil reacted with surprising speed, yanking back his weapon and using the handle to block the strike. But Lucci's attack was a feint. Leopard tail whip. The leopard's tail behind him snapped forward, cloaked in armament haki. It struck Weevil squarely across the bridge of his nose with a sharp crack. Weevil stumbled backward, blood spurting from his face. He dragged his naginata through the dirt to steady himself and roared in anger. Out of my way, he bellowed, swinging the naginata again. The air rippled as a shockwave burst from the strike and raced toward Lucci. Lucci initially shifted to dodge, but then hesitated. His gaze flicked toward Claudius, who stood directly behind him. If I dodge, the shockwave hits His Highness. His stance shifted. He planted his feet firmly and bent his elbows, pressing his hands against his sides. Iron body secret technique, black steel. Lucci's entire body stiffened. A thick layer of jet black haki surged across his skin like armor. The shockwave slammed into him with tremendous force. The ground beneath him splintered, cracks spiderwebbing out from his feet. His body shuddered from the impact, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. But he didn't move. The wave dissipated harmlessly. Lucci exhaled, unlocked his stance, and wiped the blood from his lips with the back of his hand. His eyes gleamed with ferocity as he licked the blood away. His aura shifted, becoming more primal, more predatory. Tempest kick. Lucci spun in place, his leg whipping through the air in a tight arc. A crescent-shaped projectile of compressed air shot toward Weevil. At the same time, Lucci sprang forward, chasing his own attack. Borsellino adjusted his sunglasses. Well, as far as Rokushiki goes, this guy's the strongest I've ever seen. Yeah, blocking Weevil's shockwave head-on with iron body and haki, and he only coughed up a little blood, Cusin added, clearly impressed. Claudius smirked. He's a Zoan user. Toughness is part of the package. A little blood won't slow him down. Unlike most fighters, Lucci had pushed the Rokushiki techniques to their absolute limits while simultaneously mastering haki and awakening his Zoan powers. His growth had been monstrous. Claudius's gaze turned thoughtful. Honestly, I doubt even Doflamingo could beat him. Meanwhile, Weevil met Lucci's airborne tempest kick with a slash of his naginata. The attacks collided, sending shockwaves in all directions. But Lucci was already closing the distance. His tail shot out and coiled around Weevil's arm. Rokushiki secret technique, Rokuogen. Lucci crossed his arms, palms touching, and slammed them into Weevil's chest. Weevil roared and raised a fist in retaliation, his own shockwave rippling around it. The two attacks met in an earth-shaking collision. both fighters were blasted backward from the force. Lucci landed on his feet, blood dripping from his hands. Across the field, Weevil hit a building with enough force to crack its foundation. His right arm dangled limply, fractured from the impact. "Life return," Lucci growled. The blood on his fists reversed course, flowing back into his wounds. A faint white vapor rose from the injuries as his accelerated healing closed them within seconds. Cuzin's jaw tightened. Did he just reverse his bleeding? "That's not normal, right?" Borsellino asked. Cladius chuckled. "It's an advanced life return technique. Zoan awakening boosts his regeneration. Basic injuries like that are nothing to him." Weevil staggered upright, groaning. Blood from the wound on his chest stained his clothes, and his broken arm hung uselessly at his side. Lucci's pupils contracted into thin slits. He darted forward again. "Leopard slash." His clawed hands swiped across Weevil's back as he passed by, leaving deep, bloody gashes in their wake. Weevil roared in pain and swung his elbow backward. "Paper art." Lucci's body shifted with the air currents, bending like a sheet of paper. The elbow whistled past his face by mere millimeters. "Finger pistol." Lucci's hand snapped forward. His index finger, clad in haki, pierced upward beneath Weevil's raised arm. The attack punched through Weevil's armpit and burst out through his shoulder. Blood sprayed into the air as a chunk of his earlobe was torn away by the force of the strike. Weevil wailed in agony and fell to his knees. Cuzin exhaled slowly. "Strength, speed, precision. Seriously, Cladius, where did you find this monster?" Chapter 313, Lucci, do you want to dance too? Weevil's right arm had already been severely injured from the clash with Lucci's 6-king gun. Now, with Lucci's finger pistol piercing through his armpit, the limb was rendered completely useless. But Lucci didn't stop there. His other hand transformed into a claw curved toward Weevil's side. His sharp fingers shimmered with haki as they targeted the pirate's waist. Finger pistol, 5-finger piercer. Lucci's claws plunged into the soft flesh at Weevil's waist with terrifying ease. The fingers drove deep until his palm pressed against Weevil's body. This time, even Weevil couldn't suppress his reaction. He screamed in agony, his face contorted in pain. "Leopard strike, predator." Lucci twisted his embedded hand into a fist and ripped it free, tearing out a bloody chunk of flesh. Weevil howled in anguish. His remaining arm lashed out with a punch, coated in haki and radiating a powerful shockwave that cracked the air as it hurtled toward Lucci. Lucci made no attempt to meet the blow head-on. He bent his knees and pushed off the ground with feline grace. His body twisted midair, spinning twice like a dancer, before landing smoothly several meters away. Weevil's fist smashed into the ground where Lucci had stood, pulverizing the stone and sending debris flying. Meanwhile, Lucci raised the blood-soaked chunk of flesh he'd torn from Weevil. He sniffed the crimson mass, the predatory glint in his eyes intensifying. With a slight smirk, he tossed the flesh aside and revealed his sharp canines in a savage grin. The entire exchange had taken no more than 5 seconds. From the sidelines, Cladius, Cuzin, and Borsellino watched with growing admiration. Lucci fought like a performer on stage, his strength, speed, and technique blending into a mesmerizing display. He weaved around Weevil's brute force as though teasing prey. "Spanding didn't let me down," Cladius mused. He'd recognized Lucci's potential early on, said to be the most gifted agent CP had produced in centuries. Cladius had instructed Spanding to focus on cultivating Lucci's talents through rigorous assignments. It seemed the investment had paid off. This guy might even be stronger than Doflamingo now. Weevil, meanwhile, was growing increasingly frantic. His attacks missed their mark again and again. The pain from his shredded waist and broken arm compounded his confusion. When the dust from his last failed strike cleared, Weevil twisted his head, searching for Lucci. His eyes darted around, filled with desperation. Lucci had already vanished from sight. Weevil froze. His instincts screamed that danger was behind him. He spun around as fast as his heavy body allowed, raising his weapon, but he wasn't fast enough. Lucci had already appeared behind him. Weevil reacted by slamming his fist into the ground. triggering a shockwave that exploded outward in all directions. The ground rippled like the surface of a pond, stones flying into the air. Lucci immediately stomped the air beneath his feet. Moonwalk! He shot straight up as the shockwave demolished the street below. From above, he watched the destruction spread like a blast wave, leveling nearby buildings and reducing the ground to uneven rubble. Smart move, Lucci thought, but not smart enough. The moment the shockwave dissipated, he dived back toward Weevil. His leopard tail lashed out and coiled around Weevil's left shoulder like a rope. The instant it tightened, Lucci yanked hard. Weevil growled and swung his remaining arm toward the tail. But Lucci anticipated the move. He shifted his weight, using Weevil's shoulder as a pivot point to swing himself over his opponent's head. Weevil's counterattack whiffed through empty air. Before the pirate could adjust, Lucci's tail suddenly wrapped around his neck and pulled taut. Leopard strike, flying viper. Lucci used the leverage from his tail to deliver a devastating kick to Weevil's jaw. The impact cracked teeth and sent the pirate's head snapping to the side. His eyes rolled, and blood spurted from his mouth. Lucci landed gracefully a few steps away. His knees bent, arms stretched outward, like a gymnast sticking a landing. Weevil, dazed, staggered to his right. His jaw hung askew from the blow. Lucci's tail gave a sharp tug. Weevil's head jerked forward, dragging his massive frame along with it. The pirate tried to resist, but his balance was already compromised. His feet fumbled beneath him, and he stumbled forward like a drunkard. Lucci pivoted to face him, eyes cold and detached. He stepped back into a lunge and crossed his arms in front of him. His muscles tensed, veins bulging beneath his skin. Rokushiki ultimate art. Lucci's arms snapped forward, palms colliding with Weevil's jaw as he fell toward him. A deafening shockwave burst from Lucci's hands. The force traveled through Weevil's skull with brutal efficiency. His eyes rolled back, blood streaming from his nose and ears. The pirate's massive body flew backward, landing with a thunderous crash. His legs twitched involuntarily, but his consciousness was gone. Silence followed the fall. Lucci exhaled slowly and reverted to his human form. His white shirt hung loose, 2 buttons missing from the earlier transformation. He absently fixed his tie, smoothing it into place. Then he turned, walked toward Cladius and bowed. "Mission accomplished, Your Highness," Lucci said calmly. Cladius chuckled. "That was one hell of a show," he said, clapping Lucci on the shoulder. "Very good, very strong, I like it." Lucci's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He placed his right fist over his heart and declared, "From this day forward, I pledge to stand at your side. I will clear any obstacle in your path, no matter what it takes." Chapter 314. A 15-year journey, Spandine's true nature. Spandine had kept himself far from the battlefield the entire time. With his complete lack of combat ability, he feared being accidentally caught in a stray shockwave and meeting an untimely demise. As Claudius's loyal subordinate and an expert sycophant, Spandine had no desire to die pointlessly. Claudius, for his part, had also ordered him to stay put. He didn't want Spandine getting himself killed when he was far more useful alive, so the man had been stationed at the sea train terminal. Now the station was practically deserted. All but one sea train had departed, taking the civilians to safety. The vast hall stood empty, save for a group of CPX agents in black suits waiting in silent formation. Spandine paced restlessly. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "The sounds of battle have stopped. His Highness and the others should be returning soon." Right. He wasn't worried about their victory. 2 Marine admirals, Lucci, and His Highness Claudius himself. He'd have sooner bet on pigs sprouting wings than on that team losing. He remembered a conversation he'd once had with Lucci. He'd asked the young assassin how he measured his strength compared to an admiral. Lucci had replied, "I haven't fought one, but I'm confident I wouldn't lose." Spandine had taken that confidence to heart. He figured Lucci might not actually be admiral level, but if the fight was at least 5-5 or 4-6, that was still terrifyingly impressive. And then there was Claudius, the celestial dragon who beat Big Mom into submission. Spandine couldn't imagine any scenario where this mission would fail, unless Whitebeard himself suddenly came charging in with his entire fleet. And if that happened, the whole island would already be gone. His musings were interrupted by the sound of footsteps echoing from outside. Laughter and casual conversation followed. The tension drained from Spandine's body. They're back. Moments later, Cladius walked in first, flanked by Borsellino and Cusin. All three appeared completely untouched, clothes crisp, not a hair out of place. It was as though they'd just returned from a springtime stroll rather than a fierce battle. Behind them came Lucci and the rest of the CPX team. Lucci moved with his usual rigid, military precision, his eyes locked straight ahead as he followed Cladius like a shadow. Next came Califa, Jabra, Kaku, and Bluno. Kaku and Bluno were dragging Weevil's unconscious, bulky body between them. The oversized pirate hung limply, his short legs swaying comically with each step. Jabra strolled behind them, one hand casually gripping Buchan's unconscious form by the collar. The old woman dangled like a ragdoll. Not a single scratch on our side. Spandine broke into a wide smile. Of course it turned out like this. How could it not? He hurried over and bowed low before Cladius. "Your Highness, as expected, there's nothing you can't handle," he said with his usual sycophantic enthusiasm. Cladius chuckled. "Spandine, you didn't disappoint me either. You did a great job with Lucci. The kid's a monster." Hearing Claudius's praise made Spandine practically glow. Lucci was his protege, after all. He'd helped mold the young assassin into what he was today. And though he rarely said it aloud, Spandine considered Lucci like a surrogate son, especially since his own child wasn't exactly admiral material. He bowed again. "I'm honored, Your Highness. Training Lucci was my pleasure." Claudius gave a satisfied nod. "Get these two locked up and prepare to transfer them to Marineford." "Yes, Your Highness. Everything's ready," Spandine said promptly. He turned and gestured toward the CPX agents. The team immediately advanced, snapping seastone cuffs onto Weevil and Buchan before hauling them toward the waiting sea train. Borsellino and Cusin climbed into the train car together, while Lucci and his team followed to oversee the prisoners. Claudius remained on the platform, watching Spandine with an expression that shifted from amusement to something softer. He realized that Spandine had been at his side for over a decade now. The man had started as an ambitious, sharp-tongued opportunist, but he'd proven himself fiercely loyal. Claudius had trusted him with countless sensitive operations, and Spandine had never failed him. His hair had more gray in it now, and his face bore the lines of long years in service. Claudius clapped a hand on his shoulder. Spandine froze, wide-eyed. His boss didn't hand out gestures of affection often. "Spandine," Claudius said, his tone unusually soft. "How long have we been doing this together?" Spandine's mind raced for the answer. After a moment, he smiled. "Your Highness, it's been 15 years. You recruited me at the end of 1500, just after the Great Pirate Era kicked off." 15 years, Claudius repeated, more to himself than anyone else. "Yes, you were working on the 7 Warlords of the Sea project and came to Water 7 to see Tom about building your ship. That's when I started working with you." Claudius chuckled softly. "Time flies, huh?" "It does indeed, Your Highness. For all these years, I've kept you running around like crazy. Never gave you a proper break, did I?" Spandine shook his head vigorously. "Your Highness, serving you has been the greatest honor of my life. Besides, thanks to you, I've made something of myself. Walk into any meeting nowadays, and I can make some pretty big waves." He hesitated for a second before adding, "I mean, not to brag, but I've ridden your coattails all the way to the top." Claudius laughed at the honesty. "Well, you're not wrong. You have quite the reputation these days, and your power base with CPX isn't exactly small either." Spandine straightened his posture slightly, pride evident on his face. Claudius gave his shoulder another pat. "The World Summit's coming soon. After that, big changes are coming, and when they do, I'll be putting even more on your plate. Think you can handle it?" Spandine's eyes glistened. He gave a sharp nod. "Your Highness, I've always been power-hungry. If you told me to retire tomorrow, I'd be miserable. Give me more responsibilities. I'll take them all." Claudius's lips twitched into a grin. "You're a greedy bastard, Spandine." "Absolutely, Your Highness." The two men shared a brief laugh. Then Claudius's tone turned more serious. "What we're planning, It's going to change the world, and if it goes south, we'll be going down together. Spandine's smile didn't waver. Your Highness, you've never lost before. Why would that change now? Cladius blinked. Spandine's grin widened. And even if we fail, what better way to go out than alongside a legend like you? For a moment, Cladius was silent. Then he laughed again, low and genuine. You're right, he said, squeezing Spandine's shoulder. I've never lost before, and I'm not about to start now. Get ready, Spandine. Promotion and fortune are headed your way. Spandine bowed low. Thank you, Your Highness. I won't let you down. Chapter 315. The Problem Child Smoker. The first half of the Grand Line. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Recently, rumors had spread across the seas that the Marines had come into money and were using it to renovate their headquarters. In reality, Marineford was indeed undergoing a massive overhaul. The entire island bustled with activity, and the once orderly base now resembled a chaotic construction site. Unlike ordinary renovations, however, Marineford hadn't hired external workers. Instead, Marines from bases around the world had been summoned to help with the task. They traded in their uniforms for work clothes, grabbed shovels and pickaxes, and got to work. No one found this suspicious. Marineford was the headquarters of the world government's military might, full of confidential materials and secret blueprints. Letting civilians handle the renovation would have been a security nightmare. Historically, the Marines had always managed their own repairs for precisely this reason. Deep in the trenches of Crescent Harbor, a tall figure swung his pickaxe into the hard-packed earth. His hair was ashen white, and 2 cigars jutted from the corners of his mouth. Each strike sent cracks through the stone beneath his feet. Smoker. He was once the star of the Marine Officer Training Camp, graduating at the top of his class and earning the rank of colonel straight out of the academy. For someone like him, the usual career trajectory was clear. Serve as Commodore within a year or two, assist a Vice Admiral for field training, and eventually climb to Rear Admiral. With enough achievements, even the title of Vice Admiral could have been his within a decade. But Smoker was different. Despite his exceptional abilities and the power of his Logia-type Plume fruit, he'd been stuck as a colonel for years. He was the shame of the officer training camp's instructors. Why? It wasn't a lack of talent. Smoker was undeniably gifted. His swift mastery of his devil fruit had even prompted Zephyr Sensei to personally advocate for his potential as a future admiral candidate. The problem was Smoker's temperament. He was stubborn, reckless, and allergic to authority. His sense of justice burned so brightly that it often blinded him to the bigger picture. The 7 Warlords of the Sea Plan was a prime example. To Smoker, it was a betrayal of Marine principles. Allying with pirates was unforgivable. He'd ranted endlessly about it, convinced the upper ranks had lost their moral compass. What he didn't know was that the warlord system had been heavily infiltrated by CPX operatives. Pirates like Doflamingo, Crocodile, and Enel were all covertly working to fracture pirate unity from within. But that information was restricted to vice admirals and above. Smoker, a mere colonel, remained in the dark. From his perspective, Marine leadership was rotten, and he despised every moment of it. His outbursts had earned him the title of Marine Headquarters Problem Child. Eventually, the brass had grown tired of his insubordination. Rather than discharge a promising talent, they'd reassigned him to East Blue, a quiet backwater. The intent had been to give him time to cool off, reflect, and hopefully mature. Instead, Smoker had turned Logtown into his personal playground. With his Logia powers, he became the undisputed, strongest Marine in East Blue. The local officers were all 2 ranks beneath him, so he ruled the region with unchecked authority. Smoker quickly grew comfortable there. The new world was a chaotic mess, but East Blue had civilians who needed protection too. His frustration with Marineford's leadership only deepened. For 10 years, he stayed put. Each time HQ tried to transfer him back, he either refused or found some excuse to stay. Only now, with the headquarters overhaul, had Smoker finally been summoned back under direct orders. And his welcome assignment, manual labor. Dig trenches around Crescent Harbor, the orders said. When he'd received the pickaxe and work uniform, he'd nearly coughed his cigars out of sheer rage. But walking away now would likely get him expelled from the Marines entirely. So, for the sake of his justice, he gritted his teeth and started digging. The midday sun blazed overhead. Sweat soaked through Smoker's shirt as he swung the pickaxe into the rocky ground. Each strike broke apart thick clumps of soil, which were quickly shoveled away by the Marine beside him. This Marine, wearing a helmet and missing a front tooth, worked with quiet efficiency. His expression was perpetually stern, almost zombie-like. Lieutenant Colonel T-Bone, the ship cutter. "Damn it, what the hell are we even doing here?" Smoker grumbled, straightening to crack his shoulders. Bone chuckled. "Getting restless already? That temper of yours hasn't changed a bit." The two had trained together at the officer camp, so Bone knew Smoker's personality well. Smoker lit another cigar and scowled. "Doesn't this piss you off? We're elite Marines. We should be chasing pirates, not digging ditches." Bone shrugged, stabbing his shovel into the dirt. "I used to lead my kingdom's army before joining the Marines. Command decisions rarely make sense from the bottom. For all we know, these trenches might serve some critical purpose later." Smoker exhaled a cloud of smoke. "So you're saying I'm short-sighted?" Bone laughed. "Yup." "You bastard," Smoker muttered, though he couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitching. With a grunt, he hefted the pickaxe again and resumed digging. Bone watched for a moment, his expression softening. "You've matured a little, Smoker. 10 years ago, you'd have thrown the pickaxe at someone's head by now." "Shut it, zombie face. I'm still your superior officer," Smoker shot back. Before Bone could reply, a voice called from nearby. "Colonel Smoker, Lieutenant Colonel Penn, I brought some tea." A young woman with glasses and short brown hair jogged toward them, balancing 2 cups of tea on a tray. "Tashigi." Smoker turned his head and immediately sighed. Sure enough, her foot caught on a stray rock. Tashigi squeaked in surprise and toppled forward. The tea splashed into the dirt as she hit the ground with a muffled thud. Smoker pinched the bridge of his nose and blew out a stream of smoke. "Idiot," he muttered. Chapter 316. Nami, is your Water 7 really this amazing? The city of Water 7, in front of Tom's shipbuilding company. Bari, the company's chief foreman, stood near the entrance with a cigar clamped between his teeth. He held a stack of documents in one hand as he spoke to the 2 customers in front of him. "I'm really sorry," Bari said, voice casual. "If you're on a budget, you might be waiting a long time. I'd suggest buying one of last year's stock ships instead. We've got a few left. I can give you a 20% discount." He exhaled a plume of smoke and shrugged. Across from him, Nami blinked in disbelief. "Wait, 90 million berry isn't enough for a proper order." 90 million berry. That was the entire savings she'd managed to scrape together after months of Zorro risking his life and defeating pirate crews. She'd always heard that Water 7 built the best ships in the world, and she was more than willing to invest in a reliable vessel. But now, they were being told to settle for leftovers. Bari gave a sheepish chuckle and scratched his head. "Yeah, 90 million isn't really a big order here." He tapped the logo on his jacket. "Tom's shipbuilding company uses the world's most advanced shipbuilding techniques. We build the Navy's warships, after all. These days, Marineford's been ordering like crazy. Each contract runs into the tens of billions." Nami paled. Tens of billions. Suddenly, her hard-earned 90 million felt embarrassingly insignificant. Zorro crossed his arms. "Why not go to a different shipyard? Tom's shipbuilding can't be the only game in town, right?" Bari looked genuinely apologetic. Actually, we kinda are." Zorro's brow furrowed. "Seriously?" Bari nodded. "Yeah, we've either absorbed or outcompeted every other major yard in Water 7. There are a few small studios around, but those guys only make fishing boats." Zorro stared at him. "Your company monopolized an entire city's shipbuilding industry." Bari's nonchalant expression practically said, "Yeah, we're just that good." Nami sighed. "Okay, so, if we want a new ship from you, how long would it take?" Bari flipped through his paperwork again, puffing thoughtfully on his cigar. "Fastest timeline, 2 years, he said." 2 years, Nami yelped. Logically, she knew that was fast. Custom ships often required years of planning and construction, but waiting 2 years didn't exactly align with their current plans. She leaned forward and gave Bari a sweet, pleading smile. "Come on, isn't there any other way?" Bari hesitated, glancing around as if checking for eavesdroppers. Then he lowered his voice. "Well, there is a scrapyard outside town. The guys there build ships for pirates, no backlog, good craftsmanship." Wait. Zaro raised a hand. "You build warships for the Navy, and pirate ships for the criminals they hunt." Bari shrugged. "Gotta meet demand. If we didn't provide pirate ships, they'd just go to some black market builder. This way, we can monitor the orders and track pirate movements." "And the Marines are okay with that?" Nami asked, incredulous. "They turn a blind eye," Bari said with a smirk. "If we completely monopolized shipbuilding and cut the pirates off, Water 7 would become a war zone overnight." Nami groaned. "Great, and here I thought I'd stumbled across some juicy blackmail material to lower our price." Bari chuckled, sorry to disappoint. Before they could respond, 2 men in black suits strolled past them and into the shipyard. Nami's eyes narrowed. "Who are they, employees of yours?" Bari didn't even look up. "CPX." The word hit like a thunderclap. "CPX?" Nami and Zoro stiffened. They'd spent months trying to track down information about the organization. Every inquiry had led to dead ends. Even Happy Street, the world's premier underworld intelligence network, refused to discuss CPX. And now, they were casually walking around Water 7 in broad daylight. Bari noticed their stunned expressions. "What? It's not exactly a secret here. CPX has an office at the shipyard." "An office?" Zoro echoed. Bari nodded. "Sure, we pass along pirate intel when it comes our way, and bounty hunters use the office to cash in their captures. Standard stuff." Nami and Zaro exchanged a glance. All this time, we've been chasing ghosts, and here they are, working openly. Bari took another drag of his cigar. "We've got offices in other spots, too. Fishman Island's got one, and obviously Marineford." He paused. "Why, you two looking for CPX?" Nami hesitated. Yeah, actually." "Well, come on. I'll take you to the office," Bari said, waving them forward. "Might as well help you out since I can't sell you a proper ship." As he led them into the shipyard, Bari cast a sidelong glance at them. "So, why exactly are you trying to find CPX?" "We're looking for someone," Nami said lightly. "Who?" Bari asked. Zoro answered without hesitation. "Donquixote Cladius." Nami winced. "Idiot, do you have to say it out loud?" Bari tripped over his own feet. "Wait, what? You're trying to find that guy?" Nami forced an awkward laugh. "Haha, yeah, funny story, we actually know him, sort of." Bari stared. The two of them launched into a convoluted tale about an encounter years ago in East Blue. They described meeting Cladius, how he'd helped them, and how they'd set out to find him again. Bari scratched his head, trying to reconcile their scruffy appearance with their supposed connection to one of the most powerful men in the world. But their details were oddly specific, and if they were lying, well, CPX would figure that out pretty quickly. He exhaled deeply. "Okay, let's see if you're telling the truth." Nami frowned. "Wait, so you believe us?" Bari gave her a wry grin. "Let's just say, I'm skeptical but curious." He turned and gestured toward the shipyard's towering dry docks. "Besides," Bari added with a chuckle, "if you really know Cladius, we can bump your order to the front of the queue. After all, he's our company's largest shareholder." Chapter 317, Zaro, "Cladius, sooner or later, I'll cut you down." Zaro and Nami were brought to the CPX office. Bari, being somewhat familiar with the place, greeted a few people along the way and led them to the office. At this moment, a minor officer from CPX was sitting inside the office. As soon as Bari walked in, he grinned and said, "Here to grab a drink again." "No, I'm just bringing a couple of guests here to find someone in CPX," Bari replied with a smile. "Guests, shouldn't they just go to the reception downstairs?" the officer asked, looking confused. Bari chuckled and explained, "These two are here for St. Cladius." The officer nearly spat out his tea upon hearing this. This was way above his pay grade. He wasn't qualified to contact Cladius. Bari this. The officer looked embarrassed. They said they know Claudius. I figured it wouldn't hurt to try, Bari said, equally uneasy. Honestly, you'd probably have better luck finding Tom than me for something like this, the officer said with a helpless shrug. Still, he turned to Nami and Zoro and asked, "May I ask for your names?" Rorinoa Zoro. Nami. The officer, who had seemed anxious just moments ago, froze when he heard their names. His expression shifted, and he immediately said, "Ah, it's you too. That makes sense. I can handle this." "What do you mean?" Nami asked, puzzled. "You've both been around for a while now, right? Always asking about CPX. Chief Spandine left instructions some time ago. If the two of you ever made contact, we should get in touch with him right away," the officer explained with a smile. He then stood up and personally poured tea for Nami and Zoro. Spandine was one of Saint Claudius' trusted men, and these two were directly seeking Claudius himself. Clearly, these weren't ordinary people, they had connections. "You knew we were looking for you?" Zoro asked, surprised. "Of course. CPX specializes in intelligence, after all. We've known for a while now," the officer said with a knowing smile. "Who's Spandine?" Nami asked curiously. "He's the chief of CPX and His Highness Claudius' direct representative within the organization," the officer replied. After serving the tea, the officer immediately took out a den mushy and contacted Spandine. Meanwhile, aboard the sea train, Claudius and a few others were chatting and laughing together. Spandine felt that his relationship with Saint Claudius had grown beyond that of a subordinate. It was almost like they were friends now. This realization made him both happy and proud. While the group was talking, the den mushy in Spandine's pocket began to ring. "Your Highness, excuse me for a moment," Spandine said, quickly standing up. Claudius smiled and nodded. "Busy, as always. Make sure to give yourself a break once in a while." Spandine chuckled as he left the carriage. A few minutes later he returned, his expression a bit strange. "What's up?" Claudius asked, noticing his face. "Your Highness, it's those two you mentioned. They made contact from Water 7, Spandine reported. "Two?" Claudius blinked, momentarily confused. "Yes, from East Blue, bounty hunter Rorinoa Zoro and his navigator, Nami," Spandine clarified. "Ah, right, them," Claudius said with a smile. "Did they really track us down? Not bad. Are they on the line now? Hand it over, I'll say hello." Spandine nodded and handed the receiver to Claudius. Claudius picked up the den mushy. Moshi, this is Claudius speaking. Please respond if you can hear me." His tone was relaxed, and he sounded like he was in a good mood. On the other end, Nami and Zoro were instantly on alert, their excitement palpable. Bari and the CPX officer, standing beside them, exchanged glances. Contacting St. Claudius directly, these two were definitely unusual. "St. Claudius?" Nami asked eagerly. "It's me, Nami, from Kakasi village in East Blue. Remember, you once told me the oranges I grew were delicious." "Zoro here, Rorinoa Zoro, where did you take Kuina?" Zoro cut in, voice sharp. Claudius chuckled, completely ignoring Zoro. "Of course I remember you, Nami, the cute little girl with orange hair. And your sister, Nijiko, your mother, Belmare, an admirable woman, by the way. Ah, and even Officer Genzo." Hearing Claudius mention her family so naturally left Nami stunned. She knew how powerful Claudius was, and yet he still remembered them. It warmed her heart. "You haven't forgotten?" Nami asked, voice trembling. "Of course not. I heard you've been looking for me for a while. What, finally ready to chase your dream and map the world? No more oranges?" Claudius teased. "No, I'm definitely going to keep growing oranges. My sister and Belmare are still there on the island. But after hearing you talk about the world when I was little, I just had to see it for myself," Nami said, a smile tugging at her lips. The two chatted away happily, while Zoro's face darkened. His patience wore thin until he finally snapped, snatching the receiver. "Claudius, you haven't answered my question," Zoro barked. "Who are you again?" Claudius asked, feigning confusion. Zoro's jaw tightened. "From East Blue, Shimitsuki Village, Isshin Dojo, Rorinoa Zoro." "Oh, nope, doesn't ring a bell," Claudius replied without hesitation. Zoro's grip tightened on the receiver. "You bastard." "Calm down, Zoro," Nami hurriedly covered his mouth, horrified. That's a celestial dragon you're talking to. She quickly leaned toward the receiver and explained, Your Highness, Zoro is a disciple of Kashiro from Shimitsuki village. You once took a girl from there, remember? Claudius laughed. Ah, now I remember. I was just joking with the moss-headed kid who lost to Kuina 2,250 times. No, it was 1,250. I didn't lose that many times, and I won't lose again, Zoro snapped. Where is Kuina? Is she with you? Did I add 1,000 losses by mistake? Oh well, what's a few more? You were gonna lose anyway, Claudius teased. Zoro was seething. Claudius ignored his outburst and said casually, Kuina joined the Marines a while ago. She's a Marine headquarters colonel now. If you want to find her, you'll have to step into the new world. Fine by me, Zoro said without hesitation. With your current strength, you'd just be throwing your life away. Do you even know how to use haki yet? Claudius asked bluntly. Zoro's face stiffened. No. Then you'd lose. Kuina's already mastered observation haki and armament haki. You're not even in the same league anymore, Claudius said matter-of-factly. Zoro's jaw clenched and he grumbled, Claudius, sooner or later I'm going to cut you down. Haha, want me to be your teacher, or should I find you a good one? Claudius laughed. Chapter 318. Accepted Roronoa Zoro as an apprentice. After hearing Claudius' words, Zoro fell silent for a moment. He knew about the duel between Claudius and Mihawk in the back mountains of Shimitsuki village. He often visited the site to study the traces left behind. And, of course, he knew Mihawk had lost. However, he didn't know how Mihawk had been defeated. Mihawk certainly wouldn't publicize such a humiliating event, and Mr. Kashiro, being a man of integrity, never mentioned it to outsiders. Claudius, for his part, hadn't gone around bragging either. Few people knew that Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, had once been defeated by Claudius. Zoro knew Mihawk had lost, but assumed it had been through swordsmanship. It made sense to believe that Claudius might be even stronger than Mihawk. Why hadn't Claudius claimed the title of world's greatest swordsman? Well, he was a celestial dragon. It wasn't surprising that he didn't care about such titles. Despite his many victories against powerful opponents, Claudius didn't have a widely recognized reputation. Some people called him the Tempest Swordmaster, but it was more rumor than fact. Most dismissed it as a joke. After more than half a year in the Grand Line, Zoro realized how lacking his strength truly was. He'd heard of haki, and Kashiro had mentioned it to him, but he hadn't taught him. Kashiro believed in practical training. One had to gain real-world experience before learning haki. Zoro wasn't planning on returning home anytime soon. As for finding another teacher, there were no strict rules against it. Kashiro ran a public dojo, not a sect with closed disciples. Besides, hadn't Kuina already been stolen by Claudius? So, Zoro didn't feel guilty about the idea of learning from someone else. Still, he didn't particularly want Claudius to be his teacher. After a long silence, Zoro asked, Who would you recommend? Claudius laughed. What about Mihawk? He's the world's greatest swordsman. Is that good enough for you? Mihawk's name held significant weight for Zoro. At this point, he wasn't fixated on becoming the greatest swordsman just yet. His primary goal was still to surpass Kuina. But, Claudius added with a chuckle, Mihawk's a recluse. Train with him and you'll probably spend 3 to 5 years in isolation. Train with me, though, you'll have more freedom. Zoro opened his mouth to choose Mihawk. I'll go why? Claudius cut him off, laughing. Oh, and if you stick with me, you'll have plenty of chances to see Kuina. Master, Zoro immediately switched gears without hesitation. Of course, that was just Zoro reacting impulsively. After a moment, his expression grew serious again. What's the catch? What do I need to give in return? He didn't believe Claudius would offer to teach him out of the kindness of his heart. Claudius was a celestial dragon, a powerful, high-ranking one at that. Why would he care about a nobody like him? What was so special about Zoro? His talent. Well, Claudius did value Zoro's potential, but he didn't bother saying it out loud. Instead, he smiled and said, Join CPX, that's the price. Zoro frowned slightly. It seemed like a steep condition. But then he remembered who Claudius was, a celestial dragon, yes, but also the man who defeated Mihawk. Claudius didn't go around recruiting apprentices either. The more he thought about it, the less unreasonable it seemed. He had no concrete plans anyway. The bounty hunting gig wasn't getting him anywhere, and wandering around the Grand Line aimlessly didn't feel right either. If joining CPX got him closer to his goals, why not? After mulling it over for a moment, Zorro nodded. You have a deal. Ahahaha, great. Just head to Mariewa and find me, Claudius said with a laugh. At that moment, Nami let out an exaggerated sigh. Hey, Zorro, are you really going to abandon me? I'm just a weak woman. Without a strong partner like you, how am I supposed to survive in the Grand Line? Zorro's face tightened. He hadn't considered that. He was someone who valued loyalty and camaraderie. After traveling together for so long, he'd come to see Nami as a true companion. He felt guilty for nearly forgetting her. Claudius heard the conversation through the den mushy and chuckled. You know, I happen to need a navigator for my ship, Prometheus. Nami, interested. Prometheus, you mean that ship? Nami asked, eyes wide. The Prometheus was the most impressive vessel she'd ever laid eyes on. The idea of being its navigator was beyond tempting. That's right, Claudius confirmed. The Prometheus is the ultimate ship, strong enough to cross the most dangerous seas. If you really want to map the entire world, you'll need a ship like mine. Sounds like you need a great navigator like me, huh? Nami teased. Of course. Can I grow oranges on board? Nami asked after a moment of thought. Claudius burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, my ship is huge. If you want a whole orange grove, go right ahead, but I get first dibs on the harvest. Deal, Nami agreed without hesitation. With that, the situation was settled. Zorro and Nami were now Claudius' new recruits, one as his apprentice and the other as his navigator. As for their companions, Johnny and Yasaku, Claudius didn't care much. They could join the crew as regular sailors or fishing hands if they wanted. Once the call ended, Zorro and Nami sat there, struggling to believe what had just happened. In a single conversation, they'd become part of CPX and joined Claudius' ranks. Bari and the CPX officer, who'd been listening the whole time, were equally stunned. Did we just witness the birth of Saint Claudius' new disciple and personal navigator? The officer muttered. Nami, always quick to think about practical matters, turned to Bari. Bari, about that boat, forget it. Looks like I've got a better option now. How are you going to sail without a ship? Zorro asked, frowning. The one we've got won't last much longer. Nami gave him a pitying look. Seriously, didn't you hear where Claudius told us to go? Mariewa, you think we'll need a ship for that? Zorro blinked in confusion. Wait, we're going to sea, right? So how do we get there without a ship? Can you stop swinging your swords for 5 seconds and pay attention to the world around you? Ever heard of a sea train? Nami asked, exasperated. No. Nami facepalmed. Figures. Bari laughed and clapped Zorro on the back. The sea train? That's one of Water 7's greatest inventions. Let me tell you all about it. Chapter 319. The War's Warm-Up, Activating Teach's Hidden Line. At Marineford's naval port, construction work was in full swing. Claudius and his group disembarked from a warship, unconcerned with the ongoing renovation. Nami and Zorro had some business to handle and would arrive at Marineford a few days later. Claudius didn't let that delay him and proceeded ahead. The once empty plaza was now bustling with activity. Marine officers were pushing carts filled with dirt and debris, while others moved cannons across the grounds. How long will this project take? We can't afford to miss the deadline, Claudius asked, surveying the chaotic yet purposeful scene. Standing beside him, Borsellino chuckled. It might look chaotic, but the work's moving along at quite the speed. With 100,000 Marine elites on site, things get done quickly. They're installing some new fortifications now, Cusin added with a smile. After that, the Science Division will set up an earthquake-resistant, retractable alloy wall along this trench. Claudius glanced at the trench, where Marines were still hard at work. And these elite officers, they're all okay with this kind of manual labor. It's just warm-up training before the war, Cusin said with a grin. As Claudius scanned the workers, he spotted a familiar figure. For a second, he thought it was Cuina, but then he noticed the shoulder insignia. It was Tashigi, Smoker's subordinate. Next to her, in the trench, a man in a work uniform was swinging a pickaxe at the ground. The moment Claudius recognized him, he burst out laughing. "Ha, Smoker," Cusin noticed too and called out to him. Smoker paused mid-swing and turned around. He was surprised for a moment but quickly composed himself. With 3 cigars clenched between his teeth, he responded, "Admiral Cusin, long time no see." Smoker and Cusin shared a good relationship. Smoker had served under him immediately after graduating from the academy, and they'd grown close during that time. Even after being reassigned to East Blue, that bond remained. Seeing Cusin here, Smoker decided to take advantage of the moment. Climbing out of the trench, he brushed the dirt off his uniform and asked, "What's with this mission? Did headquarters really bring us all here just to dig?" He didn't recognize Claudius right away, mistaking him for some unknown officer. Claudius didn't mind. Cusin clapped Smoker on the shoulder. "No, there's more to it, but it's classified. Just be patient and don't complain." Smoker exhaled a thick puff of smoke and nodded. He'd been chatting with Bone lately and realized that something bigger was brewing. There was no point pressing for answers. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Claudius and the others continued toward the Fleet Admiral's office, leaving Smoker to return to his trench work. Claudius chuckled as they walked. "I remember you had high hopes for that kid, even gave him a Logia-type Devil Fruit. Why is he still a colonel after all this time?" Cusin looked a bit embarrassed, but Borsellino responded casually, "Smoker's a handful. He still needs some polish." "Is that so?" Claudius raised an eyebrow, careful not to waste a promising talent. "This war might be just the thing he needs," Cusin said after a brief pause. The group soon arrived at the office. Inside, Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, Zephyr, Sakazuki, and other high-ranking officers were already waiting. When Claudius entered, everyone stood to greet him. He waved them down and sat beside Zephyr. Unable to resist, he knocked on Zephyr's hacky-powered prosthetic arm. "Teacher, I kept my promise. Weevil and Buckin have been delivered to Impel Down. When the time comes, we'll have them publicly executed." Zephyr's eyes softened, and he smiled. "Your Highness, I appreciate everything you've done." "Nonsense," Claudius said, dismissing the gratitude with a wave. After a bit of small talk, the meeting began. Chief Staff Officer Tsuru opened a thick folder and said, "Based on current progress and workforce capacity, Marineford's fortifications should be complete in about 40 days. In other words," Sengoku added, his voice heavy, "in 40 days we'll be ready for war." The room tensed. Sakazuki remained outwardly composed, but the glint in his eyes betrayed his anticipation. He'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. Claudius lit a cigar, took a deep drag, and said, "The first phase of our plan is complete. We've kept Edward Weevil's capture under wraps. As long as we don't announce it, no one will know he's in custody. But that secrecy won't last forever." He exhaled a cloud of smoke and continued, "It's time to activate the Dark Line, Marshal D. Teach." Garp, munching on a rice cracker, frowned. "Isn't that a bit early? Wouldn't it be better to wait another 20 days or so?" "No," Tsuru said, shaking her head. "Now's the perfect time. We need a buffer to handle any unexpected developments." "Agreed," Sengoku said. He turned to Claudius. "What's your plan, Your Highness?" Claudius grinned. "Simple. Teach will lure out one of Whitebeard's division commanders and hand them over to us. Until then, he remains completely undercover." He tapped his cigar against the ashtray. Whitebeard might notice the disappearance, but even if he does, he won't jump to conclusions right away. Pirates go missing all the time. Sengoku nodded. "And when the time's right, we publicly reveal Teach's new status as a warlord of the sea." "Exactly," Claudius said. "Whitebeard will realize Teach betrayed him, but by then, it'll be too late. The damage will be done, and that betrayal will sting like a dagger straight to his heart." Sengoku rubbed his chin. "Who should Teach target? Marco." Zephyr shook his head. "We don't know the full extent of Teach's strength. Marco's too strong, that's an unnecessary risk. Any division commander will do. Whitebeard won't ignore the abduction, regardless of who it is." Claudius scanned, the photographs of Whitebeard's officers spread across the table. His eyes lingered on one picture. "That one," he said, pointing. Thatch, captain of the 4th Division. Chapter 320. Teach Zihahaha, is it finally time to begin? In the New World, on an island under Whitebeard's protection, a pirate ship bearing the Whitebeard pirates' flag was docked at the port. Teach, along with some crew members from the 2nd Division, had come here to collect this year's protection fee. Pirates of all shapes and sizes were unloading boxes of treasure onto the ship. Teach sat alone on the bow, watching his subordinates work. He wore a black captain's hat and a dark coat draped over his shoulders. Ever since obtaining the dark fruit, he developed a fondness for dark clothing. A thick gold chain hung around his neck, and each of his 10 fingers was adorned with large, colorful gemstone rings. A flintlock pistol rested at his waist, and he held a bottle of rum in his hand. His beard had grown thicker, and his demeanor had become more flamboyant. The crew didn't think much of his changed attitude. As far as they were concerned, becoming a devil fruit user and a division captain naturally made someone more arrogant. Besides, Teach had always been eccentric. It was just part of who he was. Teach took a long swig from the bottle, letting the liquor dribble down his chin into his beard. He wiped his face with the back of his hand, clicked his tongue, and muttered to himself, "How much longer do I have to wait?" He prided himself on his patience, but now, with everything seemingly in place, anticipation gnawed at him. Cladius hadn't contacted him in months. Would the plan ever move forward? If not, maybe he'd just go ahead and act alone. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the den mushy in his pocket began to ring. Teach's eyes lit up with excitement. This den mushy had been given to him by that butler named Nia. It was special, only Cladius could call through it, and Teach had never once received a call. Until now. Teach cast a quick glance at his crew, gave them a brief nod, then grabbed the bottle and retreated to his cabin. He shut the door, locked it, and closed the windows before answering the call. "Your Highness," Teach greeted softly. His voice instinctively lowered, his head bowed slightly, and his posture hunched without him realizing it. This involuntary reaction startled him. "What am I doing?" he thought. Cladius couldn't see him anyway. Straightening his back, he forced himself to adopt a more confident tone. "Ha, Teach," Cladius' voice crackled through the receiver. "How have you been? I heard you got yourself promoted to division commander. How about it? Interested in rebelling yet?" Teach immediately feigned shock. "Why, Your Highness, what are you saying? I swore my loyalty to you. Just give the word and I'll act, no hesitation." On the other end, Cladius chuckled. "Ahahaha, I like loyal subordinates like you." Teach forced a smile and continued, "It's my honor to serve you, Your Highness." For a moment, Cladius had a strange feeling of déjà vu, but he dismissed it. Little did he know that Teach had been reading some of Spanding's infamous books on flattery and mimicry. "All right, Teach, stick to the plan," Cladius said, his tone shifting to something colder. "The target is Thatch, captain of the 4th Division. I need you to capture him and deliver him to me." Teach's pulse quickened. Here it is, the moment he'd been waiting for. If Cladius was targeting Thatch, that meant the real move against the Whitebeard pirates was about to begin. "Yes, Your Highness," Teach said eagerly, his eyes burning with ambition. "Leave it to me. I'll get Thatch and deliver him to you as quickly as possible." "Be discreet," Cladius warned. "If Newgate catches on too soon, the plan falls apart. Once we have Thatch, you'll be named the newest warlord of the sea." The mention of the warlord title sent a shiver of excitement down Teach's spine. "Thank you, Your Highness. I won't let you down." "I'm counting on you," Cladius said. Without another word, he hung up. The abrupt end of the call didn't anger Teach. On the contrary, his mouth curled into a twisted grin. "Zihahahaha," he burst out laughing. "Finally, the pieces are moving. Cladius, you arrogant fool, you'll regret trusting me. One day, this world will kneel before me and I'll make you lick my boots." Teach drained the rest of his rum, hurled the bottle against the wall, and stormed out of his cabin. His crew had just finished loading the treasure. "Captain Teach, we're done here, do we head back now?" one of his subordinates asked. Teach grinned and held up the den mushy. "Zihahahaha, not yet, I just got word about a big score. But it's too big for us to handle alone, let's get Thatch involved." His crew didn't question it. Teach had always gotten along well with Thatch, and the older commander often helped out the 2nd Division. Teach's popularity within the crew made them trust him without suspicion. Teach immediately contacted Thatch, spinning a tale about a massive treasure ship ripe for the taking. Thatch took the bait, and the two agreed to meet on a nearby island. Days later, Teach and Thatch vanished without a trace. The crew of the 2nd and 4th Divisions were confused at first, but not overly worried. Thatch and Teach were strong. They could handle themselves. Pirates disappearing for days on end wasn't exactly unusual. No one thought to report their disappearance to Whitebeard. Meanwhile, a shadow of conspiracy crept over the Whitebeard pirates. The crew remained blissfully unaware, still basking in the glory of their captain's legendary strength and the prestige of their dominance over the New World. Back at Marineford, Cladius and the Marine brass received confirmation. Teach had successfully captured Thatch and was already en route with him. Sengoku rubbed his temples in disbelief. Everything's gone, surprisingly smoothly. Too smoothly, Tsuru muttered. It feels unnatural. But it's happening nonetheless, Cladius said, lighting a cigar. He exhaled a plume of smoke and gazed out the window, where the fortifications were nearing completion. Smooth or not, the war was drawing closer with each passing day. Chapter 321. Teach, 7 Warlords of the Sea, earned by my own hands. The naval port of Marineford welcomed an unmarked ship today. Rob Lucci stood silently at the bow, dressed in a sharp black suit, his expression cold and detached. After a while, Teach emerged from the cabin, dragging a disoriented figure with him. Thatch had been lured by Teach with the promise of a treasure ship. They found a tavern, drank together, and discussed this supposed treasure. But after a few rounds, Thatch blacked out. When he woke up, he was bound hand and foot with sea-stone shackles. Along the way, Thatch cursed Teach endlessly, but Teach couldn't be bothered to respond. He gave Thatch just enough food and water to stay alive, nothing more. After nearly a week of confinement, Thatch was finally seeing sunlight again. But what greeted his eyes wasn't salvation. It was the towering Marine headquarters fortress and the bustling war preparations around it. For a moment, Thatch was dumbfounded. He'd figured Teach had betrayed the Whitebeard pirates, but he'd assumed it was to join Kaido, Shanks, or some other pirate crew. He never imagined Teach would turn to the Marines. A pirate for decades, now standing in Marineford. What kind of twisted joke was this? Teach, noticing Thatch's shock, laughed heartily. "Zee-ha-ha-ha-ha, didn't see this coming, did you, Thatch? Turns out I've been with the Marines all along." Teach was clearly joking, but Thatch took it seriously. His face twisted in anger as he roared, "Teach, Pops treated you like family. He made you a division commander. And this is how you repay him." "Spare me the moral talk," Teach sneered. "The old man's past his prime. It's only a matter of time before someone topples him. Better me than someone else." Teach ignored Thatch's continued curses and turned his attention to the silent man beside him. Rob Lucci, the name was unfamiliar. Teach could sense the pressure radiating from him, a quiet, unyielding aura of strength. Masters recognized each other at a glance, and Lucci was no ordinary bodyguard. "Marshal D. Teach," Lucci asked coldly. "That's me," Teach responded with a grin. "And you are?" "Rob Lucci, personal guard to His Highness. Come with me, His Highness is expecting you," Lucci said. His gaze flicked to Thatch. "Bring your prey along." "Zee-ha-ha-ha-ha, so you're with the prince. Then we'll be comrades from now on. I'll count on you, Brother Lucci," Teach said jovially. Lucci didn't respond, turning on his heel and heading toward the fortress. Teach followed, dragging Thatch behind him. As they passed through Marineford, Teach observed the scale of the preparations, new fortifications, countless marine elites moving with purpose. The Whitebeard pirates were walking into a trap they didn't even know existed. Thatch, watching the same scene, felt dread settle in his gut. The Marines weren't just preparing for a skirmish. They were preparing for war. And from the looks of it, that war was aimed directly at Whitebeard. "Teach, you bastard, kill me here if you have any dignity," Thatch screamed. Teach didn't even glance back. He was already imagining his future. After navigating the fortress's winding hallways, they entered a large conference room. Cladius sat at the head of the table, a cigar between his fingers. Fleet Admiral Sengoku and other high-ranking officers sat nearby. Lucci silently took his place behind Claudius like a shadow. Teach, recognizing the moment, dropped to his knees, dragged Thatch forward, and pressed his forehead to the floor. "Your Highness Claudius, Marshal D. Teach, at your service," Teach declared. "As you commanded, I've captured the 4th Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Thatch." Thatch struggled to lift his head. His eyes widened when he saw Claudius. The name alone conjured images of fallen legends: Big Mom, Golden Lion, Redfield, Roger, and now Whitebeard. Claudius took a slow drag on his cigar, eyeing Teach with satisfaction. He tapped the ash into the tray and said, "Good work. You didn't disappoint me, Teach." Teach kept his head down. "I'm honored to have fulfilled your command, Your Highness." Thatch snarled from the floor. "Teach, you sold out the old man for a damn fruit and a title." Claudius frowned slightly. "So noisy." In an instant, Lucci appeared beside Thatch, grabbed his head, and slammed it into the floor. Thatch fell unconscious in a pool of blood. Lucci returned to his spot without a word. Teach's heart skipped a beat, fast, too fast. Claudius smiled again. "I'm a man of my word, Teach. You proved yourself by eliminating Moria and earning the dark fruit. Now you've brought me Thatch. As promised, I'll make you one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Satisfied?" Teach trembled with excitement. "Satisfied beyond words, Your Highness." Claudius gestured toward Sengoku, who handed him a document. Without reading it, Claudius signed his name and tossed it to Teach. "Take a look," Claudius said. Teach's hands shook as he opened the document. There it was, official confirmation of his new title as a warlord of the sea. He dropped to his knees again, pressing his forehead to the ground. "Thank you for this honor, Your Highness. I'll serve you with everything I have." Claudius chuckled softly. "For now, keep a low profile. We won't announce your position until the war is fully prepared. Until then, act as though nothing has changed." Teach hesitated. "Shall I remain in Marineford, Your Highness?" Claudius laughed aloud. "What, you think I don't trust you? You've proven yourself. Go wherever you want, just be here when the time comes." "Understood, Your Highness," Teach said, suppressing the wild grin threatening to spread across his face. As he clutched the document, Teach cast a quick glance at the officers around the table. Every one of them, from Sengoku to the admirals, deferred to Claudius without question. He's the true power here, Teach realized. And if Claudius was willing to elevate a pirate like him, what else did he have planned? Chapter 322, Secrets Circulating in Impel Down. The Great Deep Sea Prison, Impel Down. Today, Magellan was still suffering from diarrhea, while Shiryu had been suppressing his murderous urges lately. Magellan had even noticed the change, thinking Shiryu was genuinely trying to reform himself. In response, he eased up on Shiryu, reducing the monitoring to avoid applying too much pressure. What Magellan didn't know was that Shiryu was actually holding back a far bigger plan. He felt that staying in Impel Down was no longer feasible. If he didn't restrain himself, he'd either end up killed by Magellan or locked up again before his plan could succeed. Shiryu wasn't trying to change. He was simply trying to lower Magellan's guard, find an opportunity to create chaos, and escape from the prison that had become his shackles. Standing before a prison cell, Shiryu gazed at the prisoner inside, who cowered in fear. A scarlet gleam flickered in Shiryu's eyes, but he resisted the urge to draw his blade, Rain. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself, took a cigar from his pocket, and lit it. The familiar sensation helped him relax slightly. "Damn it, this feeling is so damn irritating," he muttered. Just then, a group of jailers escorted 2 prisoners to the 4th level. The prisoners were Edward Weevil and his mother, Miss Buchan. The jailers visibly trembled upon seeing Shiryu. Even in the sweltering heat of the blazing hell, his presence sent chills down their spines. To them, he was the embodiment of bloodlust. Shiryu glanced at the group, his gaze landing on Weevil with slight surprise. Not because Weevil was locked up here. Given his lack of intelligence, he wasn't dangerous enough for eternal hell. The freezing hell wasn't suitable either, since headquarters had ordered that Weevil remain alive, and the icy environment was too risky. So, it made sense for Weevil to be held on the 4th level, which was also where Magellan's office was located. Impel Down's security was trusted implicitly. Not even the Golden Lion's escape decades ago had diminished its reputation as an unbreakable fortress. The alleged escape of the Revolutionary Army's giant, Morley, was widely dismissed as a baseless rumor. What genuinely surprised Shiryu was that Edward Weevil had been captured at all. The guy was known for his brute strength, not his brain. Shiryu exhaled a puff of smoke and motioned for the jailers to approach. They did so cautiously. "What's the story here?" Shiryu asked, pointing to Weevil. Chief Warden Shiryu, sir," one jailer stammered. "This is Edward Weevil. He was supposed to be delivered here earlier, but there was a delay at Marineford. It said that a CP0 agent, accompanied by 2 admirals, captured him. We were ordered to ensure his survival, no mistakes allowed." "Ensure his survival?" Shiryu's brow furrowed. His voice turned cold. "Are you implying something?" No, not at all, sir." The jailer nearly wet himself. "This was a direct order from above. Weevil is to be held here for 1 or 2 months at most before being transferred back to Marineford for public execution." "Public execution?" Shiryu's frown deepened. Since when did the Marines execute people like Edward Weevil publicly? The world government rarely staged public executions unless the target had committed particularly heinous crimes or held symbolic importance. The last such execution had been Gall D. Rogers, 17 years ago in Logtown. That had been a miscalculation. Instead of deterring piracy, Rogers' final words ignited the Great Pirate Era. Since then, even high-profile captives like Big Mom and Douglas Bullet had simply been imprisoned without fanfare. So why now, and why Weevil? His curiosity piqued, Shiryu pressed further. "Is it just these 2? What's the reason behind the public execution?" The jailer hesitated before responding. "Well, there's another prisoner being brought in soon. We don't have all the details, but they'll be placed in eternal hell alongside Weevil. It seems these 2 are connected." "Connected?" Shiryu's interest grew. "Go on." "Yes, sir," the jailer swallowed. "The other prisoner is Thatch, the 4th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. He was captured and sent here recently. Headquarters has ordered us to keep him alive. It's said that within 1 to 2 months, vice admirals will escort both Thatch and Weevil to Marineford for a public execution." Shiryu's eyes narrowed. "Thatch and Weevil together?" The jailer nodded quickly. "Yes, sir. It's not confirmed, but, well, given who Thatch is, we're guessing the world government is preparing to provoke a certain force." "Whitebeard," Shiryu muttered. The pieces were falling into place. Impel Down was full of secrets, many of which never left its walls, but this was different. If the government was publicly executing Thatch and Weevil, they were likely planning to provoke the Whitebeard Pirates. Shiryu's mind raced. Marshal D. Teach. The name had been on his radar. Teach had recently become the 2nd Division commander after Thatch's disappearance, a sudden rise that had caught Shiryu's attention. "Who captured Thatch?" he asked. It wasn't the Marines," the jailer replied nervously. "Apparently there was a betrayal within the Whitebeard Pirates." Shiryu's eyes sharpened. A betrayal. The Whitebeard Pirates were notorious for their loyalty and familial bonds. Treachery was almost unthinkable. "Yes, sir," the jailer said. "According to Thatch, it was his own subordinate, Marshal D. Teach. He stole a devil fruit and turned him over to the Marines. In exchange, Teach was granted the title of warlord, filling the position left by Gecko Moria." Shiryu's suspicions were confirmed. "Teach, so that's what you're after." His expression turned cold as he exhaled a stream of smoke. "I see. Get back to work." "Yes, sir." The jailers saluted and hurried away, relieved to escape Shiryu's oppressive aura. Shiryu remained still, his thoughts churning. A public execution, a betrayal within Whitebeard's crew, and Teach becoming a warlord. This is going to turn the world upside down. He flicked his cigar to the ground and crushed it underfoot before turning away, disappearing into the shadows of Impel Down. Chapter 323, Teach's Ambition. After securing the position of a Shichibukai, Teach quickly left Marineford. After all, that was Marine headquarters. Even though he was now an officially recognized pirate with the title of Shichibukai, guilt still weighed heavily on him. He had betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates, and despite his newfound status, he felt like a criminal walking through enemy territory. Staying there any longer made his nerves itch. With his nameless, flagless ship, Teach sailed from Marineford to the Sabyati archipelago. Based on the information provided, there were roughly 2 months left, 40 days at most, before the Marines would be ready to initiate public execution procedures and launch their war. Teach didn't dare wander too far. If he got distracted or ventured too far away, he might miss the window of opportunity. So, he decided to lay low at the Sabyati archipelago. Upon arriving, he didn't waste time sightseeing. With clear purpose, he headed straight for the lawless zone, weaving through several islands before arriving at Island 27. He pushed open the door to a dimly lit, grimy-looking grocery store and found 2 figures waiting inside. One of them had an unnaturally pale complexion, as though he'd applied a thick layer of foundation. His lips appeared crimson in contrast to his sickly skin, and his lean figure exuded an air of casual indifference. His clothing bore a faint, dotted pattern. This man was Lafitte, the infamous demon sheriff of West Blue. At some point, he and Teach had joined forces, forming an unlikely but effective partnership. The other figure sat slumped in a chair, looking half dead. His complexion was sallow, his body frail, and his breathing labored. Every few seconds, he coughed as though his lungs might give out at any moment. This was Teach's ship doctor, Doc Q, known as the Shinigami Doctor. Seeing his sickly appearance, one might wonder how he could possibly treat others when he seemed on the verge of death himself. Maybe he believed doctors shouldn't heal themselves. The moment Teach stepped inside, he burst out laughing. "Zehahaha, you two really are here." Lafitte spun his cane and smiled. To have left Marine headquarters in one piece. It seems things went well, or should I say, Captain Teach now. Doc Q didn't bother responding, he simply wheezed quietly. Teach didn't mind. He threw his head back and laughed. "Zehahaha, everything's going according to plan. In less than 2 months, the Marines will go to war with the Whitebeard pirates. That's when I'll seize the tremor fruit and become the strongest man in the world. But a person who eats 2 devil fruits will explode and die," Poison Q said suddenly, his voice raspy. Teach grinned, waving his hand dismissively. "I'm aware, but I have a unique body. If anyone can survive it, it's me, and when I do, Zehahaha, I'll become the strongest man in the world." "And if you fail," Lafitte said with a faint smile, "you'll become the world's biggest fool." "Zehahaha, luck is on my side. Look at how smoothly things have gone so far. Isn't that proof enough?" Truthfully, Teach didn't know if his plan would work. He was betting on the unique properties of his body, betting that he could defy the fundamental laws of the world. If he succeeded, he would become the first person in history to wield the power of 2 devil fruits. Darkness in one hand, earthquakes in the other. Perfect offense, perfect defense, near invincibility. If he failed, well, he'd simply die in Marineford, becoming yet another cautionary tale about devil fruits. But Teach was a gambler by nature. His entire life had been a gamble, from joining Whitebeard's crew to patiently waiting decades for the right moment, and his instincts had been right so far. He'd risked everything to seize it, and now here he was. "So, what's next, Captain Teach?" Lafitte asked. "Why was it so important to become a Shichibukai?" "Zehahaha, it's just a stepping stone. I needed an official status to join the upcoming battle." "The upcoming battle?" Lafitte raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, the world government's code name for it is the Summit War. Sounds grand, doesn't it?" Teach chuckled. Without the Shichibukai title, Teach wouldn't have been able to participate openly. And if he wanted to seize the Gura no Mi, he'd have to get close to Whitebeard during the chaos. There was no chance of aligning with Whitebeard's side after what he'd done. The old man would tear him apart without hesitation. So the only option was to stand with the Marines. "Is that all?" Lafitte asked, stroking his chin. "You know me too well," Teach said with a grin. "I also need this status to get into Impel Down, Zehahaha." Lafitte's eyes lit up, to recruit more crew. "Exactly," Teach said, his eyes gleaming. But then his smile faltered, and he shook his head with a sigh. "Unfortunately, that's going to be tricky. That Highness may have granted me this position, but he's not stupid enough to trust me completely, especially someone like me, someone who betrayed his own crew." What do you mean? Lafitte asked. Teach sighed again. They locked Thatch in Impel Down, and that Highness gave explicit orders that Impel Down is to be placed under maximum security until the war ends. Every operation, except those directly authorized by Marine headquarters, has been suspended. No prison transports, no unscheduled visits. He rubbed his temples. Even if I want to visit, they'll need half a day's notice. If anyone tries to enter without authorization, the guards have full permission to kill them on sight. Teach had hoped that the war would create an opening for him to sneak into the prison. His plan was to handpick a crew from the most notorious inmates and escape before the war concluded. But Cladius had anticipated this move, tightening security and closing that potential door. That's frustrating, Teach muttered. It's like he was waiting for me. Lafitte tapped his cane against the floor. The world doesn't always cooperate with our plans, but look how far you've come already. And who says we can only recruit from Impel Down? Once we enter the new world, we might find others to join us. Zehahaha, you're right. Maybe I am getting greedy. But that's what a pirate's supposed to be, isn't it? Or maybe, Doc Q said hoarsely, you'll just explode and die or get killed during the war. Both are possible. Zehahaha, damn it, can't you ever say something optimistic? Teach laughed. Anyway, what's the status of the crew search? There are 2 promising candidates for sniper and helmsman, Lafitte said, retrieving 2 photos from his coat. No contact yet, but they seem like good fits. Teach took the photos and studied them, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Chapter 324. The Rhythm of War, Marineford enters combat readiness. For some time now, the world has remained unusually calm. Kaido has been busy developing Wano country, though no one knows exactly what he's up to. After all, Doflamingo is not selling him any artificial devil fruits anymore in this timeline. That plan hasn't even been put on the agenda yet. Caesar Clown, who was originally responsible for this, is now working for Crocodile in Alabasta. Alabasta's military factory has already produced a considerable stockpile of armaments, all fully compliant with Marine specifications. However, due to Wano country's isolation and limited intelligence, Claudius only knows that Kaido has set up some factories there to build his industry. What exactly he's producing remains a mystery. As for Shanks, he's been keeping a low profile, so low that no one can even find a trace of him. He could be wandering the seas or perhaps drinking in his hometown in West Blue. Who knows? The Whitebeard pirates have been equally quiet. Edward Newgate did notice that both Teach and Thatch had gone missing, and he couldn't reach either of them. But for now, he's chalked it up to the 2 of them sneaking off to handle some secret mission. The 7 warlords of the sea are inactive as well, while Marine headquarters has been focused on large-scale construction projects. Everything seems eerily peaceful, as if all the major forces are preoccupied with their own affairs and can't be bothered with the commotion caused by the smaller players at sea. And so, time passes quietly, until the last defense fort of Marineford is finally completed. With months of relentless effort, 100,000 Marine elites have transformed Marineford into an unbreakable fortress of war. Standing atop the newly built walls, Smoker is clad in his Marine uniform. His oversized Justice coat drapes over his shoulders as he puffs on 2 cigars, his gaze fixed on the imposing sight of the fortified Marineford. Colonel Smoker, the construction is complete. Can we go back to East Blue now? Tashigi asks as she sips from a cup of hot tea behind him. Smoker remains silent for a moment, his eyes still on the fortress. Finally, he replies, "We're not going back to East Blue." "Huh, what do you mean?" Tashigi asks, surprised. "I've been doing a lot of thinking these past few months," Smoker says softly. "I was too stubborn before, too caught up in my own sense of justice. Maybe it's time to see the world from a different perspective. I'm staying here, in headquarters." "Then, what are we going to do here?" Tashigi asks, confused. "Power and authority," Smoker murmurs, eyes narrowing with determination. "If you want to change the world, you need both. I've wasted too many years wandering around East Blue. It's time to reclaim what I've lost." After a brief pause, he adds, "My first small goal, become a Marine Vice Admiral within 5 years. Within 10 years, I'll be an Admiral candidate." Tashigi is stunned. Small goal? Does that mean the medium-term goal is to become an admiral within 5 years and a fleet admiral within 10? And the long-term goal, commander-in-chief of the world government? Colonel Smoker, since when were you this ambitious? You were practically a slacker back in East Blue. But Smoker ignores her astonishment. His eyes shift toward the military harbor. His brow furrows. Something's not right, he mutters. What's wrong? Tashigi asks. 5 days ago, some of the construction teams finished their work, Smoker says. Logically, they should have left by now, returning to their bases. But none of the warships have left port. On the contrary, more ships have been arriving every day. He exhales a thick plume of smoke, his eyes sharp. It feels like the headquarters is gathering its forces. Tashiga's eyes widen. Gathering forces, you mean preparing for war? Exactly, Smoker says grimly. Judging by the sheer scale of it, the battlefield might be Marineford itself. His mind flashes back to something Admiral Cusin had said months ago. Big moves are coming. Now, the pieces are starting to fall into place. Just then, a crackle echoes through the Marineford radio system, followed by a calm, magnetic voice. Attention, all officers and soldiers stationed at Marineford. From this moment onward, Marineford is officially entering a state of combat readiness. All officers ranked Rear Admiral and above must immediately report to combat meeting room number 3. All other personnel are to remain on standby and await further instructions from their superiors. Repeat, Marineford is now in combat readiness. The announcement plays 3 times before ending. The entire Marineford base erupts into action. Even those who'd already suspected something was coming are stunned by the official confirmation. No one can remember the last time Marineford declared full combat readiness, probably not since the legendary battle with the Rocks pirates at God Valley nearly 40 years ago. Most of the Marines who experienced that war have either retired or died. Those few who remain are now high-ranking officers. Smoker takes a deep breath, his expression serious. I was right. A war big enough to require 100,000 elite Marines is about to break out. Tashiga's face turns pale. What the hell? She'd signed up for a construction mission, not a war. She can't help but feel overwhelmed. What do we do? She asks, voice trembling. Calm down, Smoker snaps. You're a Marine. You should always be ready for war. It's part of the job. Don't lose your composure. If anything, this is a rare opportunity. Tashigi swallows hard and nods, trying to suppress her panic. Meanwhile, in combat meeting room number 3, the top brass of the Marines are already gathered. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admirals Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Cusin, along with Vice Admiral Garp, Instructor Zephyr, and Chief of Staff Tsuru. Cladius is also present. He sits slightly apart from the others, holding a den mushy to his ear. Spandine, Cladius says into the receiver, his tone calm but commanding, Marineford is entering combat readiness. In the name of CP0, summon the 7 warlords of the sea. All of them must report to Marine headquarters immediately. Understood, Your Highness, Spandine replies without hesitation. Cladius hangs up, lights a cigar, and closes his eyes. He mentally reviews the entire operation once more, searching for any overlooked details. More officers arrive at the meeting room, vice admirals like Mamanga, Onigumo, Doberman, Strawberry, Dalmatian. Those in the know remain composed, while the others wear expressions of confusion and concern. Chapter 325. Big Event, Naval Headquarters declares war on the Whitebeard Pirates. When all the high-ranking officers had gathered, Fleet Admiral Sengoku knocked on the table to get everyone's attention and said, Now then, I officially announce that, as of this meeting, Naval Headquarters will initiate a crusade against the Whitebeard Pirates. The details are as follows. As soon as Sengoku spoke, the entire conference room was shocked into silence. But within seconds, the room became noisy, with officers leaning toward each other and whispering in hushed voices. This large-scale Marine meeting lasted for 3 consecutive days. Each day, after the meetings ended, the previously disorganized force of 100,000 Marines gradually became more orderly and disciplined. By the time the 3rd day concluded, Marineford was in full combat readiness. Units rehearsed their formations, familiarized themselves with the terrain, and drilled their combat procedures for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, other teams worked on constructing the execution platform and setting up live broadcast equipment to relay the event to the world. At the same time, the World Economy newspaper broadcasted two major news stories that shook the world. The first piece of news was the announcement that the vacant Shichibukai seat, left empty nearly a year ago after the disappearance of Gecko Moria, had been filled. The new holder of the title was none other than the former 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard. The world immediately sensed that something was off. A division commander from the Whitebeard Pirates had defected and joined forces with the world government. Teach's name, which had caused a stir when he was first appointed commander of the 2nd Division, was once again the center of global attention. But before the world could digest this news, the second announcement hit like a bombshell, sending shockwaves across every sea. Big event, public execution. On November 23, 1517, according to the Sea Circle calendar, Fleet Admiral Sengoku of Naval Headquarters will oversee the public execution of Thatch, captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, as well as Edward Weevil, known as Whitebeard Jr., and his mother, Miss Buchan. The execution will take place at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. The message was simple and direct, yet the implications behind it were monumental. This wasn't just an execution, it was a declaration of war. Naval Headquarters was declaring war on the Whitebeard Pirates. No one doubted that Whitebeard would respond. The strongest man in the world wouldn't sit back while his family was threatened. Everyone knew that Whitebeard never tolerated harm against his crew. The Marines' provocation was blatant, and Whitebeard's retaliation was guaranteed. The upcoming clash between the world's strongest pirate crew and the Marines, who ruled the seas for centuries, promised to be a battle that would reshape the world. No one dared to predict the outcome. The Marines had clearly made extensive preparations, giving them an apparent edge. But they were facing Whitebeard, the pirate who had dominated the seas for decades, a living legend with unmatched strength. Even Sengoku, who had orchestrated this plan from the start, wasn't completely confident in victory. However, there was one person who was St. Cladius. Meanwhile, on the Sabyati archipelago, in Shaki's ripoff bar, Rayleigh sat with a grim expression as he read the newspaper. Shaki, beside him, was sifting through her files, her brows furrowed in concentration. Just as Rayleigh was lost in his thoughts, Shaki suddenly exclaimed, "I found it." Rayleigh turned to her. "Found what?" "Edward Weevil," Shaki said. "The last confirmed sighting of him was more than 3 months ago on Palani Island. At the time, the island declared a state of emergency, claiming there was a pirate invasion. But afterward, there were no reports of significant damage." She continued, voice low, "There were rumors that day of sightings of Admirals Borsellino and Cusin, along with someone believed to be St. Cladius." Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. "So they were already preparing months ago," he muttered. "Cladius? That man just doesn't stop. He's really going after Newgate, huh?" "No," Shaki said, shaking her head. "If we look further back, the pieces were being set into motion even earlier. Half a year ago, during the World Summit, the world government passed resolutions that greatly expanded the authority of the Marines and CP0. We thought it was about tightening global control, but now it's clear that the summit was nothing more than a smokescreen." She tapped the newspaper. Their real target was the Whitebeard Pirates all along. Rayleigh sighed, a somber look in his eyes. "And no one saw it coming, not even Newgate. This time he's walking into a trap." Rayleigh and Newgate had never been close. They were rivals on the sea, crossing swords more than once. Yet, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness knowing that Whitebeard was being drawn into such an elaborate conspiracy. "Do you think Newgate will fall for it?" Shaki asked softly. Rayleigh shot her an exasperated look. "What kind of question is that?" Shaki smiled wryly. "Right, of course. If he doesn't go, he's not Whitebeard." "Exactly," Rayleigh said. "Newgate knows it's a trap, but he'll walk into it anyway. That's who he is, a man who protects his family no matter what. He'll try to end this war with brute force. But it won't be that simple." Far across the seas, in the calm belt near West Blue, The red-haired pirates had just crossed from the New World. Shanks held the newspaper in both hands, his expression serious. After skimming the article, he slammed the paper down and barked, turn the rudder right now, head back to the New World, full speed ahead." The crew jumped into action. "This came out of nowhere," Yassop muttered, adjusting his rifle. "No," Beckman said, lighting a cigarette as his eyes scanned the article again. "The signs were there, we just didn't see them." "Teach," Shanks growled, his eyes darkening. "I knew that bastard was dangerous the moment I saw him. Newgate trusted him too much. Now that mistake is going to cost him dearly." "Why are we rushing back?" Lucky asked. "Are we joining the war?" Shanks fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. "No, I'm going to try to stop it or at least minimize the damage. If this war erupts unchecked, the whole world will be thrown into chaos." Yassop snorted. "That's the world government's problem, not ours. Why should we care?" Shanks didn't answer immediately. He gazed at the horizon, eyes filled with unease. "Because someone has to." Yassop groaned. "We're pirates, remember. Aren't we supposed to enjoy a bit of chaos?" "Sometimes," Shanks said, "but not this time." Beckman chuckled. "I get it. You want us to intercept Kaido, right?" Shanks nodded. "Yeah, we can't stop Whitebeard, but we can stop Kaido from turning this war into an even bigger disaster." The crew grumbled but ultimately obeyed, turning the ship around. The red-haired pirates, who had just crossed into West Blue, now turned back toward the New World. Chapter 326, The Wrath of the King of the Sea. In the New World, on Onigashima in Wano Country, a place that Kaido took over more than a decade ago now, stands the base of the Beast's pirates. Much like how Whole Cake Island serves as the base for the Big Mom pirates. Over the past 2 years, Kaido hasn't done anything out of the ordinary. He hasn't tried to kill himself, hasn't picked a fight with Whitebeard, and hasn't caused trouble for the Marines. He's been lying low in Wano, while absorbing some of the strength left behind by the Big Mom pirates. For example, individuals like Perospero and Smoothie have now pledged their allegiance to Kaido's banner. Kaido hasn't forced them to do anything. Their relationship is more like a mutually beneficial partnership. They work for Kaido, and in return, he provides them with protection. Kaido even promised them that if Charlotte Linlin were to return to the seas one day, they could go back and rejoin the Big Mom pirates. But Kaido himself knew this was just empty reassurance to keep them from losing hope. Impel Down, does anyone just break out of that place so easily? If it were that simple, it wouldn't have remained secure for 800 years. Kaido never seriously believed that Charlotte Linlin could escape. Kaido is a heavy drinker. He often drinks himself into a stupor, then stumbles out to cause havoc. Because of this habit, everyone remains on high alert whenever he starts drinking. If Kaido ever went on a drunken rampage in Wano, the destruction would be catastrophic. Today, Kaido had already drunk a bit in the morning. By noon, with nothing better to do, he reached for his gourd, ready to drink again. Wano doesn't openly receive news from the outside world, and newsbirds avoid the area entirely to avoid getting shot down by the locals. However, as one of the 4 emperors, Kaido naturally has ways to stay informed about the world's happenings. Just as Kaido tilted his gourd for another sip, Jack burst into the hall, clutching a newspaper in his hand. Kaido, annoyed at having his drinking interrupted, looked up and saw Jack. Among the 3 calamities, the strongest was King, followed by Queen. Jack was comparatively weaker, but his brute strength and reckless nature endeared him to Kaido. Jack shared Kaido's temperament, impulsive, headstrong, and utterly fearless. Whether he could win or not was irrelevant, Jack would always charge and head first. It was that bold attitude that Kaido appreciated most. "What's got you so worked up, Jack?" Kaido asked, frowning. "You want to have a drink with me?" Jack ignored the offer and thrust the newspaper forward. "Boss Kaido, something big's happened." "Huh?" Kaido squinted at Jack, his irritation fading slightly. "What's the news?" "It's the Marines, they've declared war on Whitebeard," Jack said, his voice tense. "Look here, they've captured one of Whitebeard's division commanders and plan to execute him publicly at Marineford. You know what that means, right? Whitebeard won't sit back. He'll go to war." Hearing this, Kaido instantly sobered up. His eyes sharpened with interest. Chaos and conflict were things he lived for, Nothing excited him more than a large-scale war. He snatched the newspaper and scanned it quickly. His lips curled into a wild grin. The war of the best. It's coming. He let out a deep, rumbling laugh. That old man Newgate won't just sit still. He'll definitely go to Marineford. What should we do, boss? Jack asked eagerly. Kaido downed 2 more gulps of sake, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. What do you think? We're going to join the fun, of course. Should we bring everyone? Jack asked, practically vibrating with excitement. Kaido shook his head. No time. We're too far from Marineford. If we try to gather the whole crew, the war will be over by the time we get there. Just round up King, Queen, and a handful of others. We'll make our move now. Wano sits deep in the New World, far from Marineford. A large fleet would take more than a month to get there, and by then, the battle would be long finished. Kaido was never one for subtlety. He had no strategic plan, just a desire to smash into the battlefield, destroy anything in his path, and leave his mark on history. The idea of crashing Marineford, perhaps even taking Whitebeard's head in front of the world, made his blood boil with excitement. Yes, Boss Kaido, Jack shouted, turning to leave. Kaido grinned, lifting his sake gourd once more. War, this is going to be fun. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, stood in silence. His face was dark, his expression like a thundercloud about to break. His massive hand crumpled the newspaper into a ball. His knuckles turned white, and veins bulged beneath his skin as he roared a single name. Teacher. The moment the word left his mouth, the atmosphere shifted. A wave of overwhelming conqueror's haki burst from his body, spreading across the sea. The clear sky darkened as storm clouds gathered overhead. The wind howled across the deck, and the previously calm ocean roared with rising waves. Small waves became large swells grew into towering tsunamis. The ship itself creaked beneath the pressure of the sea's fury. Father, calm down, Marco shouted, stepping forward to steady the old man. Newgate didn't care about the Marines' tactics. A soldier using a criminal as bait was nothing unusual. The Marines were simply doing their job, and Whitebeard had never expected honor from them. But Teach was different. That traitorous bastard had betrayed his family, had betrayed him. A son leaving his father's protection was one thing, as Kazuki Odin had done years before. But to kill a brother for a devil fruit and then hand over Ace to the Marines in exchange for the title of Warlord of the Sea. That was unforgivable. Teach had defiled the honor of the Whitebeard pirates. He had spat on their family and their pride. That betrayal burned in Whitebeard's chest like molten iron. No one can humiliate me, Whitebeard, like this, Newgate bellowed. Chapter 327, How Could I Miss a Grandstanding Occasion Like This? In the Fleet Admiral's office at Marine Headquarters in Marineford, Cladius sat with a smile, holding the latest report from CPX. Look at this, he said. The New World is in chaos. The commanders of the Whitebeard pirates are gathering at their base. Looks like that old man Newgate is about to lose his mind. Sengoku sat at his desk, sipping tea as he listened. He gave Claudius a helpless look. And yet here you are laughing, Sengoku muttered. If I don't laugh, should I cry instead? Claudius quipped, smirking. The enemy is at our doorstep, and you still have no sense of urgency or pressure? Sengoku asked, setting his cup down. What's there to be afraid of? If the sky falls, won't the Marines hold it up? Claudius replied nonchalantly. You sure have a lot of faith in us, Sengoku said with a bitter smile. Claudius set the report aside and leaned forward. Come on, Sengoku. If you, the Fleet Admiral, start acting anxious, what kind of example does that set for the rest of the Marines? Sengoku blinked. Wait, why am I even having this conversation? He had only wanted to point out how carefree Claudius was, but somehow the man had flipped the situation around on him. Before Sengoku could respond, Claudius grinned and said, So, tell me, Strategist General, how do you think Whitebeard plans to reach us here at Marineford? Sengoku stroked his beard, pondering the question. Without much thought, he answered, through Fishman Island, obviously. What's he going to do, attack Mariewa? But as the words left his mouth, he paused. His brows furrowed. Wait, could he actually? Seeing the shift in his expression, Claudius raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? I'm just considering the possibility of him hitting Mariewa instead. It's not impossible, Sengoku muttered. Claudius chuckled. Without provocation, I doubt it. His priority is rescuing Thatch. He'll come for Marineford, not Mariewa. Sengoku considered that. True. If Whitebeard wanted to save Thatch, it made no sense to attack Mariewa. Marineford is the obvious target, Sengoku murmured, running his fingers through his beard. Exactly, and if he wants to surprise us, coating his ships would be his best bet, Claudius said. Sengoku's eyes lit up. Coating? So you think he'll use the Fishman Island route, coat his fleet, and then surface inside the harbor? Claudius nodded. Marine patrols would cover the surrounding waters, but underwater was a different story. The Moby Dick was no flying ship like Shicky's, and Whitebeard couldn't simply storm in from the air. That left the sea as the most likely infiltration route. He's going to surface in the harbor, Claudius said. Sengoku grimaced. That's tricky, fighting Whitebeard at sea, we'd get crushed. His power over the ocean is unparalleled. Exactly, our only chance to stop him is here, in Marineford, Claudius said. Sengoku felt like he was on the verge of a breakthrough, but couldn't quite grasp it. Claudius stood, walked to the large strategic map on the wall, and pointed at the military port. If Whitebeard surfaces here, he'll be exactly where we want him, Claudius said. Sengoku's eyes widened. That's it. That was the thought he'd been chasing. Claudius tapped the map and explained, Whitebeard will use a tsunami to breach the harbor. We'll counter with Cuzin's ice. Freeze the tsunami solid, along with the water in the harbor, immobilizing their ships. That would force them into a land assault, Sengoku realized. Exactly, and once their forces have disembarked and spread out across the ice. Claudius traced a circle around the harbor with his finger. Sakazuki will melt the ice beneath their feet. We'll then activate the encircling walls and reposition the outer warships to close in behind them. Boom, trapped like rats. Sengoku's pulse quickened. It could work. The Marines had already devised 5 contingency plans, but this 6th plan might turn out to be the most effective. We'll add this to the strategic options, Sengoku said. If Whitebeard enters the harbor as we suspect, we'll execute Plan 6. Claudius smiled. Good, better to have more cards on the table than not enough. Sengoku nodded. By the way, Claudius said, you'll be on the execution platform yourself, right? Of course, I'll need to address the world during the broadcast. Standing front and center adds authority, Sengoku replied. And you'll be the last line of defense for Thatch, Claudius added. Exactly. If someone actually manages to reach the execution platform, I'll handle it personally, Sengoku said. Claudius nodded. It made sense. Garp and Sengoku rarely entered the fray anymore, especially during a worldwide broadcast. It was important for the public to see that Marine headquarters could rely on its admirals. San Admiral will be positioned here, Claudius said, gesturing to the area beneath the platform. Put me up there too. Give me a seat above Sakazuki. Sengoku blinked. You want a front row seat? Claudius grinned. What kind of grandstanding event would it be if I didn't participate? Picture it, 3 admirals sitting below me as I oversee the battlefield from above. Sounds good, doesn't it? Sengoku laughed. So you're joining the fight after all. Obviously, I've never had the chance to fight Newgate before. I can't pass this up, Claudius said. Then I'll look forward to your performance, Sengoku said, smiling. Claudius chuckled. Hopefully, I won't need to do anything at all. Ideally, I'll just sit back and watch Newgate die quietly. Chapter 328. The Gathering of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. At the same time, in another large conference room in Marineford, several figures of infamy sat scattered around the room. Doflamingo, Crocodile, Bartholomew Kuma, and others were present, though their seating arrangement was casual and unstructured. Crocodile sat back in his chair, arms crossed, his face the usual mask of disinterest. His eyes were half-lidded, exuding an aura of disdain. He had already removed the sunglasses he'd been wearing, tossing them onto the table. Doflamingo, on the other hand, perched atop the table in front of Crocodile. His posture was carefree, his behavior more befitting a gangster than a warlord. He wore his signature pink feathered coat draped over his shoulders, orange sunglasses perched on the bridge of his nose, and skin-tight pants tucked into loafers. One leg crossed over the other as he leaned forward with a mischievous grin. "Oi, oi, crocodile tilde," Doflamingo drawled. "We're partners now, right? Why so cold, huh? Can't even give me a proper hello." Crocodile's brow twitched in irritation. He really wasn't in the mood. "Has no one told you how annoying you are?" Crocodile shot back. "Why don't you take a page from Kuma and just sit there quietly?" He gestured toward Bartholomew Kuma, who sat at the far end of the room, silently reading his worn Bible. Doflamingo's grin didn't falter. Furu tilde, what can I say? I'm just a sociable guy." Then, leaning closer, he added, "How's business going in Alabasta, eh? Need some pointers. I am your senior when it comes to running a kingdom. Just look at me, king of Dressrosa." Crocodile glared at him. "Mind your own business. Being Cladius, cousin doesn't give you a free pass. If you don't shut up, I'll bury you here." Before Doflamingo could respond, footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The door opened, and Enel walked in, his golden staff slung across his shoulders. The moment he spotted Crocodile, his face lit up. "Mr. Crocodile, long time no see," Enel greeted, beaming. Since Claudius had brought him down from Skypia, Enel had changed significantly. Gone was the gloomy, godlike arrogance. Now he was chatty and carefree, sometimes too much so. Hearing Enel's voice, Crocodile muttered, "Great, another headache." Furofu took your time getting here," Doflamingo teased. "My apologies, young Master Doflamingo. I got delayed on the way," Enel replied politely. He then flopped into the seat next to Crocodile and launched into a rambling monologue about his latest exploits. Uncovering ruins, stumbling across Captain John's lost treasure, and nearly frying a sea king with lightning. Crocodile's patience was already thin. Doflamingo had been needling him nonstop, and now Enel was babbling in his ear. It's like these idiots are tag-teaming to piss me off. Finally, he snapped. "Enough," Crocodile slammed a hand on the table. The wood cracked beneath his palm. He took a deep breath and growled, "I just want some peace and quiet." Doflamingo immediately responded, "Who's peace and quiet? Never heard of 'em." Crocodile's eyes twitched. Without another word, he lashed out with a sand blade. Doflamingo leapt backward, pulling razor-thin threads from his fingertips. The silk-like strings solidified into a shield, blocking the sand attack midair. "Oi, oi," Doflamingo laughed. "That was a little harsh, don't you think?" "Stop bothering me," Crocodile hissed. Before the situation could escalate further, footsteps echoed from the hallway once again. The door creaked open. "Did I come to the wrong room?" a calm voice asked. "I thought we were supposed to fight Whitebeard, not each other." All eyes turned to the doorway. Standing there was Dracul Mihawk. He strode in, his black trench coat flowing behind him, the black blade Yoru resting across his back. His sharp golden eyes scanned the room, exuding a quiet, noble authority. Doflamingo grinned. Furufu tilde, never thought you'd show up early. I figured you'd roll in at the last minute like usual." Mihawk gave a small shrug and walked over to Kuma, taking a seat beside him. "I'm curious about the upcoming fight," Mihawk said as he unstrapped Yoru and set it on the table. "It's not every day you get to challenge the world's strongest man." With Mihawk present, Doflamingo backed off from Crocodile. The room settled into an uneasy calm. Crocodile, now free of distractions, leaned back in his chair. Enel, however, continued whispering stories to him. It was hard to tell if Crocodile was listening or just silently suffering. "Are we all here?" Mihawk eventually asked. "Almost. There's supposed to be a new recruit," Doflamingo said, crossing his legs. "Some newbie named Teach." As if on cue, a booming laugh came from the hallway. "Zehahaha, hey there. Name's Marshall D. Teach, your newest comrade. Just call me Teach, I'm looking forward to working with ya." Teach entered the room, his grin wide and eyes gleaming. Doflamingo tilted his head. "Zehahaha, quite the laugh you've got there." Teach rubbed his neck. "Force of habit, sorry about that." He stopped just inside the doorway, scanning the room. His gaze lingered on Mihawk's sword, then on Kuma's colossal frame. He was about to introduce himself properly when he heard the distinct click of heels behind him. He turned to look. only to be met with a sharp pain in his ribs as a slender, high-heeled foot kicked him aside. Teach groaned as he crashed into the opposite wall. "Out of the way, fool," said a cold, imperious voice. Standing in the doorway was Boa Hancock, the pirate empress. She wore a scarlet cheongsam, adorned with the symbol of the Kuja pirates. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, golden serpent earrings dangled from her ears, and her expression was one of absolute disdain. Her eyes swept across the room without a hint of interest. Teach groaned, clutching his side as he sat up. "Damn." He turned to curse whoever kicked him, only to freeze when he got a proper look at Hancock. His jaw went slack. Her beauty momentarily overwhelmed him. For a brief second, his mind went blank. But Teach was no fool. He quickly snapped out of it and forced a grin. "Zizi ha ha ha, Boa Hancock, right? Pleasure too." "This empress has no interest in speaking with you," Hancock interrupted coldly. Teach's smile froze. Doflamingo burst out laughing. "Furu furu futilda, ouch Teach, that was brutal." Hancock ignored them all. Her gaze moved across the room until it settled on Doflamingo. "Is His Highness not here yet?" Hancock asked. By His Highness, everyone knew she meant Cladius. Doflamingo chuckled. "Relax, Hancock, my cousin will be here soon." "HMPH." Hancock took a seat, crossing her arms and lifting her chin in typical disdain. Her eyes softened only when Claudius' name was mentioned. And with that, all 7 warlords of the sea were finally assembled. Chapter 329, Teach, Why Do I Feel Like I'm Getting Screwed Here? Not long after, Tsuru entered the room. She cast a calm gaze over the 7 powerful pirates seated before her and spoke with professional politeness. "On behalf of Naval Headquarters, thank you for coming and offering your assistance." Doflamingo leaned back, his trademark grin stretching across his face. "Well, of course, Tilda," he drawled. "We are the 7 warlords of the sea, after all." His tone was casual, almost playful, but beneath it, Tsuru knew there was a hint of calculation. After all, Doflamingo was smart enough to understand the shifting power dynamics. He could see that after this war, Marine Headquarters would play a pivotal role, and maintaining a good relationship now might give him leverage later. Tsuru gave him a faint smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Hancock spoke up. "Where is St. Claudius?" Tsuru's expression remained composed. "His Highness is currently in a strategy meeting with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I will be overseeing this session instead." Hancock's face immediately fell into a pout. HMPH. She had expected Claudius to personally welcome her to Marineford. After all, she was Boa Hancock, the world's most beautiful woman. She hadn't seen him in so long. And he didn't even bother to come and say hello. "Chimen," she thought irritably. Tsuru spent a few minutes going over the general situation, occasionally pausing for questions. Most of the warlords responded with polite nods. Finally, she handed out thick folders to each of them. "These documents outline the battle assignments for each of you in the upcoming war. Please review them carefully. If you have any concerns or objections, feel free to raise them now. We value your input as partners in this operation." The 7 pirates opened their folders and began skimming through the contents. For some of them, this was merely a formality. Doflamingo, Crocodile, Enel, and Hancock, who were deeply connected to CPX, had already seen most of this information. Bartholomew Kuma was also well informed. He had worked closely with the Marines for years. In fact, the PX Pacifista project had been modeled after his own body. The Marines had come to trust him as their go-to problem solver, calling on him for everything from bounty hunting to high-risk missions. Kuma barely glanced at the papers before setting them aside. The remaining 2, however, took the documents much more seriously. Mihawk read with detached curiosity. He wasn't particularly invested in the outcome. He just wanted a chance to test his blade against Whitebeard's legendary strength. But Teach was glued to the pages. He flipped through the documents once, then again, then a third time. His expression grew darker with each pass. When he finally put the file down, his face was tight with frustration. "The hell is this?" he muttered under his breath. The plan wasn't complicated, but the positioning was a nightmare. The 7 warlords of the sea were expected to stand at the very front of the defensive line. The very first to engage with the Whitebeard pirates. The first wave. The moment Whitebeard's forces landed, the warlords would be there to greet them with swords drawn. Teach's mouth went dry. So we're just cannon fodder. He'd expected the Marines to be cautious about trusting the warlords. But this was practically a death sentence. That old man would rip him apart. This is crazy, Teach thought. Surely the others see it too, they must object. He looked up, expecting to see grimaces and shaking heads around the table. Instead, everyone else seemed relaxed. Doflamingo finished skimming the papers first. He smirked, tossed the folder onto the table, and casually rubbed his chin. Then he turned and gave Teach a pointed look. Teach's heart skipped a beat. What the hell was that? A warning. The other warlords followed suit. One by one, they closed their files and pushed them aside without so much as a raised eyebrow. Hancock even let out a bored sigh. Mihawk leaned back in his chair, a faint smile on his lips. He's probably just excited to fight Whitebeard, Teach realized. That lunatic. Enel raised a hand lazily. Looks fine to me. Crocodile snorted in agreement. HMPH, no problem here. Kuma simply nodded. Even Hancock gave a disinterested, no objections. Teach felt a cold wave of dread wash over him. What the hell? They're all just going along with it. Don't they realize how dangerous this is? His eyes shifted between them. Crocodile, Mihawk, Kuma. None of them seemed the least bit concerned. And then it hit him. Wait, are they all Claudius's people? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Did Claudius intentionally put me here, in the front row? Is this a trap? Teach's mind raced. Am I the only outsider in this entire group? Am I just bait? The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. After all, Cladius was no fool. He had practically hand-delivered the dark fruit to Teach. And now here he was, front and center in the war. That bastard planned this, didn't he? He's using me as bait to lure Whitebeard in. Teach broke into a cold sweat. He wanted to speak up, to object. But before he could, Tsuru cleared her throat. Does anyone have any concerns or suggestions? Silence. Teach's gaze darted around the room, hoping, praying, that someone would back him up. No one did. Doflamingo gave Teach another mocking grin. I have no objections, he said cheerfully. If no one else does either, let's finalize this plan. Hancock crossed her arms. I agree. Enel raised a hand. Yeah, sure, whatever. Kuma nodded. Mihawk gave a faint shrug. Sounds good to me. Teach's heart sank. They were all in on it. These bastards, they've set me up. For a brief moment, he considered protesting. But with 6 against 1, it would make him look weak. And if Claudius really had laid this trap, then showing fear now would only confirm his suspicions. With a sinking feeling, Teach forced a grin onto his face. Yeah, no objections here either. Doflamingo clapped his hands. Well, that's some real courage, Teach. I admire that. Teach's fists clenched beneath the table. Damn it, I've been played. I knew this was too good to be true. Chapter 330. Hancock, no one is more beautiful than this empress. The 7 warlords of the sea meeting didn't last long. After all, the Marines couldn't reveal their entire battle strategy, especially not to a group of pirates who were, at best, temporary allies. So, once Tsuru confirmed that no one had any objections, she gave a few closing remarks. We've prepared accommodations for all of you, she said, her voice calm and professional. Please rest and adjust to your new surroundings until the war begins. With that, she gave a polite nod to the group and exited the room. Doflamingo stood up immediately. He didn't bother hiding the wide grin on his face as he casually followed Tsuru out the door. Crocodile and Enel exchanged glances and got up as well. Hancock followed without hesitation. Mihawk remained seated for a few moments longer, his arms crossed. From the corner of his eye, he observed Teach. The man was visibly tense, flipping through the meeting documents yet again as though the words might change if he stared hard enough. Mihawk smirked. He's finally figured it out. Teaches the odd one out. Doflamingo, Crocodile, Hancock, and Enel were all part of Claudius's network. Even Mihawk himself, though he kept his distance from politics, had some old ties to the group. Teach was the only outsider. The realization was clearly eating him alive. Mihawk rose from his seat and gave Teach a passing glance. Good luck. With that, he left. The only person who remained was Bartholomew Kuma. The large, imposing man sat perfectly still, engrossed in the worn Bible resting on his lap. Teach shifted uncomfortably in his chair. He cleared his throat and forced out a laugh. Zee-ha-ha-ha-ha, well, Kuma, it's just the two of us left. Kuma didn't even look up. He simply gave a faint nod and turned a page. Teach's grin wavered. All right, tough crowd. But Teach was nothing if not persistent. He leaned forward and tried again. You know, Kuma, you're a veteran of this warlord stuff. Me, I'm just a rookie, still figuring it all out. Kuma didn't respond. Teach gritted his teeth and pressed on. So tell me, are they all Claudius's people? This time, Kuma paused. He closed the Bible, stood up, and walked toward the door. As he passed Teach, he spoke without turning his head. The 7 Warlords of the Sea is a group founded by CPX by definition. We all belong to St. Claudius. Teach froze. Wait, what? By the time the words left his mouth, Kuma was already gone. The silence of the now empty conference room seemed to close in around Teach. He ran a hand through his hair, his mind racing. What the hell did I get myself into? Meanwhile, across the base, Claudius and Sengoku were finishing their discussion. Their strategy meeting had dragged on for hours, but now, the real work was done. Claudius leaned back in his chair with a satisfied sigh. Well, Sengoku, I think we've got ourselves a pretty solid plan. Sengoku rubbed his temples. We'll see. Just then the door opened, and Tsuru entered. She greeted Claudius with a warm smile. Your Highness, the 7 warlords have finished their meeting. Doflamingo and the others are waiting for you. Claudius smacked his forehead. All right, I completely forgot about that. He shot Tsuru an apologetic look. So, how'd it go? Did Teach cause a scene? Tsuru chuckled softly. He looked uncomfortable, but he didn't object. Sengoku's eyes narrowed. That kind of restraint isn't normal. Either he's planning something, or he's loyal to you. Claudius laughed. Teach, loyal? Come on, Sengoku. Newgate trusted him for 30 years and still got stabbed in the back. Sengoku nodded grimly. We'll keep an eye on him. Claudius stood and stretched. Good, well, I'm off. Time to check in with my subordinates. He winked at Sengoku as he said it. The Fleet Admiral's face turned pink. Really, you're gonna tease me about that? Claudius grinned. What can I say, Sengoku? You and Tsuru make such a cute couple. Tsuru coughed into her fist, fighting a blush of her own. Sengoku groaned. Sometimes I think I backed the wrong guy. Claudius clapped him on the shoulder. Too late for regrets, old man. At Claudius's residence, Doflamingo, Crocodile, Enel, Mihawk, and Hancock had gathered in the courtyard of Claudius's temporary residence. The building was spacious. Marine headquarters had given him admiral-level accommodations during his stay. The group lounged around on comfortable chairs, while servants brought them tea and snacks. Doflamingo, naturally, couldn't resist stirring the pot. So, Enel, how does it feel to go from god to government dog? Enel scowled. Shut up, Flamingo. Crocodile laughed. Hancock, however, barely heard them. She stood near the gate, fidgeting slightly. Her eyes scanned the street beyond the courtyard, waiting. Suddenly, she froze. Across the way, a familiar figure was striding toward the gate. Her heart skipped a beat. There he is. Her stern expression melted into a smile. She raised a hand and waved excitedly. Claudius Tilda. Claudius spotted her immediately. The sight of Hancock, her hair cascading down her back, her eyes sparkling with delight, made him chuckle. Still as gorgeous as ever. He gave her a playful wave as he approached. Yo, Hancock, it's been a while. You're looking stunning as always. Her smile turned smug. HMPH, of course. No one is more beautiful than this empress. Claudius laughed. Absolutely, I wouldn't dare argue. Hancock practically beamed. She latched onto his arm as he passed through the gate. Are you confessing your feelings? She asked, eyes wide with exaggerated innocence. Claudius reached over and tapped her nose. You're getting way too cocky. She pouted, but didn't let go of his arm. As they entered the courtyard, Doflamingo greeted them with mock bitterness. Seeing the world's most beautiful woman clinging to you makes me sick, cousin. Claudius grinned. What can I say? Talent runs in the family. Doflamingo snorted. The group settled in for a long evening of conversation and laughter. The next few days passed in relative peace. The 7 warlords of the sea, with the exception of Teach, remained close to Claudius, discussing old stories and future plans. But all of them knew the real battle was drawing near. Then, 1 week later, it happened. Scouts reported that the Whitebeard pirates' massive fleet had finally mobilized. The world held its breath. The execution of Thatch and Weevil was imminent, and the war that would shake the world to its core had begun. Chapter 331, The Undercurrent of Impel Down. On November 23, 1517, by the Sea Circle calendar, the weather in Marineford was exceptionally good. The sky was cloudless, the sea was calm, and the temperature was pleasantly mild. It wasn't too hot or too cold, and the gentle sea breeze carried a refreshing coolness as it swept ashore. As dawn broke, Marineford's war machine roared to life. A large number of Marines appeared in the square, lining up according to the battle formation rehearsal. Logistics personnel meticulously inspected all equipment, while the live broadcast Den Mushi were positioned and calibrated. 3 large Marine warships had departed from Marineford's port earlier that morning. They were taking the righteous current route through the gates of justice to reach the underwater prison, Impel Down. Their mission: to escort Thatch, Weevil, and Buchan to Marineford for their scheduled execution. The Marine forces standing on the square were not yet in full battle readiness. They were allowed to gather in small groups, chatting here and there as long as they remained within their assigned zones. It would be pointless to waste energy standing rigidly for hours. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Claudius, Sengoku, Garp, Sakazuki, Borsellino, Cusin, and others were gathered around, continuously receiving updates. Zephyr and several other Marine elites had left Marineford 2 days earlier. Their destination, the G1 Marine branch, where they would join Jin. Their task was to prevent outside interference in the battle, primarily from Kaido and Shanks. According to recent reports from Cypherpaw, Shanks' red-haired pirates were lingering near the New World Sea Gate. As for Kaido, there had been no sign of his fleet leaving Wano. No significant naval activity had been detected, suggesting that if he were to intervene, he would likely do so with only a few stealth ships. Suddenly, the fax machine clicked to life. The latest intelligence report on the Whitebeard pirates came through. Sengoku took the document, scanned it briefly, then spoke in a low voice. They've passed through Fishman Island. Shortly after leaving, they vanished into the depths. Could they have been attacked by sea monsters? Garp asked, munching on senbei. His question was met with collective eye rolls from the room. Garp chuckled sheepishly. What? I was just trying to lighten the mood. Sengoku shook his head and said, the Sabyati Archipelago branch is closely monitoring the situation. My guess is. Newgate plans to charge straight into Marineford, Claudius interjected softly. Exactly, Sengoku confirmed. Based on the timing and distance, we can expect him to arrive 2 to 4 hours before the execution. That aligns with our expectations, Sakazuki said with a cold nod. Claudius took a sip of tea and smiled. The escort warships should have arrived at Impel Down by now. Let's get into position and prepare to start the live broadcast. Let's show the Marines might, Sengoku declared. Always victorious, undefeated, justice shall prevail, Claudius responded. The tension eased briefly as everyone chuckled. Even Sakazuki, known for his stern demeanor, managed a faint smile. At the port of Impel Down, the 3 warships arrived without incident. From them disembarked Vice Admirals Onigumo, Mamanga, and Strawberry. They were greeted by Warden Magellan, Deputy Warden Hannibal, and other prison officials. Missing from the reception, Chief Warden Shuryu. Weevil, Thatch, and Buchan were tightly bound with seastone shackles. Each vice admiral was responsible for escorting one prisoner. Onagumo took Thatch, Mamanga handled Weevil, and Strawberry took Buchan. Onagumo handed Magellan a document bearing Fleet Admiral Sengoku's seal. "Thank you for your cooperation, Warden Magellan." Magellan reached out to take the document but paused. Hannibal quickly handed him a gas mask, which he donned before responding. "No problem, the hard part is yours. Good luck defeating Whitebeard." "Don't worry," Mamanga said confidently. "We'll end him right here." "Ha, you might just save me the trouble of dealing with more pirate scum," Magellan said with a faint smile. The vice admirals didn't linger. With their prisoners secured, they reboarded their warships and headed back to Marineford. Watching them leave, Magellan removed his gas mask and instructed, "Activate the live broadcast. Let's monitor the execution." Hannibal saluted. "Right away, sir. By the way, where's Shuryu?" Magellan's face darkened. "No idea," he muttered. Deep within Impel Down's 6th level, known as Eternal Hell, Shuryu walked through the dimly lit corridor. The faint echoes of his footsteps stirred long-forgotten horrors locked behind iron bars. He stopped in front of a massive cell. Inside sat the emaciated figure of Charlotte Linlin. The former Yonko was unrecognizable. Her once massive frame had withered from months of isolation and starvation. A jagged scar marred her face where her left eye used to be. Yet, even in her pitiful state, a predatory smile stretched across her lips. "Come closer," she cooed. "I won't eat you, much." Shuryu ignored her jest, studying her coldly. After a long silence, he asked, "Do you want to get out of here?" Linlin's remaining eye narrowed. "Are you mocking me, you bastard?" she growled. "No," Shuryu replied. A twisted grin spread across his face. "I'm done playing prison guard. I'm going to sea to join the pirates." Before Linlin could respond, a voice cackled from a nearby cell. "Jihahaha. Boy, if you set me free, I'll make you my right hand in the flying pirates." Shuryu turned toward the voice. Behind the bars lay Shiki, the golden lion, his hair a wild mess and his eyes gleaming with madness. "I'm not interested in following anyone," Shuryu said. With that, he tossed a small object into Shiki's cell. The golden lion caught it and peered at it, a ring of keys. "Interesting," Shiki muttered. Calmly, he unlocked the seastone shackles around his ankles. As the cuffs clattered to the floor, his powers surged through his veins. For the first time in years, he felt the familiar thrill of freedom. He stood, stretched his limbs, then gripped the iron bars of his cell. With a sharp twist, the metal screeched and snapped. Shiki stepped out, inhaling deeply as if savoring the taste of freedom. "Ah, I've missed this," he said softly. Without warning, Shiki lunged at Shuryu. Shuryu reacted instinctively, drawing his sword halfway from its sheath. But Shiki only snatched the cigar from Shuryu's mouth. Lighting it with a spark of his finger, Shiki exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Shuryu, right? I owe you one." Behind them, Linlin banged her fists against the iron bars. "Give me the key, you little brat. I'm going to kill that damn lion." Chapter 332, officially on the world stage. As time passed, with only 5 hours remaining until the scheduled execution, Vice Admirals Nezumi, Strawberry, and Onagumo successfully escorted Thatch, Weevil, and Buchan to Marine headquarters. Unlike Portga's D-Ace, who received the full spotlight when he was captured, these three didn't get any main character treatment. They were brought in discreetly and would remain in custody until it was time to move them to the execution platform. That special treatment was reserved for Ace alone. Though ironically, Ace was currently still living his pirate life in the New World, blissfully unaware of the situation. In fact, at this very moment, he was probably planning to raid Whitebeard's territory to claim it for himself. Meanwhile, Thatch, Buchan, and Weevil were already kneeling on the execution platform, exposed under the scorching sun. The Marines, too, were organizing themselves into well-ordered formations. Once Vice Admirals Nezumi, Strawberry, and Onagumo returned, Marine Headquarters senior officers began taking their positions. The Marines had always embraced an unspoken rule in battle: commanders must lead from the front. After all, in this world, personal strength can often turn the tide of war. Thus, at the front of the formation stood the vice admirals of Marine headquarters. Meanwhile, directly beneath the execution platform, on either side of the three admiral thrones, the Marine giant vice admirals stood tall. Their task was clear: prevent aerial assaults, particularly from enemies like Marco the Phoenix, who could fly in and attempt a swift rescue. The three admiral thrones remained unoccupied for now. Just above the central seat, on a slightly higher platform, stood a single grand, luxurious chair reserved for Cladius. Not long after, the Marineford radio system crackled to life, instructing all units to activate the live broadcast feed. Sabyati Archipelago. On Sabyati Archipelago, Silver's Rayleigh sat atop a rooftop, lazily leaning against a chimney with a bottle of sake in hand. Across from him, a massive live broadcast screen towered over the square, surrounded by a growing crowd of spectators, mostly reporters eager to document this unprecedented event. The screen, initially black, suddenly flickered to life. In an instant, the scene shifted to reveal Marineford. Tens of thousands of Marines assembled in Justice Square, all wearing grim, resolute expressions. The intensity of their collective presence radiated even through the screen, pressing down on the watching crowd like a physical force. The oppressive aura was undeniable. It was the aura of a world-dominating military power. That's a lot of Marines. There must be tens of thousands of them, right? Are you blind? Marineford's brought in 100,000 elite troops from around the world. And don't forget the three admirals, Hero Garp, and all the top vice admirals. With that kind of force, no one on the sea stands a chance. The Whitebeard pirates are doomed. I wouldn't be so sure. Whitebeard is the strongest man alive. He has the power to destroy the world. Numbers might not mean much against him. True, but he's getting old. Word is his health isn't what it used to be. Rayleigh furrowed his brows at that comment. The reporters weren't wrong. Newgate was old, just like himself. While Rayleigh's strength had diminished due to inactivity, Whitebeard had been worn down by years of battle and chronic injuries. Can he still handle it? Rayleigh wondered, a trace of worry passing through his mind. Suddenly, the murmurs around him grew louder. The reporters were buzzing with excitement. Look, it's the 7 warlords of the sea. Boa Hancock, the world's most beautiful woman. Why aren't they giving her more screen time? That's Marshal D. Teach, isn't it? The traitor who started this war. They're positioning the warlords on the front lines, but notice how they're slightly separated from the Marines. Of course they are. The warlords are still pirates, even if they have legal permission to plunder. Isn't Doflamingo supposed to be part of CPX? That's just a rumor. No one's ever confirmed it. Hey, there's Crocodile, Alabasta's national hero. And Mihawk, look at those eyes. They pierce through the screen like a hawk's. Meanwhile, in Marineford itself, the 7 warlords stood in formation. Doflamingo chuckled to himself, scratching his chin. Phew phew foo foo, what a grand spectacle. Mihawk, standing beside him with his arms crossed, muttered, a first for the world. Despite their outward nonchalance, all of them felt the heavy tension in the air. Teach stood stiffly, arms folded, eyes locked on the horizon where Marine warships patrolled the distant sea. He fully expected Whitebeard to arrive from that direction. I hope these Marines give you hell, Pops, Teach thought to himself. They'll slow you down just enough. Little did he know that Whitebeard would soon rise from the very seabed beneath his feet. Hancock, meanwhile, lounged regally atop Salome, her massive snake coiled beneath her. With an air of haughty indifference, she gazed into the distance. Even without speaking, her beauty captivated the broadcast audience. Suddenly, the live feed shifted focus to the 3 admirals. Cusin was the first to ascend the steps to his seat, his lazy posture unchanged. Behind him came Sakazuki, marching with rigid discipline, followed by Borsellino, who sauntered forward with his characteristic casualness. Upon sitting, Sakazuki planted both feet firmly on the ground, his expression stern. Borsellino stretched his legs out with a bored look. Cusin slouched forward, elbows on his knees, chin resting in his palm, as if the entire event was a nuisance. Marine admirals, all 3 of them are here. With all 3 in action, Whitebeard doesn't stand a chance. Wait, what are you talking about? Big Mom was taken out by St. Cladius, not the admirals. So what? Look at that chair above Sakazuki. Who do you think it's for? Isn't it for the fleet admiral? Are you stupid? Sengoku will be on the execution platform. That seat's for Claudius. As if on cue, two more figures appeared at the top of the steps. The man in front wore a white suit over a brown-black coat. His short blonde hair was neatly styled, and his gait radiated natural authority. As he passed the admirals, the atmosphere seemed to thicken with tension. Trailing behind him was a second man, dressed entirely in black with a cold, impassive expression. At CPX's Mariewa station, Jabra glared at the screen and growled, "Damn it! That bastard Lucci gets to stand behind St. Claudius." Califa, standing nearby, scoffed, "What do you expect? He's Claudius Saint's personal guard. Try to keep up." Indeed, the black-clad man was Lucci. As Claudius's right-hand enforcer, he naturally followed his master everywhere. Claudius ascended the steps with measured steps. When he reached the throne, he paused. Lucci stepped forward without needing a signal, removed Claudius's coat, and folded it neatly over his arm. Then he moved aside and stood at attention like a dutiful servant. Claudius settled into the chair, leaning slightly to his left. He rested his left elbow on the armrest and lightly touched his chin with his fingers. One leg crossed over the other. His gaze swept across the square, calm, unreadable, yet unmistakably commanding. He never spoke a word, yet his presence dominated the broadcast. For years, Claudius's name had been whispered across the seas, a figure of legend. Yet few had seen his face. The only existing public photograph was a distorted battle snapshot taken from the side. Now, for the first time, the world saw him clearly. That's him, St. Claudius. No doubt about it. Look at those eyes, proud, indifferent, but somehow it fits perfectly. Chapter 333, Declare War. The strongest man, Newgate, appears. After another 20 minutes or so, Fleet Admiral Sengoku slowly emerged from the Fortress of Justice and ascended the steps to the execution platform. His white marine coat of justice billowed slightly as he walked, the iconic seagull-embossed cap resting atop his head. His round glasses glinted in the sunlight, and his braided beard swayed with each step. Upon reaching the top, Sengoku came to a halt before three kneeling figures. From left to right, Buchan, Thatch, and Weevil. Weevil looked bewildered, his eyes vacant as if he didn't fully grasp the situation. Buchan's mouth was sealed with tape, and her arms were bound tightly in sea-stone cuffs. The Marines had restrained her completely to prevent any disruptive screaming or hysterics. Thatch, however, stood apart from the other two. His head hung low, chin resting against his chest. His expression was dark and grim, but he remained silent. Sengoku's eyes lingered on him. Ready for judgment, he asked softly. Thatch's shoulders twitched slightly, and his lips curled into a faint sneer. "You'll regret not killing me sooner, Marine," he said, voice low and defiant. "Maybe," Sengoku replied with calm indifference. Then, turning away from the prisoners, he faced the immense crowd of Marines standing shoulder to shoulder across Justice Square. Tens of thousands of Marine officers stood at attention, eyes locked on the execution platform. Sengoku raised a hand and activated the broadcast Den Mushi beside him. Its wide, circular eye blinked, signaling that the live feed had been connected to screens worldwide. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku began to speak. 17 years ago, in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, the pirate king, Gold Roger, uttered his final words in East Blue. Words that shook the world and ushered in an era of chaos. The Great Pirate Era, that's what history calls it. The crowd fell silent. Only Sengoku's measured voice echoed through the square, carried across the world by the Den Mushi network. Reporters scribbled furiously into their notebooks, and civilians everywhere listened with bated breath. For 17 years, the seas have been plagued by piracy. New pirate crews appear every day, and many of them look to one man as their symbol of power: Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates, led by the so-called strongest man in the world, have ravaged the seas in the wake of Roger's death. Some even claim that this era belongs to Whitebeard. But to me, that belief represents our greatest shame. Sengoku's voice hardened. His calm tone sharpened into steel. We cannot deny the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Their influence is vast, their power undeniable. Even Marine headquarters has been forced to treat them with caution. But after years of effort, we've dealt them a critical blow. We've captured Thatch, the captain of their 4th Division, along with Edward Weevil, who claims to be Whitebeard's biological son, and his accomplice, Miss Buchan. Sengoku paused for a moment, letting the weight of his words sink in. Then, his eyes hardened behind his glasses. After careful deliberation, Marine Headquarters has decided that now is the time to show the world our resolve. Today, on the 23rd of November, 1517, we will execute these 3 criminals in the name of justice. Thatch, Edward Weevil, and Miss Buchan all will die today. His words detonated like a cannon blast. The crowd erupted into chaos. Gasps, cries, and frantic conversations filled streets, homes, and taverns across the world as people processed the gravity of Rainford's decision. But Sengoku wasn't finished. He raised his hand once more and declared, "Furthermore, as of today, Marine Headquarters officially declares war on the Whitebeard pirates. The era of piracy ends here. We will stop at nothing to crush Whitebeard and his crew and to end the era of the Great Pirate Era once and for all." Silence followed, a collective, stunned silence that seemed to suck the air out of the square. Then Sengoku raised his fist high. "Marine will prevail, justice will prevail." The Marine forces responded as one. "Marine will prevail, justice will prevail." The deafening chant reverberated through Marineford. The ground seemed to tremble beneath the force of their united voices. The Marines' collective aura surged, becoming a tangible, oppressive wave of fighting spirit. Marineford felt less like a military base and more like a coiled beast, ready to tear its enemies apart. Sabyati Archipelago. Rayleigh took a long swig from his bottle as he watched the broadcast. "Still the same old Sengoku," he muttered. He always knew how to stir up a crowd. The fire in the Marine's eyes reminded Rayleigh of past battles of standing beside Roger as they clashed with the Marines decades ago. The reporters around him were beside themselves with excitement. "It's a declaration of war. Marineford has officially declared war on Whitebeard. They're really serious about ending the Great Pirate Era. Justice will prevail." The Marines sound unstoppable. 17 years. Maybe it's time the pirate era ended after all. "Pirates come and go," Rayleigh muttered, "but Marine Headquarters, they're always there." "Marineford." Claudius chuckled softly from his elevated seat. His gaze shifted toward the horizon, calculating the time. "Whitebeard should be here soon." As if on cue, the calm waters of Marineford's crescent-shaped harbor began to bubble. The surface of the sea churned violently, drawing the attention of everyone in the square. Standing at the edge of the harbor wall, Teach's face turned pale. His eyes darted frantically across the growing disturbance. "Wait, no, it can't be." Suddenly, the water exploded upward. A massive white whale-shaped ship burst through the surface, shedding its protective coating in a cascade of bubbles. The Moby Dick. Whitebeard's flagship had arrived. 2 more similarly designed ships surfaced behind it. The harbor alarms blared, echoing across the square. The Marines shifted into combat stance, rifles raised, cannons adjusted. A thick fog rolled in from the sea, rapidly engulfing the Marine warships stationed outside the harbor. Claudius straightened his posture, the casual arrogance vanishing from his demeanor. His eyes sharpened. "It's time," he muttered. The rhythmic clank of metal against wood echoed across the square. On the deck of the Moby Dick, a colossal figure emerged from the shadows. Step by step, he approached the bow, the metal pommel of his bicento tapping the deck with each stride. His upper body was bare, exposing a broad chest crisscrossed with scars. A captain's coat draped over his shoulders, and a black bandana wrapped his forehead. The iconic crescent-shaped mustache sat proudly beneath his nose. The final clank rang out as he stopped at the bow. The sea breeze caught his coat, sending it billowing behind him. His eyes swept across the square with disdain, pausing for a moment on Claudius before shifting to Sengoku. Then he grinned. "Gururara, Sengoku. How many years has it been, eh?" Chapter 334, Whitebeard, Forget the talk, let's start with a bang. As soon as Newgate's voice fell, Sengoku's eyes darkened. His expression grew colder as he said in a low voice, "Newgate, so you really came." Newgate's eyes shifted downward to glance at Thatch, who looked visibly agitated. Then his gaze returned to Sengoku. "You invited my son to your place for a visit. As his old man, how could I not stop by to say hello?" Sengoku's lips twitched slightly. "Did you like the welcome party I prepared for you?" he asked with a mocking smirk. Newgate said nothing. His smile vanished, replaced by a grim, ferocious expression. His aura surged like a tsunami, swelling the sails of the colossal ship behind him. His sharp eyes locked onto the marine forces along the harbor wall. His expression darkened further. "Teach, I knew you'd be here," Newgate muttered with unmasked hostility. Teach's heart sank. He felt as if 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. But outwardly, he forced a manic grin, trying to maintain his bravado. "Zehahaha, Pops, it's been a while. How's your health?" Teach called out with feigned cheer. Newgate's eyes turned ice gold. His voice was laced with killing intent. "I have nothing to say to a bastard like you, and you of all people aren't worthy of calling me Pops." The moment he finished speaking, Newgate hurled his naginata, Murakumajiri, high into the sky. The massive weapon twirled as it ascended, whistling through the air. Then Newgate planted his feet wide apart, his knees bending slightly as his torso leaned forward. He crossed his arms over his chest, and in the next instant, swung them outward with terrifying force. He punched the air. There was no visible target. His fist struck empty space, yet the impact produced an ear-splitting crack. The very air shattered like fragile glass. Jagged fissures spread outward from his fists, splitting the sky itself. Sengoku's eyes widened in alarm. That's... He hadn't expected Newgate to go on the offensive so suddenly, without a declaration, without posturing. Just pure, unrelenting force. From his position behind the marine lines, Garp stroked his chin and muttered, "Here it comes." Beside him, Tsuru sighed softly. That kind of power, in a pirate's hands, it's nothing short of a natural disaster. As if to prove her point, Marineford began to tremble. The ground shook beneath the marine's feet. Standing near the front, Doflamingo grinned as he felt the vibration. "Phew phew foo foo, so this is the strength of the world's strongest man. Spectacular." Hancock frowned. "An earthquake?" "No," Teach whispered, his eyes gleaming with twisted excitement. "This isn't an earthquake, it's a seaquake." Cladius, seated high above the admirals, felt the tremor through the soles of his feet. A faint smile curled his lips. "Lucci, keep your eyes open," he said softly. "You're about to witness what happens when the strongest man alive gets angry." Lucci, still holding Claudius's coat, followed his master's gaze toward the sea. "I see it, Your Highness," he answered, voice low. In the distance, colossal walls of water began to rise. Two towering tsunamis surged toward Marineford from opposite directions, like massive jaws preparing to swallow the island whole. The sunlight dimmed under the shadows of the waves. Panic spread through the ranks of Marines. Some stared upward in horror. If those tsunamis crashed down, the entire base the entire city would be obliterated. Cusin smacked his lips in irritation. Annoying. Borsellino chuckled. "Looks like Claudius was right after all. Time for you to shine, Cusin." Yeah, as if I had a choice," Cusin muttered. He stood, exhaled in resignation, and kicked off from the ground. The force of his leap left a frost-covered footprint where he'd been sitting. Shooting high into the air, Cusin extended his arms wide and called out, "Ice Age." An intense wave of freezing energy burst from his hands. It raced toward the tsunamis, spreading across the surface of the water with incredible speed. The moment the ice touched the waves, the sea's fury was instantly subdued. The twin tsunamis solidified into colossal ice walls, standing like frozen sentinels on either side of Marineford. The Marines exhaled in collective relief. "Greenhorn brat," Newgate grumbled, glaring up at Cusin's airborne figure. Cusin shifted tactics. He extended one hand toward the Moby Dick and murmured, "Ice Lance." Sharp icicles materialized in the air around him and launched toward Newgate with deadly precision. Newgate snorted, "Annoying." He casually raised his right hand and punched the air. A shockwave burst forth, obliterating the ice lances into powder. Kyuzen's body shattered into fragments of ice and plummeted into the bay below. The ice chunks hit the water and released a secondary wave of freezing energy, instantly locking the surface into a thick sheet of ice. The Moby Dick and its escort ships became trapped in place. From within the ice, Kyuzen's form reassembled. He rubbed the back of his head and sighed. "Aren't you a little too enthusiastic, old man?" Claudius chuckled softly. "Interesting," he said, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Meanwhile, Teach's bravado resurged. "Zehehehaha, Pops, you're slipping. That little greenhorn blocked your big move." Above them, the Naginata Murakumajiri, thrown by Whitebeard earlier, completed its downward arc. Newgate extended his left arm without looking, caught the weapon midair, and slammed the blunt end into the deck. He turned toward Teach, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "You're making a lot of noise for a dead man." Teach's laughter faltered. "W8." Whitebeard swung his Naginata horizontally. The air itself fractured under the force of the blow. Space seemed to warp, bending inward before snapping apart like glass. The invisible shockwave struck Teach with full force. His body contorted unnaturally as he was hurled backward, crashing through several marine formations before slamming into a stone wall. The impact left a crater. Teach groaned and lay motionless, his earlier arrogance shattered. Claudius blinked in disbelief. Wait, that was it. Teach had strutted around like he was ready for a climactic showdown. And then, one casual swipe from Whitebeard sent him flying like a ragdoll. Was that just an act to buy time? Claudius shook his head, muttering, "Couldn't you at least try to look tough for the cameras, Teach? The world is watching, you know." Newgate leaned on his Naginata and sneered. "What's the matter? Weren't you just mocking me, Teach?" The world's strongest man had arrived, and with a single strike, he had set the tone for the war to come. Chapter 335, Hancock's Strength. Hancock glanced at Teach, who had been sent flying, with a look of discomfort. She frowned and said disdainfully, "Trash." A glint flashed through Mihawk's eyes as he took a step forward. "Hey, can't help but make a move," Doflamingo asked with a sly smile. Mihawk placed his hand on the hilt of the black blade, Yaru, and said softly, "I just want to test the real distance between me and the world's strongest man, when he's at his peak." "How boring," Crocodile said dismissively, biting down on his cigar. Mihawk ignored the comment and took another step forward, immediately drawing the attention of Newgate. As the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk was different from the newcomer Teach. He was a seasoned master who had long made a name for himself. Every move he made drew the focus of everyone present. Claudius followed Mihawk's gaze, smiled, and murmured, "Still so impatient, Mihawk." Back in East Blue, Mihawk had always seemed restless. Even now, he hadn't changed much. He unsheathed the black blade, Yaru, and whispered, "Black blade, flash." As soon as he spoke, Mihawk executed a straightforward, no-frills slash. The sword energy that erupted from Yaru was so dense it appeared solid. The slash cut through the frozen sea beneath them like a hot knife through butter, leaving a clean, precise fissure as it surged toward Newgate with unstoppable force. A faint smile tugged at Newgate's lips as he tightened his grip on Murakumajiri. Just as he was about to intercept the attack, a figure suddenly leaped out from behind him, Diamond Jazu. At the same time, Marco's voice came from behind. "Come on, Pops. You can't hog all the spotlight, can you?" Marco said lazily, his pineapple-shaped hair unmoving as he walked up beside Newgate with his hands casually tucked into his sleeves, looking every bit the carefree rebel. The other division commanders followed Marco, quickly taking their positions around Newgate. In the next instant, Jazu, who had jumped from the ship, activated his Devil Fruit ability midair. His body gleamed as he transformed into solid diamond. "Drink," Jazu roared, throwing his shoulder into Mihawk's slash. The ice beneath his feet cracked and splintered under the immense force. But despite the terrifying power of the attack, Jazu managed to hold firm, his diamond body withstanding Mihawk's strike. With a forceful shove, Jazu redirected the slash upward. The sword energy shot into the sky and dispersed the clouds with a deafening crack. Mihawk frowned slightly. He hadn't used his full strength, neither hacky nor his strongest technique, just a probing strike at around 70% power. Yet, Jiazu had effortlessly deflected it, leaving him somewhat displeased. Nearby, Enel flipped through a small notebook and said, "His Highness warned you. If you act too soon, you'll get embarrassed." Mihawk's eyelid twitched. He was clearly irritated. Just then, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's voice came through the loudspeakers. "The war has begun. All units attack." Newgate immediately raised his naginata and roared, "Little ones, show them what we're made of. Charge in and rescue Thatch." As Newgate's words echoed across the battlefield, the sound of cannon fire suddenly erupted from the mist-shrouded sea. Moments later, dozens of pirate ships emerged, with marine warships hot on their heels. These were the 43 allied ships of the Whitebeard pirates. The pirate ships crashed into the ice, splintering the frozen surface, and hordes of pirates stormed ashore with weapons in hand, bellowing war cries. From the marine side, the fortress cannons roared to life, firing relentlessly at the invading pirates. The pirates responded in kind, unleashing a ferocious counterattack. The battle, which had earlier seemed like a strategic duel between elites, had devolved into chaotic, full-scale warfare. Vice Admiral Mamanga drew his saber and commanded, "Don't let those pirates reach the plaza. Cut them down." With that, he charged forward. Vice Admirals Onagumo, Doberman, and Strawberry followed suit, leading the marine forces into the fray. Even Smoker, with his cigar clenched between his teeth, surged ahead with his subordinates, ready to fight. Jiazu, having just repelled Mihawk's slash, didn't back down. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he bent down and plunged his hands into the ice. "RRRRGH?" Jiazu roared as he ripped out a massive block of ice, 3 times the size of a marine giant. With a heave, he hurled it toward the execution platform. The colossal ice block sailed through the air like a meteor, casting a shadow over the execution platform. Cladius, still seated calmly, glanced up at the incoming ice. Lucci instinctively removed Cladius' coat from the back of his chair and unbuttoned his collar, preparing to intervene. "Wait," Cladius said softly. Lucci froze. Sakazuki, who had also readied himself to act, paused as well, his instincts telling him to trust Cladius. Up front, Hancock's expression suddenly twisted into rage as she watched the ice block hurtling toward Cladius. "Insolent fools," Hancock snapped. With a sharp crack, she sprang from the back of Salome, her massive snake companion. The wall beneath her feet crumbled under the force of her leap as she shot toward the incoming ice. Midair, Hancock twisted her body gracefully and shouted, "Perfume femur." Her red high heel struck the ice with explosive force, stopping its downward momentum in an instant. The ice, once a solid mass, rapidly turned dull gray, petrified by Hancock's powers. "Break," Hancock snarled. The next second, the petrified ice shattered into countless shards, scattering like fireworks across the pirate ranks below. Hancock flipped elegantly in the air and landed back on the wall in a poised stance, one hand on her hip and her chin lifted arrogantly. "Don't be so presumptuous," she declared. The battlefield fell momentarily silent. On Sabyati Archipelago, where the events were being broadcast live, the crowd was stunned. "So strong." That's the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. She kicked apart an ice block the size of a meteorite. Back on the battlefield, Claudius leaned back in his chair and laughed. "Ahahaha, you've grown stronger, Hancock," he said, his voice filled with pride. Sakazuki glanced at Hancock, his surprise evident. "That woman, she's not just beautiful, she's a monster in combat as well." Borsellino, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow and said in his usual drawl, "One after another. Monsters, every single one of them." Chapter 336, The Invincible Enel versus the Strongest Newgate. Newgate stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, gazing at the shattered ice and rocks falling from the sky. However, before they could reach the ground, the fragments suddenly changed direction, harmlessly crashing into the sea without making a ripple. Just as Newgate lowered his arm, a golden beam of light shot through the air toward him at an astonishing speed. Borsellino, Newgate's brows furrowed, his expression turning serious. He gripped Murakumajiri and swung it forcefully. The moment the black blade met the golden beam, it detonated with a deafening explosion, sending a shockwave that made Newgate's signature mustache tremble. After deflecting the attack, Newgate raised his head. Sure enough, high above the battlefield stood Borsellino, arms crossed over his chest, his body crackling with dazzling light. "Yasukani no Megatama," Borsellino muttered softly. As soon as the words left his mouth, countless golden light beams rained down, targeting the Whitebeard pirates with the Moby Dick as the primary focus. "They really don't give us a moment's rest," Newgate grumbled, raising his arm. Before he could act, Marco sprang forward, wings unfurling as he placed himself between the Moby Dick and the incoming beams. His body shifted, engulfed in blue flames as he transformed into a massive phoenix. The golden beams struck him relentlessly, and Marco instantly felt a sharp, stinging pain like being riddled with thousands of bullets. It was a sensation that was anything but pleasant. Yet Marco possessed the mythical Zoan Torai no Mi model, Phoenix, one of the rarest and most powerful devil fruits in existence. His flames of resurrection gave him extraordinary regenerative abilities. Unless he was restrained by Seastone, even a fatal injury wouldn't keep him down for long. Of course, a power like Teach's dark fruit would likely be just as effective in nullifying his abilities. The Marines were stunned to see Marco standing strong after enduring Borsellino's relentless barrage. When the golden rain finally ceased, Marco emerged from the smoke, his body riddled with holes, half of his skull missing. Yet, the blue flames danced across his wounds, rapidly knitting him back together. In mere seconds, Marco was fully healed. He smirked, looked at Borsellino, and said casually, "That hurt, you know." "Impressive," Borsellino said, his voice dripping with his usual sarcasm. "This is my first time seeing the Phoenix Fruit's powers up close." Marco's brow twitched in annoyance. "Don't lie. The Marines have their own mythical Zoans. What about Fleet Admiral Sengoku, or that Admiral candidate Mamausagi? You expect me to believe this is your first time seeing something like this?" Without giving Borsellino time to respond, Marco flapped his wings, shot into the sky, and delivered a powerful downward kick. Borsellino lazily raised an arm to block the strike. "Ouch," he said, tone flat as ever. Marco wasn't about to let him off that easily. With another burst of strength, his kick sent Borsellino hurtling across the battlefield. Meanwhile, over at the Shichibukai's position, Enel was stretching and bending in place, casually going through a warm-up routine. Crocodile stared at him with an incredulous expression, puffing his cigar. "Oi, Enel, what the hell are you doing?" "Warming up, obviously," Enel said matter-of-factly, performing another deep stretch. Crocodile's eye twitched. "Yeah, I can see that. I'm asking why you're suddenly doing warm-ups. The war's already started." Enel finished a side stretch, stood up straight, and replied, "I'm about to step in, and if I'm going to fight the world's strongest man, I need to be at my peak. Gotta get my body ready first." Crocodile opened his mouth to retort but paused. Damn it, that actually makes sense. After a full set of warm-ups, Enel pulled his golden staff from the ground, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "I'm going in," he said. "Go show off then," Crocodile muttered with a wave. Lightning crackled around Enel's body as he fixed his gaze on Newgate. Newgate, who had been watching the chaos of the battlefield, suddenly shifted his eyes toward Enel. "So that's the so-called invincible Enel, the wielder of the strongest Logia, the Goro Goro no Mi." Newgate mused, his expression tightening. After all, Enel was infamous in the New World. A man who had reduced the Shichibukai into a glorified treasure-hunting squad and claimed the title of Invincible. There were few in the world with such a reputation. Bartholomew Kuma, for instance, was also nicknamed the Tyrant and the Invincible Storm. As the thought crossed Newgate's mind, Enel vanished in a crackling flash of lightning. Left. Relying on instinct, Newgate swung a fist toward his left side. His haki-infused strike shattered the air itself, producing a spiderweb of cracks. Sure enough, Enel reappeared in that exact spot, but Newgate's fist passed through him. Elementalized, Newgate realized. But what surprised him more was that Enel's eyes were closed. "Are you underestimating me?" they asked simultaneously. Newgate's eyes narrowed. "So, you've already mastered observation haki to the point of seeing the future." It's ridiculous, isn't it? Strongest man in the world, Enel said, eyes still shut. Lightning surged from his golden staff and shot toward Newgate's chest. With a twist of his wrist, Newgate shattered the air in front of him again. The lightning arced erratically, deflected by the distorted space, and harmlessly struck the ice beside him. What? Enel's eyes snapped open. Newgate seized the moment to throw a punch, his fist crackling with tremors. But Enel disappeared in a bolt of lightning just before the impact. Newgate smirked. You're fast, but do you know how I win? Above him, Enel reappeared, golden staff raised high and crackling with electricity. How do you win? Enel asked, even as his staff shot downward toward Newgate's skull. But before Newgate could answer, Enel's expression shifted. His eyes widened with sudden realization. Damn it, he cursed. In an instant, his body transformed into lightning once more, fleeing the spot like his life depended on it. Chapter 337, Whitebeard's Devil Fruit Awakening. The moment Enel's figure vanished, the space around Newgate distorted as if enveloped by an invisible force. There was no earth-shattering sound, just a faint shimmer that quickly faded. As the distortion disappeared, a few golden specks drifted through the air, scattering like dust. Newgate's breathing grew noticeably heavier for a moment, suggesting that using this mysterious ability had taken a toll on him. But after a few deep breaths, he returned to his usual state. The answer's simple, Newgate said, a faint, arrogant smile tugging at his lips. I let him foresee the date of his death. Enel reappeared in the air some distance away, his body crackling with lightning. His eyes were now open, his expression grim. He glanced down at the golden staff in his hand. Only half of it remained. The other half had disintegrated into the golden powder that had just fallen from the sky. Devil Fruit Awakening, Enel muttered, voice heavy. In that brief moment, he'd seen it, the exact moment of his death, just as Newgate had said. Creepy, huh? Newgate asked with a chuckle. Enel's expression darkened slightly. Not really. For the strongest man in the world, someone who stood at the peak of the seas for decades, awakening your devil fruit is only natural. Newgate's Gura no me didn't operate like a typical paramecia. Unlike others, who could assimilate or manipulate surrounding matter, Newgate's ability shattered reality at its core. His quakes originated from the most fundamental level of matter, making the environment itself bend to his will. That was his deadliest technique, shattering space to create devastating earthquakes, seaquakes, and atmospheric shockwaves. However, the strain of using this power had always been immense. In his prime, he'd caused entire islands to sink. Now, age had taken its toll, forcing him to save this power as a trump card. Foes like Sengoku, Garp, Roger, and Shiki were familiar with this power and instinctively guarded against it. But even top-tier combatants unfamiliar with its nuances could easily fall victim to it if they let their guard down. Enel was fortunate to possess advanced observation haki, enabling him to predict the attack. Without that skill, he'd have been gravely injured, if not killed. Meanwhile, beneath the execution platform, Cladius observed the duel with surprise. So this is the ability Sengoku warned me about, he murmured. Didn't think Newgate could still use it. Before the war began, Sengoku had shared everything about Newgate's powers, including his awakened devil fruit. Cladius had been shocked at the time, knowing how catastrophic such power could be. In the original timeline, Newgate had never displayed this awakened ability, presumably because his body was too deteriorated by age, illness, and injuries. But this war had been triggered years earlier than expected. Guess he's stronger than I thought, Cladius mused. Still, I doubt he can use that move too many times. Newgate also knew his body's limitations. While still formidable, he wasn't the man he used to be. His joints creaked and his muscles strained. Enel, however, was a foe who warranted this level of power. Newgate had never been one to hold back. He understood that fighters who hesitated often, never, got the chance to use their trump cards. Just as Enel was calculating his next move, a roar erupted behind him. Brilliant punk! Without hesitation, Enel shifted one leg into pure electricity and swung it backward. His crackling lightning-clad foot collided with a massive, diamond-encrusted shoulder. The impact sent arcs of lightning in all directions. Diamond Jazu, Enel muttered through gritted teeth. Get lost, Jazu bellowed. He seized Enel's leg with both hands and hurled him across the battlefield. Enel flipped through the air several times before regaining control. He raised his hand, lightning crackling at his fingertip as he prepared to retaliate, only for another figure to leap from the ice behind him. Fishman Karate, Kaiwa Seiken. Captain Namor of the Whitebeard Pirates' 8th Division appeared out of nowhere, fist surging forward with the force of a tsunami. Enel clicked his tongue in annoyance and swung the broken half of his golden staff backward. His staff, now coated in armament haki, intercepted Namor's punch perfectly, despite Enel never turning his head. The moment their blows connected, Enel discharged a bolt of electricity toward Jazu. But Jazu was a brawler through and through. He charged straight through the lightning, his diamond body crackling with residual energy, and joined Namor in a coordinated attack. Persistent bastards, Enel growled. Jazu and Namor weren't on his level individually, but together, they were more than capable of stalling him. Newgate, watching the skirmish from a distance, gave an approving nod. With Enel temporarily tied up, Newgate's path was clearer. He couldn't afford to get bogged down in endless duels. His goal was straightforward: rescue Thatch and Weevil. Once freed, they'd gain 2 powerful assets. Time was of the essence. If they dragged this battle out, Marine reinforcements would overwhelm them. Time to get serious, Newgate muttered. He planted his feet firmly on the ice, grasped Murakumajiri with both hands, and shifted into a charging stance. Until now, every attack he'd unleashed had been instantaneous, quick, powerful blows without preparation. But now, he was gathering power. This change didn't go unnoticed. Across the battlefield, seasoned veterans immediately grew alert. "Ahahaha, here comes a big one," Garp chuckled, crunching on a rice cracker. "Oi, Tsuru, why not move back a bit?" "What nonsense," Tsuru said, rolling her eyes. "Even if we ran to the ends of the world, that man's attacks would reach us. Retreating is pointless." "Heh, true enough." Garp smirked and popped another cracker into his mouth. "Shouldn't you be helping?" Tsuru pressed. "Nah," Garp said nonchalantly. "We're winning for now. No need to jump in and steal the spotlight from the younger generation. Let them show what they're made of." "You're surprisingly wise today," Tsuru remarked with a raised eyebrow. On the execution platform, Claudius sat up straighter. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Suddenly, Newgate roared and swung his naginata downward. The world shuddered. The air rippled like glass struck by a sledgehammer, warping and bending unnaturally. The ground cracked open with a deafening roar. The ice covering the harbor split apart, revealing a massive rift that snaked toward Marineford's main square. The earthquake didn't stop there. The very island of Marineford seemed to shift, as though an unseen hand pressed down at its center while the outer edges pushed upward. The first to face this apocalyptic force, the Shichibukai, standing at the front lines. Chapter 338, The Impel Down Prison Break. The great underwater prison, Impel Down. At this moment, Impel Down was in complete chaos. No one knew what had happened, but all communication equipment had been destroyed, cutting off all contact with the outside world. Prisoners from the 3rd level and below had already begun to escape. A large number of inmates, confused yet seizing the opportunity, broke free from their cells. Magellan, the prison warden, was currently doing his best to suppress the chaos, but his mood was extremely grim. Multiple suppression teams had been dispatched into the disorderly areas, yet none had returned or reported back. The situation was spiraling out of control. "There's a traitor among us," Magellan suddenly said in a deep voice. Hannibal, who would usually try to weasel out of responsibility, didn't dare joke at a time like this. His expression turned serious as he quickly asked, "Magellan, what do you mean?" "Cutting off our communications? That's not something an ordinary prisoner could do. They wouldn't know where the communication systems are located. And unlocking the prison cells requires keys. Multiple keys. Our response strategies have been countered step by step. So, among these rioting inmates, there must be someone familiar with the inner workings of Impel Down," Magellan said, his voice grave. Hannibal's brow furrowed in anger. "Are you saying?" "Sure you," Magellan spat out the name without hesitation, his expression darkening further. Warden Shiryu, Hannibal was stunned. That's right, he's the only one who knows this much about the prison's infrastructure, and he has the motive. Damn it, I never should have believed he wanted to reform. I should have just locked him up from the start. Magellan cursed, his fists clenched. It was all too clear now. Shiryu had been missing since the chaos began, and no one had been able to contact him. As more prisoners broke free, the more obvious it became. The escapees were familiar with the prison's defenses and strategies. Magellan felt like a fool for not realizing it sooner. What should we do now, Director? Hannibal asked worriedly. Focus on repairing the communication equipment immediately. Get the Den Mushy back online so we can contact Marine headquarters. This situation is too coincidental. There might be a larger conspiracy at play. We need reinforcements, Magellan ordered. The repair crews are already on it. They estimate it'll take about 2 hours, Hannibal reported. 2 hours? Magellan's face darkened further. Even if we manage to send the signal, it'll take the Marines at least 3 hours to arrive. And with the battle raging at Marineford, I doubt they'll have the resources to spare. Director, can't you handle it yourself? Hannibal asked in surprise. Magellan shook his head. Do you think Shiryu would leave the prisoners of Level 6, Eternal Hell, behind? Hannibal froze. The prisoners of Level 6 were the worst of the worst, monsters the world wanted forgotten. If they were involved, this chaos was only the beginning. You're right. If the Level 6 prisoners are out, this won't be easy to contain, Hannibal said, his voice trembling. Exactly. Now we can only hope Shiryu hasn't released too many of them already, Magellan said, his gaze fixed on the dark staircase leading down to the prison's lower depths. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the 3rd level, Katakuri tossed an unconscious jailer aside like a rag doll. He wore a blackened white prison uniform, his mouth exposed beneath the cloth. Even someone as stoic as him couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Ever since being defeated by Kuzan and imprisoned alongside his mother, Charlotte Linlin, Katakuri had felt a deep sense of hopelessness. But now, a traitor in Impel Down had given them a second chance. A prison break, an opportunity to turn things around. He glanced back. Katakuri was no small name. He had been one of the top figures of the Big Mom pirates. But compared to the individuals behind him, even he seemed insignificant. The ones following him were true monsters. The Golden Lion Shiki. The Demon Heir Douglas Bullet. The Emperor of the Seas, Charlotte Linlin, his mother. The Red Earl Redfield. Behind these notorious figures came others, the Giant Barrel, the Crescent Moon Hunter, the Evil King, and many more infamous criminals. These were the worst of the worst, the kind of people whose very names struck fear across the seas. Originally, they had considered freeing Byandy World as well, but that lunatic had been frozen in his cell. Shiryu had left the keys behind, though. If the ice melted in time, World might still join the escape. If not, tough luck. The escape from Eternal Hell hadn't been smooth either. Even though they'd all been imprisoned together, old grudges ran deep. As soon as the cells were opened, chaos erupted. Fights broke out between prisoners who'd wanted each other dead for years. But the ones standing here now were the survivors, monsters who'd maintained their strength despite years of imprisonment. Take Shiki, for example. He'd lost both legs and had a rudder stuck in his skull. Under normal circumstances, his haki should have weakened after years of confinement. Yet, in the silence of his cell, he'd focused entirely on mastering his abilities. Somehow, he'd found a way to break through the limits imposed by the rudder and the seastone shackles. The moment he was freed, Shiki immediately clashed with Charlotte Linlin. Neither managed to defeat the other, but their brief battle had shaken the prison walls. It was Shiryu who ultimately convinced them to stop fighting and save their strength for what lay ahead. Besides, Shiryu had dangled a tantalizing piece of information in front of them. Whitebeard was currently locked in battle with the Marines at Marineford. Shiki and Linlin initially showed little interest. They had no intention of getting involved in someone else's war. Their plan was simple: escape Impel Down, regroup in the new world, and then plunge the world into chaos. But then Shiryu mentioned a certain name, Donquixote Cladius. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Claudius, the man who destroyed so many of their ambitions, was at Marineford. Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, and several others had harbored deep hatred for Claudius for years. If not for him, Shiki might have killed Roger and become Pirate King. Linlin might have secured her dominance over the seas. Instead, they were imprisoned like animals. Now, the opportunity for revenge was right in front of them. The Red Earl remained uninterested in the battle, choosing instead to stay neutral. But Shiki and Linlin made their decision. They were going to Marineford. Shiryu, meanwhile, had his own plan. He hoped to find Blackbeard there. If Teach proved to be the ambitious man Shiryu believed him to be, he'd offer his services. If not, well, there were always other options. Freedom was all that mattered to Shiryu. Once he escaped Impel Down, he could carve his path however he pleased. Shiryu looked up the staircase. Magellan should be waiting for us up there. Then let's go kill him, Bullet growled. Hold on. Shiryu pulled out a handful of small vials and distributed them. What's this? Bullet asked. Antidotes, Shiryu said with a grin. Magellan's poison is his deadliest weapon. With these, we won't have to worry about it. Shiki laughed. Jehahaha, with these in hand, Magellan's greatest trump card is useless. Indeed, Impel Down was a fortress of unimaginable security. But when the traitor who knew its inner workings helped open its gates, even the world's most impenetrable prison would fall into chaos. Chapter 339, almost knocked Marineford over. The shockwave unleashed by Newgate swept across the battlefield, forcing Doflamingo, Crocodile, and Bartholomew Kuma to act in unison. White thread shield, Doflamingo murmured. Raising both hands, countless white threads burst from his body and quickly intertwined, forming a massive shield to block the incoming shockwave. However, Doflamingo's defense was no match for Newgate's overwhelming power. The white threads trembled violently before being shattered. Next, Crocodile bit down on his cigar as golden sand surged around him. In an instant, a towering desert wall formed in front of the group. But Newgate's attack obliterated that defense as well. The sand wall exploded like scattered petals in a storm. Still, the combined efforts of Doflamingo and Crocodile had diminished much of the shockwave's force. Then, Bartholomew Kuma stepped forward and activated his ability. Ursa's shock, Kuma intoned, expressionless. A massive, transparent bear paw materialized in front of them and collided with the remnants of the shockwave. A deafening, air-shattering blast followed. Although there were no flames or debris, the concussive force sent the three warlords stumbling backward. Still, they'd successfully deflected the brunt of the attack. So strong, it took three warlords of the sea working together just to block that attack. Smoker muttered, wide-eyed as he rushed across the battlefield. At that moment, Sakazuki made his move. Kyuzan and Borsalino had already left their posts, but Sakazuki remained seated until now. Slowly, he stood and took a few steps forward. His right arm transformed into molten magma, which dripped and sizzled as it touched the ground. If we keep letting that guy show off his power, it'll crush morale, Sakazuki muttered. His gaze turned cold as he locked onto Newgate's imposing figure. A stiff, humorless smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Newgate noticed Sakazuki's movements immediately, his brows knitting together. He gripped his Naginata, Murakumajiri, more firmly. Then Sakazuki roared. Great eruption! With that shout, Sakazuki hurled a magma-fueled punch. Lava surged along his arm and shot skyward, forming a colossal, meteor-like fist that rained down toward Newgate. Dance of Roses! From seemingly nowhere, Vista sprang into action. His twin sabers flashed, sending two crescent-shaped slashes through the air. Rose petal-like energy trailed behind the strikes as they met the descending magma fist. Vista had long been recognized as a master swordsman, and severing something like this wasn't beyond him. His slashes sliced Sakazuki's great eruption into 4 pieces. However, as Vista landed, Sakazuki's smirk widened. As one of the Marine headquarters' 3 admirals, Sakazuki wouldn't let his signature technique be neutralized so easily. The moment the magma fist split, each fragment exploded midair. The pieces transformed into smaller magma fists and continued their trajectory toward the Whitebeard pirates' fleet. The sudden turn caught everyone off guard. Within moments, several pirate ships were smashed and set ablaze. One of the massive frigates near Newgate, resembling a colossal white whale, was struck directly. It burst into flames, the searing magma consuming the sails in seconds. One magma fist hurtled straight toward Newgate. But the Yonko showed no sign of panic. With a slight smirk, he raised Murakumajiri and impaled the molten mass. The force pressed down hard on the Naginata's handle, but Newgate's grip remained rock-steady. Without even a tremble in his arm, he lifted the weapon and casually blew on the magma clinging to the blade. The superheated mass cooled and crumbled to ash with a single puff of his breath. "You really think a few candles can threaten me on my birthday, magma brat?" Newgate sneered, voice dripping with dominance. Cladius, watching from nearby, burst out laughing. "Ahihaha, what a bold claim." Sakazuki showed no outward reaction. He'd already succeeded in burning several enemy ships. "What's the matter, Newgate? Don't you like this grand funeral I've prepared for you?" he asked coolly. Newgate tapped Murakumajiri against the ground and chuckled. "Guess it's time to show you punks what real power looks like." He shook the blade, dislodging the last bits of cooled magma, and then hurled it into the air. The massive weapon spun upward, glinting in the sunlight. Then Newgate bent his knees slightly, lowering his center of gravity. He raised both arms above his head, his hands outstretched like claws grasping at the sky itself. Sengoku, watching from the execution platform, immediately barked into the den mushi. "All units prepare for an earthquake." Newgate's mouth stretched into a grin as his aura surged. His presence alone felt suffocating. Then he brought his arms down in one swift, powerful motion, dragging invisible shockwaves through the air. The moment his hands slammed downward, Marineford trembled violently. "Is he trying to flip the island?" Claudius shouted in disbelief, staring at the tilting ground beneath him. He remained seated, gripping the armrests of his chair as the ground shifted dramatically. Lucci, standing nearby, clutched the back of the chair to keep it steady. The island tilted roughly 30 degrees. Massive underwater reefs were ripped from the sea, jutting skyward like jagged teeth. Cracks spread across the Fortress of Justice, fracturing the enormous kanji for justice emblazoned on its walls. Sengoku widened his stance as the execution platform groaned under the strain. The thick chains binding Weevil, Thatch, and Buchan rattled and strained against the sudden tilt. On the battlefield, Marines and pirates alike scrambled to the ground, desperate for stability. After a few agonizing moments, Marineford stopped tilting and began to shift back into position. "Don't relax, the real shockwave is coming," Sakazuki bellowed. As if on cue, the island snapped back into place. The impact unleashed an even more devastating tremor. The force blasted across the battlefield. Marines and pirates alike were flung into the air like leaves caught in a hurricane. Some were hurled dozens of meters, while others coughed up blood from the sheer pressure. Then, for a brief moment, silence blanketed Marineford. 3 seconds passed, 5. Then the wails of the injured rose, a cacophony of agony that filled the war-torn plaza. Claudius stared at the cracks spreading beneath his feet. "If Thatch and his boys weren't here, they'd probably flip the whole damn island," he muttered. "Fuffafufu, you're not wrong, Claudius," came Garp's distinctive laugh. He stood a few meters away, having shifted his position during the quake. Garp casually steadied Borsellino's toppled chair and sat down. "That man isn't called the strongest in the world for nothing," he said. "He pulled this same stunt to sink an entire country once." His expression turned somber. "Don't underestimate him just because we have the upper hand. If that old man really loses it, he can destroy the world." Chapter 340, A Worried Claudius. At the same time, Newgate didn't remain idle. He raised his muscular arms and roared, "The road ahead has been opened. Charge into the harbor." As his command echoed across the battlefield, countless pirates surged from their ships, shouting as they charged toward the harbor. Suddenly, the shattered glacier, previously broken by Newgate's devastating strike, began to shift unnaturally. Sengoku's brows furrowed in confusion. He couldn't understand what was happening beneath the ice. Cladius, too, watched with curiosity. Then, without warning, an enormous arm burst through the glacier's surface. The arm alone rivaled the size of a marine giant's entire body. Its staggering scale suggested that the figure beneath the ice was 3, maybe even 4 times larger than an ordinary giant. "If you want to stop us, then try it," came a deep, resonant voice from below the ice. The colossal hands gripped the glacier from beneath. With a grunt of effort, the figure heaved upward, dislodging the massive ice sheet from the sea floor. "Go," the voice roared. The glacier, now transformed into an icebound platform, hurtled toward Marineford's harbor. "Oars!" Doflamingo exclaimed, recognizing the figure immediately. On the glacier's surface, hundreds of pirates clung desperately to the unstable ice, while a few disoriented Marines scrambled to regain their footing. The colossal mass raced toward Doflamingo and the others like a battering ram. The sheer scale of the moving ice rendered traditional defenses nearly useless. Even breaking the glacier would scatter deadly debris across the battlefield. Without hesitation, Doflamingo extended his hand downward and propelled himself into the sky using his strings. Heavenly Yaksha wasn't just a moniker. As long as there was something to latch onto, clouds, mist, even ice particles, Doflamingo could traverse the air with ease. Hancock also retreated swiftly, guiding Salome away from the ice's trajectory. Meanwhile, Mihawk drew Yoru with practiced precision. With one powerful swing, he sliced through the glacier. The cut was so precise that the ice split evenly in two. The ground beneath Mihawk's feet crumbled, leaving only the small patch he stood upon untouched. As the ice fragments collapsed around him, golden sand swirled into the newly formed crevasse. Mihawk glanced upward and saw Crocodile standing atop the ice sheet. "Need me to pull you up?" Crocodile asked, his tone half-mocking as he gazed down at Mihawk. Mihawk didn't respond. He simply bent his knees and leapt onto the glacier beside Crocodile. The battlefield, once contained to the frozen sea outside the harbor, was now in utter chaos. Whitebeard's pirates streamed across Cusan's ice fields, pushing into Marineford's inner defenses. Half the glacier collapsed into the square, creating a direct path into the heart of the Marine stronghold. The vanguard of Whitebeard's forces leaped from the ice and immediately clashed with the Marines stationed there. Doflamingo swung through the air a few more times before landing beside Cladius, beneath the execution platform. "Well, cousin," the front lines collapsed. "Still not planning to get your hands dirty?" Doflamingo asked with a sly smile. Cladius clicked his tongue in annoyance as he studied the glacier. "Sakazuki, you'll need to melt that ice later. Otherwise, the surrounding walls won't deploy properly." Oars Jr.'s glacier had carved a significant breach into the Marine defenses, allowing Whitebeard's forces to gain critical ground. "Understood, Your Highness," Sakazuki responded without looking back. Cladius turned toward Doflamingo. "You're slacking too, Doffy. Why don't you give me a hand?" "Fufafu, don't see much that requires my help right now," Doflamingo replied with a wicked grin. "Yeah, same here," Cladius murmured. His gaze drifted toward the distant horizon. A shadow of unease settled over his expression. "What's wrong?" Doflamingo asked, noticing the shift. "I don't know, just got a bad feeling. Like we've missed something important," Cladius said, his brows knitted together. Doflamingo tilted his head. "Reinforcements, maybe." "Reinforcements," Cladius echoed. His mind raced through possibilities. He scanned the battlefield until he spotted Teach. As expected, Teach was skulking around the edges, preying on weaker opponents while keeping a wary eye on Newgate. Waiting for his moment to strike, Cladius thought. But if Teach is here, then he didn't go to impel down. That should mean no prison break. So what was triggering his unease? Could it be Kaido? Had he broken through the blockade at G1? "Vice Admiral Garp," Cladius called. "Any news from G1? 2 days before the battle, Kaido had confronted Shanks at the New World's gateway. Marines had monitored the clash, but with the battle at Marineford looming, resources had been stretched thin. The G1 base, led by Zephyr and Jin, had been tasked with containment. Garp scratched his head at the unexpected question. "Last we checked, everything was normal. Kaido retreated to Wano after the fight. As for Shanks, he disappeared without a trace." Claudius drummed his fingers against the chair's armrest. Kaido's retreat made sense. He'd likely been forced back after a skirmish with Shank's more unified crew. Shanks himself probably wouldn't interfere in this war. He was more likely to appear afterward to demand a ceasefire. So why does this nagging feeling persist? Maybe I'm just being paranoid, Claudius muttered. As Claudius brooded, the battle escalated dramatically. Newgate finally disembarked from his ship. With Murakumajiri in hand, he led his captains into the thick of the fight. Within seconds, he sent 2 vice admirals flying, one of whom had been leading the charge against Ors Jr. Ice time capsule. Cusin materialized before Newgate, raising one hand as a frigid blast shot toward the Yonko. Newgate didn't even flinch. He swept his hand forward, dissipating the freezing mist with brute force. At that moment, Ors Jr. swung his massive fist downward at Cusin with bone-shattering force. The punch connected, shattering the ice and sending Cusin's body splintering into countless fragments. But before Ors could raise his arm again, the icy shards on his knuckles pulsed with life. Frost spread up his arm with terrifying speed. Within moments, his enormous body was completely encased in ice. Cusin reappeared atop Ors' frozen shoulder, staring down at Newgate. Before Newgate could react, Sakazuki descended from above. "Hellhound," Sakazuki roared. His magma-coated arm morphed into the shape of a molten hound's head. The magma creature lunged toward Newgate with its jaws wide open. "Get lost," Newgate growled. With a single, decisive swing of Murakumajiri, he cleaved the magma hound apart. Without missing a beat, he shifted his grip and thrust the blade toward Sakazuki's chest. Sakazuki's eyes sharpened. He raised his foot and stomped down on the Naginata's tip. Magma surged from his leg, fusing briefly with the blade's steel. Using his anchored stance as leverage, Sakazuki swung his molten fist toward Newgate's face. The Yonko responded in kind, his fist crackling with the translucent shimmer of a quake bubble. The 2 fists collided with explosive force. Chapter 341, Sakazuki defeated in 3 punches. Even with the explosive power of his magma, Sakazuki's punch failed to gain the upper hand. His arm was directly shattered, and his body was sent skidding beneath Whitebeard's feet. At this moment, Newgate was still in peak condition. He hadn't been wounded by any treacherous attacks yet. After landing that punch on Sakazuki, he immediately raised his arm and threw another horizontal strike. Although the punch didn't land directly on Sakazuki, the immense vibration force bent his waist unnaturally, distorting his body. "Die," Newgate roared in fury. He clenched his fist and struck again. However, Sakazuki was an admiral. It wasn't that easy to completely suppress him. Just as Newgate raised his fist, Sakazuki also punched out with his magma-covered fist. The strike was avoidable, yet for some reason, Newgate didn't bother dodging. His chest turned pitch black as armament haki covered it. In the next instant, Sakazuki's magma punch smashed into his chest. Even with the protective layer of armament haki, Newgate's chest caved inward slightly, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. However, Sakazuki showed no sign of relief. Instead, his eyes widened in shock. Sure enough, Newgate had deliberately taken the hit to finish Sakazuki quickly. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. The Marines were hell-bent on annihilating the Whitebeard pirates, but Newgate's priority wasn't to fight to the death with the Marines, it was to save Thatch. Having endured the blow, Newgate unleashed his accumulated strength and delivered another powerful punch. Sakazuki had no time to defend himself. He could only watch as Newgate's fist hurtled toward him. The punch never made direct contact, but the sheer force of the tremor infused with haki slammed into Sakazuki's brain like a sledgehammer. His vision blurred, and he staggered, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Newgate didn't give Sakazuki a moment to recover. He followed up with a straight punch to the ground, shattering the earth beneath them. The ground split apart, forming a massive crater, and Sakazuki was driven deep into it. In just 3 punches, Newgate had crushed Sakazuki. He didn't even spare the admiral a glance as he stepped over the crater and led his sons toward the square by the harbor. The strongest man in the world? Truly terrifying. Did he just take down a Marine admiral with 3 punches? Doflamingo exclaimed in surprise. Claudius, however, wasn't particularly shocked. He responded, "He didn't kill him." Sakazuki underestimated Newgate's resolve. Give him a moment, he'll crawl out of that hole, pissed off and ready for more. In a head-on clash, Sakazuki couldn't match Newgate's raw power. But Claudius had faith that Sakazuki wouldn't go down after just 3 punches. Elsewhere, Cusin was still fending off several division commanders. Marco and Borsellino were locked in a fierce battle. Golden flashes exploded across the battlefield as Marco relentlessly harassed Borsellino with his regenerative abilities, preventing the admiral from leaving. Meanwhile, Sakazuki was momentarily out of action, buried in the ground. For the moment, all 3 Marine admirals had been effectively stalled. The Marine officers at the front lines were forced to push forward with all they had. "Garp, you're just going to sit there?" Claudius asked with a chuckle. Garp remained seated in Borsellino's usual spot, his expression grim. "Not yet, just a little longer." "Waiting for Newgate to punch you next. Bold move," Claudius teased with a smirk. Garp was about to respond when a den mushy rang behind Claudius. Lucci silently retrieved it and handed it over. "Your Highness, it's Chief Spandine." Claudius froze for a moment. What could Spandine possibly need right now? An ominous feeling settled in his gut. "Please don't be bad news," Claudius muttered as he took the receiver. "Spandine, what happened?" Spandine's voice came through, panicked and rushed. "Your Highness, something terrible has happened. There's been a major incident at Impel Down." Claudius's face darkened. He'd already thwarted Blackbeard, captured Ace before he could reach Impel Down, dismantled the Straw Hat Pirates, and ensured Luffy never even set sail. So how was there a problem at Impel Down now? "Speak clearly, what happened?" Claudius demanded. "We received a distress call from Impel Down. There's been a full-scale riot. Chief Warden Shuryu has betrayed us. He released all the prisoners from Eternal Hell, including Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Douglas Bullet, and others. The prisoners on the lower levels have all been freed." Claudius's expression turned ice cold, and Shuryu cut off all communications and stole the antidote for Warden Magellan's poison abilities. "By the time we received the alert, it was already too late," Spandine explained nervously. Claudius gripped the chair's armrest until it shattered beneath his fingers. "Go on," he said through clenched teeth. "Magellan was severely injured, and most of the prison guards have been wiped out. Fortunately, CP0 arrived with the authority you granted them, but even they were too late. The worst prisoners have already escaped." The next voice that came through was weaker but resolute. "St. Claudius?" "I'm sorry," said Magellan, coughing blood. "We failed. There's more. Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, and Shuryu are heading toward Marineford. As for Redfield and Douglas Bullet, we can't confirm their intent, but they might also join the battle, along with many others." Claudius inhaled sharply. How long ago did this happen? 15 minutes ago, Magellan answered. 15 minutes. For someone like Shiki, with his float fruit, it was more than enough time to reach Marineford. Claudius raised his eyes toward the horizon. His pupils shrank as he spotted something in the distance. "Your news is late," he said grimly. "But don't blame yourself. Focus on recovering. Spandine, you're in charge of securing Impel Down. I don't care who resists, execute any rebels without hesitation." "Yes, Your Highness," Spandine responded. Claudius slammed the receiver down. "Garp, it seems our time as spectators has ended." Garp's face was stony. He'd heard everything. "When it rains, it pours," he muttered. Meanwhile, Sengoku, unaware of the conversation, spotted a disturbance in the sky. His face turned pale as realization hit. "That can't be," he whispered, gripping his den mushy and barking into it. "Cut off all live broadcasts, immediately." Chapter 342, Golden Lion's Chaotic Entry into the War. On the Sabyati archipelago, Rayleigh sat back, watching the epic war unfold with great interest. When Newgate sent Sakazuki flying with 3 punches, he couldn't help but cheer in excitement. Although Rayleigh had retired and was living a peaceful life, he was still a pirate at heart, and he held no fondness for the Marines. Even though Newgate had once been an old rival, seeing a Marine admiral get so thoroughly pummeled was undeniably satisfying. "Not bad, old man," Rayleigh chuckled, nodding in approval. But his expression quickly grew serious. Though Newgate appeared unstoppable, Rayleigh's eyes caught the figures of Garp and Claudius sitting calmly amidst the chaos. Rayleigh knew both of them well. Garp had relentlessly chased the Roger pirates across the seas for years, and they'd clashed countless times. As for Claudius, though they weren't exactly close, the man had once promised not to cause trouble for Rayleigh as long as he stayed out of trouble himself. Both of them were immensely powerful. Their composed demeanor indicated that the Marines still had some tricks up their sleeve. Sengoku hadn't even made a move yet. Just as Rayleigh was wondering what might happen next, the massive live broadcast screen suddenly went dark. The abrupt change made Rayleigh's heart sink. It was like biting into a delicious pizza only to discover a burnt fly stuck to the cheese. "What the hell, why did the live feed get cut?" Rayleigh muttered, frowning. The same confusion spread across the crowd gathered in the square. The execution hadn't started. The battle was still raging. Sakazuki had been briefly overwhelmed, but no one believed an admiral could be defeated that easily. Marineford still held the upper hand, so why shut down the broadcast? Meanwhile, at Marineford itself, the situation had taken a sudden turn. Some sharp-eyed individuals noticed something unusual in the sky. "Is this a new Marine tactic, an aerial strike?" someone speculated. Newgate noticed it too. He halted mid-stride and looked skyward. His eyes widened for a moment before his lips curled into a grin. "Goo la 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 la, just what I was hoping for," Newgate laughed heartily. Sengoku's face twisted into a grimace. A Marine soldier had just relayed the same information Claudius had received moments earlier. There'd been a mass breakout at Impel Down. And judging by the figures in the sky, there was no doubt who was responsible. "That bastard Shiki," Sengoku muttered, his jaw tightening. Suddenly, laughter echoed through the skies above Marineford. "Jita had a hata. Jita had a hata. Jita had a hata." 3 rounds of manic, arrogant laughter rang out from above. The sound was soon amplified through the den mushy speakers installed on the warships. "Jihahaha, I haven't come here in vain. Newgate, old friend, it's been a long time. Looks like you're not doing so well," came Shiki's voice, laced with mocking amusement. Up above, Golden Lion Shiki stood on the deck of a floating warship. He wore a gold-trimmed suit, his wild, lion-like mane billowing in the wind. One foot rested on the ship's railing while he leaned forward, gazing down at the battlefield with a twisted grin. Newgate rested his naginata, Murakumajiri, against his shoulder and glared at Shiki. "Still the same old loudmouth, eh, you mangy lion, want me to smash you into the sea." Shiki roared with laughter. "Jihahaha, I heard it's your time now, old man." Newgate's lips twitched into a dismissive sneer. "I've got no time for your nonsense. If you want to reminisce, wait until after I've torn Marineford apart. First, pick a side. Are you with us or against us?" Shiki's laughter faded into an icy smile. He raised the den mushy closer to his mouth and declared, "I'm not with anyone. But don't worry, I'll settle old scores with you later. Right now, there's someone I've been itching to kill. First, though, let me help you tear down Marineford." His words were clear. "I'm not your ally." But for now, their goals aligned, so he'd help wreak havoc here before turning on the Whitebeard pirates later. Newgate shrugged. "Goo la la, suit yourself, just don't get in my way, Shiki." Claudius sighed softly. He'd hoped, however slim the chance, that Shiki might attack Whitebeard instead. But no, the Golden Lion had come for him. Sure enough, Shiki's gaze locked onto Claudius. The sight of Claudius sitting there so nonchalantly reignited years of festering hatred. "Donquixote, Claudius," Shiki bellowed. Claudius tilted his head, meeting Shiki's furious glare with an almost bored expression. "Escaped from Impel Down and still didn't learn your lesson, huh? Should have found a nice hole to hide in, Shiki. Why come here to die?" Shiki's eyes twitched. He burst into bitter laughter. "That arrogance of yours hasn't faded at all." "Why would it?" Claudius shrugged. "We're not exactly old friends." Shiki's expression darkened. He extended his arm toward the battlefield. "Let me give you a little welcome-back gift from Impel Down." With a wave of his hand, dozens of massive prison ships floating in the sky suddenly descended. Claudius squinted at the falling ships. Shiki had obviously used his float fruit to lift the ships from Impel Down, and was now dropping them like giant bombs onto Marineford. Sengoku's face went pale. Garp exhaled slowly, rising from his chair in preparation to intervene. Claudius stood as well, cracking his neck. "Why do you pirates love littering so much?" he muttered. "No manners at all." He raised both arms and extended his hands skyward. There was no grand declaration or flashy name for his move, just a pulse of invisible nitrogen-based force. The massive prison ships, each easily double the size of a giant, slammed into an unseen barrier in midair. The impact shattered their hulls, sending wooden debris cascading harmlessly into the sea on either side of Marineford. Gasps of disbelief spread through both Marine and pirate ranks alike. Lowering his hands, Claudius shook his head. "Didn't like your gift, Shiki. If you want to please me, bring your head next time." Before Shiki could respond, another figure emerged beside him on the floating warship. She was enormous, clad in a black-and-white prison uniform. Her wild hair and crazed eyes made her instantly recognizable. Claudius groaned. "Just great, that crazy old hag had to show up too." "Linlin," Newgate muttered in surprise. Then it clicked. Charlotte Linlin had been locked away in Impel Down thanks to Claudius. Her thirst for revenge was inevitable. Mama, you locked me away, brat," Linlin sneered, her eyes gleaming with rage. "Time to pay the price." Chapter 343. First Meeting with Lord Shiki, Let's Smile, Fujitora. With Linlin's sudden appearance, the battlefield was thrown into further chaos. And right after her came Douglas Bullet. As for the Red Earl, he had parted ways with the group immediately after escaping Impel Down. According to him, there were still some unresolved matters from years ago, and he had no interest in joining Shiki and the others in causing havoc. Shiki and the others didn't have much of a relationship with Redfield, so they didn't bother trying to stop him. Following Bullet came Shiryu, along with the evil king, Avalo Pizarro, and several other notorious criminals. It seemed almost every prisoner who had escaped from Impel Down had arrived at Marineford. The moment Linlin caught sight of Claudius, her eyes blazed with fury. She let out a guttural roar. "Claudius, the humiliation you brought me, I'll make you pay for it today." Claudius sighed, exhaling a cloud of smoke from his cigar. He didn't even bother responding to Linlin. Instead, he turned toward Garp, who stood nearby. "Garp, care to pick an opponent?" he asked casually. Garp gave a helpless laugh. "Pick. This is war, kid. Who's got time for one-on-one duels? You grab whoever's nearby and start swinging." "Fair point," Claudius agreed with a shrug. With the arrival of Shiki and his band of escapees, the battlefield had briefly gone silent. But neither Sengoku nor Whitebeard called for a change in tactics. After a moment of hesitation, the fighting resumed with even greater intensity. Shiki, meanwhile, didn't bother descending from the sky. He and his crew had scavenged all the artillery and ammunition from the massive prison ships and were now bombarding Marineford from above. While the shelling wasn't particularly damaging, it was an irritating nuisance for the Marines below. After deflecting another barrage of shells, Garp called out, "Claudius, this isn't working. Got a plan." "Why do you assume I have a backup plan?" Claudius asked, raising an eyebrow. "Because you're a cautious bastard. No way you'd go all in against Whitebeard without something up your sleeve," Garp said bluntly. Claudius blinked in surprise. Garp the Wise, never thought I'd live to see the day. "Oi, what do you take me for?" Garp growled. Claudius chuckled and took another drag of his cigar. "You're not wrong, though. I'd intended to save my trump card for when Whitebeard tried to retreat, but," he gestured toward the sky, "it looks like our unexpected variable arrived early." "Wait, seriously?" Garp asked, stunned. He'd been half joking when he'd asked about a backup plan. Given how overwhelming Whitebeard's presence was, it wouldn't have been unreasonable to go all in from the start. But now Claudius was claiming he still had more cards to play. Claudius gave no further explanation. He simply snapped his fingers, and Lucci stepped forward with a den mushy in hand. Taking the receiver, Claudius spoke briefly into it. "Bring that bastard Shiki down. Formally join the battle. He's all yours." He hung up without waiting for a response. Garp stared at him. "You're joking. Who the hell can drag Shiki out of the sky? The man's untouchable up there." Claudius merely smirked, keeping his eyes on Shiki's airborne warship. Just watch, Garp, and remember who you're dealing with. Elsewhere in Marineford, the residential area of Marineford had been evacuated long before the battle began. Earthquakes and tsunamis had left the district in ruins. In the remains of a half-collapsed noodle shop, a solitary figure sat at a table, quietly finishing a bowl of noodles. A sheathed sword rested beside him, along with a pair of dice and a recently disconnected den mushi. Slurping the last of the noodles, the man wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and muttered, "So much for a quiet standby. Guess it's time to get to work." He grasped the hilt of his sword, a simple, unadorned cane-like weapon, and stood. With a flick of his wrist, he unsheathed the blade. The polished steel hummed through the air, tracing arcs of silver light in front of him. As the sword cut through empty space, a faint ripple of energy spread outward. Then, with a soft click, the sword slid back into its sheath. Back on the battlefield, high above Marineford, Shiki was still laughing, but his grin vanished as a sudden, crushing force slammed down upon him. What the? His body was yanked downward, his feet slamming into the deck of the warship hard enough to crack the wood. What the hell is this? Shiki roared. Charlotte Linlin and the others were equally caught off guard. The invisible force pressed them flat against the deck, sending the massive warship into a steep dive. The ship crashed into the frozen bay, splintering upon impact. Ice shards and debris exploded into the air, obscuring the scene in a thick cloud. "Shiki," Newgate muttered, squinting through the mist. "What the hell are you doing, you drunk bastard?" From within the cloud of ice and smoke, Shiki's furious voice rang out. "Who's there? Show yourself." The sound of wooden clogs echoed across the ice. Clack, clack, clack. A tall, broad-shouldered man emerged from the mist. He wore a simple purple kimono with a dark sash, and he leaned lightly on a sheathed cane sword. His expression was calm, his eyes closed, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. "Who are you?" Shiki demanded. The man inclined his head politely. "Fujitora, Issho, CPX at your service. A pleasure to meet you, Lord Shiki." "CPX," Shiki's expression twisted with hatred. "You bastards." His voice barely finished when Linlin lunged forward from the smoke. With a monstrous roar, she leaped high into the air and brought her fist down toward Fujitora. Fujitora remained unfazed. His grip tightened on his cane sword, ready to draw, but before he could act, another figure flashed past him. A smaller marine, dwarfed by Linlin's hulking frame, intercepted the blow with a single punch. Boom! The shockwave from the collision sent ice and debris flying in all directions. But to everyone's shock, Linlin was the one who was blasted backward. She crashed into the ice, skidding several meters before she managed to stop. The marine landed lightly in front of Fujitora. The justice cape on his back fluttered as he straightened his posture. Charlotte Linlin's face contorted in disbelief. "Garp." Her voice carried a hint of fear. She remembered him all too well, the marine hero who had helped destroy the Rocks pirates decades ago. Chapter 344, CPX Rob Lucci joins. After landing, Garp clenched his fists slightly. Even though he had the upper hand in that clash, Charlotte Linlin's toughness was undeniable. "It's been a long time, Linlin," Garp said, his expression serious, with a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Was he perhaps recalling the time he teamed up with the Roger Pirates during the Battle of God Valley? "Garp," Shiki muttered, his expression darkening as he gazed at him. Garp shifted his eyes toward Shiki and sighed helplessly. "Since you escaped from prison, why not just retire and live as a legend? Why come back and cause trouble again?" "I'm the Golden Lion," Shiki retorted arrogantly. As his voice fell, Shiki's figure moved with surprising speed, leaping toward Garp with both swords in hand, the two renowned blades he had recently recovered. Gravity Blade, Tiger. At that moment, Fujitora stepped forward with a calm smile. With a low growl, he swung his cane sword downward. A surge of gravitational force exploded from his strike. Shiki crossed his swords in an attempt to block it, but the sheer force sent him hurtling into the sky. It looked like he was at a disadvantage, but just as Fujitora moved to press the attack, the glacier beneath his feet transformed into a massive lion's head that lunged at him with jaws wide open. Fujitora's reaction was swift. A violet aura radiated from beneath his feet as immense gravitational pressure shattered the ice lion to pieces. However, in the moment of distraction, Shiki was already upon him again. Lion's cut howl, Shiki roared, slashing with both blades. Fujitora raised his cane sword, forming an X across his chest to block the attack. The force pushed him backward, his sandals grinding across the ice, leaving deep grooves. At the same time, Garp and Linlin clashed once more, and the entire battlefield erupted into chaotic combat. Suddenly, a massive figure burst from the smoke and wreckage of the destroyed warship, charging toward the execution platform like an unstoppable tank. His eyes, however, were locked on Cladius, and his aura grew more ferocious with each step. A giant vice admiral moved to intercept, swinging a colossal battle axe down at the intruder. The figure didn't slow down. As the axe descended, he threw a punch, bare-fisted, without even coating it in armament haki. The giant's axe shattered with a single blow. The vice admiral, momentarily stunned, reached out to grab him. But the figure sprang upward, using the giant's head as a foothold to launch himself even higher into the air. "Out of my way," he growled. The giant vice admiral was slammed face-first into the ice with a thunderous crash. Meanwhile, Cladius, who had returned to his seat after Fujitora moved out, tilted his head and squinted at the approaching figure. "Douglas Bullet," Cladius murmured softly, recognizing the man. Unlike their last encounter, Bullet showed no signs of disinterest. His arm was coated in jet-black armament haki as he prepared to strike. But before Cladius could react, the man beside him moved. "Rob Lucci." Lucci's body shifted as the buttons of his shirt popped off. His slender frame expanded with muscle, transforming into his leopard-human hybrid form. With a single step, he shot forward, leaving cracks in the ice beneath him. Armament haki coated his arms as he intercepted Bullet midair. The moment their fists collided, the air seemed to crack. Sparks flew from the point of impact as their haki clashed, sending a shockwave rippling outward. Neither side held back. Lucci's body flew backward from the force, skidding across the ice, but Bullet was also sent crashing into the spot where Garp had just stood. Both men landed heavily, cracking the ice beneath their feet. Lucci knelt, one hand on the ground to steady himself, while Bullet stood tall, surprise flashing in his eyes. The giant vice admiral had been an insect in comparison, but this leopard man, he was different, strong. "A new face," Bullet said, his voice filled with battle lust. "Name yourself." Lucci straightened his tie, raised his chin slightly, and spoke coldly. "CPX Rob Lucci." "CPX," Bullet repeated, eyes narrowing. "Looks like Cladius has gathered quite a few monsters." He shifted his gaze to Cladius, who remained seated on the execution platform, calm as ever. "Fujitora, and now this one," Bullet muttered. "Never heard of them before. Just how many more monsters are hidden in CPX?" Cladius finally broke his silence. "I expected Shiki to show up. I even figured Charlotte Linlin would make a move. But you, what brings you here, Bullet? You've never cared for grudges. What's driving you?" Bullet chuckled, cracking his knuckles. "You're right. I have no personal vendetta against you. In fact, my time in Impel Down only made me stronger, physically and mentally." His voice dropped an octave as he raised a single finger toward Cladius. "But I don't like owing debts." "I escaped that prison thanks to a certain someone," Bullet continued. "So I'm here to repay that favor with 1 hour of carnage." "1 hour?" Cladius raised a brow, then waved dismissively. "You think you can come and go as you please? Lucci, he's yours." "Understood, Your Highness," Lucci said, rolling his shoulders. Bullet didn't take offense. He recognized Lucci's strength and welcomed the challenge. Lucci shot forward without hesitation, his hand forming a claw as he aimed for Bullet's throat, his fingers wrapped in armament haki. Bullet leaned back just enough to avoid the strike and retaliated with a powerful roundhouse kick. Lucci didn't dodge. His tail lashed out to brace himself as both feet lifted from the ground. Bullet's kick struck Lucci's chest, but at the same time, Lucci's feet slammed into Bullet's torso. The impact sent both men flying in opposite directions. As they landed, the ice beneath them shattered into spiderweb cracks. Chapter 345, Strike. On the other side of the chaotic battlefield, Shiryu of the Rain had already found Teach and was now locked in combat with him. "Zehahaha, Shiryu of the Rain, are you here to cause me trouble?" Teach asked with a grin as he raised his three-pronged claw to block Shiryu's sword, Thunderstorm. This claw was Teach's weapon of choice, the same one he had used to leave a scar on Shank's face. What puzzled Teach, however, was the lack of force behind Shiryu's strikes. "Marshal D. Teach," Shiryu said softly, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "The stench of ambition on you is overwhelming. How did Whitebeard ever trust you?" Teach's disguise was never flawless. Aside from Whitebeard's crew, even Cladius had noticed Teach's ambition the moment they met. Shanks, too, had been wary of him for years, and now Shiryu could feel it as well. What the hell was that old man Newgate thinking? Teach didn't bother denying it. "Zehahaha, I'll take that as a compliment." "You're right, I came here specifically for you, but not to cause trouble," Shiryu said in a low voice. Teach's eyes narrowed slightly. He swung his claw at Shiryu, who raised his sword to block, but again, the force was minimal. "So we're here to talk, huh?" Teach said with a wicked grin. "That's the idea," Shiryu replied. From the outside, the two appeared to be fighting intensely. But in truth, they were simply testing each other while quietly conversing, just going through the motions. Teach didn't know how these impel-down escapees had gotten out in the first place, but for now, they were on the same side. After all, they were both here to fight the Marines. With the arrival of these unexpected allies, the Whitebeard pirates, who had initially been at a disadvantage, began to stabilize the situation. At the same time, Garp, who had been guarding the square, was preoccupied with Shiki and the others, giving Whitebeard a chance to push forward. Newgate seized this moment, raising his Bicento and charging toward the execution platform. But high above, Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood atop the execution platform, holding a den mushi in his hand. "Tsuru, proceed with the plan," Sengoku ordered. Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had remained largely inactive until now, was positioned toward the back of the Marine forces. Upon receiving the command, her sharp eyes shifted toward the massive glacier near the harbor, cracked and weakened from Orz's earlier assault. "Sakazuki hasn't broken through yet. The ice hasn't melted completely, but there's a gap," Tsuru reported. "That gap is exactly what we need," Sengoku replied. "Direct our forces to flank the pirates through that opening. Newgate has already advanced into the square. We need to cut off his reinforcements." The original plan had been to let the Whitebeard pirates advance into the harbor and trap them there like sitting ducks. But the chaotic arrival of these rogue pirates had disrupted that strategy. Still, Sengoku adapted quickly. If he could isolate Newgate from his crew, they could focus all their firepower on taking him down. "Understood," Tsuru acknowledged. Moments later, den mushi calls rang out across the harbor. Marines who had been fighting in the glacier zone abruptly began retreating toward the opening Tsuru had identified. Seeing this, one of Whitebeard's commanders shouted, "They're pulling back. The Marines are retreating. Let's go, we can push through." Whitebeard, standing in the square after cutting down a Marine rear admiral, turned to look at the chaotic harbor. Something's wrong, he thought, frowning. Sengoku wouldn't give up a defensive position this easily. What's his plan? Sengoku was watching him closely. Noticing Whitebeard's hesitation, Sengoku picked up the broadcast den mushi. "Commence the execution." His voice echoed throughout Marineford, cutting through the chaos. The announcement interrupted Whitebeard's thoughts, and his eyes shot toward the execution platform. It was only now that he realized the full extent of Sengoku's plan. So that's why they cut the live broadcast. It wasn't just to hide Impel-Down's breach, they wanted to execute Thatch ahead of schedule. Whitebeard clenched his fists, his heart heavy. That bastard Sengoku. If Thatch dies here, there's no reason to continue this fight. We could retreat and regroup, but Sengoku knows that, and he's still moving forward. Why? There was no time left to figure it out. Whitebeard roared in frustration, swinging his Bicent and cutting down a vice admiral before charging toward the execution platform. On the platform, Sengoku remained calm as he addressed the executioners. "Begin the execution. Start with Buckin." They were baiting Whitebeard, forcing him to plunge deeper into enemy territory. Buchan, bound and gagged on the platform, struggled and sobbed. Tears streamed down her face, but her muffled cries were ignored. Whitebeard saw the executioner raise his blade. Damn it! His grip tightened around his weapon. Buchan was an old acquaintance from his past, but she wasn't the one he cared about most. His focus was on Thatch. He knew what came next. If Buchan died, Thatch would be next. Grrrahhh. With a furious roar, Whitebeard hurled his Bicento toward the execution platform, aiming directly at Sengoku. Too naive, Sengoku bellowed. His form grew larger as his golden Buddha transformation activated. Stepping forward, he swiped his massive hand through the air, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the airborne weapon. Whitebeard's heart dropped. Suddenly, the ice beneath his feet cracked and began to heat up. Magma. Hellhound. Sakazuki, who had vanished earlier, erupted from beneath the ice. His molten fist, wreathed in magma, shot toward Whitebeard's head. Whitebeard barely reacted in time, twisting his neck to avoid the blow. But the intense heat scorched the left side of his signature mustache. And then came the final attack. From the execution platform, Cladius, who had remained seated throughout the battle, finally made his move. He rose to his feet, unsheathing his sword. Shoot to kill, Shinsa. The blade elongated in an instant, striking toward Whitebeard's heart with lethal precision.